Let's break up, Lin Zhe. Su Shue's voice over the phone was completely devoid of emotion. Lin Zhe stood at the entrance of the company building, clutching the layoff notice he had just received. He froze for 2 seconds, his throat parched. Why? A light laugh drifted over the line. You're asking why? Lin Zhe, you've been laid off. A few thousand a month, and now even that is gone. You can barely afford the rent. What kind of future can you give me? Lin Zhe stared at the words workforce optimization on the notice, his fingers slowly curling into a fist. Su Shue, I can find another job. Su Shue sounded even more impatient. Stop feeding me empty promises. You've been doing it for 3 years. I ate takeout with you, lived in a rented room with you, and squeezed onto the subway with you. And what did it get me? You couldn't even afford the bag I wanted for my birthday. Lin Zhe fell silent. That bag cost 38000 yuan. At the time, he had only 420 yuan in his bank account. Su Shue continued, Lin Zhe, you have to be realistic. I don't want to keep wasting years on you. Lin Zhe's throat moved. So you'd already made up your mind. The line went quiet for a moment. Then a man's voice cut in. Baby, why bother saying so much to this loser? Lin Zhe's eyes suddenly turned cold. Who? Su Shue didn't deny it. If anything, she sounded a little proud. Zhao Kai. You know who he is, right? The son of President Zhao, your company's business partner. He's picking me up in his Porsche today. The man chuckled. Lin Zhe, right. Heard you got laid off. Funny thing, when your department was cut, my dad mentioned it. A programmer like you with no connections. Cut is cut. Lin Zhe's chest felt like a fist had slammed into it. Suddenly it all clicked. Was it your family behind the downsizing of my department? Zhao Kai sneered. Don't flatter yourself. You were just a pawn kicked aside along the way. Su Shue said in a low voice, Zhao Kai, but there was no real objection in her voice. Only forced tenderness. Zhao Kai went on laughing. Brother, take my advice. Don't date such a pretty girlfriend again. You can't afford her. She likes bags, cars, and fancy restaurants. What you can't give her, I can. Su Shue's coquettish giggle came through. Lin Zhe gripped his phone. Su Shue, in these 3 years I never treated you badly. Su Shue's voice instantly turned cold. You never mistreated me, but you never gave me a good life either. Lin Zhe, we're not from the same world. Don't come bothering me again. The call ended. The busy tone drilled into Lin Zhe's skull. The next second a bank notification popped up. Your savings account ending 7421 has an available balance of 135.20 yuan. Lin Zhe stared at the numbers and suddenly let out a bitter laugh. The glass at the company entrance reflected his face. 25 years old, dark shadows under his eyes, hair tangled like straw. In his hand a layoff notice, in his bank account 135.20 yuan. His girlfriend had run off with a rich second-generation heir, and the landlord had just sent a WeChat message. Shaolin, the rent must be paid today, or he'll change the locks tomorrow. Lin Zhe stuffed his phone into his pocket and walked down the steps, his steps unsteady. A big screen on the roadside was playing the company's promotional video. On screen the boss stood at the annual meeting, shouting, we will never abandon any partner. Looking at that fleshy face, Lin Zhe's stomach churned. Partners? Huh, what a joke. The moment he cursed, his vision suddenly went black. Lin Zhe grunted, grabbed a utility pole by the road, and steadied himself. The crowd flowed past him, and someone bumped into him. What's wrong with you? Get out of the way. Lin Zhe looked up, ready to curse back, and saw several lines of words floating above the man's head. Passerby, corporate drone, subhealth, mortgage slave, hemorrhoid flare-up. Lin Zhe froze and rubbed his eyes. The words were still there. A woman in a short skirt passed by, and words floated above her head too. Looks 85, gold digger, settling for now. Mild anxiety. Lin Zhe's breath caught. He turned his head sharply and found that every person on the street had different tags floating above their heads. Delivery rider born to toil, lumbar strain, good luck, countdown 3 hours. White collar, future balding, overdue credit card, secret crush on a colleague. Middle-aged man, high blood pressure, marriage crisis, drinking party stress. A chill ran down Lin Zhe's spine. Am I going crazy? Or did getting laid off give me hallucinations? A cold mechanical voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Tag trading system activated successfully. Host Lin Zhe. This system can read target tags, and under a mutually voluntary contract by sell, transaction medium, real-world currency. Newbie quest, complete your first tag transaction. Quest reward, random tag, X1 self-use, only guaranteed positive benefit tag. Lin Zhe was frozen. He wasn't dreaming. That voice was really in his mind. Lin Zhe asked in a low voice, tags can be bought and sold. Yes. Even lifespan. As long as the voluntary contract conditions are met. And talent. As long as the conditions are met. And negative. At this stage, only voluntary two-party transactions are supported. Forced bestowal is not allowed. Lin Zhe's heart beat faster and faster as he looked up at the crowd. Those tags were no longer strange hallucinations. They were prices, opportunities, and the hidden truth of this world. Lin Zhe's eyes slowly lit up. Just then a white Porsche pulled up by the curb. The passenger window slid down, and Su Shue was sitting inside. She was wearing a new shade of lipstick, her face carrying the ease of someone who had just ended a relationship. Zhao Kai leaned out from the driver's seat wearing sunglasses, a gleaming watch on his wrist. Well, isn't this Lin Zhe? Still haven't left? Su Shui frowned. Lin Zhe, don't be like this. We're already over. Lin Zhe looked at the tags floating above Su Shui's head floated. Vanity. Fickle. Looks 86. Short-term romance luck. High ambitions, low skills. Above Zhao Kai's head floated. Rich second generation. Player. Kidney deficiency. Drained by wine and women. Hidden bomb in family company. The corner of Lin Zhe's mouth twitched, and he almost laughed out loud. Kidney deficiency. Drained by wine and women. A hidden bomb in the family company. Su Shui really had found herself a wonderful catch. Zhao Kai took off his sunglasses. What are you looking at? Did getting dumped break your brain? Lin Zhe said nothing. Zhao Kai took that as fear and grew even more smug. Brother, want me to find you a security guard job. 3,000 a month. It suits you. Su Shui gently pushed him. Stop it. But she still laughed. Lin Zhe looked up at her. Su Shui, I'll remember what you said today. Su Shui's face went cold. So what if you remember? Can you ever turn? Zhao Kai started the car. If he can turn his life around, I'll give him this car. Lin Zhe said flatly. You. Zhao Kai laughed even harder. Fine, I'll remember it. But first figure out where you'll sleep tonight. The Porsche roared away, exhaust blasting into Lin Zhe's face. Lin Zhe didn't chase after them, nor did he curse. He just stood there staring at the people on the street. He needed to complete his first transaction as soon as possible. On the busy commercial street, crowds came and went. Lin Zhe stood where he was for a full 10 minutes, scanning the tags on every passerby. The system hadn't lied. Everyone bore a label. Severe depression, loner, veteran, office worker, congenital heart disease. All kinds of tags. He tried to ask the system in his mind. How are these tags priced? The host may negotiate with the target. As long as both parties agree 1 yuan is fine, 100 million too. Suddenly Lin Zhe understood completely. Information gap. This was a blatant business built on information gaps. In this world, no one but him could see these tags. Some are born gifted, yet waste their lives on assembly lines. Others have billions, but can only lie on sickbeds waiting for death. If he could sell unneeded talents to those in desperate need, and sell a poor man's lifespan to a dying tycoon. Lin Zhe swallowed nervously. He touched the phone in his pocket. The 100-odd yuan in his account clearly couldn't fund any deal. He had to secure some startup capital first. Finding a job was out of the question. Borrow money. His relatives and friends weren't borrowing from him, which was already a blessing. Lin Zhe walked to a street bench, sat down, and opened the app store, searching for loan. No time to hesitate. He was a programmer with 3 years of experience, always paying social security and housing fund at the highest tier, and he had never had a credit card overdue. This was the only credit asset he had left. Filling in the form, facial scan verification, binding bank card, no dragging of feet. Within 10 minutes, the approval results from 3 platforms popped up simultaneously. Jieba loan approved 40000. Weili loan approved 30000. Jingxi Black Bar approved 30000. The 3 loans made an even 100 yuan resting solidly in his savings account. Looking at the 6-figure balance on the phone, Lin Zhe took a deep breath. If it had been yesterday, burdened with 100 yuan in high-interest online loans, he would have been so anxious he couldn't sleep. But now it was just the leverage to pry open a new world. Money in hand, the next step was to find the right goods. Lin Zhe stood up, scanning his surroundings. This was Hunglong Plaza in the city center, lined with luxury boutiques. Young men and women bustled by desires magnified infinitely here. To find someone willing to make such an absurd deal, he had to find those backed into a corner, desperately craving money. He walked over 100 meters along the mall's outer perimeter and stopped beside a fountain. A boy in an ordinary t-shirt sat on the steps, clutching his hair while on the phone. His voice was loud with barely suppressed anxiety. Xiaoya, 24,000 is really too much. My monthly allowance is only 2,000, and I've already borrowed against next month's. Can we forget about that bag? He'll get you another gift, take you for a nice dinner. A sharp female voice came from the other end of the line. Even without the speakerphone, Lin Zhe heard it clearly. Xinyu, if you won't even buy me a bag, how can you talk about loving me? Zhejia's boyfriend gave her Chanel. I only asked you for an entry-level LV bag, and you're making excuses. If you can't afford it, then don't come near me. Don't contact me again. The dial tone sounded. Xinyu stared blankly at the black phone screen, his eyes red. Lin Zhe sized up the boy named Xinyu. Several tags emerged above his head. Simp, severe inner turmoil, desperately broke. And one last tag glimmering with a faint light, longevity, longer lifespan than average. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. Ordinary people might have no concept of longevity, thinking that as long as they don't get sick, they'll live forever. But in Lin Zhe's eyes, the longevity tag was a mountain of gold. An ordinary college student, healthy, energetic, expected to live into his 80s or beyond. Yet right now, for a 20,000 yuan bag, his dignity was being ground underfoot. Which was more important to Chunyu, the current 20,000 yuan or several decades of future life? Lin Zhe didn't rush over to strike up a conversation. Instead, he stepped back half a step and posed a question in his mind. System, if I buy his longevity tag, what will happen to him? This question was crucial. If the tag was stripped right after payment and the college student dropped dead by the fountain, things would get messy. The system's mechanical voice rang out immediately. Post-stripping the longevity tag won't cause immediate death. After the target loses the longevity attribute, his basic lifespan will return to the human average. No other physiological side effects. Lin Zhe let out a complete sigh of relief. In other words, this kid might have originally lived to be 90 or 100, a long-lived one, but after having the tag removed had only lived to 70 or 80. 70 or 80 was a number with no sense of reality for today's young people. Lin Zhe pulled out his phone and glanced at the 100 yuan that had just arrived. This money wasn't even a splash in a first-tier city like Jiangqing, but it was more than enough to deal with a male college student pushed to the edge. He walked over and sat down on the step half a meter away from Chunyu. Chunyu was irritably pulling his hair, his blank phone tossed aside, cursing under his breath. A bag for 24,000. That's insane. Where am I supposed to get 24,000? Lin Zhe turned his head, speaking calmly. Short on cash. Chunyu whipped around, eyeing Lin Zhe warily. Who are you? Lin Zhe pointed at his phone. 24,000 for an entry-level LV bag. Your girlfriend was pretty loud on the phone just now. Chunyu's face flushed crimson instantly. He grabbed his phone and stuffed it into his pocket. Mind your own business. Eavesdropping on people's calls. Are you crazy? After saying that, he stood up to leave. I don't have 24,000, Lin Zhe said, leaning back on the steps, speaking unhurriedly, but I can give you 50,000. Chunyu's footsteps halted abruptly. He turned, brows knitted tightly, looking Lin Zhe up and down. Lin Zhe wore a worn plaid shirt and washed-out jeans, looking nothing like a rich man. Are you sick? Chunyu sneered. 50,000. You'll give me. Even scammers are more professional than you. This pickup line of yours is too low-end. What are you trying to trick me into? A campus loan or organ harvesting? Lin Zhe didn't argue. He opened the mobile banking app and turned the screen toward Chunyu. Available balance, 100,135. 20. The sneer on Chunyu's face froze and his Adam's apple bobbed. For a college student with a monthly living allowance of 2,000, seeing that six-figure sum right in front of his eyes was more convincing than any grandiose talk. You. What do you mean? Chunyu's voice grew much quieter. Lin Zhe put his phone away. I said I'll give you 50,000. To buy something of yours. Chunyu took a step back, instinctively covering his stomach with both hands. I'm not selling organs. And I won't take any nude loans. You think too much, Lin Zhe found it amusing. I would buy something invisible and intangible from you. What is it? 10 years of lifespan. Lin Zhe's smile vanished, and his tone turned extremely serious. Are you kidding me, buddy? Where's the hidden camera? Is someone crouching behind that flower bed with a DSLR? Are you testing the limits of contemporary college students? Chunyu said, pointing into the air. If this 50,000 is for props, fine. But if you really give it to me after filming, I'd sell you my lifespan for 20 years, not just 10. Lin Zhe remained seated on the steps, tapping his fingers on his knee. I haven't filmed a video or conducted a test. If you're willing, I can transfer the money to you right now. You can immediately cash it out to buy that bag. Chunyu stopped smiling. He stared at Lin Zhe's face, trying to find signs of a joke. But Lin Zhe looked completely serious. You aren't joking. Chunyu swallowed hard. No jokes. As long as you say I willingly sell 10 years of lifespan to you in exchange for 50,000 yuan, the money will be immediately transferred. Lin Zhe pulled up the payment code. Now it was Chunyu's turn to be confused, two little figures fighting in his mind. One said this must be a new type. The other said how could there be scams about buying someone else's lifespan? This guy must be out of his mind. Even if this were real, 10 years of lifespan is nothing. Ooh, what's the point of living that long? This is a solid 50,000. The distorted face of his girlfriend Xiaoya flashed through his mind. Chunyu gritted his teeth and took out his phone. Come on, tell me what to say. Just say it like I did, enunciate clearly. Chunyu cleared his throat and shouted at Lin Zhe. I, Chunyu, willingly sell 10 years of lifespan to you in exchange for 50,000 yuan. As soon as he finished speaking, a system prompt echoed in Lin Zhe's mind. Detected that a voluntary contract has been established between both parties, separating the longevity attribute from the target entry. Successfully acquired 10 years of lifespan. Lin Zhe could clearly see the glowing longevity tag above Chunyu's head flicker once. The glow dimmed, finally turning into an ordinary health average lifespan. Done. Lin Zhe suppressed his wildly racing heart and quickly operated on the screen. 50,000 transfer confirm. 2 seconds later, Chunyu's phone vibrated. He looked down at the screen. Alipay received 50000. Chunyu gasped, nearly dropping his phone. He really gave it. This guy actually spent 50,000 on a meaningless... He abruptly looked up at Lin Zhe, as if seeing a god of wealth, his face full of flattering smiles. Big brother, you are truly a living bodhisattva. Do you need more lifespan? My roommate has plenty, I can help you gather some, and you can give me a commission, how about that? Lin Zhe looked at his ridiculous expression, feeling absurd. A person sold their most precious 10 years of lifespan for a few thousand yuan, just to please a woman who doesn't even love him, and he could still smile so happily. No need, just go buy your bag. Lin Zhe waved his hand. Chunyu expressed endless gratitude and turned to dash toward the luxury store in the mall, pulling out his phone to send a voice message to his girlfriend. Xiaoya, I gathered the money. Where are you? I'll take you to buy it right now. Lin Zhe watched his figure disappear behind the glass doors of the mall, leaning back on the steps and exhaling a sigh. 50,000 gone, only a little over 50,000 left in his account, but he felt no remorse. Because in the system interface in his mind, a virtual warehouse had appeared. In the first compartment of the warehouse, there was a golden tag. 10 years of lifespan can be sold, can be granted. Ding. Newbie task, complete the first entry transaction. Achieved. Task reward, random entry, blind box 1 for personal use only. Should it be opened? Open. Lin Zhe silently thought. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive entry. Calm under pressure in any sudden situation or dangerous environment, can maintain absolute calm. Brain processing speed increased by 200. A cool sensation spread from the back of his head throughout his body in an instant. Lin Zhe's breathing, which had been hurried due to the first transaction, instantly calmed down. His heartbeat stabilized and his mind became frighteningly clear. Even the surrounding noise of traffic and chatter seemed to suddenly fall into order. This feeling was so marvelous. With the powerful item of 10 years of lifespan, it was time to find a buyer. This thing cannot be sold cheaply. It must be sold to those who are the richest, most afraid of death, and on the verge of dying. Outside the mall, the sunlight was a bit glaring. Lin Zhe walked into the Starbucks on the corner of the street, and the cold air conditioning hit him. He ordered the cheapest Americano and found a corner by the window to sit down. He opened his backpack and took out the old laptop that he had used for 4 years. Booting up, his fingers tapped on the keyboard, but didn't immediately press the search key. The golden 10 years of lifespan entry quietly rested within the system warehouse. Selling this to ordinary people would only yield tens of thousands to millions, and could easily bring unnecessary trouble. If he was going to sell it, it had to be to those at the top of the pyramid. They have endless money but can't buy time. Who needs lifespan the most? Wealthy old men on the brink of death. Which wealthy old men in Jiang City are close to dying? Lin Zhe typed several keywords into the search bar. Jiang City business tycoon, critically ill, hospitalized. A flood of news links jumped onto the screen. Breaking news. Jiang City's richest man hospitalized due to sudden heart attack. Chenda Group's chairman returns from overseas medical treatment, condition uncertain. The information was too chaotic. Most news articles were mere speculation. The health status of true top billionaires was classified as a high-level commercial secret, making it impossible to find accurate information online. Lin Zhe changed his approach. Wealthy individuals wouldn't wait in line at ordinary grade A hospitals when they fell ill. They have dedicated medical teams and stay in top-notch private nursing homes. As long as he locked onto the top nursing homes in Jiang City and staked out at the entrance, using the system to check entries would be 100 times more effective than aimlessly searching online. He entered Jiang City, top private nursing home. Pressing enter. The top-ranked one was Jiang City Awakens Private Nursing Home. The description stated covering 300 acres, backed by Wudong Mountain, staffed by an international top medical team, providing 247 unknown health management. Admission requirement, 10 million. Verification and internal member recommendation required. Verification of 10 million. Lin Zhe took a sip of the bitter Americano. This place, ordinary people can't even get close to the door. This is it, there's no turning back. Closing the laptop, Lin Zhe finished the remaining coffee in one gulp. He stepped out and hailed a ride heading straight for Wudong Mountain. Half an hour later, the car was stopped halfway up the mountain. The driver turned his head, looking somewhat apologetic. Buddy, the area up there is private property and our licensed vehicles are not allowed in. You can only get out here. Lin Zhe pushed open the car door and stepped onto the asphalt road. Not far away was the entrance of the Awakens Sanatorium. The black wrought iron gate stood closed, flanked by over 3-meter-high walls covered in electric fencing. At the entrance stood 4 security guards in black suits, their postures straight, wearing earpieces, looking even more professional than bank security personnel. Lin Zhe looked at the guards from over 20 meters away. Above their heads floated words. Retired Special Forces, monthly salary through the mortgage, slave, skilled in combat. Lin Zhe retracted his gaze, abandoning the idea of forcing his way in or blending in. These were retired Special Forces. If forcing it would definitely result in being pressed to the ground. He walked to a large banyan tree opposite the gate, where he could see every vehicle entering and exiting. Waiting. It was a foolish method, but it was the only option he had for now. The passive ability of calm in crisis began to take effect. In the past, squatting by the roadside on such a hot afternoon would have made him restless in less than 10 minutes. But now he felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind and an unusually good patience. A black Maybach drove up from the mountain, slowly stopping in front of the iron gate. The window rolled down and the driver handed out a black card. The guard took it and scanned it. The iron gate slowly slid open. Lin Zhe fixed his gaze on the rear window of the car, which was tinted and revealed nothing. But he could see the entries. Behind that tinted glass floated several lines of bright red words. Stage 4 stomach cancer in excruciating pain, assets 8 billion, countdown 32 days. Lin Zhe's breath hitched. With 8 billion in assets, only 32 days left to live. This was undoubtedly an excellent buyer. But he had no way to contact the person inside the car, The Maybach showed no signs of stopping and drove straight in the iron gate, closing heavily behind it. In the following hours, several more vehicles entered. A Mercedes G-Class, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a Porsche Pan. The people inside the cars were either wealthy or noble. Some came to seek treatment, while others came to visit. The entries were varied. Overindulgence, family disowned, illegitimate daughter, pretend couple. Lin Zhe absorbed these secretive pieces of information that ordinary people could never access, his mind racing as he filtered through potential targets. He waited until 5 in the afternoon. The sun was about to set and the mountain breeze brought a hint of chill. A red Ferrari sped up from the mountain, screeching to a halt in front of the sanatorium's gate. The car door was pushed open and a young woman in a black silk shirt paired with high-end trousers stepped out in high heels. She walked briskly, not even closing the car door. The guard immediately approached her. "Miss Shun." The woman completely ignored the guard, rummaging through her bag for her phone and dialing a number. Lin Zhe stood across the road, maintaining his focus on the woman's head from a distance. This was the longest and most complex string of entries he had seen that afternoon. Shun Yinwei, attractiveness, 95, granddaughter of Jiangcheng's richest vice president of the group, severe anxiety, extremely filial, facing family pressure. At the top of this string of entries, a glaring red label flashed. Close relative in critical condition. Her grandfather's vital signs are rapidly declining, with a survival probability of less than 1. The target has appeared, and it's a perfect target. A person holding billions in assets, extremely filial, and currently caught in the dual pressure of her grandfather's imminent death and family pressure. Next to the Ferrari, Shun Yinwei shouted into the phone. "What do you mean you've done your best? I give your medical team 200 million every year, and now you tell me you've done your best." The person on the other end of the line must have said something. Shun Yinwei suddenly smashed her phone to the ground, the screen shattering instantly. She covered her face with her hands, her shoulders trembling violently, squatting beside the Ferrari. The guards exchanged glances, none daring to step forward to intervene. One of the guards ran over to pick up the phone, which was still in a call state. "Miss Shun, Director Chen says. The chairman is failing, and you need to hurry in to see him one last time." Shun Yinwei suddenly raised her head, her eyes bloodshot. She snatched the phone and stumbled toward the iron gate. This was it. Lin Zhe hesitated, not at all, striding across the road directly toward the sanatorium's gate. "Stop!" The guard who had picked up the phone immediately reached out to block Lin Zhe. "This is private property. Our unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering." Lin Zhe did not look at him, his gaze piercing through the iron gate, fixated on Shun Yinwei's back. "Shun Yinwei." He raised his voice. Shun Yinwei paused, but did not turn back. Right now her mind was solely focused on her father's condition, and she had no time to pay attention to the shout of a stranger. The guard was anxious and pulled out his walkie-talkie to call for assistance. "Get him out of here immediately," Shun Yinwei commanded sharply. She did not have the time to listen to the ramblings of a stranger. 2 guards immediately stepped forward, one on each side, grabbing Lin Zhe's arms. The strength of the retired special forces was immense, and Lin Zhe's bones were being squeezed painfully. But he did not struggle, only staring at Shun Yinwei, uttering his last words. "No doctor in this world can save him. But I can." Shun Yinwei's body, which was about to turn back, froze. This statement was simply too absurd. Yet at this critical moment, it became the only lifeline. She walked back quickly, the sound of her high heels echoing on the ground. Reaching the iron gate, Shun Yinwei scrutinized Lin Zhe through the half-high railing. His shirt was faded and his jeans were ordinary, looking like just another jobless worker. "Do you even know where this is? Coming here to flaunt and deceive." Shun Yinwei suppressed her anger, extremely agitated. Lin Zhe stood his ground, letting the guards push him, speaking rapidly. "Your grandfather could pass away at any moment, and you are facing family pressure. Once your grandfather dies, all his life's work will be handed over to others." Shun Yinwei. She suddenly turned around. This time she was genuinely stunned. The news of her grandfather's critical condition was known to no more than 5 people in Jiangxing. The family pressure had only erupted this morning within the board meeting. There was absolutely no possibility of it leaking. How did this shabby-dressed man know? "Let him go," Shun Yinwei instructed the guards. The guards hesitated for a moment. "Miss, this person's background is unclear." "I said let him go." The 2 guards immediately released him and stepped aside. Shun Yinwei walked in front of Lin Zhe, staring at him through the iron gate. "Who exactly are you?" Lin Zhe moved his sore shoulder. "Someone who can make a deal." "What kind of deal can you make?" Shun Yinwei pressed for him. Lin Zhe looked at the red entry flashing above her head. Close relative in critical condition, countdown 7 minutes, time was running out. He raised his hand, pointing to the white building nestled among the green trees halfway up the mountain. "I can extend your grandfather's life by 10 years. Shun Yinwei stood stunned for a full 2 seconds. Then she grabbed a fistful of her tangled hair and let out an absurd, bitter snort. 10 years of life. She had actually entertained a sliver of hope in a destitute stranger a moment ago, truly believing that this man, who could not even get through the nursing home's gate, possessed some transcendent skill. Imad, she thought, stepping back half a pace and coldly sizing up Lin Zhe. The man carried no more than 200 yuan on him. Either a cheat or a lunatic escaped from an asylum. "Drive him away." If he persists, call the police. She turned toward the Ferrari, deeming even another glance at Lin Zhe a waste of time. Lin Zhe remained where he stood, his gaze fixed on the glaring red tag, hovering above Shen Nianwei, close relative, critically ill. Countdown 514. Shen Nianwei, he called. He shouted her name. Shen Nianwei did not pause. Her high heels clicked sharply on the asphalt. She opened the car door, preparing to drive straight into the nursing home. Can you decide? The question sounded unnaturally clear on the empty mountain road. Shen Nianwei froze. Lin Zhe watched her retreating figure through the iron gate. This deal may seem preposterous to you, but that does not mean the man lying inside finds it so. He slaved his whole life and amassed incalculable wealth, and now he lies in the ICU awaiting death. Believe it or not, even if I told him now that 10 years of life would cost every share under his name, he would sign and press his seal without the slightest hesitation. Shen Nianwei turned her face ice cold. What exactly do you want? Extortion? Or did some rival send you here? I'm merely here on business, Lin Zhe said, lifting his wrist to glance at his empty hand. You have less than 5. Rather than argue with me here, go inside and ask your grandfather if he wishes to see me, this charlatan. If he dies, will your vice president position still be secure? Shen Nianwei's fingers tightened on the car handle. Dead center. This mysterious man struck precisely at her most vulnerable spot. At that moment, the phone Shen Nianwei had smashed vibrated with a shrill tremor. The screen had spiderwebbed, but the incoming caller display remained legible. Director Chun. Shen Nianwei's hand trembled as she pressed to answer. Miss Chun. The chairman's vital signs have already fallen below critical thresholds. On the other end, Director Chen Jiangcheng's foremost cardiocerebral specialist sounded thoroughly powerless. Please, come up and see him one last time. The line went dead. Shen Nianwei froze in place, her mind a blank. The countdown above her head on Lin Zhe's display had already fallen to 402. He did not press her further. Bolstered by the calm and crisis trait, his patience was absolute. Even his pulse showed no ripple of agitation. He now held a decisive advantage in information and psychology. He was not the one begging. 10 seconds later, Shen Nianwei snapped her head up, eyes rimmed red, and strode to the iron gate, shouting at the guard, open it. The guard was taken aback. Miss, this man is unidentified. Letting him in. Open the door. Shen Nianwei's voice rose to a frantic pitch laced with the reckless desperation of someone with everything to lose. The gate slid open slowly. Lin Zhe crossed the threshold with unhurried composure. He showed no gloating and no idle curiosity. That extraordinary calm tilted Shen Nianwei's inner balance further in his favor. Get in, she said. Shen Nianwei sank into the Ferrari's driver's seat. Lin Zhe opened the passenger door and slid in. The engine roared, and the red Ferrari shot toward the special care building halfway up the mountain like an arrow loosed from a bow. The mountain road was wide, flanked by neatly trimmed greenery. Every 50 meters a discreet surveillance camera watched. The atmosphere inside the car felt tense and compressed. You'd better pray you're not toying with me, Shen Nianwei said without looking at Lin Zhe as the speed climbed to 120. If you make me miss my grandfather's last moments, I swear you will never be able to remain in Jiangxing. Lin Zhe leaned back against the leather seat. Focus on driving, you have 3 minutes. A harsh screech of brakes rang out at the special care building's entrance. The car had scarcely stopped when Shen Nianwei flung the door and rushed inside. Lin Zhe followed. The building's opulence was astonishing. There was no antiseptic tang in the air, only a refined thread of pale incense. The private elevator to the top floor opened. The corridor was already filled with people. Dozens of black-suited bodyguards sealed the passage so tightly no one could pass. A dozen doctors in white coats clustered, murmuring, each face etched with solemnity. Outside the heavy soundproof door of the special care ward stood 5 or 6 well-dressed middle-aged men and women. When Shen Nianwei burst from the elevator, a portly middle-aged man hurried forward to meet her. He wore a bespoke navy suit, and an emerald ring gleamed on his finger. Lin Zhe's gaze swept above his head. Shen Yaobang, Shen family's second son, coveting the inheritance, secretly delighted reselling corporate assets. Lin Zhe understood immediately. This must be one of the relatives attempting to force matters. Nianwei, you finally came. Shen Yaobang forced a grief-stricken expression, his eyes rimmed red as he reached to bar her path. Step aside. Shen Nianwei snapped, wanting nothing to do with him, and moving to push past. Nianwei. Shen Yaobang's tone hardened, and several relatives circled closer. The old man cannot endure any stimulation. They are even about to remove the ventilator. Shen Yaobang's voice took on severity as his gaze shifted past Shen Nianwei to rest on Lin Zhe behind her. Shen Yaobang's brows knotted into a deep crease, and he pointed at Lin Zhe. Who is he? At a time like this for the Shen family, what are you doing bringing an unidentified kid? Guards, are you blind? Who let him in? The black-suited guard strode forward to seize Lin Zhe. Shen Nianwei spun around and planted herself between him and the men. He is the person I brought. Who dares touch him? The corridor fell silent, every relative's gaze fixed on the young man in faded, washed-out jeans. Shen Yaobang scoffed angrily. Nianwei, are you so overcome with grief that you've lost your senses? This is your grandfather's special care ward. People of that low station have no right to stand here. Lin Zhe remained where he stood watching these relatives who for the sake of an inheritance could no longer be bothered even to feign decency. 1 minute left. Lin Zhe addressed Shen Nianwei directly. In the corridor the atmosphere was tense. 1 minute left. As Lin Zhe's words fell, Shen Nianwei suddenly pushed aside Shen Yaobang, who stood in her way. Second uncle, get out of my way. Shen Yaobang stepped back half a step, his face pale, pointing a finger at Shen Nianwei. Nianwei, you must have some limits to your unruliness. This is your own grandfather's hospital room. What is this kid doing here causing trouble? Several distant relatives. Exactly. What time is it now? You bring an outsider in to create chaos. I see she just wants to drive the old man to his grave so she can get the will quickly. Shen Nianwei's eyes turned red, and she didn't want to waste words. She turned to the 2 bodyguards she had brought. Clear them all out. Whoever dares to stop me today will disappear from Jiang City tomorrow. The 2 bodyguards exchanged glances and stepped forward, grabbing Shen Yaobang by the collar and violently pushing him against the wall. Rebellion. You're rebelling. Shen Yaobang shouted angrily. Where are the security guards? Drive them out. The scene descended into chaos. Lin Zhe ignored the shoving and shouting around him. He kept his gaze fixed on the glaring red countdown behind the door. Countdown 42 seconds. Shen Nianwei slammed open the heavy door of the hospital room, with Lin Zhe closely following. He turned back and locked the door with a click. Inside the hospital room, the shrill sound of alarms from the medical equipment filled the air. Dean Shun was sweating profusely, holding a defibrillator, preparing to apply it to the frail, old man on the bed. The door was suddenly flung open, startling Dean Shun, who turned to see Shen Nianwei and Lin Zhe. Miss Shun, what are you doing here? Get out. Dean Shun shouted urgently. The patient is undergoing final cardiac resuscitation. Shen Nianwei stepped forward and grabbed Dean Shen's wrist. Uncle Chen, no need for shocks. Let him give it a try. Dean Shen looked at Lin Zhe, following Shen Nianwei's gaze, his expression one of disbelief. Him? He's not even a doctor. Miss Shen, you can't joke with your grandfather's life. Can you save him? Shen Nianwei raised her voice, tears welling in her eyes. Dean Shun was taken aback, looking at the increasingly faint electrocardiogram on the screen, and he hopelessly released his grip. Lin Zhe approached the bedside. The old man on the bed wore an oxygen mask, his cheeks sunken and his skin a deathly gray. The message above his head was flashing wildly. Near death, countdown 31 seconds. Lin Zhe turned to Shen Nianwei. I have a price. Shen Nianwei bit her lip, staring intently at her grandfather on the bed. What do you want? As long as I can afford it. 1 billion. Lin Zhe calmly uttered these 2 words. The entire room fell silent, even the alarms seemed to pause for a second. Dean Chen's eyes widened, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. 1 billion. Are you crazy? You come here to extort at a time like this? I will report you. Shen Nianwei was also stunned, her chest heaving violently. 1 billion cash, that was an astronomical figure. Throughout Jiang City, there were only a handful of families capable of producing 1 billion cash within an hour. Are you robbing me? Shen Nianwei blurted out. That's a reasonable price. Lin Zhe offered no further explanation. Countdown 18 seconds. Shen Nianwei gripped her shirt tightly, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. Fine. 1 billion. I agree. Shen Nianwei abruptly looked up. You have to save him right now. Lin Zhe shook his head. I said you can't make this deal alone. Shen Nianwei panicked. How can I not make the decision? To buy his life, he must agree himself. Lin Zhe bypassed the stunned Dean Shun and leaned closer to the bedside. System, the target cannot speak right now. Can a voluntary contract be established? Lin Zhe quickly asked in his mind. Target is in a near-death state. Transaction intention can be conveyed through physical contact. As long as the target's subconscious expresses a strong desire to survive and agrees to the transaction, the contract can be established. Lin Zhe reached out and grasped the frail, cold wrist of the old man. He lowered his head, bringing his lips close to the old man's ear. Old man Shen, you are about to die. Shen Yaobang is outside waiting to collect your corpse. He brought a group of people ready to kick your granddaughter out of the board tomorrow. All your hard work over a lifetime will soon be cleaned out by these parasites. Dean Shen nearby was anxious to the point of jumping. What are you doing? At a time like this, you are still provoking the patient. Get him out. Lin Zhe ignored Dean Shen and continued to speak to the old man. I have 10 years of lifespan to offer. 10 billion for your revival and cleanup of the board. If you agree to this deal, just say I agree in your mind or move your finger. The hospital room was eerily silent. Shen Nianwei held her breath. 2 seconds passed, and the old man on the bed showed no response. Lin Zhe stared hard at the countdown. Countdown 5 seconds, countdown 4 seconds, suddenly a long beat. The electrocardiogram curve on the monitor turned into a straight red line. Dean Shen's face turned pale, and he slumped into a chair. It's too late. The heartbeat has stopped. Shen Nianwei's legs went weak, and she collapsed in front of the bed, covering her face and crying out loud. Grandpa! In that instant, a crisp electronic prompt sounded in Lin Zhe's mind. Detected extreme desire to survive from the target. Target's subconscious confirms transaction rules. Voluntary contract established. Lin Zhe's eyes brightened sharply, and he immediately issued an order in his mind. Grant 10 years of lifespan. Deducting items from host's virtual warehouse, 10 years of lifespan, granting to target. A stream of golden light invisible to the naked eye surged into the old man's body through Lin Zhe's tightly clasped wrist. Lin Zhe could clearly see that the glaring red critical condition tag above the old man's head shattered with a flick. In its place was a softly glowing green tag. Healthy aging state. Lifespan countdown 3,650 days. Bang! The locked door of the hospital room was forcibly smashed open from the outside, and Shen Yaobang burst in with several relatives and bodyguards. As soon as he entered, he heard the long beep that represented death and saw Shen Nianwei kneeling on the ground crying. A flash of wild joy crossed Shen Yaobang's eyes, and he immediately put on a look of deep sorrow. Dad! He stumbled to the foot of the bed, wailing loudly. Why did you leave so suddenly? You didn't even leaving such a big mess. What are we to do in the future? Several relatives also began to wipe their tears. This can't happen. The group cannot be without a leader for even a day. Oh, we need an explanation today. Nianwei, this outsider you brought the quack, killed the old man. You must take full responsibility. Shen Yaobang pointed at Lin Zhe, sternly scolding the security guards. What are you waiting for? Find this kid and send him to the police. Then immediately notify the legal department of the group to freeze all. His words were cut short. The straight line on the monitor screen suddenly twitched. Beep. Extremely faint yet crystal clear. Following that. Beep, beep, beep. With the heart monitor's rhythm resuming, the desperate cries of everyone in the ward abruptly ceased. Lying on the bed, the previously ashen face of Old Master Shen visibly regained color, and his sunken chest began to heave rhythmically. Suddenly a withered hand was raised, tearing off the oxygen mask from his face. Who? Old Master Shen exhaled a long breath, abruptly opening his eyes. He turned his head, his gaze fixed intently on Shen Yaobang, who stood at the foot of the bed with a ghostly expression. What are you freezing? The old man's hoarse voice thundered in everyone's ears. The entire ward fell into an extreme silence. Shen Yaobang's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Din Shen rubbed his eyes, cursing under his breath. What the hell? A medical miracle. Shen Nianwei looked up, staring dumbfounded at her grandfather, who had sat up, tears still streaming down her face. Lin Zhe released Old Master Shen's hand, taking 2 steps back to lean against a nearby equipment cabinet. What's wrong? I'm not dead yet, and you're just itching to freeze the group's assets. Old Master Shen spoke with vigor, his voice shaking those around him. Shen Yaobang rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. Dad? Dad? You're not dead. You just... Old Master Shen kicked the bed frame. You worthless scoundrel. You wish I die early, huh? A few distant relatives standing nearby were so frightened they stepped back repeatedly. One timid soul knocked over a nearby stand, creating a loud crash that shattered the suffocating silence. Shen Nianwei rushed to the bedside, gripping her grandfather's arm tightly, tears cascading down her cheeks. Grandpa, what are you crying for? I'm not dead yet. The old man patted his granddaughter's hand, his tone softening considerably. Din Shen stood beside them, utterly bewildered. He looked at the heart monitor, which was now beating vigorously, then glanced at the defibrillator in his hand, feeling as though his lifetime of medical belief had crumbled. Summoning his courage, he stepped forward. Chairman, this is completely against medical logic. Your heart had just stopped, and your organs were in severe failure. I need to arrange a full-body MRI for you immediately, along with blood tests. Old Master Shen turned his head, casting a cold glance at Din Shen. Check my ass. Din Shen was left speechless. The old man ignored the doctors entirely and looked toward the group of bodyguards at the door, who were still in shock. What are you standing there for? Throw Shen Yaobang out. Let him reflect on his mistakes behind closed doors. If he dares to step out of the house without my order, I'll break his legs. 2 bodyguards in black awakened from their stupor, hurriedly approached and dragged the limp Shen Yaobang out. Dad, I was wrong. I was just talking nonsense out of panic. Shen Yaobang's wailing echoed down the corridor, gradually fading away. The remaining relatives turned pale, not daring to make a sound. You all go too. The old man pointed toward the door. The relatives rushed out, scrambling faster than rabbits. The ward was left with a dozen expert doctors. The old man waved his hand irritably. Old Shen, take your people and get out. What happened today? If anyone dares to leak a word outside, I Shun Changshan will make sure their whole family can't stay in Jiangxing. Din Shen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, nodding repeatedly. Understood, I completely understand. Old Master Shen, please rest well. He waved and quickly led the group of white coats out, casually pulling the damaged ward door shut on his way. As the footsteps outside gradually faded, the ward fell completely silent. Only Old Master Shen Nianwei and Lin Zhe, who had been leaning against the equipment cabinet, remained. Shen Nianwei finally came to her senses, turning to look at Lin Zhe. Her perception of him had completely changed. The disdain she had felt earlier was replaced with profound shock and reverence. 10 minutes ago she thought he was a madman. 10 minutes later her grandfather was sitting alive before her, speaking with more strength than he had 2 years ago. Is he human or a god? Old Master Shin tossed aside the covers, placing his feet on the ground, and surprisingly stood up steadily. Shin Yinwei was terrified and hurriedly reached out to support him. Grandpa, you just woke up. Lie back down. It's fine, I feel full of energy right now. The old man pushed his granddaughter's hand away, his gaze crossing the hospital bed to land directly on Lin Zhe. Having navigated the turbulent seas of business for decades, he had seen all kinds of storms, yet the young man before him, barely in his 20s, remained completely inscrutable. Lin Zhe, dressed in a piece of clothing worth less than 100 yuan from a street vendor, exuded an extraordinarily unusual calm in front of Jiangsheng's richest man. That calmness could not be faked, it stemmed from an absolute control over everything around him. The entry for unflappable in the face of danger was operating within Lin Zhe, and his heartbeat remained at a steady frequency. Old Master Shun took a deep breath, slightly bowing his head toward Lin Zhe. Young brother, just now I walked through the gates of hell, and I heard someone whispering in my ear, offering 10 billion to buy 10 years of my life. It was you, wasn't it? Lin Zhe nodded. It was me. Old Master Shin scrutinized Lin Zhe closely. To be honest, I don't believe in ghosts or deities. I believe in science and the cash in my hands. But today's events are inexplicable. He clenched his powerful fist. I know my own body best. 10 minutes ago, I could barely breathe. Now I genuinely feel like I could live for another 8 or 10 years. Old Master Shin pointed at Lin Zhe and then glanced at Shun Yinwei beside him. 10 billion, I'll pay it. The statement was made decisively. With life at stake, what good is keeping so much money? This 10 billion not only bought his life, but also preserved the group he had founded from being squandered by Shin Yaobang and his ilk. It was worth it. Shin Yinwei listened alongside, her heart racing. 10 billion in cash would significantly drain the group's liquidity, but compared to her grandfather's life, it was insignificant. Lin Zhe pulled over a chair and casually sat down. I'll give you my account number. Whenever the money arrives, I'll leave. Old Master Shin turned to his granddaughter. Yinwei, make the transfer. Shin Yinwei took a deep breath, pulling out another backup phone from her bag. The screen was intact as she dialed a number. Hello, Manager Zhang. I am Shin Yinwei. A respectful male voice came from the other end. Miss Shin, what can I do for you? Help me transfer a sum from my personal account. The amount is 10 billion. Do it immediately. Shin Yinwei spoke rapidly. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Miss Shin, 10 billion is a massive fund adjustment and requires special approval, plus it needs to be reported to the regulatory department. I don't care about the process. Shin Yinwei interrupted him. You have 10 minutes. If you can't do it, I'll transfer all the funds the Shun family has with your bank away. This statement carried immense power. Okay, I'll handle it personally. Please provide the other party's account number and name. Shin Yinwei looked at Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe reported a string of numbers along with his name. Shin Yinwei repeated it to the other side. The call ended. For the next 10 minutes, no one spoke in the ward. Shin Changshan sat on the hospital bed, moving his wrist and neck, feeling the long-lost sense of strength in his body. From time to time, he glanced at Lin Zhe. The young man was too calm. A few minutes later, Lin Zhe's phone in his pocket. He took out his phone and turned on the screen. A text message popped up. Industrial and Commercial Bank, your card ending in 7421 has received a transfer of 100 RMB at 1742 on the 18th. 0 yuan. The current balance is 100,0050135. 20 yuan. A long string of zeros almost occupied half the screen. Adding the 50,000 remaining from before the number was incredibly dazzling. A few hours ago, if Lin Zhe had seen 10 billion more in his account, he would have been so excited that his hands and feet would tremble, even suspecting it was a scam message. But now the passive attribute of calm in crisis firmly locked his emotions. His heartbeat did not quicken and his mind was unusually clear. He locked the screen and put the phone back into his pocket. Received it, Lin Zhe said, pulling out a chair and standing up. The transaction is complete. All clear. After speaking, he didn't linger at all and turned to walk out. Young brother, wait a moment, Shin Changshan called out, his voice strong. Lin Zhe stopped and turned to look at him. Shin Changshan lifted the blanket, stepping barefoot onto the floor. Shin Yinwei instinctively wanted to help him, but was stopped by his raised hand. This old man who had dominated the business world for decades walked step by step to Lin Zhe. Mr. Lin, a great favor deserves gratitude. Shin Changshan changed how he addressed him. This 10 billion buys 10 years of life. In any way you look at this deal, I am taking a huge advantage. He turned to look at his granddaughter. Yinwei, prepare a share transfer agreement. Transfer 5% of the group's shares from my name to Mr. Lin's name. Shin Yinwei gasped. The total market value of the Shun Group exceeds 200 billion. 5% of the shares would equate to over 10 billion in real assets. Moreover, there would be extremely generous dividends every year. Her grandfather was truly going all out. Lin Zhe looked at Shun Changshan, his face devoid of excess expression. 10 billion in cash was indeed a lot, but for a colossal business empire, shares were the core. Shen Changshan, giving away 100 billion worth of shares, had a clear purpose in mind. It was simply to bind him completely to the Shun family's war chariot with this 5% stake. Lin Zhe shook his head. No need. Shen Changshan was momentarily stunned. Does Mr. Lin find it insufficient? If you're not satisfied, 8% is also acceptable. Any higher would cause trouble with the board. I need time to handle that. Shen Yinwei, listening from the side, felt her scalp tingle. 8%? Is Grandpa going crazy? It's not about being insufficient, Lin Zhe replied calmly, without any emotional fluctuations caused by the hundreds of billions in shares. I said it before, we are conducting a transaction. I sell 10 years of life, and you pay 10 billion in cash. I set the price, you agreed, and you made the payment. The deal is done. Lin Zhe looked into Shun Changshan's eyes. I will not take shares, not take sides, nor act as a consultant. One hand delivers money, the other delivers goods. The ward fell silent again. Shen Changshan stared at Lin Zhe. He had seen too many greedy people in his life, some who would forsake family ties for a few million, and others who would take risks for tens of millions. But this young man in front of him had directly rejected the temptation of 100 billion. It was not a ploy to lure him in, but he genuinely did not care. This unassuming and powerful demeanor made even Shen Changshan, a seasoned veteran of the business world, feel deeply wary. I was too abrupt. Shen Changshan took a step back, lowering his posture. Since Mr. Lin has his principles, I will not force it. He turned to Shen Yinwei and ordered sternly. Yinwei, from today on, Mr. Lin is our Shen family's most esteemed guest. To see him is to see me. Did you hear? Shen Yinwei immediately nodded. I heard. Lin Zhe couldn't be bothered with such formalities. He opened the ward door and walked out. The corridor was empty. Shun Yaobang and his group had been cleared out by the bodyguards, leaving not even a shadow. Shen Yinwei quickly followed. Mr. Lin'll see you off. The two walked one after the other to the elevator. When the elevator door opened, Lin Zhe stepped inside. Shen Yinwei followed him in and pressed the button for the first floor. She took out a pure black metal card from her bag and handed it to Lin Zhe with both hands. Mr. Lin, this is my personal business card. It has my private number on it. In Jiangxing, if you have any trouble or need anything, feel free to call me. I am at your service. Lin Zhe did not take it. His gaze paused on the card for half a second before returning to the elevator display. I said the business is concluded and all clear. Lin Zhe's voice was steady without any fluctuation. Shen Nianwei's hand froze in midair, unsure whether to retract it or continue holding it up. In the past, countless big bosses in Jiangxing had racked their brains to establish connections just to obtain this black card. Now she was offering it with both hands, yet the other party didn't even touch it. The elevator arrived at the first floor. The door opened and Lin Zhe stepped out directly, with Shun Yinwei quickly following. Mr. Lin, there are no ride-hailing cars on Wudong Mountain. They'll call the driver to take you down. No need. Lin Zhe didn't look back and walked straight towards the gate of the nursing home. Shen Yinwei stood in place, watching the back of the man in a cheap shirt. Until Lin Zhe completely vanished from sight, she turned and went upstairs. Tonight the Shun group was destined to experience a great earthquake, and she had to follow her grandfather's orders to handle Shen Yaobang's mess. Lin Zhe walked out of the nursing home's gate. The 4 retired Special Forces security guards at the entrance stood upright, not daring to breathe. They had seen Miss Shun invite someone in and then respectfully see him out, so they didn't dare to step forward to stop him. Lin Zhe walked down the winding mountain road for a while. He took out his phone and opened that text message from the bank. A long string of zeros, a full 1 billion in cash. For anyone, this monetary disparity could cause their brain to blood rush. But Lin Zhe was unusually clear-headed now. With this money combined with the attribute trading system, all the rules in this world would be rewritten for him. A call display popped up at the top of the phone screen, labeled Landlady Lu. Lin Zhe pressed the answer button. Lin Zhe, when are you transferring the rent? On the other end of the line, Lu Damas' voice was loud enough to shatter eardrums. I told you clearly on WeChat, if you don't pay today, I'm changing the locks tomorrow. Don't play dead with me. Lin Zhe held the phone, moving it slightly away from his ear. I'm not renting anymore. There was a 2-second delay on the other end of the phone, followed by a sharper voice. Not renting anymore. If you don't want to rent, I won't refund a single cent of your deposit. And the utility bills you owe will be deducted from your deposit. If it's not enough, you'll have to pay me back. Don't think you can just walk away. Lu Dama had several old and shabby apartments in Jiangxing, specifically targeting young people from out of town. She had heard that Lin Zhe had been laid off today and had nothing but a clean wallet. He couldn't even afford the rent now. What could he use to confront her? I don't want the deposit, Lin Zhe replied. Lu Dama didn't expect Lin Zhe to be so straightforward. This completely disrupted her routine, and she could only look for a new way to exploit him. Don't try that with me. Your place is a complete mess. The walls are all blackened. And those old things you bought, like the used refrigerator and washing machine, take them all away. Don't take up my space. Finding a moving company would cost at least a few $100s, which Lin Zhe definitely couldn't afford. Lu Dama was determined to use this excuse to peel another layer off Lin Zhe. You can have everything inside. Just go and change the lock tomorrow. Lin Zhe didn't say another word and directly hung up. He also added Lu Damas' number to his blacklist. Those things were worth at most 2,000 yuan. With 100 million in hand, there was no need to look back at her face, and he didn't want to waste a second on this woman. He opened the ride-hailing app and set the destination Jiangxing Junyue Grand Hotel. Wudong Mountain was remote, so Lin Zhe added 100 yuan in red envelopes. In less than a minute, a private car accepted the order. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of Junyue Grand Hotel. This was Jiangxing's top 5-star hotel. The doorman, dressed in a sharp uniform, opened the car door. Lin Zhe got out carrying the old laptop bag he had used for 4 years and walked straight into the lobby. The decor here was exceedingly luxurious, resplendent with gold and glitter, with everyone entering and exiting dressed in suits or adorned with jewels. Lin Zhe in his faded clothes drew quite a few curious gazes. He walked to the front desk. "Please book me a presidential suite." Lin Zhe handed over his ID. The female receptionist paused for a moment, glancing at Lin Zhe's clothes, but quickly regained her professionalism and began typing on the keyboard. "Hello sir, there is currently an available presidential suite. The price per night is 88,000 yuan. How many nights would you like to book?" The receptionist intentionally emphasized the price. This was also part of the hotel's training, used to subtly dissuade those who had come to the wrong place or were joking about the hotel. "Book 1 month first." Lin Zhe spoke without any further ado. The receptionist's fingers froze on the keyboard as she looked up at Lin Zhe, thinking she had misheard. "Sir, for a month the total comes to 264,000 yuan. We require full payment in advance or a corresponding amount for pre-authorization." "Full payment." Lin Zhe took out his phone and pulled up the payment code. The receptionist took a deep breath and picked up the scanning gun. Beep. The sound of a successful payment was particularly crisp in the quiet lobby. The POS machine immediately spat out a long receipt. The receptionist's attitude changed instantly as she walked out from behind the counter, handed over the room card with both hands, and bowed at a 90-degree angle. "Mr. Lin, this is your room card. Your dedicated butler will be with you shortly. For any needs during your stay at the hotel, you can always instruct us." Lin Zhe took the room card and turned to walk toward the elevator. Laughter came from the lobby's lounge area. "The steak here is terrible, let's try another place next time." A man's voice reached him. Lin Zhe stopped and turned to look. Zhao Kai was with Su Shui, just coming out of the exclusive elevator from the revolving restaurant. The watch on Zhao Kai's wrist reflected the light, while Su Shui carried the same entry-level LV bag that Chen Yu couldn't afford, her face glowing with joy, immersed in wealth. As Su Shui looked up, she met Lin Zhe's gaze. Her smile instantly vanished, and her brows furrowed in dismay. "Lin Zhe, why are you still haunting us?" Su Shui walked over in her high heels, blocking Lin Zhe's way. Zhao Kai followed, looking Lin Zhe up and down, and suddenly burst out laughing. "I thought it was someone important. Isn't this the waste who got laid off? What did you track us here?" Zhao Kai intentionally raised his voice, drawing the attention of several guests in the lobby. Su Shui felt extremely embarrassed and deliberately distanced herself from Lin Zhe. "Lin Zhe, was I not clear enough on the phone earlier? We are done. Lin Zhe, you can't even afford a room at a budget hotel, and you come to Junyue Grand Hotel to block me. I feel ashamed for you." Lin Zhe stood still. He looked at the tags above their heads. Su Shui still had those familiar labels. Zhao Kai's tag, which used to read Family Company Dark Mind, now showed changes. The tag was flickering violently, the original bold letters gradually turning an eye-catching red, followed by a line of small text. "Countdown to explosion, 5 minutes. The funding chain of Jiangxing's building materials market has completely collapsed, and the bank is about to freeze all assets of the Zhao family." Lin Zhe shifted his gaze away from the tag and met Zhao Kai's arrogant face. 5 minutes, Lin Zhe said. "What 5 minutes? What nonsense are you babbling about? In 5 minutes, all your bank cards will be frozen." Lin Zhe looked into Zhao Kai's eyes, speaking plainly. "You should go to the front desk now and pay for the bill from your meal. Otherwise, if you can't pay later, the security will throw you out." Zhao Kai doubled over with laughter, pointing at Lin Zhe's nose. "I think you've gone crazy from being laid off. Freeze my cards. Do you even know how big my dad's company is in Jiangxing? Don't talk about 5 minutes. Even if it's 50 years, I could come here every day and feast and never run out of money." Su Shui rolled her eyes, her face showing complete disgust. "Lin Zhe, do you think pretending to be mysterious is interesting? Zhao Kai is a prominent young master in the Jiangxing building materials circle. Besides making empty threats, what else can you do? Hurry and leave, don't make us lose our appetite here." "Mr. Lin, your private elevator is ready." The hotel's lobby manager walked over quickly, respectfully standing at Lin Zhe's side. Zhao Kai glanced at the lobby manager. "Manager, this beggar is harassing guests in your hotel lobby. Why don't you hurry up and throw him out?" The lobby manager's face darkened as he stepped forward to block Lin Zhe. "Sir, please speak respectfully. Mr. Lin is our hotel's most distinguished long-term guest in the presidential suite. If you dare speak disrespectfully to Mr. Lin again, I will have to ask security to escort you out." Upon hearing this, Zhao Kai's smile completely froze on his face, and his eyes nearly bulged out. Su Shui was also left dumbfounded, standing there in shock. Presidential suite. Long-term rental. That's a top suite costing over 80,000 a night. How could Lin Zhe, who couldn't even afford a few thousand yuan in rent, possibly afford it? Manager, you must be mistaken. Su Shue's tone changed. He just got laid off today. He doesn't even have 5,000 yuan in his account. Mr. Lin has just paid the full amount for 1 month's rent, the lobby manager said in a serious tone. I will repeat it again. Please do not disturb our esteemed guest. Zhao Kai's face turned pale, feeling all the guests' eyes drilling into him, burning with embarrassment. Just then his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated violently. It was his exclusive ringtone. It was a call from his dad. Lin Zhe glanced at the hotel lobby clock. The time was just right, 5 minutes exactly. Zhao Kai pressed the answer button, his tone extremely casual. Hey Dad, I'm having dinner at Junhua with some people. Why are you calling me now? A frantic roar came from the other end of the line. The voice was so loud that even Su Shue, standing a few steps away, could hear it clearly. The bank has frozen our company's public account. Several major suppliers are now blocking the entrance of our company. The funding chain is completely severed. Zhao Kai's mind buzzed, the arrogance on his face instantly frozen. Dad, you must be joking, right? Everything was fine yesterday. I'm not joking. Zhao's father sounded desperate and frantic. Quickly check if the cards under your name can still be used. If they can, transfer the money out quickly and find a place to hide for a few days. Do not come home. Before he could finish, there was a series of deafening banging on the door, followed by the call being disconnected, leaving only the busy tone. Zhao Kai remained frozen in place, his phone still raised. Su Shue sensed something was wrong and stepped forward to grab his arm. Darling, what happened? What did Uncle say? Zhao Kai shook off Su Shue's hand and hurriedly opened his mobile banking app. Login. Fingerprint unlock. A red alert box popped up in the center of the screen. The account under your name is in an abnormal state and has been judicially frozen, currently unavailable. Zhao Kai's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. In a panic, he exited the app and opened WeChat and Alipay. All had turned into red exclamation marks. Not a single cent could be withdrawn. Lin Zhe stood not far away, and the family company hidden danger label above Zhao Kai's head had vanished, splitting into in debt and defaulter reserve. The lobby manager noticed the commotion and took a step forward. He glanced at Zhao Kai and then at Lin Zhe, immediately forming a judgment in his mind. Sir, the lobby manager said with a professional smile, but his tone was firm. Since you have finished dining in the restaurant, please come with me to the front desk to settle the bill. The total is 28,000 yuan. Zhao Kai swallowed hard, a thin layer of sweat forming on his forehead. 28,000 used to be just the cost of his afternoon tea. But now he couldn't even pull out 200. I didn't bring the usual card with me today. Zhao Kai forced himself to lie, his eyes darting around, not daring to look at Lin Zhe. It's okay, we support mobile payments. WeChat and Alipay are both fine. The lobby manager remained unyielding. My phone has no internet. Can I settle it later? Zhao Kai raised his voice, trying to cover his nervousness with anger. Several security guards had already surrounded him, hands resting on the walkie-talkies at their waists. Su Shue stood aside, watching Zhao Kai in this embarrassing state. Her heart sank. She had heard the yelling on the phone. The Zhao family was bankrupt and Zhao Kai was out of money. Her expression instantly darkened. Zhao Kai, didn't you say that you could eat lavish meals every day without going broke? Before the lobby manager could speak, Su Shue opened her mouth, first her tone filled with impatience. Zhao Kai suddenly turned his head, glaring at Su Shue. Shut the hell up. If it weren't for you insisting on coming to this revolving restaurant, would I be here embarrassed? Su Shue also got angry. Why are you yelling at me? What are you pretending to be a rich kid for? You can't even take out 28,000. Do you want me to join you in being embarrassed? The two started arguing right in the hotel lobby. Surrounding guests pointed and whispered. Lin Zhe found this farce quite amusing. Just 10 minutes ago, these two had been high and mighty, mocking him for not being able to pay rent. Now one was bankrupt and the other was losing his temper. Mr. Lin, your exclusive butler has arrived. This way, please. The lobby manager turned around, instantly switching to an attitude of utmost respect towards Lin Zhe. A foreign butler in a tailcoat stepped forward, extending a gloved hand in an inviting gesture. Lin Zhe nodded, too lazy to glance at the couple again, and directly walked toward the exclusive elevator to the presidential suite. Seeing Lin Zhe about to leave, a flash of inspiration crossed Su Shue's mind. The presidential suite at Junhua costs over 80,000 a day, which totals over 2 million a month. Lin Zhe must have made a fortune. Lin Zhe. Su Shue in her high heels pushed past Zhao Kai, blocking her, and rushed toward Lin Zhe, reaching out to grab his arm. Lin Zhe, wait for me. Lin Zhe paused, his steps shifting slightly to the side. Su Shue missed and nearly fell to the ground. Don't touch me. Lin Zhe brushed off his sleeves. Su Shue steadied herself, her eyes instantly reddening, forcing out a few tears while putting on an extremely aggrieved expression. Lin Zhe, let me explain. Zhao Kai forced me. He threatened me with his father's company collaboration. That's why I spoke to you like that. Su Shue's voice turned sweet and pitiful. You should know how I've treated you these past 3 years. I have always only had you in my heart. Can you take me upstairs? Let's talk slowly in the room. Lin Zhe looked at the labels hovering above Su Shue's head. Materialistic, fickle, extreme vanity. Now another one appeared, extreme regret. Lin Zhe curled his lips and gave the lobby manager a glance. The manager understood and signaled the security guards. 2 security guards, both nearly 2 meters tall, stepped forward and blocked Su Shue's way. Miss, please do not disturb our esteemed guest. Furthermore, please settle the bill with that gentleman first. If we do not receive payment within 10 minutes, we will have to call the police. Su Shui was dumbfounded. She looked back at Zhao Kai, who was surrounded by security guards, and then at Lin Zhe standing in front of the exclusive elevator. Lin Zhe, you can't treat me like this. You have so much money. Oh, what's wrong with helping me pay 28,000? Su Shui stomped her feet in frustration, completely tearing off her facade. Ding! The exclusive elevator doors opened. Lin Zhe ignored her cries and turned to enter the elevator. The butler followed him in and pressed the floor button. The elevator doors slowly closed. Outside, Su Shue's desperate screams and the shouts of Zhao Kai and security guards were completely cut off. Lin Zhe leaned against the elevator cabin, exhaling a long breath. Being wealthy is truly wonderful. Moreover, he not only had money now, but could also see the real cards of this world. The elevator went straight to the top floor, the 68th floor. The entire top floor had only one suite. 2 large black mahogany doors stood open, and the butler handed over a warm towel. Mr. Lin, this is the highest point in Jiangxing. The suite is equipped with a private pool, billiard room, and media room. Your personal chef is on standby at any time. Lin Zhe walked into the hall. The living room was over 200 square meters with floor-to-ceiling windows capturing the entire night view of Jiangxing. Neon lights flickered, and the traffic flowed like a stream. From this height, the people below were so small, they seemed no bigger than ants. You can leave now. I'll ring the bell if I need anything. Lin Zhe dismissed the butler. The door closed. Lin Zhe walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. He had nearly $1 billion on hand. Keeping it in a bank account just to earn interest was a waste. He must use this money to leverage more valuable labels. Lin Zhe stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of the presidential suite, his stomach protesting with a growl. After a day of hustle, he had spent the afternoon lurking outside the sanatorium, not even sipping a drop of water. He walked over to the smartphone in the living room and pressed the button to call the butler. Mr. Lin, how may I assist you? The butler's voice came through the speaker. Bring me something to eat. Seafood, and make it a generous portion. Of course, Mr. Lin. A Michelin 3-star chef is on standby in the kitchen, and today's recommended main dish is French blue lobster and Australian black gold abalone, which will take about 20 minutes. Half an hour later, the European-style long table in the dining room was filled with dishes. The aroma was tantalizing. Lin Zhe pulled out a chair and sat down immediately, using his hands to crack open a claw of the half-arm-length lobster. The succulent shrimp meat paired with a special sauce provided an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. While eating, he summoned the system panel in his mind. The entry warehouse was now completely empty. The only thing left was the passive entry of calm in crisis that was bound to him. This ability was indeed useful. Had it not been for this passive skill, he would not have been able to maintain his composure when facing Shan and that 10 billion. Making money is merely a process. Acquiring more entries is the fundamental goal. With 10 billion in cash, money was no longer an issue. The difficulty of obtaining rare entries was significantly reduced. As long as he set his sights on someone with good tags, he could simply throw money at them. If 1 million wouldn't do, then 10 million. If 10 million wouldn't do, then 100 million. People do not die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Chen Yu could sell 10 years of his lifespan for 50,000. Given enough money, the vast majority of people would willingly place their talents, skills, or even their lifespan on the trading table. But where to find these people? Hanging around in places. The efficiency would be too low. Besides, he couldn't just wander around the streets every day staring at the words above passers-by's heads. He needed to enter a more upscale circle or engage with a broader group of people. This required a suitable identity package and at least a means of transportation. A car. Ideally, it should be a sports car that would allow him to access high-end clubs and top-tier dining events without hindrance. Once a man becomes wealthy, who wouldn't want to drive a supercar? Previously, Lin Zhe found watching luxury car review videos a waste of bandwidth. Now he was fully qualified to purchase any car he desired. Wiping his hands on a napkin to remove the sauce, Lin Zhe pressed the butler call button again. Which dealership in Jiang City has the most supercars? The one with the most in stock. The butler replied swiftly. Mr. Lin, the Xinhai Supercar Club showroom in the East District is the largest collection point for high-end luxury cars in the city. They not only represent several major supercar brands, but also facilitate the sale of globally scarce models. Arrange for a car to take me there. I will arrange it immediately. A Rolls-Royce Phantom will be waiting for you downstairs. After a satisfying meal, Lin Zhe took the elevator straight to the underground garage. A sleek black Rolls-Royce Phantom was already parked at the elevator entrance. The driver, dressed in a white shirt and white gloves, jogged over to open the rear door. Good evening, Mr. Lin. Lin Zhe sat in the back seat. The interior was spacious and comfortable, with a starlit ceiling glowing softly. The car smoothly exited the Grand Hyatt Hotel heading towards the East District. On the way, Lin Zhe watched the streets retreating outside the window. Just yesterday at this time, he had been squeezed into the subway during rush hour worrying about next month's rent. Today he was sitting in the back of this luxury car worth nearly 10 million preparing to buy his own supercar. The Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the Shanghai Supercar Club showroom. The architectural style here was strikingly modern, with all-glass facades revealing streamlined steel beasts inside. Red, yellow, and silver gray cars emitted an aroma of wealth under the spotlight. Lin Zhe pushed the door open and stepped out with the driver following closely behind, handing him a business card. Mr. Lin, I will be waiting for you at the VIP parking space outside. Call me whenever you are ready to go. Lin Zhe nodded, tucking the business card into his pocket, and strode into the glass revolving door. The interior of the showroom was astonishingly large, almost the size of a football field. As he looked around, he saw only the top-tier brands. Ferrari, Lamborghini, McLaren, Porsche. There weren't many people looking at cars given the high consumption threshold in such places. A few fashionably dressed young men and women were gathered around a bright yellow Lamborghini taking photos. Lin Zhe approached the car. Instantly, several tags floated up from passers-by. Internet celebrity streamer group purchase socialite heavily, dependent on Huawei. They were all a bunch of unnutritious negative tags. Lin Zhe shifted his gaze back to the car in front of him. A silver gray Porsche 911 was parked at the edge of the display, its streamlined body exuding beauty. As Lin Zhe was admiring the car, a saleswoman in a professional outfit approached him, her long legs wrapped in black stockings, straight and slender, with a tight-fitting skirt, accentuating her perfect-shaped curve. The sound of her high heels clicked crisply against the marble floor. Lin Zhe glanced at her. Jolie Senior Sales Performance Anxiety Countdown, 3 days snob. Jolie stopped 2 meters behind Lin, just sizing him up. He wore a checked shirt, faded jeans, and a pair of unbranded sneakers. The total cost of his outfit didn't exceed $200. People who come to such showrooms are either wealthy second-generation internet celebrities or at the very least well-dressed middle-class individuals. Dressed like Lin Zhe, he mostly appeared to be a poor student wandering over from some street to broaden his horizons, or a broke guy wanting to snap a few photos for social media. Sir, Jolie began, her tone dripping with official indifference. This car is a display model. If you're just looking, please stand outside the safety line. The paint is very expensive, and scratching it would be quite troublesome. Lin Zhe halted, turning to look at her. I'm here to look at cars, can I get close? Jolie folded her hands in front of her. Our cars here start at over 3 million. Regular maintenance and polishing require dedicated staff. You can look, but please refrain from touching. Lin Zhe couldn't be bothered to argue with someone like her. People with the snob tag were a dime a dozen in the luxury and supercar circles. Which are the most expensive cars you have in stock? Jolie frowned slightly, becoming more convinced that this person was a total loser. He didn't ask about performance or specifications right away, but went straight for the most expensive ones. Clearly he was just looking to gain some insight to boast to others later. In the center of the showroom, there are 2 prized possessions. Jolie casually pointed in a direction, the Ferrari SF90 and the Lamborghini Aventador. However, that area is a VIP section and you need to verify your funds to get closer for a viewing. How much is the verification? The verification standard requires a current account balance of over 10 million. Jolie tugged at her lips, clearly not believing that Lin Zhe, dressed as he was, could produce 10 million. Lin Zhe did not get angry. There was nothing left that could evoke strong emotional fluctuations in him. He simply took out his phone from his pocket, opened the industrial and commercial bank app, and unlocked it with his fingerprint. A string of exceedingly large numbers jumped onto the screen. Lin Zhe casually turned the phone screen towards Jolie. Count them. Jolie was momentarily stunned and instinctively looked down at the screen. At first she merely glanced at it, thinking it was at most a few tens of thousands. But upon seeing the numbers clearly, she felt as if she had been struck by a paralyzing spell, frozen in place. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 1 billion, 10 billion. 997410135. 20. Nearly 1 billion. And it's the balance of a demand deposit. Jolie's brain instantly crashed. She had received many wealthy second-generation heirs in Jiangxing, but even those rich young masters rarely had more than tens of millions in liquid cash. What does having 1 billion in cash even mean? This must be the heir of some top-tier conglomerate on an incognito visit. Jolie's previous impatience vanished without a trace, replaced by extreme flattery. She quickly adjusted her posture, leaning slightly forward, the allure of her neckline subtly revealed. Hello, sir. I apologize for not recognizing you earlier due to my negligence in duty. Jolie's voice became sweet, practically yearning to be close to Lin Zhe. The SF90 and Aventador are in the VIP exhibition hall. Please follow me. She walked ahead, swaying her hips dramatically, her long legs beneath the body-hugging skirt moving gracefully. Lin Zhe put away his phone and followed her. The VIP exhibition hall was at the back, not very large, housing only 2 cars. On the left was a red Ferrari SF90, and on the right was a matte black Lamborghini Aventador, commonly known as the Bull. Lin Zhe stopped beside the Lamborghini. The car's lines were highly aggressive, resembling a black panther ready to hunt, far more pleasing than the yellow 911 outside. Is this car available now, eh? Lin Zhe asked. Zhou quickly replied yes. This is a globally limited edition with a matte black finish, fully outfitted with a carbon fiber kit, featuring a naturally aspirated V12 engine with a price tag of $11.5 million. All paperwork is complete. As soon as you pay in full, you can drive it away at any time. He'll take it. Lin Zhe pulled out a black bank card and handed it over. Swiped the card. Zhou took the card with both hands trembling. From viewing the car to deciding to buy it, it took less than 5 minutes. Is this the confidence of a billionaire? Not even a test drive, just swiping over $10 million directly. Just the commission on this sale equaled what she would earn in 6 months of hard work. Please wait a moment. I will take care of the paperwork right away. Zhou hurriedly ran in her high heels to the front desk to get the POS machine and contract. In under 10 minutes, all the paperwork was completed. Lin Zhe signed several documents. Mr. Lin, here are your car keys. Zhou presented the key with the bull emblem in both hands, her eyes nearly sparkling with excitement. Lin Zhe took the key and juggled it in his hand, but did not walk towards the Lamborghini. He turned and walked towards the exhibition hall's entrance. Deliver it to the underground garage of the Junhua Hotel. Lin Zhe left that remark. Zhou was taken aback, quickly running in her high heels to catch up. Mr. Lin, aren't you driving it back yourself? Not in the mood today. Exiting the glass revolving door, the pitch-black Rolls-Royce Phantom remained parked in the VIP spot. The driver wearing white gloves saw Lin Zhe come out and immediately jogged over to open the rear car door. Zhou glanced at the Rolls-Royce, her heart racing. Being picked up by a Rolls-Royce, staying at the Junhua Hotel, casually swiping over $10 million to buy a Lamborghini as a toy. This kind of top-tier big shot, even if she could only establish a connection once, could save her several years of effort in this circle. Zhou gritted her teeth and walked directly to the Rolls-Royce door, blocking Lin Zhe, who was about to get in. Mr. Lin. Zhou lowered her voice, her tone extremely alluring. Lin Zhe stopped and looked at her. Zhou tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and looked up at Lin Zhe. Mr. Lin, there are many subsequent trivial procedures to handle the vehicle transfer. I can personally deliver the car to you and provide a detailed transfer report. No matter how late it is, I can do it. She paused, her gaze bold and direct. I am single and I undergo regular full-body checkups at a private hospital every month, very clean, so there won't be any trouble. With a statement like that, even a fool would understand. As long as Lin Zhe nodded, this professionally dressed, curvaceous senior saleswoman would be his plaything for the night. Lin Zhe looked at Zhou. The labels above Zhou's head were changing. The entry performance anxiety countdown 3 days had shattered and disappeared. 2 new entries appeared: extreme climbing and self-recommendation for a pillow. If it were the Lin Zhe who had just been laid off yesterday and was worried about rent, he would have felt awkward and uneasy facing such a straightforward suggestion, even finding this opportunistic woman quite repulsive. But now, with 10 billion in his account and the ability to control others' fates, why should he stick to the rules? Since he was going to reshuffle this world, he might as well start by shattering the previous timid version of himself. With money and looks, and a woman proactively offering herself, it made no sense to push her away. He wanted to indulge himself freely. Lin Zhe took a step to the side and pointed to the open car door. Get in. Zhou's eyes lit up, nearly unable to contain her smile, and without hesitation, she bent down and slipped into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. Lin Zhe followed closely behind and sat down. The car door closed, completely isolating them from the heat outside. The Rolls-Royce smoothly started heading towards the Junhua Hotel. Inside the car, Zhou leaned closer to Lin Zhe, her thigh intentionally or unintentionally brushing against Lin Zhe's trousers. She did not chatter away looking for topics, but sensibly maintained silence, leaving only a faint scent of perfume lingering in the air. Half an hour later, the Rolls-Royce came to a steady stop at the front door of the Junhua Hotel, with the doorman immediately stepping forward to open the car door. Lin Zhe got out, followed closely by Zhou. The lobby of the Junhua was still brightly lit at night, the marble floor reflecting the luxurious crystal chandeliers. As Lin Zhe walked in, the lobby manager immediately approached. Mr. Lin, you are back. Would you like me to prepare a late-night snack for you? The lobby manager's attitude was exceedingly respectful. No need, Lin Zhe replied. By the way, Mr. Lin, the lobby manager lowered his voice. The gentleman, Zhao, with whom you had a conflict in the lobby just now, was unable to pay the €20 for the meal, and we have already reported it to the police. The police took him away half an hour ago. Lin Zhe nodded, as this was entirely within his expectations. The family had gone bankrupt, funds frozen. Zhao Kai would likely face some lessons in jail. Lin Zhe walked towards the exclusive elevator. Just then, a figure suddenly stood up from a sofa in the lobby's resting area. Lin Zhe. Su Shui rushed over in high heels, hurrying towards him. Su Shui did not leave. Watching Zhao Kai being taken away by the police for failing to pay the bill shattered her dreams of entering high society. She immediately realized that the only lifeline she could grasp now was Lin Zhe. A person who can casually book a presidential suite is undoubtedly a true golden thigh. She shamelessly squatted in the lobby for over an hour, finally waiting for Lin Zhe to return. Su Shui ran up to Lin Zhe, just about to reach for his arm, when her gaze suddenly fell on Zhou Li beside him. Zhou Li was wearing a well-tailored high-end uniform from the Shanghai Club with black stockings hugging her legs, exquisite makeup, and a charming demeanor. Even though they were both young women, Su Shui was instantly overshadowed by Zhou Li like a counterfeit encountering a genuine product. Su Shui's face turned pale as she pointed at Zhou Li. Who is she? Su Shui's voice was sharp and piercing, filled with intense questioning. Lin Zhe completely ignored her and walked past Su Shui. Su Shui panicked and blocked his path, her eyes red. Lin Zhe, are you trying to take revenge on me? Did you deliberately bring a woman of the night back to the hotel to anger me? You clearly still have feelings for me. Why do you have to torture both of us like this? I said I was wrong. Have you forgotten the feelings I had for you over those 3 years? Zhou Li stood nearby, and upon hearing the term woman of the night, her expression instantly turned cold. Anyone who sells supercars at Shanghai has seen all sorts of people. Zhou Li let out a cold laugh, stepping forward to block Lin Zhe. This lady, did you not brush your teeth before leaving home? You open your mouth and spew filth. Zhou Li looked down at Su Shui. I am a senior sales representative at the Shanghai Supercar Club. Mr. Lin just bought a Lamborghini Huracan in full cash, and I am here to deliver the vehicle documents to him. What do you think you are coming here to make a scene? Su Shui was stunned by the insult, especially upon hearing the words Lamborghini Huracan, her entire being felt as if struck by lightning. Over 10 million for a sports car paid in full. Just how rich is Lin Zhe? Her mind buzzed, and in a panic she directly knelt before Lin Zhe, clinging to his thigh. Lin Zhe, I beg you, can we get back together? I don't want that bag anymore. I don't want anything. I promise I'll listen to you from now. Many guests in the lobby stopped to watch the spectacle. Seeing this, the security guard immediately rushed over to forcibly pull Su Shui away. Lin Zhe stood in place, looking down at the woman clinging to his thigh, crying with snot and tears, his expression completely indifferent. There was no satisfaction from avenging a great grievance, nor was there anger from betrayal. Now when Lin Zhe looked at Su Shui, it was as if he were looking at a madwoman throwing a fit on the roadside for a few cents. The vast class divide had fundamentally altered Lin Zhe's state of mind. Let go. Lin Zhe uttered 2 words. Su Shui cried, her face drenched in tears, her makeup smeared, shaking her head desperately. No, I was wrong. Lin Zhe, will you forgive me just this once? I treated you so well during those 3 years, you can't just abandon me because you have money. Lin Zhe couldn't be bothered to say another word. He looked up at the lobby manager standing awkwardly to the side. Is the security at Junyue this level? The lobby manager suddenly jolted, breaking into a cold sweat. What are you two doing? Why aren't you quickly getting her out of here? The lobby manager shouted at the 2 security guards. The 2 burly guards immediately moved in, each grabbing Su Shui's arms and forcibly pulling her away from Lin Zhe. Let go of me. Don't touch me. Lin Zhe, help me. I really have nowhere to go. Su Shui hung in midair, struggling and screaming wildly. Zhou Li stood by, dramatically rolling her eyes. Lady, stop wailing. Zhou Li mocked, just take a look in the mirror. With your appearance, you still want to cling to Mr. Lin. How embarrassing. Su Shui trembled with anger, pointing at Zhou Li and cursing. The security guards did not give her a chance to humiliate herself further and directly dragged her toward the hotel revolving door, throwing her out onto the street. Lin just straightened the wrinkles on his pants and stepped into the private elevator. Zhou Li hurriedly followed in her high heels and pressed the button for the top floor. Upon entering, she was stunned by the sight before her. A 200 square meter high-ceilinged living room, a massive crystal chandelier, and floor-to-ceiling windows showcased. Upon entering, she was stunned by the sight before her. A 200 square meter high-ceilinged living room, a massive crystal chandelier, and floor-to-ceiling windows showcasing the dazzling night view of Jiang City, with the air filled with a rich, expensive wooden fragrance. Mr. Lin, the handover documents are in my bag. Zhou Li's voice became soft, even trembling a little. She took off her high heels and stepped barefoot onto the thick, soft wool carpet. Lin Zhe tossed his faded jacket onto the sofa, walked to the bar, and poured himself a glass of ice water. Zhou Li immediately stepped forward, casually taking the glass from Lin Zhe's hand and placing it on the bar. Her body pressed against him, soft and ample. Mr. Lin, it's a long night. Would you like me to give you a detailed report on the performance of this Huracan? Zhou Li spoke in a sultry tone, casting seductive glances, her hands skillfully wrapping around Lin Zhe's neck. With such service offered, how could one possibly push it away? Lin Zhe held her waist with one hand, directly lifting her up and striding toward the master bedroom. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the large bed in the master bedroom. Lin Zhe opened his eyes, the space beside him already empty, the faint scent of perfume lingering in the sheets. On the bedside table lay a car key with a bull logo, a stack of neatly arranged documents, and a note with a red lip print. Mr. Lin, the club needs to hand over the shift early today. I'm leaving now. The Huracan is already parked in your reserved spot in the garage. Just call when you need it. Lin Zhe glanced at it and casually crumpled the note, tossing it into the trash. Just a simple transaction with money exchanged for goods. He pulled back the covers and got out of bed. The butler had already prepared over a dozen sets of the latest high-end casual wear in the closet, all delivered overnight according to his measurements. After washing up, he changed into a well-tailored black casual suit. People rely on their attire. Dressed in this outfit, combined with the calm demeanor brought by remaining composed under pressure, the Lin Zhe in the mirror had completely shed his previous aura of poverty, exuding an air of unapproachable confidence typical of those in high positions. Sitting at the dining table by the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, enjoying the Australian lobster and white truffle breakfast brought by the butler, Lin Zhe's mind began to race. The money in his hands must be spent converted into lifespan skills, talents, or other valuable attributes. This was the foundation of his existence. Yesterday he encountered Shen Changshan at the hospital. Although he earned 10 billion, this method of stumbling into wealth was far too inefficient. He needed to take the initiative. Lin Zhe set down the silver knife and fork in his hands and took a sip of the ice water beside him. The butler of the presidential suite approached, swiftly removing the empty plates from the dining table without making a sound. Only Lin Zhe remained in the living room. Leaning back against the leather chair, he summoned the system panel in his mind. Host Lin Zhe, current cash balance 9.8 billion, available entry stock, none, bound entries, calm and crisis, passive and empty panel. With nearly $1 billion in cash lying in the bank card, it was indeed a sum of money that could drive most people mad. Yet Lin Zhe knew very well that in this system of entry trading, no matter how much money there was, it was merely a string of numbers. The real hard currency was lifespan, health, and the talents that ordinary people could only dream of. The 10 years of lifespan sold to Shen Changshan last night was purchased with 50,000 from that fool Qinyu. Reselling it yielded a profit of up to 20,000 times. But now the stock was running low. There were too many witnesses to the old man's miraculous recovery in the hospital. The medical experts led by Director Chun, along with the relatives brought by Shun Yaobang, plus those bodyguards. With their mouths on others, no matter how much money was offered for silence, such an extraordinary miracle would definitely leak out. In Jiangcheng and the higher circles of the wealthy, there were countless old-timers buried halfway in the earth. They held assets worth hundreds of billions and depended on expensive imported drugs for survival. Once they heard the rumors of Shun Changshan's rejuvenation, they would undoubtedly rush over like sharks smelling blood. This was a huge hidden danger. A slight misstep could bring countless troubles. But it was also a great opportunity. As long as he could turn these influential big shots into his clients, binding them to the trading table with lifespan and health, they would become his most indestructible shield in this world. Anyone wishing him harm would not need Lin Zhe to act. Those old men would take the initiative to eliminate all threats for him. At that moment the doorbell rang. Lin Zhe looked up. The butler walked to the door, glanced through the visual intercom, and quickly returned. Mr. Lin, Miss Shen Yanwei is outside, saying she has something extremely important to discuss with you. Should I let her in? Open the door. The two large redwood doors slid open. Shen Yanwei stepped inside. Today she was not wearing that oppressive business suit, but had changed into a simple beige long dress, her long hair tied back, holding a black velvet folder. Despite the change in attire, the fatigue on her face was unmistakable, with dark circles clearly visible. Last night Shen Group must have undergone a major reshuffle, with Shen Yaobang being ousted, a workload enough to keep the female president awake all night. Mr. Lin, I apologize for disturbing your rest. Shen Yanwei stood in the middle of the living room, clutching the folder, her posture extremely humble. She did not dare to step forward nor sit casually. Everything that happened in the hospital last night had completely overturned her worldview. The young man in casual wear before her had long since transcended the realm of ordinary people. Lin Zhe pointed to the sofa across from him. Sit down and talk. Only then did Shen Yanwei cautiously walk to the sofa, sitting on 1/3 of it, her back straight. Grandpa asked me to send his regards to you. He has completed the discharge procedures this morning and is currently recuperating at the hillside villa. All internal matters of the group have settled down. Uncle Shen Yaobang's shares have all been reclaimed, and he has been kicked out of Jiangcheng. Shen Yanwei spoke quickly, clearly laying out the situation. Lin Zhe nodded, but did not respond. He was not interested in the internal strife of these wealthy families. Observing Lin Zhe's lack of concern, Shen Yanwei immediately got to the point. She placed the velvet folder on the coffee table and pushed it towards Lin Zhe with both hands. Mr. Lin, this is what Grandpa asked me to bring to you. The folder was unsealed. Shen Yanwei actively untied the string and took out two items from within. One was a pure black magnetic strip card, and the other was a gold embossed invitation card. This card is an anonymous black card issued by Shen Group globally. It is not linked to any personal account, but directly connects to Shen Group's reserve funds. There is no limit on the amount. You can use it to charge expenses at any high-end venue in Jiangcheng, with all costs settled monthly by Shen Group. Shen Yanwei explained in great detail, fearing Lin Zhe would reject it, as he did yesterday. Lin Zhe looked at the black card. This was much smarter than the 100 billion shares offered yesterday. By not offering shares, it avoided Lin Zhe's aversion to the so-called choosing sides and binding. Giving an anonymous unlimited credit card not only offered significant status, but also subtly established a long-term friendship. Old Shin Changshan was indeed clever. Lin Zhe did not decline, casually picked up the black card and tossed it into his pocket. Seeing Lin Zhe accept the card, Shin Nianwei visibly relaxed her tense shoulders, slightly slumping. Shin Nianwei picked up the gold-embossed invitation card and opened it. This is an invitation to a private charity dinner held tomorrow night at Tianyah. The organizer is the old president of Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce, Qin Jinhua. Lin Zhe glanced at the name on the invitation. Qin Jinhua, a legendary figure from Jiangxing's old generation who started in real estate and had assets rivaling the Shin family. Old Qin is hosting a dinner and sending me an invitation. Lin Zhe leaned back on the sofa, tapping his fingers on the armrest. This is also why I had to come find you today. Last night's events in the hospital leaked out. She raised her head, closely watching Lin Zhe's expression. Old Qin is very close with Grandpa. Somehow the Qin family got wind of the news, and last night Qin Jinhua's 3 sons drove directly to the hillside villa. Qin Jinhua has late-stage lung cancer, and the doctor has issued a final notice he won't last past this week. They do not know your identity and are seeking Grandpa's help. Grandpa could not refuse and had to accept this anonymous invitation. Shin Nianwei paused, adding, whether you go or not is entirely up to you, Mr. Lin. Grandpa instructed not to force you. Lin Zhe's fingers stopped tapping. Everything was as expected. These half-dead wealthy folks were indeed well-informed. This kind of gathering was all about the people at the top of Jiangcheng's pyramid. By attending, he could inspect the goods on the spot, choose the fattest sheep, and complete the original accumulation of assets. All right, I will go tomorrow night. Lin Zhe picked up the invitation and placed it beside him. Shin Nianwei stood up and deeply bowed. Then I won't disturb you any longer, Mr. Lin. The dinner is at 8 tomorrow night. If you need a companion or a guide, feel free to call me. With that, she turned and left. As the door closed, Lin Zhe stood up and took a black coat from the hanger. The setup was complete, but without goods in hand, going would be pointless. Qin Jinhua wanted a life, and he couldn't even spare a day's lifespan. He had to go procure some. Descending the stairs, Lin Zhe arrived at the underground parking lot of the Junhua Hotel. In the most spacious, exclusive parking space of Area A, a matte black Lamborghini Aventador stood silently. With its streamlined body and aggressively designed front, the full carbon fiber kit gleamed with an air of sophistication under the cold white lights of the parking garage. Lin Zhe took out the car key and pressed the unlock button. Beep. The headlights of the Bull instantly lit up, resembling a wild beast awakening. The scissor doors popped open. Lin Zhe sat in the driver's seat and pressed the start button. V-Room. The V12 naturally aspirated engine roared to life, shaking the entire underground parking lot. Gripping the steering wheel, Lin Zhe shifted gears and pressed the accelerator. The matte black steel beast burst out of the parking lot, merging into the bustling traffic of Jiang City. Where to buy life? The lives of the rich are precious, while the lives of the poor are worth nothing. To buy a large amount of lifespan at a low price, one must go to places where money is valued more than life. Lin Zhe opened the navigation and entered the destination. South of the city slum area, Changlu Street. The largest urban village in Jiang City. Here, it was a mix of dragons and snakes filled with black internet cafes, game rooms, underground casinos, and loan shark collection points. Desperate gamblers and heavily indebted unemployed individuals all struggled to survive here. 40 minutes later, the Lamborghini stopped in front of a dilapidated 6-story self-built house. The streets here were narrow, lined with roadside stalls pushing small carts. A supercar worth over 10 million parked here instantly caused a stir throughout the entire street. Those eating fried noodles by the roadside and smokers at the internet cafe, in trance, all paused their actions, staring at the car. Lin Zhe pushed open the scissor door and stepped out. Ignoring the pointing and whispering of those around him, he locked the car door and walked straight toward the first floor of the self-built house. A flashing neon sign hung above the entrance, Starry Sky Internet Cafe. Pushing open the greasy glass door, a blast of heat mixed with low-quality tobacco, instant noodle broth, and the smell of sweat hit him. Inside the internet cafe, the lighting was dim and hundreds of computers were filled with people, the sounds of mechanical keyboards and shouting forming a cacophony. Lin Zhe stood in the aisle, activating his system vision, and was instantly flooded with a dense array of tags. 3 days of all-night gaming, severe kidney deficiency, rent, overdue, electronics factory, ran away with the bucket. All were a pile of garbage labels. Lin Zhe did not linger, walking down the aisle towards the innermost corner of the internet cafe. That was the most chaotic area of the entire cafe, usually gathering some gamblers who were too scared to go out due to loan shark threats. As he walked, he observed. The lifespan tag was a hidden attribute, and the subconscious transaction threshold would only drop to its lowest when the target was in dire financial straits or facing a significant change. After passing 3 rows of computers, Lin Zhe's footsteps came to a halt. In a corner of the second-to-last row sat a young man with greasy hair and bloodshot eyes. The computer screen displayed the spinning wheel of an underground gambling website, account balance 000. The young man suddenly slammed his fist on the keyboard, cursing loudly. Lin Zhe focused on the tag above his head. Sun Chong, 26 years old. Tags of information popped up one after another. Gambler online loans fully exploded, owes $2 million to loan sharks desperate, selling blood to pay debts, no hope of turning around. And at the top of these tags, a label emitting a faint blue light was flashing violently. That was the tradable lifespan tag. Lifespan countdown, 17520 days, approximately 48 years. Lin Zhe pulled out the empty esports chair next to Sun Chong and sat down. Sun Chong irritably turned his head and glared at Lin Zhe. Get lost. Didn't you see I'm busy? Sun Chong's mind was filled with images of loan sharks threatening to cut off his hands, completely disregarding who was sitting next to him. Lin Zhe did not get angry. You owe $2 million. Lin Zhe spoke, directly pinpointing the number. Sun Chong froze, his muscles tensed up, instinctively shrinking back, pressing his back tightly against the chair. Are you? Sent by Brother Lei. I swear I'll pay it back next week. Sun Chong's voice trembled, clearly traumatized by previous debt collectors. Lin Zhe tossed a black card into the gap between the keyboard and the screen. I'm not a debt collector. Lin Zhe leaned back in the esports chair, looking at Sun Chong's bloodshot eyes. I'm here to give you money. Sun Chong stared at the high-quality black card, his throat moved violently. Money? What do you mean? 50,000. Lin Zhe's voice was extremely steady, throwing out a highly tempting number. 50,000, not enough to pay off the $2 million in high-interest loans, but enough for a desperate gambler to have the capital to flee, or even to return to the poker table to try his luck. For Sun Chong at this moment, this 50,000 was the only hope of survival. Sun Chong's breathing became heavy, and he suddenly leaned forward. What do you want me to do? Kill someone or set a fire? As long as you pay, I'll do it right away. It's not that complicated. Lin Zhe tapped his finger on the table. This 50,000 buys you a year of life. Sun Chong was stunned for half a second, then his features twisted together. Are you out of your mind? Coming here to play God with me? He slammed his palm onto the keyboard, sending ash flying. Get lost. I don't have time to play this stupid game with you. Lin Zhe did not respond, pulling out his phone and lighting up the screen. Card number. Sun Chong glanced at the phone in Lin Zhe's hand, and the instinct of a gambler made him involuntarily recite a string of numbers. Who cares if he's crazy? What if a fool really sends money? Lin Zhe's fingers flew over the screen rapidly. 3 seconds later, Sun Chong's old Android phone on the table vibrated. The screen lit up and a bank text message popped up. Your savings card ending in 0932 has received a deposit of 5000. Sun Chong grabbed his phone, looking back and forth at the message several times, his hands shaking like he was sifting flour. He suddenly turned to glare at Lin Zhe, his eyes bloodshot. What did you just say? Buying life. Sun Chong swallowed. Is this money considered buying life? Is a verbal agreement valid? Yes. Lin Zhe nodded. Detected strong transaction intent from the target. Voluntary contract established. Lin Zhe issued an order in his mind, extracting 1 year of lifespan from the target. A faint green light floated out from above Sun Chong's head, drilling into Lin Zhe's body. Sun Chong felt a shiver down his spine, as if he had been soaked in ice water, but quickly returned to normal. He touched his face, noticing no change. Is that it? Sun Chong scoffed, raising his hand with the phone. Boss, I've seen some posts online that say buying life is very complicated. You just say a couple of words, and it works. If it doesn't work later, I want refund the money. Lin Zhe smiled, said nothing, and turned to leave. Watching Lin Zhe's back, Sun Chong muttered a sentence, then turned and shouted for the internet cafe manager to add money, excitedly opening the gambling website, his eyes red and ready to gamble. The streets were bustling with voices as Lin Zhe settled into the driver's seat of the Lamborghini. With a swift press of the accelerator, the matte black machine surged out of the dilapidated urban village, merging into the flow of traffic on the main road. Lin Zhe brought up the system panel. Available entry inventory lifespan, 365 days. This was the real hard currency. With this additional year of life, he would be able to fully pry open the doors to the elite circle of the richest in Jiang City tomorrow night at Tianyah. Half an hour later, the car stopped in the exclusive underground garage of the Junhua Hotel. As Lin Zhe approached the elevator, the lobby manager was already waiting there. The manager bent down, holding a tray with several urgent reports from that day and an unsigned letter. Mr. Lin, you have returned, the lobby manager said respectfully. Is there something? Lin Zhe casually inquired. The manager immediately lowered his voice and leaned in closer. In the few hours you've been out, the hotel front desk and security department have received several inquiries about you. A few cars with special plates have been circling outside the hotel. Moreover, someone offered 200,000 at the front desk to buy your check-in information. Our security department turned them all away. Lin Zhe nodded and stepped into the elevator. It seemed that the news about old Master Shun's miraculous recovery had spread throughout the upper echelons of Jiang City. Those wealthy individuals buried halfway in the ground were frantically searching for him. In such a situation, running around aimlessly would only devalue oneself. He had to keep his cards close to his chest. The less he appeared, the more anxious those outside would become, feeling that he was unfathomable. To remain unchanged amidst change. Returning to the top-floor presidential suite, Lin Zhe directly ordered the butler, "From now on, no matter who comes, do not let them in." The butler immediately nodded and stepped back. For the entire day that followed, Lin Zhe did not even leave his room. He changed into a comfortable bathrobe, enjoyed a French meal prepared by a Michelin star chef, swam a few laps in the indoor heated pool, and spent the remaining time overlooking Jiang City from the floor-to-ceiling windows. With sufficient money, his lifestyle was completely reshaped. No longer did he have to squeeze into the crowded subway during rush hour, nor did he have to face the greasy expressions of supervisors. This was true relaxation. With wealth and leisure, he controlled everything. The next day at 6 in the afternoon, there were still 2 hours until the charity gala at Tianyahage. His phone on the coffee table vibrated violently, displaying the name Shen Nianwei. Lin Zhe pressed the answer button. "Mr. Lin, are you ready to head out?" Shen Nianwei's voice carried a sense of urgency. "Why?" Lin Zhe leaned back on the sofa. "The Qin family can barely wait any longer." Qin Jinhua's third son Qin Hai arrived at Junyue at 3 in the afternoon with dozens of cars, insisting on personally picking you up. "They don't dare to disturb you and have been waiting in the lobby," Shen Nianwei explained. "Let them wait," Lin Zhe replied curtly and hung up the phone. Rising from the sofa, Lin Zhe walked into the cloakroom, changed into a suit without a tie, leaving the collars slightly unbuttoned, giving off a competent yet casual appearance. Descending the stairs, the lounge area on the first floor was already empty. Qin Hai sat on the leather sofa in the middle, his cheeks twitching with anger, his face ashen. Surrounding him were a dozen bodyguards in black suits tightly encircling the area. Qin Hai was the third son of the Qin family, usually rampaging through Jiang City, disregarding everyone. Yet today he was forced by his father and 2 older brothers to wait in a hotel lobby for a young upstart, enduring for over 3 hours. A bald bodyguard bent down. "Third young master, this Lin fellow is too arrogant. Should I take a few brothers up to—" Qin Hai retaliated with a fierce slap across the bald bodyguard's face. "Have you lost your mind? Old Master Shin made it clear yesterday that anyone who dares to lay a finger on Lin Zhe in Jiang City will be at war with the entire Shin group." Qin Hai suppressed his anger, gritting his teeth. "The old man is currently dependent on a breathing machine for life. If we can't get this person today, my older brothers will break my legs on the spot." Just as his words fell, the exclusive elevator doors slid open. Lin Zhe stepped out, and the lobby manager immediately jogged over to greet him. Qin Hai, holding back his inner frustration, forced a stiff smile and quickly approached Lin Zhe. "Mr. I am Qin Hai. My father Qin Jinhua is hosting a banquet tonight at Tianyahage and specifically asked me to bring the convoy to pick you up." Lin Zhe paused, scanning Qin Hai. A few tags immediately popped up. Qin Hai, Jiang City bully, hot-tempered carrier of lung cancer genetic traits, all worthless labels. Lin Zhe withdrew his gaze, his tone indifferent. "I have my own car." After saying this, he directly bypassed Qin Hai and strode toward the main entrance of the hotel. Qin Hai was left standing there, his fists cracking with tension. When had he ever endured such indignity in Jiang City? But thinking of the old man who breathed more in than out, he reluctantly swallowed his anger. "What are you still dawdling for? Go out and follow," Qin Hai shouted at the bodyguards. At the main entrance of the hotel, the doorman had already brought the Lamborghini around. Lin Zhe got into the car, pressed the accelerator, and the beast roared, charging onto the roadway. Qin Hai slipped into the back of a Maybach, shouting into the intercom. "Stay close. If anything happens, you all will feed the fish in the river." Tianyahage. This was a top-tier private club situated in the center of Jiang City's artificial lake, typically not open to the public, accessible only to card-carrying members. Tonight, the entire club was booked by the Qin family. The Lamborghini parked in the exclusive spot at the entrance of the club. Lin Zhe pushed open the car door and stepped out. Luxury cars were gathered outside the club, and a red carpet stretched all the way to the lakeside promenade. Everyone present tonight was a significant figure in the Jiang City business world, capable of shaking the ground with their footsteps. Lin Zhe did not rush inside, standing by the car. He was waiting for Shen Nianwei. In such occasions, having an acquaintance to guide him could save a lot of unnecessary trouble. After standing for 2 minutes, a Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped not far away. The door opened, and Shen Nianwei stepped out in a black backless evening gown, her fair skin shining under the lights. She held a silver clutch, quickly walking to Lin Zhe's side. "Mr. Lin, sorry to keep you waiting," Shen Nianwei said in a lowered voice. "Let's go," Lin Zhe said. The two walked side by side toward the main entrance of the club. For security personnel, each over 6 feet tall, stood at the entrance holding scanners and verifying the invitations of the entrance. Shen Nianwei walked ahead, taking out the golden embossed invitation from her clutch and handing it over. The security personnel accepted it with both hands, scanned it, and immediately bent down to allow them entry. As Lin Zhe stepped forward to enter, a figure suddenly interjected beside him. "Ms. Shen, what a coincidence." A young man in a custom white suit stood in front, holding a folding fan, looking exceptionally ostentatious. Shen Nianwei halted, recognizing the newcomer, and her brows furrowed slightly. "Young Master Zhou," she greeted with a faint tone before quickly relaying some information to Lin Zhe. "The heir of Jiang City Maritime Group, Zhou Chun." Zhou Qin's gaze swept over Shen Nianwai's evening gown, finally landing on Lin Zhe behind her. Lin Zhe was not in formal wear, but rather in a well-tailored black casual suit with no tie worn. In a gathering dominated by tuxedos and haute couture, he stood out conspicuously. Mr. Shen, today is Old Master Qin's occasion, filled with esteemed elders from our Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce. Zhou Qin pointed at Lin Zhe with a fan, chuckling lightly. Bringing an unknown young man in here doesn't quite fit the rules, does it? Several wealthy individuals in line nearby turned to look upon hearing the commotion. Everyone recognized Shen Nianwei, the Ice Queen CEO of Jiangxing, who never brought a male companion to any event. Today she unexpectedly brought along a young man and dressed so casually. Many whispered among themselves, speculating whether the young man was a new driver hired by the Shen family or a distant relative who had never seen the world. Shen Nianwei's expression changed dramatically as she turned to gauge Lin Zhe's reaction. Lin Zhe showed no expression at all. Shen Nianwei's heart sank as she stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Zhou Qin. Zhou Qin, mind your words. Mr. Lin is our Shen family's most esteemed guest. If you dare to utter another word, I will ensure that your shipping group's stocks plummet by tomorrow. Zhou Qin was taken aback. Although Shen Nianwei had always been cold, she had at least maintained a semblance of decorum. Today, however, she boldly threatened him over a young man in casual attire. Shen Nianwei, are you really standing up for a pretty boy? Zhou Qin's voice rose an octave, unable to maintain his composure. Suddenly, the heavy red wooden doors of the club swung open from the inside, and hurried, chaotic footsteps echoed from the hall. All eyes in the venue were instantly drawn over. A dozen elite bodyguards in matching black suits wearing earpieces rushed out the door, forming a pathway on the red carpet. Immediately after, a middle-aged man in a tang suit hurried out. He was sweating profusely, walking so quickly that he stumbled slightly. Following him was Qin Hai, who had previously suffered embarrassment in the hotel lobby. At this moment, Qin Hai had completely lost his arrogance, keeping his head down as he trailed behind. Seeing the man in the tang suit, the elites of Jiangxing in line gasped in shock. It's Qin Tianming, the young master of the Qin family. Why is Mr. Qin personally here? Has a major figure from the capital arrived? Quickly make way, don't block Mr. Qin's path. Upon seeing Qin Tianming emerge, Zhou Qin's eyes lit up as he immediately dismissed Shen Nianwei from his mind and strode forward. The Zhou and Qin families had some business friction, and his father had instructed him to find a way to speak with Qin Tianming tonight. Uncle Qin. Zhou Chun beamed, standing in the middle of the red carpet. I'm Zhou Qin, my dad is here today and wants to talk with you. Get out of the way. Qin Tianming didn't even glance at Zhou Chun as he shouted loudly. Two bodyguards immediately stepped forward, grabbing Zhou Qin's arms and forcefully pushing him aside. Zhou Chun lost his footing and fell onto the edge of the flower bed beside the red carpet, his white suit now covered in dirt, looking utterly disheveled. Qin Tianming quickly descended the steps, striding directly to Lin Zhe. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone's hearts raced, fixated on the scene. Qin Tianming stopped half a step away from Lin Zhe. In the next moment, the current head of the Qin family's trillion-dollar business empire bowed deeply with his legs together and upper body bent at a standard 90-degree angle before all the top elites of Jiangxing. Mr. Lin, Qin Tianming's voice trembled with excitement. The Qin family has not treated you properly, and we apologize for the shock you've experienced. The venue was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Zhou Chun, who had fallen by the flower bed, was completely dumbfounded, forgetting to brush off the dirt on his clothes. The wealthy individuals who had been whispering and speculating about Lin Zhe's identity earlier now turned pale in fear. Who was Qin Tianming? The uncrowned king of both the underworld and the surface in Jiangxing. Now he was actually bowing to a young man in casual attire, displaying an extreme humility. Who on earth was this young man? Could he be the super prince from the north? Qin Hai stepped out from behind Qin Tianming, also bowing. Lin Zhe stood still, accepting the grand gesture from Qin Tianming without moving an inch. Mr. Qin, you are too kind, Lin Zhe replied flatly. Qin Tianming straightened up, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. He turned his head and coldly scanned Zhou Chun, who had just gotten up, before looking at the few security guards at the entrance. Who made Mr. Lin unhappy just now? Qin Tianming's tone was frighteningly heavy. The four security guards at the entrance felt their legs go weak, almost kneeling on the spot. Zhou Chun shivered all over and quickly hid behind the crowd. Uncle Qin, it's a misunderstanding, all just a misunderstanding. Zhou Chun's voice had lost its composure. You're Zhou Chun from the shipping group, right? Qin Tianming fixed his gaze on him. From tomorrow, all ports under the Qin family will reject any cargo ships from the Zhou family. Furthermore, your membership will be revoked, and you will be thrown out. A few bodyguards immediately rushed forward, disregarding Zhou Chun's cries, and dragged him out of the club. After handling this, Qin Tianming turned back and made an extremely respectful gesture to invite Lin Zhe. Mr. Lin, my father is waiting for you in the top-level VIP room, please this way. Lin Zhe stepped onto the red carpet. Qin Tianming followed half a step behind, bending slightly to lead the way. Shen Yinwei quietly trailed behind her shock, rising wave after wave. She had initially thought that her grandfather giving Lin Zhe an unrestricted black card was already quite extraordinary. After seeing Qin Timing's behavior today, she finally understood that in the eyes of these aging foxes nearing their end, Lin Zhe was nothing less than a true deity capable of determining their fates. Lin Zhe walked through the doors of the club. The interior hall was extravagantly luxurious with socialites from various circles in Jiangxing, holding champagne and mingling under crystal chandeliers. Upon seeing Qin Tianming personally leading a young man inside, the conversations in the hall quieted down instantly. Countless curious probing and reverent gazes fell upon Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe ignored the attention and walked straight toward the exclusive elevator leading to the top floor. His gaze quickly scanned over the heads of the crowd. The hall was filled with various labels continuously jumping. Speculators, socialite, bankruptcy, imminent, congenital heart disease. These were all rather useless ordinary tags. The exclusive elevator doors opened. Qin Tianming held the elevator door open, waiting for Lin Zhe and Shen Yinwei to enter before stepping in himself. The elevator ascended directly to the top floor. Ding! The elevator doors opened, revealing no boisterous symphonies, only a few armed bodyguards stationed on either side of the corridor. The entire top floor has been transformed into a top-tier intensive care unit. Qin Tianming approached the private room door and personally pushed it open. The space inside the room was astonishingly large. On the left side was a resting area, while the right was filled with various precision and expensive medical instruments. On the bed lay a frail old man. The old man wore a heavy breathing mask, and the nearby ECG machine emitted an extremely faint beep-beep sound with a frequency so slow it was alarming. Lin Zhe stood at the foot of the bed, his gaze locked directly onto the old man's head. Qin Zhenhua, real estate tycoon. The decline of a hero. Visionary. Latest stage lung cancer, complete organ failure. The last entry shone with a blinding red light, entering a countdown. Remaining lifespan 2 hours and 14 minutes. Qin Tianming walked to the bedside, gripping the edge of the bed tightly, his eyes reddening. Mr. Lin. Qin Tianming turned to look at Lin Zhe, his voice choked with emotion. The doctor says the old man won't last through tonight. We the Qin family are aware of what happened to Elder Shen. I know this defies reason, but as long as you can save my father, the Qin family is willing to pay any price. Lin Zhe pulled out a chair beside him and sat down. I can give you what you want, but what can you give me in return? Qin Tianming straightened his back. Mr. Lin, please speak up. Money, shares, land, whatever the Qin family has, we will offer it all. Lin Zhe tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair. I can extend life for a year. Lin Zhe stated plainly, in this year, how much are you willing to pay? Qin Timing's breath hitched. A year. The doctor has already issued a death notice. Not to mention a year, even if Elder Qin lived for just another month, it would be invaluable to the Qin family. As long as the old man is alive, the competitors of the Qin family will not dare to act rashly. 1 billion. Qin Hai shouted impatiently from the side. Mr. Lin, we will also offer 1 billion cash. Lin Zhe didn't even glance at Qin Hai. Yesterday Shen Changshan sold 10 years of life for 1 billion. But that was the first trade akin to paying a hefty price for bones. Qin Jinhua wants to buy life at the same price today. Oh, it's absolutely impossible. Rarity adds value. In the entire Jiang city, and even the world, only Lin Zhe has life to sell. This is called absolute monopoly. Qin Tianming immediately shot a glare at Qin Hai and turned to look at Lin Zhe. He took a deep breath and announced a staggering figure. Mr. Lin, the Qin family will offer 3 billion in cash. Lin Zhe leaned back against the chair. This price was within his psychological expectations. With 3 billion cash in hand, he would have the confidence to sweep up the items he needed next. Deal. Lin Zhe stood up. Qin Tianming did not hesitate for even a second, turning around to shout at the bodyguards waiting outside the door. Bring me the laptop from my car. Have Director Zhang of the finance department wait for me online. Now. Immediately. The bodyguard outside was startled by his shout and sprinted towards the elevator. In less than 2 minutes, a black encrypted laptop was delivered to the intensive care unit. Qin Tianming placed the laptop on the coffee table and quickly typed on the keyboard, logging into the highest authority fund account of the Qin family group. 3 billion is not a small amount. Even for a business empire like the Qin family, which is worth hundreds of billions, moving such a large sum of cash at midnight requires bypassing regular bank audits and using the group's reserve fund pool. Qin Tianming was sweating profusely, his shirt completely soaked through. He swiftly entered a long string of complex dynamic passwords and authorization instructions. Mr. Lin, your card number. Qin Tianming raised his head. Lin Zhe took out his phone and provided his industrial and commercial bank card number. He clicked the mouse to confirm. The entire private room was so quiet that only the monotonous ticking sound of the nearby instruments could be heard. Qin Hai stood beside him, not daring to breathe, staring intently at the laptop screen on the coffee table. 30 seconds later, Lin Zhe's phone screen lit up and then vibrated. A very brief bank deposit notification popped up. Your savings card ending in 0932 has been credited with 3000 RMB. Current available balance 39974101135. 20. Mr. Lin, the money has been transferred. Qin Tianming straightened his body, his hands pressed against his trousers, his attitude more respectful than that of a primary school student. Lin Zhe glanced at the numbers on the screen and tucked his phone back into his pocket. Transaction completed. He summoned the system panel in his mind, his gaze landing on the entry stock, remaining lifespan, 365 days. Transaction conditions met. Would you like to assign this entry to the target Qin Jinhua? Lin Zhe silently confirmed in his heart. A ball of invisible green light, undetectable to ordinary people, detached from Lin Zhe's fingertips, floated toward the bed and entered Qin Jinhua's brow. Entry transfer complete. Qin Tianming and Qin Hai could not see this green light. They could only see Lin Zhe sitting in the chair, without even raising a hand. Suddenly, the medical monitor beside the bed emitted a series of extremely piercing beeps. The ECG, which had originally displayed smooth waves and was about to flatten into a straight line, suddenly underwent a drastic change. Beep, beep, beep. The frequency of the sound grew faster and more forceful. On the machine's screen, the heart rate surged from a weak 30-something to 70, finally stabilizing at 80. The blood oxygen saturation level shot up from the dangerous red line zone to 98%. Qin Hai took a startled step back. Big brother, the machine is broken. Qin Hai pointed at the monitor. Qin Tianming ignored the machine and directly threw himself beside the bed, gripping the metal railing tightly. On the bed, Qin Jinhua, who had been extremely thin and struggling to breathe, began to exhibit deep and rhythmic rises and falls in his chest. The grayish-black pallor of a dying man on his face was visibly fading, replaced by the color of life. Around his sunken cheeks, the terrifying spots caused by organ failure were also rapidly diminishing. In the next moment, Qin Jinhua's fingers twitched. Then he opened his eyes. The old man's eyes showed no trace of the murkiness of death, but instead radiated a striking brilliance. Qin Jinhua tore off the heavy breathing mask from his face and disdainfully tossed it aside. He pressed his hands on the mattress and sat up with apparent ease, not needing to use any support. Dad! Qin Tianming's legs went weak and he knelt beside the bed with a thud. Qin Hai, seeing that the old man not only opened his eyes but also sat up on his own, was utterly stunned, trembling and kneeling beside Qin Tianming. Qin Jinhua did not look at his two sons. He raised his hands, examining his palms, and then clenched his fists with force. Strength had returned. The despair of having his internal organs rotting away, where even breathing felt like a knife cutting, had completely vanished. Qin Jinhua turned his head, his gaze fixed directly on Lin Zhe, who was sitting in the chair. It is you who gave me life. Qin Jinhua tossed aside the blanket, stepping barefoot onto the precious carpet. Having navigated through the business world for decades, rising from nothing to his current position, he had faced countless storms. Qin Jinhua approached Lin Zhe, kneeling directly before him, preparing to bow his head in respect. Lin Zhe raised his hand, pressing a finger against Qin Jinhua's shoulder. Though it was merely a light gesture, Qin Jinhua felt as if a heavy burden lay upon his shoulder, making it impossible for him to kneel. There is no need for such grand courtesy. Lin Zhe spoke in a flat tone. A fair transaction. You provide the funds, I deliver the goods. This 3 billion buys you a year, neither more nor less. Qin Jinhua steadied himself, feeling cold sweat soaking his back. Mr. Lin is right, a fair transaction. Qin Jinhua's mind raced. But the Qin family has received such great favors from you in Jiang City. With just a word from you, the Qin family will do everything possible to fulfill your requests. Old foxes are indeed old foxes. With just a few words, he aims to bind the Qin family to Lin Zhe completely. To serve such a celestial figure is not shameful. It is a blessing that can only be earned through ancestral merit. Most importantly, while a year sounds like a lot, having tasted the experience of dying and coming back to life, how could Qin Jinhua be satisfied with just 1 year? 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. Even more. Lin Zhe leaned back against the chair. You do not need to pledge your loyalty. Lin Zhe tapped the armrest with his finger. I do not accept vassals. After 1 year, when your lifespan is up, if you can present me with something of interest, I will consider making another deal with you. Qin Jinhua's heart raced wildly. He guessed correctly. Extending life was not a one-time transaction. As long as this Mr. Lin was willing, he could continue living indefinitely. Tianming. Qin Jinhua suddenly turned around and shouted at his eldest son, who was kneeling on the ground. Starting tomorrow, account for all of the Qin family's premium assets, land, and shares of unlisted unicorn companies. Compile the most detailed list and send it to Mr. Lin's hotel. Remember, whatever Mr. Lin desires, we must deliver. Yes, that I will take care of it first thing tomorrow. Qin Tianming nodded vigorously. Lin Zhe's finger paused on the armrest as he slowly stood up. Qin Jinhua cautiously took a step forward. Mr. Lin, tonight at Tianyahage, my 3 incompetent sons invited all the prominent figures in Jiang City to seek a remedy for my old bones. Now that you have granted me this life, the banquet downstairs has yet to disperse. He stepped aside, making a gesture of invitation. In the Jiang City Business Association, there are several influential figures holding scarce resources. It is usually difficult to gather them. If you would be so gracious, I could introduce you. It would be convenient for you in Jiang City in the future. Qin Tianming chimed in from the side. Yes, Mr. Lin, my dad will personally take you down. Who would dare to disrespect you in Jiang City? From now on, Mr. Lin can walk through Jiang City with impunity. Lin Zhe listened quietly, not responding. He turned his gaze to Qin Jinhua, who felt uneasy under his scrutiny, instinctively holding his breath. Do you think I need to befriend them? Lin Zhe retorted. Qin Jinhua was taken aback. Lin Zhe reached out to adjust the cuff of his neatly tailored suit. What resources do they have that merit my attention? This statement was outrageously arrogant. In Jiang City, even a prince from the imperial capital would not dare to speak such dismissively to the entire Jiang City Business Association. Yet hearing it from Lin Zhe's mouth, Qin Jinhua found it utterly unsurprising. The old fox had navigated the business world for decades, quickly shifting his perspective. This man before him was a true deity, capable of extending life. What did a billionaire count for? No matter how much wealth one possessed, if afflicted with a terminal illness, wouldn't it lead to the crematorium? As long as Lin Zhe held the power over life, those big shots in Jiang City would inevitably come crawling to him. To actively seek them out would only diminish one's value. Qin Jinhua immediately raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face. Smack! The sound was crisp. Qin Tianming and Qin Hai were so frightened they shivered, not daring to speak out against it. Mr. Lin is right. I have been foolish. Qin Jinhua disregarded the red mark on his face, forcing a smile. Those ordinary folks truly do not deserve to see you. You prefer tranquility. I shall not disturb you. Lin Zhe turned and walked toward the elevator. Shen Yinwei stood beside him, barely daring to breathe. She glanced at the subservient Qin family father and son, then at Lin Zhe's retreating figure, quickly following in her high heels. The door to the intensive care unit closed once more. Qin Hai wiped the sweat from his forehead, his legs going weak as he collapsed on the sofa. Dad, this is too audacious. Qin Jinhua walked to the bedside, pulling off various ECG stickers. Audacious? He has every right to be. From now on, keep your eyes open. When you see Mr. Lin, you must show 10 times more respect than you do to me. If you anger him, our entire family is doomed. The elevator descended smoothly. Inside the car, Shen Yinwei secretly observed Lin Zhe. Her mind was still reeling from the events of the past few minutes. One word, 3 billion. The greatest real estate tycoon in Jiang City, Qin Jinhua, returned to the pinnacle, even willingly taking on a servile role. She once thought her grandfather's gift of an unlimited black card was generous enough, but now it seemed he had vastly underestimated Mr. Lin's value. Ding. The elevator stopped smoothly on the first floor, and the metal door slid open. The lobby was still filled with opulent sights, the symphony echoing above. Those holding champagne in the lobby had no idea of the monumental, life-altering deal that had just taken place in the intensive care unit above. Seeing Lin Zhe emerge from the private elevator, several wealthy businessmen who had witnessed Qin Tianming's bow outside paused their conversations, their champagne glasses frozen in midair. They exchanged glances, none daring to approach. The head of the Qin family was someone they had to bow to. With 10 times their courage, they would not dare to seek favor. Lin Zhe ignored the probing gazes, hands in pockets, striding directly toward the entrance of the club. Shen Yinwei in her high heels closely followed, half a step behind. Outside, the night breeze carried the moisture from the artificial lake. Zhou Chun, who had been thrown out by the Qin family's bodyguards, had long since vanished. The doorman responsible for parking saw Lin Zhe come out and immediately jogged to retrieve the matte black Lamborghini. Shen Yinwei stood on the steps, her fingers tightly gripping the edge of her handbag. The brief 10 minutes in the ICU had left her utterly shaken. The Qin family had unhesitatingly splashed out 30 billion in cash. That old fox Qin Jinhua not only knelt without dignity, but also consented to account for all of the Qin family's premium assets for selection. This left Shen Yinwei feeling an unprecedented panic. The Shun family had only provided an unlimited black card, which paled in comparison to the Qin family's boldness. In the face of a miracle-like lifespan that could not be measured in financial terms, the foundations of any family appeared feeble and powerless. Lin Zhe now stood as the most significant figure among the wealthy elite in Jiang City, and even the entire nation, those who clung to him, would survive. If the Shen family did not keep pace with Lin Zhe, they would eventually be devoured by the Qin family, who had received the boon of extended life, leaving not even bones behind. They must raise their stakes. Increase the stakes at all costs. Mr. Lin. Shen Yinwei took a few quick steps to Lin Zhe's side before Daniu arrived. Lin Zhe turned his head to look at her. Shen Yinwei spoke quickly, lowering her posture. You are staying at Junhua. Although the conditions are decent, it is after all a place of business with people coming and going every day. She paused, gritting her teeth to reveal her trump card. The news of old Master Qin's resurrection tonight will definitely spread like wildfire among the elite circles of Jiangsheng by tomorrow morning. At that time, who knows how many unruly nouveau riche will come to Junhua to disturb your peace. The Shin family has just completed a cloud-top mansion by the riverside in the eastern suburbs. It is a private estate built to the highest specifications, covering an area of 60 acres, equipped with a helicopter pad and a private dock. The security personnel are all retired veterans hired from overseas, and not even a fly could get in. As long as you don't mind, the Shin family wants to transfer this mansion to your name, treating it as a place for you to rest. She opened her mouth to offer a riverside private mansion that is worth its weight in gold. Assets of this level cost absolutely over $1 billion. This is the confidence that comes from holding others' lives. As long as you possess what they desire most, those wealthy tycoons who usually hold themselves high will go out of their way to stuff countless riches into your pockets, fearing that you might refuse. A mansion. Lin Zhe repeated the words. Yes. It comes with a team of 120 people, including personal butlers, chefs, and security, available 24 hours a day throughout the year. You don't need to bring anything, you can move in with just your bags. Shen Nianwei quickly added a layer of fine sweat breaking out on her forehead, fearing that Lin Zhe would refuse. Lin Zhe was not polite. The Junhua hotel was indeed too chaotic. Moreover, he needed to conduct large-scale purchases, transactions, and even engage in some questionable operations in the underground circles. Such an environment in a hotel was extremely passive. Send someone to Junhua tomorrow to help me move. Lin Zhe spoke. Upon hearing this, Shen Nianwei felt a weight lift off her shoulders, her taut nerves instantly relaxing. As long as he accepted the Shun family's offer, it indicated that Lin Zhe had not completely leaned towards the Qin family. This was the best reassurance. I understand. I will have the mansion ready overnight, and personally lead a convoy to pick you up tomorrow morning. Shen Nianwei nodded repeatedly. The Lamborghini Dainyu let out a low roar, steadily stopping at the bottom of the stairs, its scissor doors popping open. Lin Zhe stepped into the driver's seat, not wasting any more words. He pressed the accelerator, driving onto the expressway back to the city. The car was quiet. Lin Zhe held the steering wheel with one hand, quickly reviewing the transactions from the past few days in his mind. Selling lifespan to the richest for money, then using that money to buy the lifespan of those who were desperate. This was a perfect and highly profitable closed loop. With 40 billion earned from 2 transactions, the speed of making money was beyond imagination. Business magnates like Qin Jinhua could command the winds and rains in Jiangqing. For the sake of survival, one could unhesitatingly throw out tens of billions in cash, even willing to kneel down and act like a dog. However, life cannot cure all ailments, nor can it serve as a bodyguard. As the circle of transactions expanded, the people he interacted with became increasingly ruthless. Today, Qin Jinhua could kneel and call someone grandfather because he was close to death. If one day he were to uncover the truth and discover that Lin Zhe was merely a nouveau riche without any background, he might not refrain from harboring ill intentions. Capital has always been a predator that doesn't spit out bones. Having chips is not enough, one must also have the confidence to flip the table. Right now, he only held the passive skill calm in crisis, leaving him without any means to fight back in unexpected situations. If he could gather exceptional talents like Master of Combat, Steel Skin, and Super Reflexes, and then fuse them all into himself, he would undoubtedly become a humanoid monster capable of taking on 100 opponents. That would be the capital that no one could take away. Where in Jiangsheng could one find such ruthless people? Regular boxing gyms are filled with routines, while the real deadly moves are hidden in the underground black market. Lin Zhe suddenly yanked the steering wheel. Dainyu let out a roar, making a U-turn at the traffic light, and directly entering the expressway heading south. Changle Street, the largest shantytown in the southern city. 10 minutes later, in front of a dilapidated house. From the outside it looked run down, but the gap under the rolling shutter door emitted a glaring red light. Through several walls one could hear the howling curses and the thundering of heavy metal music inside. Lin Zhe pushed open the car door and walked straight over. 2 burly men at the entrance were about to reach out to stop him when Lin Zhe casually tossed out 2 stacks of unopened red bills. The 2 men's eyes lit up and they immediately stuffed the money into their pockets, nodding and bowing to clear the way. Boss, the steps down are steep, please be careful. Following the narrow staircase down. The basement was spacious with an octagonal iron cage welded in the middle. The lighting was dim, and the air was filled with a mix of cheap tobacco and the scent of blood. Hundreds of desperate gamblers were shouting, waving their betting slips. Lin Zhe did not push forward, but leaned against the cement pillar in the back, directing his gaze toward the octagonal cage. The system interface unfolded. Various tags were jumping wildly in front of him. Online loan overdue, early-stage liver cirrhosis, compulsive thief. A pile of worthless trash. Lin Zhe withdrew his gaze and focused on the 2 boxers in the cage. On the left was a nearly 6'5" muscular man, his entire body bulging with muscles, his fists as large as cooking pots. Street fighter, brute force eruption, knee meniscus damage. Relying solely on his physique, he held no. On the right was a lean young man being beaten back repeatedly, his face a bloody mess, barely able to raise his arms to protect his head. Wu Feng, 24 years old, a few glaring tags flashed above his head. Severely short on cash, urgently needs 500,000 for kidney surgery. Obsession, save his only sister. Master of 8 extremes, fist super reflexes. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. An exceptional skill appeared. This kid managed to hold on in such an overwhelmingly one-sided beating, relying entirely on super reflexes to evade fatal blows at critical moments, along with the instinct to withstand blows brought by Master of 8 Extremes' fist. While pondering, the situation in the cage suddenly changed. The muscular man swung his fist as large as a sandbag towards Wu Feng's back of the head. Given the absolute size difference, if that punch landed, it could directly break Wu Feng's cervical vertebrae. At the moment the punch was about to sweep across his scalp, Wu Feng suddenly ducked his entire body, lunging forward at an angle that defied physiological instincts, perfectly dodging the lethal strike, followed by a fierce elbow strike backward. 8 Extremes' fist heart elbow strike. A dull thud echoed the sound of flesh colliding, making the 200-pound muscular man didn't make a sound, his eyes rolling back, his massive body crashing down at the edge of the iron cage, causing the entire octagonal cage to shake violently. The audience fell silent for half a second, then erupted into a deafening stream of curses. The gamblers who had bet on the muscular man to win furiously tearing their betting slips and smashing empty bottles. Lin Zhe leaned against the cement pillar at the back row, observing everything clearly. It was no coincidence. It was the rapid judgment made by his extraordinary reflexes in a moment of crisis, combined with the innate force techniques ingrained in his bones from mastering the 8 Extremes fist. A rare talent. For an ordinary person, such a gift could only lead to a brutal fight for a few tens of thousands of dollars in a dark, foul-smelling basement. But for him, combined with the billions in cash in his account, it would provide enough self-defense capability in every future exchange of interests. The iron cage door opened. The dealer from the underground casino, with a grim expression, walked over and tossed 3 stacks of cash bound with rubber bands onto Wu Feng's bloodstained chest. Consider yourself lucky, kid. You've ruined Brother Lei's setup. 30,000, take it and scram. Wu Feng gritted his teeth as he sat up, ignoring the blood flowing into his eyes from his forehead, and grasped the 30,000 yuan. Lin Zhe stared at the fluctuating text above Wu Feng's head. Despair intensifies, 47,000 still needed for surgery. The fish was thoroughly hooked. Lin Zhe did not disturb anyone as he turned and walked up the narrow staircase back to the surface. The air outside Changle Street was slightly fresher. Lin Zhe leaned against the matte black Lamborghini's door and casually lit a cigarette. A few minutes later, Wu Feng limped out from the roll-up door. He had changed into a yellowed short-sleeved shirt, his face bruised and battered, with his right eye swollen to a mere slit. He walked slowly, head down, taking out the 30,000 yuan from his pocket, counting it repeatedly. The more he counted, the heavier his steps became. 30,000 was not even enough to cover his sister's maintenance fees in the intensive care unit for half a month, let alone the exorbitant cost of a kidney transplant. A gap of 500,000 loomed like a mountain, suffocating this resilient young man. This amount isn't even close to filling the 500,000 gap. Lin Zhe exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice particularly clear in the silence of the street. Wu Feng suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned his head like a lone wolf stepped on its tail, glaring at Lin Zhe leaning against the luxury car, instinctively adopting a defensive stance. Who are you? Wu Feng's voice was hoarse, tinged with a strong metallic taste of blood. Did Brother Lei send you to stop me? Lin Zhe flicked the cigarette but into the nearby drain with a soft snort. If I were with those high-interest lenders inside, you would already be lying in an alley stripped clean. Lin Zhe straightened up, looking at Wu Feng's grotesquely battered face. You urgently need 500,000 for your sister's kidney transplant, but you've only managed to scrape together 30,000 with your life on the line. According to the rules of the underground boxing matches, a boxer like you who has unexpectedly triumphed will certainly be arranged to fight against drug-death warriors in the next match. You won't survive past the 3rd round. Wu Feng's pupils suddenly contracted, his muscles tensing. This was his deepest fear, a reality that he felt powerless to change. How could the other party know his background so clearly? What do you want? Wu Feng did not let down his guard. To buy your life. Lin Zhe stated his intention. Wu Feng did not respond. Lin Zhe remained calm, his tone straightforward, yet piercing into Wu Feng's heart. I will give you 2,500,000 to cover your sister's surgery gap, and the remaining 1.5 million would be enough for you and your sister to leave Jiang City and live a secure life, without worries. 2 million. This figure struck Wu Feng, causing his breath to become noticeably erratic. He had fought tooth and nail, risking everything to gather just a few tens of thousands. Now someone casually tossed out 2 million without even blinking an eye. Yet he did not lose his rationality. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Wu Feng clenched his fists, not even feeling the pain from his torn wounds. You want me to work for you? To be a killer? Killing is illegal. Oh, I won't get involved in that. Lin Zhe shook his head. Then what do you want? Wu Feng was agitated, questioning loudly. Lin Zhe looked at the glowing premium text above Wu Feng's head. I want you to completely abandon the boxing techniques you possess. From the moment you accept this money, you are no longer a boxer. All your memories of the 8 extremes fist techniques and your proud reflexes will be sold to me. Wu Feng was stunned. This demand was absurd to the extreme. Buying memories. Buying reflexes. He instinctively felt that the person opposite him was a mentally unstable rich second generation. Is it really that simple? Wu Feng incredulously confirmed again. As long as I agree not to box anymore, these 2 million are mine. Correct. Lin Zhe pulled out his phone and opened the transfer interface. Give me your account number. Once the money arrives, the contract will take effect. To save his sister, he could give up his life, let alone such an intangible verbal request. Wu Feng gritted his teeth and quickly reported a string of account numbers from the industrial and commercial bank. Lin Zhe's fingers clicked rapidly. 5 seconds later, Wu Feng's old Android phone in his pocket emitted a loud vibration. Wu Feng gritted his teeth and quickly reported a string of account numbers from the industrial and commercial bank. Lin Zhe's fingers clicked rapidly. 5 seconds later, the long string of zeros following the number shattered the last barrier of Wu Feng's defenses. His hand relaxed, and the 30,000 yuan in blood-stained cash he had desperately clutched fell to the ground. With this money, his sister wouldn't have to die. Detected strong transaction willingness from the target. Voluntary contract established. Acquired target attributes mastery of 8 extremes fist extraordinary reflexes. Remaining cash balance 200,000. At the moment the contract was established, 2 beams of dazzling blue light, invisible to ordinary people, peeled away from Wu Feng's head and swiftly merged into Lin Zhe's brow. Wu Feng suddenly shuddered. He felt a momentary blankness in his head. He instinctively wanted to clench his fists and adopt a defensive stance, but found that his arm muscles were completely unresponsive. The combat instinct honed from a long time, skirting the edge of life and death, the techniques of muscle exertion completely vanished. He had truly become an ordinary person, merely a bit stronger than the average. But he had no regrets. Wu Feng took a step back and solemnly bowed deeply to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe ignored him, his attention fully on the changes within his own body. 2 massive and complex streams of information exploded in his mind. Extremely seasoned techniques of exertion, perfect muscle memory, unique breathing frequencies. Lin Zhe could clearly feel that his bones and muscles seemed to have been reshaped. Not the kind of superficial bulging dead muscle, but every inch of fascia was filled with explosive power. Integration of attributes completed. This was the sense of security brought by premium combat attributes. The 2 million spent was well worth it. Wu Feng bent down to pick up the 30,000 yuan from the ground, ready to head to the hospital. 4 burly men wielding solid iron rods burst out from the roll-up door of the underground basement. The leader was a bald man with a scorpion tattoo on his neck, weighing a steel pipe in his hand. Bald Chang rushed out of the roller door, cursing profusely. Wu Feng, did you ruin Brother Lei's deal, and think you could just run away with the money? Chang swung the steel pipe in his hand, making a thunderous noise as it struck the nearby trash can. The other 3 muscular men immediately spread out, blocking Wu Feng firmly in the middle. Wu Feng instinctively wanted to crouch down and drop off his horse, raising his arms to block. But his mind was blank, and the muscle memory he practiced countless times felt as if it had been completely drained, making his movements slow and extremely stiff. Bang! Chang delivered a straightforward kick to Wu Feng's stomach. Wu Feng grunted and was sent flying 2 meters away, crashing heavily onto the moss-covered cement ground. Damn, weren't you able to fight well in the octagonal cage just now? Chang spat on the ground and approached, stepping on Wu Feng's shoulder with his shoe. Wu Feng desperately covered the pocket where his phone was. Inside was the 2 million that had just arrived, money meant for his sister's kidney transplant, and he couldn't let go even if it cost him his life. Chang cursed under his breath, and out of the corner of his eye he spotted Lin Zhe leaning against the door of a Lamborghini. The matte black steel beast parked in the shantytown was simply too eye-catching. Chang felt a twinge of fear, but knew he couldn't break Brother Lei's rules. He nodded toward Lin Zhe. Boss, this poor guy owes us money at the underground casino. Could you move your car a bit? If things get messy later, I don't want blood splattering all over it. Lin Zhe didn't budge. He was savoring the surge of power coursing through his body. Having just spent 2 million on top-tier combat experience and muscle instinct, he needed a punching bag to test his skills. The few small thugs in front of him appeared just right. Move your foot away, Lin Zhe said, looking at Chang. Chang was taken aback, and his expression darkened instantly. Boss, having money doesn't mean you can run wild on Changli Street. I advise you not to meddle in others' business. Chang tightened his grip on the steel pipe. Lin Zhe pulled his hand out of his pocket and took 2 steps forward. You're asking for trouble. Take him down. Chang exploded, waving his hand at the 2 small brothers beside him. The 2 tattooed men raised solid iron rods and swung them towards Lin Zhe's head from both sides. At this critical moment, the world before Lin Zhe transformed completely. The iron rods coming at him moved as if they were in slow motion, their trajectories clearly visible. He could see the contraction of the muscles in their shoulders, the points of force under their feet, and even the flaws in their breathing rhythms all laid bare before him. This was the terrifying dynamic vision brought by the supernormal reaction. Lin Zhe's foot slipped slightly, and the iron rod missed his nose, creating a gust of cold wind. In the next instant, Lin Zhe's body seemed to transform into a tightly drawn bow. His core muscles tensed in an instant as he closed in on the burly man on the left. With the 8 Extremes fist, he executed a close-range attack. Unleashing unreserved violent power through his shoulder, he slammed into the burly man's chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed sharply in the silent night. The burly man didn't even have time to scream, flying like a kite, with a broken string 3 or 4 meters away, crashing into the brick wall behind him, knocked unconscious on the spot. The thug on the right hadn't reacted yet when Lin Zhe had already turned around. His right hand transformed from an open palm to a fist, elbow flipping outward. Elbow strike. The strike landed accurately just below the thug's temple. The thug's eyes went blank, collapsing straight to the ground without even a twitch. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. It happened so fast that Chang didn't even have time to lift the steel pipe in his hand. Wu Feng, lying on the ground, was utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't care less about the intense pain in his stomach, staring fixedly at Lin Zhe's earlier movements. Others might not understand, but how could he, who had fought in underground matches for over a decade, not comprehend? The initial move, the point of force in the inch power, and the fierce close-range attacks were clearly the most authentic 8 Extremes fist. Moreover, the level was absurdly high, surpassing even his peak form in delivering such perfect explosive power. He suddenly recalled what Lin Zhe had said earlier about buying all the memories of your techniques in 8 Extremes fist. Initially thinking this rich second generation was delusional, the harsh reality was now smacking him in the face. Was this person even human? In just a few minutes, he had forcibly transferred the martial skills and talents of a living person onto himself. Chang's throat moved violently, his legs trembling in fear as he stepped back repeatedly. Do you dare to act wild on Brother Lei's turf? Chang spoke with a shaky voice. Lin Zhe wasted no time with words, launching forward with a sudden burst of power. Chang felt a flash in front of him, followed by a piercing pain in his chest. He hadn't even seen how Lin Zhe had struck. His entire body was already kneeling on the ground, the steel pipe in his hand clattering away far into the distance. Get lost. Lin Zhe looked down at him from above. Chang clutched his broken ribs, cold sweat pouring down his face, not daring to utter a harsh word as he scrambled toward the roller door of the basement. The 3 small thugs on the ground also struggled to get up, awkwardly helping each other escape. Changlu Street returned to its original silence. Lin Zhe took out a tissue, wiped the dust off the back of his hand, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it into the sewer. The fusion of the system's attributes had no side effects. He now possessed combat abilities stronger than Wu Feng's. In the face of this close-quarters killing technique, 10 ordinary bodyguards would be nothing but cannon fodder. With this trump card in hand, he could sleep soundly. Wu Feng, enduring the pain, climbed up from the ground. Instead of running away, he stood upright in front of Lin Zhe, suddenly bending his knees and kneeling on the stinking cement floor. Boss, from today onwards my life, Wu Feng, belongs to you. Wu Feng's voice was hoarse and his eyes were red. You want my life? Lin Zhe looked down at Wu Feng kneeling in the dirty water. Wu Feng nodded heavily. As long as you don't mind, I will serve you like a horse from now on. Whoever dares to touch you will have to step over my dead body. Lin Zhe pulled out his car keys and pressed the unlock button. The Lamborghini's lights flashed on, illuminating the ground of Changlu Street with a pale light. You seem to have misunderstood something, Lin Zhe said flatly. I have already paid the 2 million, buying out all the memories and talents of 8 Extremes fist in your mind. We are done with the transaction. Wu Feng was stunned. You are now just an ordinary person who doesn't even remember the technique of exerting force. Lin Zhe opened the scissor door. Even a street thug could easily pin you down and beat you up. What use do I have for the life of a useless person? Should I keep you around as decoration or pay to hire bodyguards to protect you? Wu Feng sat on the ground in a daze. He had knelt just now out of passion without thinking carefully about what the transaction meant. Now, with Lin Zhe's words revealing the truth, he finally realized that the muscle memory that had accompanied him for over a decade, the instinctive reactions to danger, had truly vanished without a trace. He tried to clench his fist, but his arm only felt stiff, lacking the previous sense of being able to move his entire body with a single thread. He had really turned into a complete, ordinary person. Lin Zhe sat in the driver's seat, one hand on the steering wheel. Don't waste time here. Take the money to the hospital to save your sister, then live the life of an ordinary person. The car door lowered. The Lamborghini's tires screeched against the ground, completing a turn on the spot as it roared out of the dilapidated urban village. Wu Feng stared blankly at the disappearing taillights of the supercar. Then he suddenly reacted, covering the pocket where his phone was. He got up from the ground, dragging his injured leg, and ran frantically toward the street outside, without looking back. The large vehicle merged onto the main road. Lin Zhe alternated his hands on the steering wheel. The hands that once typed on a keyboard now gripped the carbon fiber wheel, filled with an indescribable sense of power. The vast and complex real combat experience had fully integrated into his limbs and bones. The effortless skill that allowed him to send someone flying in the alley before gave him a sense of confidence. With the ability to protect himself, he could now engage in games of wits with those true giants without any reservations. Returning to the Junhua Hotel, it was already the early hours of the morning. The lobby manager was still diligently stationed at the elevator entrance. Upon seeing Lin Zhe's return, he immediately jogged over to press the elevator button. There was no conversation throughout the night. At 8 o'clock the next morning, a long line of Rolls-Royce Phantoms with consecutive license plates quietly parked in the square below the Junhua Hotel. 8 black top-tier luxury cars were lined up, completely blocking the hotel's entrance driveway. Surrounding the area, barriers were erected, and more than 20 bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses stood on either side, blocking all onlookers from getting too close. The wealthy individuals from Jiang City who had rushed over in the middle of the night upon hearing the news all crowded in the lounge area of the hotel lobby, eager to catch a glimpse of Lin Zhe. With red-rimmed eyes, they clutched various business cards and gifts, yet none dared to step over the line. For standing at the elevator entrance was Shun Yangwei, the president of the Shin Group. Today Shun Yangwei wore an exquisitely tailored white women's suit, her makeup flawless, and she carried a black ding. The exclusive elevator doors opened. Lin Zhe stepped out dressed in a full set of black casual. The small business owners in the lobby, all worth over 100 million, craned their necks, trying to see what the rumored miracle worker who could bring people back to life really looked like. Yet due to the intimidation from the surrounding bodyguards, no one dared to make a sound. "Good morning, Mr. Lin," Shun Yangwei greeted as she slightly bent at the waist. "Let's go." Lin Zhe glanced at the spectacle outside, said nothing more, and walked directly towards the main entrance with Shun Yangwei closely following behind. It wasn't until the two sat inside the middle extended phantom and the convoy slowly left the hotel square that the wealthy merchants in the lobby collectively sighed in relief, quickly erupting into chatter. "Did you see that? President Shun actually waited in the lobby. Who exactly is that young man? Was it him who brought old man Sheen back to life yesterday? Stop asking around. Yesterday Zhou Chun from the shipping group offended him at the Tianyahage entrance. This morning all of the Zhou family's cargo ships were detained at the port, and Zhou Chun has already been sent abroad with a broken leg by the Zhou family patriarch." These few words spread, causing everyone to break out in a cold sweat. The convoy drove over the Jiang City Cross River Bridge, heading straight for the eastern suburbs. Half an hour later the convoy entered an extremely wide private tree-lined avenue. At the end of the avenue stood a massive pure copper ornate iron gate. The gate slowly opened to both sides. The full view of the Yunding mansion appeared before Lin Zhe. The entire estate was nestled against the mountains and beside the water, covering an astonishing area. The main building was a 3-story French-style villa with a huge fountain square in front and a standard helipad and golf course visible on the side. The convoy stopped at the front door of the villa. Hundreds of butlers, servants, and security personnel, all dressed in matching uniforms, lined up in 2 rows, bowing their heads in unison. An elderly British man with graying hair dressed in a tailcoat stepped forward to open the car door for Lin Zhe. "Mr. Lin, welcome home. I am your personal butler, Richard." Lin Zhe got out of the car and scanned the security personnel with his gaze. They were all overseas mercenaries, standing rigidly with a bulging shape at their waists, proving that these individuals were definitely not ordinary security guards. Shun Yangwei followed behind, taking out a thick stack of documents from her briefcase. "Mr. Lin, here are the property certificate, land use certificate, and all transfer procedures for the mansion, which are now entirely in your name." Shun Yangwei handed over the documents. Lin Zhe casually took them, tossing them onto the coffee table in the living room as he sat down on the leather sofa. "The security system here is independent, with surveillance and infrared networks set up within a 5-kilometer radius, patrolling 24 hours a day. Without your permission, not even a bird can fly in." Shun Yangwei continued to explain, trying to convey the Shun family's sincerity to Lin Zhe. Sitting on the handcrafted Italian leather sofa, Lin Zhe crossed his legs. Richard approached with a pure silver tray, gently placing a cup of freshly brewed Darjeeling tea on the coffee table without making a sound. "Richard, take the others out." Lin Zhe lifted the teacup. "Yes, sir." Richard bowed and retreated quietly, leading several servants out through the main door. In the luxurious high-ceilinged living room, only Lin Zhe and Shun Yangwei remained. "Sit." Lin Zhe took a sip of tea. Only then did Shun Yangwei dare to approach the single sofa on the side, still only daring to occupy 1/3 of the seat. "I've accepted the mansion." Lin Zhe placed his teacup down. "This place is quite nice. The Shan patriarch has put in a lot of effort." "Speak. What does the Shin family want?" Shun Yangwei's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly stood up. "Mr. Lin, grandfather absolutely does not mean to take credit or impose conditions. The Shun family owes its current standing entirely to your grace. This mansion is merely a place for you to rest in Jiang City. We would never dare to have any extravagant demands." She spoke rapidly, fearing Lin Zhe might misunderstand that the Shun family wanted something in return. Yesterday, the Qin family spent 3 billion in cash to buy a year of life, while the Shin family only provided a mansion worth 1 billion. How could they dare to make demands? Lin Zhe looked at Shun Niangwei's tense shoulders, raised a hand to gesture for her to sit down. I don't like owing favors. Lin Zhe's tone was flat. You have done a good job, and I will naturally remember it. In the future, when Shun Changshan can't hold on any longer, I will leave a crack of the door for him. With these words, even if Shun Changshan were to enter the ICU tomorrow, the entire Shin family would no longer have to worry. This was a death exemption card. Just then the intercom outside the main door rang. Richard's voice came through the smart speaker into the living room. Sir, there are several cars outside requesting entry. The leader claims to be the young master of the Qin family, Qin Tianming. He says he has brought something for you. Shin Yangwei immediately became tense. The Qin family was sniffing around. After old man Qin regained his life last night, today, Qin Tianming personally led a team to the door. The trunk definitely did not contain mere items worth a few million. It was likely the most essential commercial real estate under the Qin family, high-quality land, or even stakes in certain monopoly industries. Hundreds of billions of assets were all parked outside the door. Shin Yangwei turned to look at Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe leaned back on the handcrafted Italian leather sofa, legs crossed, leisurely sipping his tea. Richard. Lin Zhe set down the teacup, the ceramic clinking against the pure silver tray, creating a gentle sound. Sir, I am listening. Tell those outside that I have no interest in what the Qin family has to offer. Have them go back the way they came. Lin Zhe completely dismissed the immense wealth outside. Shin Yangwei was stunned. Was that it? Not even a meeting. Lin Zhe seemed to remember something, casually adding, and tell him something else. I have no grievances against the Qin family. I just don't need these worldly possessions. Tell him not to overthink it. Richard repeated it verbatim into the microphone. Outside the mansion's grand entrance, Qin Tianming was dressed in an exquisitely tailored suit, holding a heavy Zetonwood box in his hands. Inside the box lay the ownership rights to the 3 most prestigious commercial plazas under the Qin family name, as well as a land development permit for a 100-acre plot in the old city of Jiangxing, valued at no less than 30 billion. Upon hearing Richard's message, Qin Tianming felt no anger at being shown the door. Instead, he shivered, his shirt soaked through with cold sweat. Not interested. No need for worldly possessions. These 2 sentences struck Qin Tianming's ears like last night. He had witnessed his dying father remove his breathing machine and walk directly on his own. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Now Lin Zhe had outright refused the 300 billion assets without even a glance, further confirming Qin Jinhua's speculation from last night. They simply looked down on these trivial pieces of paper. I understand. Please convey the Qin family's respect to Mr. Lin through the housekeeper. Qin Tianming bowed deeply to the small intercom camera, performing an exceptionally standard deep bow. Straightening up, he shouted, "Get in the car. Withdraw, everyone. Move carefully, don't disturb Mr. Lin's cultivation." The grand convoy of Rolls-Royce cars, which had arrived with great fanfare, now left quietly, not daring to press the accelerator hard, like a group of mice slipping away unnoticed. In the living room, Shun Nianwei swallowed hard, her awe for the young man in casual attire on the sofa reaching its peak. The fact that the Shun family could manage to be the first to offer this mansion was simply a stroke of luck. After sending the Qin family away, Lin Zhe stood up. Richard, gather everyone in the mansion regardless of their roles at the fountain square outside. Lin Zhe issued his second command. Yes, sir. Richard turned, picked up the communicator on his chest, and whispered a few instructions. In less than 5 minutes, 120 people had assembled at the fountain square. These individuals were divided into 3 formations. On the left were the security personnel dressed in black suits and tactical earpieces. In the middle were the male and female attendants in black and white tailcoats. On the right were the catering team in white chef uniforms. Everyone stood straight as Lin Zhe stepped through the front door and out of the villa. Shin Nianwei lagged a half step behind, closely following him. The morning sunlight bathed Lin Zhe, his hands tucked in his pockets as he walked to the front of the 3 formations. The system panel unfolded before him. Colorful labels instantly appeared above the heads of the more than 100 people. Overseas mercenary, diligent, Michelin 3-star chef, taciturn. The vast majority of entries were a mix of white and blue, perfectly fitting their professional identities. The Shun family had indeed invested significant resources in selecting them, and there were hardly any major flaws. However, Lin Zhe's gaze was quickly drawn to several glaring red negative labels. He walked straight towards the internal staff formation, stopping in front of a short-haired maid in uniform. The maid appeared to be in her 30s with a straightforward and honest demeanor. Yet above her head hung 3 flickering red labels. Unclean hands watch collecting addiction, greedy for money. Lin Zhe glanced at her and directly asked, "What is your name?" "In response to your question, sir, my name is Susan, and I am responsible for the daily cleaning of the master bedroom and the study on the 2nd floor." Susan immediately bowed, her voice gentle. In the second drawer of the nightstand in the master bedroom, there was originally a Patek Philippe watch that Mr. Shin brought yesterday. You hid it under the mattress in your employee dormitory. Lin Zhe directly revealed the specific information derived from the system. Susan suddenly looked up, the blood draining from her face. That watch was an accessory casually placed down by Shen Yinwei last night, valued at over several million. While cleaning in the morning, Susan thought that the new master had not noticed these details and casually pocketed it, planning to find an opportunity to take it out of the mansion for resale in a couple of days. She had executed this act extremely discreetly, even accounting for the surveillance blind spots. How could this young man, who had never even entered the master bedroom, know so clearly? Sir, you misunderstood. I absolutely did not take it. Susan's legs weakened, yet she still attempted to argue. Richard's face turned ashen. Under his management, an internal thief had emerged, which was a total disgrace to the honor of the housekeeper. Without needing Lin Zhe to waste words, Richard directly turned his head to look at the deputy security captain beside him. Two mercenaries quickly stepped forward, grabbing Susan by the arms and dragging her out. Another internal supervisor immediately ran towards the employee dormitory to search. There was no need to wait for results. Such matters were always spot on. Lin Zhe did not linger, turning to walk towards the left side security formation. Standing here were all robust men over 185 centimeters tall. Lin Zhe's footsteps halted in front of a burly blonde Caucasian man. This man was the largest in size, his chest muscles straining against his suit, and he had a loaded firearm at his waist. Deputy leader of the security team. Beneath this title were two alarming red tags. Bought internal informant, gambling addict. Lin Zhe looked at this burly Caucasian man named Andre. You owe over 30 million in gambling debts at the casinos on the outskirts of Jiangqing. Lin Zhe looked directly into Andrei's eyes. Andrei's pupils contracted sharply. He was a hardened soldier who had served overseas with exceptionally strong mental fortitude. Upon hearing Lin Zhe expose this matter, he did not plead for mercy like the maid, but instinctively turned his wrist to reach for the firearm at his waist. He was being grasped by the throat. If he failed to complete his mission, not only would he die, but his family abroad would also not survive. Now that he was exposed, he decided to go all in. Unfortunately, his movements were too slow in Lin Zhe's eyes. Lin Zhe did not even draw his hand from his pocket. He merely flicked his right leg forward. Combining super reaction and master of 8 extremes fist, the force of this kick executed by Lin Zhe was simply perfect. The tip of his shoe precisely struck the wrist joint of Andrei's hand, reaching for the gun. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. Andre let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig as his right hand twisted at an unnatural angle and his handgun fell directly to the ground. Nearby security personnel reacted swiftly, drawing 4 or 5 guns in an instant, pressing them directly against Andrei's head. 2 strong men kicked him in the back of his knee, forcing him down against the floor tiles. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. The remaining 100+ employees did not dare to breathe. No one asked how Lin Zhe knew these classified details, though all that remained in their minds was deep fear. In front of this new master, they felt like transparent people who any dirty, unspeakable thoughts would be seen through at a glance. Coupled with the swift kick Lin Zhe had just executed, it was so fast that even the nearby special forces couldn't see it clearly. Mysterious and formidable, who would dare to trick such a boss? Clean out these few rat droppings according to your trade's rules. Lin Zhe glanced at Richard. Understood, sir. Richard bent down, his attitude even more submissive than yesterday. Lin Zhe turned around, scanning the remaining 100 or so people. For those who remain, everyone's base salary will be doubled from what the Shun family offers. Lin Zhe directly threw out the enticing promise, I only require loyalty. Work well here, and you'll have more money than you can spend. But if I catch anyone being unscrupulous again. Lin Zhe didn't finish his sentence, but the pool of blood flowing from Andrei's wrist on the floor was the best warning. The combination of a big stick and a carrot had an immediate effect. A uniform response erupted from the entire formation. Yes, sir. Standing aside, Shen Yinwei watched the entire process, her palms sweaty. She had originally worried that Lin Zhe, being so young, wouldn't be able to manage this group of arrogant veterans in the mansion. But now it seemed her worries were unnecessary. Lin Zhe casually pointed at 2 people, not only cleaning out the internal traitors thoroughly, but also completely subduing the entire security team. This kind of strategy was even more ruthless than Shun Changshan in his youth. After dealing with these trivial matters, Lin Zhe waved his hand to dismiss the group and turned back to the villa's main hall. Seeing that the situation was settled, Shen Yinwei wisely offered her farewell. Mr. Lin, everything is arranged here at the mansion. There are still many matters to handle in the group, so I won't disturb your rest. Shen Yinwei lowered her voice. Keep that black card with you. If you need anything, just let me know. Go ahead and be busy. Lin Zhe nodded. Watching Shun Nianwei's car leave the mansion gate, Lin Zhe sat alone in the excessively spacious master bedroom, pulling up the system panel in his mind. Host Lin Zhe, current cash balance 3.99 billion. Available item inventory, none. Bound items, calm and crisis, passive mastery of 8 extremes, fist, extraordinary reaction. Looking at the glaring word none, Lin Zhe tapped the armrest of the sofa. 40 billion in cash lay in his bank card, a figure that sounded alarming. But in the truly top circles of Jiang City, money did not solve all problems. The reason Xin Changshan and Qin Jinhua were willing to bow down and even go to the extent of offering exorbitant assets was not due to Lin Zhe's wealth, but because he held the power to extend or shorten lives. This was an absolutely monopolized hard currency. Without supplies, he would lose his core deterrent in the eyes of those billionaires. He needed to procure supplies quickly. Just as Lin Zhe was about to close the panel, a crisp electronic sound suddenly rang in his mind. Detected that the host's total transaction amount has surpassed 3 billion. Item trading system is leveling up. Lin Zhe straightened his back. The glow on the interface swirled rapidly, and the originally simple semi-transparent panel began to expand outward, adding several new functional modules. System leveling up completed. New function unlocked, item bestowal forced version. Function description: the host can forcibly insert any item from their inventory, including negative curse types, into the body of a hostile target. The cost is determined by the target's resistance and the item's level, with a minimum cost of 100,000 per use. Lin Zhe stared at this line of text, his fingers tapping on the armrest of the sofa. This thing was simply a lethal weapon that killed without bloodshed. Buying a few negative items like late-stage lung cancer, hemiplegia, or cursed with misfortune and tossing them at someone he disliked. Spending 100,000 could instantly send someone straight to hell, and there would be no way to trace the cause. This was the strongest deterrent to establish a foothold in this world. New function unlocked, item detection radar. Function description: the host can set search conditions for wide area scanning with a current radius of 10 kilometers. Note: during this function's activation, 1,000 real currency will be deducted every second. Seeing the second item description, Lin Zhe raised an eyebrow. 10,000 per second means 600,000 per minute. For an ordinary person, this radar could drive them to bankruptcy in just a few seconds. But before his 39 billion in deposits, this cost was nothing. The most crucial part was that this radar completely solved his biggest pain point: finding suppliers. Previously, sourcing from Wu Feng was purely a matter of luck. With the radar, whatever life or talent he wanted, he could directly target and capture it, saving a lot of time spent on reconnaissance. But Lin Zhe didn't rush to press the button to activate the radar. He needed to first clarify what supplies to procure. The first priority remained life extension. Xin Changshan and Qin Jinhua, the billion-dollar local tycoons in Jiang City, were willing to act like servants and even deliver the billion-dollar Yunding mansion overnight, all because of life. If one day a wealthy old man with half his body in a crematorium knelt down and begged him for life extension, if he couldn't provide even a single day's worth of life, the newly established immortal persona would collapse on the spot. People in the capital circles were all ruthless. Once they discovered you had run out of supplies and were no longer useful, they could immediately turn against you and devour you whole. Therefore, life as hard currency could not run dry for even a second. With inventory, he could keep the top elites of Jiang City and even the entire country on a tight leash. The second priority was rare talents. The extraordinary reaction and mastery of 8 Extremes Fist that he had stripped from Wu Feng allowed him to single-handedly take down 4 seasoned fighters in the alleys of Changle Street. Having tasted the sweetness of such a surge in power, Lin Zhe was certainly not satisfied with just a few close combat items. The business world was a deep pool, and relying solely on money was too crude. He needed absolute talents who understood capital operations. If there was a financial genius, he could even leverage this 40 billion into a 100 billion level effect. Also, talents like programming prodigy, absolute pitch, and innate strength. These exceptional talents, whether used for himself, sold at a high price to industry giants needing breakthroughs for resources, or to train his own team, were all invaluable chips. The third priority was those negative items usually avoided. Lin Zhe focused on the newly unlocked item bestowal function. This was simply a nuclear weapon tailored for him. Spending 100,000 per single use could forcibly insert disasters from his inventory into someone else's body. Next time someone like Qin Hai or Zhou Chun dared to challenge him, or some consortium wanted to play dirty behind his back, he could directly throw in an acute myocardial infarction. Such a trace-free strike would leave even the world's top forensic experts puzzled, only able to conclude a sudden illness with no way to trace back to him at all. One strike to the soul, unnoticed. With these 3 lines clarified, Lin Zhe felt a great sense of... Lin Zhe sat on the genuine leather sofa in the master bedroom of the Yunding mansion, staring at the newly added radar button on the system interface. He pressed it with his finger. A warning box popped up on the interface. Tip: during the radar activation, 100 yuan will be deducted per second. Do you confirm? Lin Zhe unhesitatingly chose to confirm. With 39 billion yuan in cash in his account, this level of consumption was hardly a drop in the bucket. Buzz. A faint electronic sound echoed in his mind. A holographic map of Jiang City unfolded before him. Centered on Yunding Mansion, a pale blue ripple quickly expanded outward. The balance display in the bottom right corner began to decrease steadily at a rate of 10,000 yuan per second. Lin Zhe didn't even glance at the number, directly inputting search criteria in his mind. Search target 1 individuals with a strong willingness to sell their lifespan. Search target 2 holders of high-value special keywords. The map instantly lit up with densely packed light points. Red represented those in urgent need of lifespan, green indicated those willing to sell their lifespan, and blue signified special talents. The red lights clustered mostly around several top-tier hospitals and high-end private sanatoriums in Jiang City. The green lights were widely scattered throughout urban villages, industrial areas, and the staff dormitories of several large electronic factories. These were all readily available sources and ATMs, as long as he wanted he could fill his inventory with just a quick run. Just as he was about to turn off the radar, an extremely glaring dark golden light point suddenly flashed at the edge of the map, near the commercial street of Jiang City University. This light point was not only unique in color, but also pulsed at a very fast frequency. A bright red warning box even popped up on the right side of the system interface. Detected an extremely strong willingness to sell. The target is on the brink of emotional collapse. Lin Zhe became interested and tapped the dark golden light point. Target information unfolded. Target name Chun Yu. Seeing this name, Lin Zhe raised his eyebrow. The male college student who sold 10 years of his lifespan for 50,000 yuan to buy a bag for his girlfriend. Why has this kid popped up again? His gaze swept down. Chun Yu's detailed panel appeared prominently. The health label, symbolizing ordinary lifespan, was now shrouded in a layer of dull gray. But the most eye-catching was a newly attached special keyword flashing with golden light next to his name. Special keyword: willing to sacrifice life for money. Keyword explanation: a mutated keyword born from extreme betrayal. The desire for money overwhelms everything, willing to pay any price. Willingness to sell 99. Lin Zhe tapped the armrest of the sofa with his fingers. This kid sold longevity last time and used the money to fawn over a goddess. In just a few days he managed to come up with a special keyword, definitely a talent. Lin Zhe rubbed his chin Interesting. Since he was idle anyway, he might as well go hear some gossip. Lin Zhe turned off the system radar, stood up from the leather sofa, and casually grabbed the car keys from the coffee table. Outside the mansion, the security team had been reorganized. Richard stood beside the steps, and upon seeing Lin Zhe come out, immediately stepped forward to open the door of the Lamborghini. Lin Zhe got into the driver's seat, pressed the accelerator, and the matte black bull roared out of Yunding Mansion, heading straight for the commercial street of Jiang City University. Half an hour later, the unique engine sound of the bull exploded on the commercial street at the south gate of Jiang City University. Students along the street all stopped in their tracks and pulled out their phones to take pictures. Lin Zhe parked the car steadily by the side of the road, scanning the commercial street and quickly locking onto his target. At the end of the street outside a budget milk tea shop, Chun Yu was squatting on the curb, holding his head with both hands. He was still wearing the checked shirt from their last meeting, his hair greasy and messy with 7 or 8 cigarette butts scattered on the ground by his feet. Lin Zhe walked over and stood in front of him. Hearing the footsteps, Chun Yu sluggishly lifted his head. He first saw the eye-catching Lamborghini behind Lin Zhe, then his gaze moved up to Lin Zhe's face. The moment he recognized Lin Zhe's appearance, Chun Yu shuddered violently and jumped up from the ground. He recognized him. This was the rich young man who bought his 10 years of lifespan for 50,000 yuan a few days ago. Chun Yu's eyes turned red, instantly bloodshot, staring fiercely at Lin Zhe, his breathing becoming extremely heavy. Lin Zhe's gaze swept over his head. The willing to sacrifice life for money dark golden keyword was flashing wildly, its brightness extremely glaring. Care for a drink? Lin Zhe pointed to a high-end cafe across the street. Chun Yu swallowed hard and nodded vigorously. He followed Lin Zhe across the road and entered the cafe. A rush of cold air hit him as Lin Zhe chose a seat by the window and casually ordered 2 iced Americanos. Chun Yu sat opposite Lin Zhe, nervously picking at his knees, his gaze occasionally darting toward the Lamborghini outside the window. Have you spent that 50,000? Lin Zhe leaned back in his chair, breaking the silence. Upon hearing the words 50,000, Chun Yu's facial muscles twitched violently. He picked up the iced Americano that the waiter had just brought and gulped down more than half the cup in one go, grimacing at the bitter taste, but the emotions in his eyes were forcibly suppressed. Spent it all, Chun Yu said hoarsely. Lin Zhe didn't respond, waiting for him to continue. Chun Yu buried 10 fingers in his hair, pulling hard at his scalp as the frustration he had suppressed for days erupted. I bought the bag of Chanel worth 38,000. Chun Yu gritted his teeth, tears welling up in his eyes. That night, she not only accepted the bag, but also took my hand, and even asked me to walk her back to the dormitory. I thought I finally got serious with her. The next day, she dragged me to a high-end restaurant in the city center for dinner, and to a club for drinks. I spent 4 or 5,000 that night. On the third day, she set her sights on a bottle of miracle water, over 1,000. In less than a week, the remaining 12,000 was all gone. The more he spoke, the more his voice trembled, tears flowing uncontrollably. Lin Zhe raised his coffee cup and took a sip. And then, oi. Chun Yu suddenly raised his head, his eyes red and his features twisted. I ran out of money. Yesterday I wanted to take her to a movie, but I couldn't even scrape together the money for 2 IMAX tickets. She turned on me right there saying I couldn't give her the life she wanted, and that 38,000 bag, she immediately put it up for sale on Xinyu. Xinyu slammed the table, causing the ice cubes in the coffee cup to clatter. She even posted on social media saying she's been bothered by boring people lately, it's annoying. This morning I saw her get into the Porsche of that rich second-generation student from the neighboring sports department. I ran over to ask her what she meant, and she sitting in the passenger seat rolled down the window and told me we're all adults, just gifting a bag, don't take it too seriously. She even said I was always a good person and we could still be friends, just keeping me as a backup. Xinyu almost shouted the last half of his sentence. A few patrons in the cafe turned to look, their eyes gleaming with gossip, yet Xinyu was completely unconcerned. In the past few days he had experienced the feeling of falling from heaven to hell. That 50,000 yuan had briefly allowed him to touch the goddess' hand, tasting the thrill of being a wealthy young master. But once the money stopped, everything vanished. This massive disparity shattered his already fragile values. He finally understood that there was no such thing as true love, only money was real. Lin Zhe set down his coffee cup, realizing the origin of this mutant term. An extreme sense of vanity once inflated was instantly punctured, leading to this kid's warped perception of money. For Lin Zhe, this was a good thing. With such an extreme desire, the upcoming transaction would be much easier. So what do you want to do now? Lin Zhe interlaced his fingers, resting his elbows on the table, looking directly at Xinyu. Xinyu was gasping heavily, his eyes fixed on the expensive watch on Lin Zhe's wrist, a brand he couldn't even recognize. I want money, Xinyu said deliberately, his gaze revealing a hint of madness. I want to buy. Didn't you buy it for 10 years last time? I checked, people generally live to be over 80. I'm only 20 now, oh I still have 60 years to live. They'll sell them all to you. Xinyu suddenly leaned forward, lowering his voice and speaking urgently. Name your price. As long as you give me money, I'll sell you all my remaining life. I don't want to live that long, I just want money now, a lot of money. I want to throw money in her face, or I want that son of a bitch driving a Porsche to kneel and call me father. Lin Zhe's system panel automatically popped up. The willingness to sell on Chen, yes, I want money not life term, had surged to 100. At the same time, the system provided new supply details. Remaining lifespan 57 years, physical condition, subhealthy, mental state desperate. Lin Zhe raised an eyebrow. This kid was truly willing to give up his life for revenge. Lin Zhe waved his hand, signaling Xinyu to stop. Just now his shout had drawn the attention of several heavily made-up girls at the neighboring table, some of whom had already pulled out their phones to record. Lin Zhe tapped on the table and stood up, walking straight towards the door. Seeing this, Xinyu hurriedly closed his mouth, grabbed the half cup of iced Americano on the table, and followed behind. The matte black Lamborghini Aventador roared, startling those students taking pictures by the roadside, forcing them to step back 2 paces. The car merged into traffic and stopped in front of a private Chinese tea house 2 streets away a few minutes later. In the purple bamboo room on the 2nd floor, the environment was excellent. Once the door was closed, no sound from the hallway could penetrate. As soon as the tea master placed a pot of Mingxian Longjing on the table, Lin Zhe waved him away. Only 2 people were left in the room. Xinyu sat half on the redwood armchair, unsure of where to place his hands and feet, but the urgency for money was all over his face. Boss, you still want to live, right? Xinyu pressed his hands on the purple clay tea table, leaning forward, eagerly steering the conversation back on track. He had been pondering this matter in his dormitory for several days. It had been a few days since he signed that inexplicable life purchase contract. Every night he stayed up late playing games. Beside from being unable to eat due to heartbreak, he hadn't even caught a cold. All this talk of losing lifespan and reducing it by 10 years seemed like nonsense to him. Rich people nowadays, to some extent, all have a twisted desire for control. This wealthy young man driving a supercar was probably involved in some juvenile circle or indulging in the perverse psychological game of paying to shorten others' lifespans. Whatever. As long as he could get the money, as long as he could take thick stacks of cash and throw them in that gold-digging ex-girlfriend's face, he wouldn't hesitate to sign a contract selling his body, not even blinking. Lin Zhe leaned back in his chair, idly playing with a small purple clay teacup. This kid was utterly obsessed. But he had no intention of correcting Chun-Ye's warped values. There are too many unfortunate people in this world. He was not a savior, he only cared about the value brought by the transaction. The other party wanted to exchange life for money, and he just needed to exchange money for life. It was simply a matter of mutual benefit. How much do you want to sell this time? Lin Zhe placed the teacup down, his voice. Last time he sold 10 years for 50,000, and it was gone in just a week. To buy a good car, and to lift his head in front of that rich second generation, a few $100,000 was simply not enough. I want 500,000. Xinyu extended 5 fingers, his voice fierce. 500,000, I will give you 20 years of lifespan. I checked, ordinary people live to be over 80 without issue. I'm only 20 now, oh I still have 60 years to live. I don't want to live that long, I want money now to take revenge on them. After shouting this, Xinyu stared intently at Lin Zhe's face, fearing that the latter would deem it too expensive and refuse. 500,000 was an unimaginable fortune for a college student who hadn't even graduated. Lin Zhe found it somewhat amusing. Horizons determine the scope. This kid was willing to risk 20 years of life for 500,000. If he knew that the real estate tycoon Xin Jinhua was willing to spend 30 billion in cash and kneel to buy a year of life, this kid's brain would probably overheat on the spot. But this was exactly Lin Zhe's greatest advantage in information disparity. Lin Zhe remained silent, picking up the teacup and gently blowing off the foam on the water's surface. Chen Yu felt a jolt in his heart, thinking Lin Zhe found it too expensive and wanted to haggle. He urgently said 45,000 is fine. Boss, this price really can't go any lower. I'm giving you my life. Lin Zhe took a sip of tea and placed the cup back down. Last time I took 10 years for 50,000 because you only needed 50,000. Lin Zhe looked at Chen Yu's bloodshot face. I believe in clear pricing when doing business. Chen Yu was stunned, completely unable to comprehend. Clear pricing? What does that mean? Lin Zhe held up 3 fingers. This time it'll take 10 years again, but it's calculated at 300,000 per year. This 10 years of life is worth 3 million. The room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chen Yu was frozen in his chair, his mouth slightly open, his breathing completely halted. The calculation of 45,000 in his mind shattered into pieces the moment 3 million was uttered. 3 million. What does that signify? It's the price of the Porsche that his so-called rich second-generation rival drives. It's an astronomical number that his parents would never be able to earn after a lifetime of hard work on the construction site. He originally only wanted a few 100,000 or so to vent his anger, yet this wealthy young man in front of him didn't even blink, directly slamming the price 6-fold in his face. 3 million to buy you 10 years of lifespan. Lin Zhe crossed his hands on the table. Sell, or not, it's 1 cent. I sell. I sell. Chen Yu suddenly came to his senses, his voice breaking. He almost lunged onto the table, frantically rummaging through his pockets for his phone. His hands trembled like leaves in the wind, mistyping the unlocking code several times. After much effort, he finally opened the banking app, retrieved his card number, and held it up in front of Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe glanced at the numbers on the screen, took out his own phone, and logged into the highest privilege account of the industrial and commercial bank. His fingers tapped lightly. Transfer. Seconds later, Chen Yu's old Android phone emitted an extremely loud vibration notification. A brand new message popped up. Your savings card ending in 6624 has received a transfer of 300,000 RMB from another bank. Current available balance 300,012. 50 renminbi. Chen Yu stared at the long string of zeros on the screen, his eyes nearly popping out. It really came. No contract signed, no procedures followed, not even a word wasted. 3 million in cash just landed in his account. Detected that the target has an extremely strong desire for the transaction. Voluntary contract established. Acquired target entry lifespan 3,650 days. Cash balance spent 300,000 RMB. As the system notification sounded in his mind, an enormous dark green light detached from above Chen Yu's head and swiftly vanished into Lin Zhe's brow. In that instant, Chen Yu's body suddenly felt a heavy sinking. Combined with the 10 years he had sold previously, the 20-year-old vessel was forcefully drained of 20 years of its life source. The internal decline and cellular aging, which should have appeared at 40, were imposed upon him in less than 5. Chen Yu's face turned pale. A wave of intense dizziness washed over him. He braced himself against the edge of the table, gasping for air, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, and his heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. But he didn't care at all. Boss. Thank you, boss. Chen Yu clenched his phone tightly, forcibly suppressing the emptiness that came from being drained. He didn't even think about the reduction in lifespan, only attributing it to the malnutrition caused by sleepless nights. With this 3 million, what nutrition could not be restored? Transaction complete. Lin Zhe leaned back in the armchair. Please make yourself comfortable. Chen Yu nodded, repeatedly unwilling to stay for another second, grabbing the phone on the table and stumbling out of the private room. His mind was consumed by a single thought: to head to the largest mall in the city center, buy all the most expensive clothes and watches, and then rent, no buy, a luxury car to slap that bitch in the face. As the door to the private room closed again, Lin Zhe summoned the system panel. Available entry stock lifespan, 3,650 days. A full decade. Lin Zhe closed the panel with satisfaction. To use a mere 3 million to acquire a strategic chip capable of stirring up a storm in the billionaire circle was an unbelievably profitable deal. Someone like Chen Yu was the perfect target. As long as his desires remained unquenched, he could be reaped again next time until he had sold off every last day of his life. Recollecting his thoughts, Lin Zhe pointed at the flickering radar icon. Deducting 10,000. Deducting 10,000. Deducting 10,000. The balance began to decrease steadily. Lin Zhe pretended not to see it and entered his search criteria in the search box. Search top-tier financial trading talent. Range entire city. The system interface displayed hundreds and thousands of glowing dots, mostly pale white and blue. Lin Zhe glanced at the accompanying entry names. Proficient in basic accounting, bank teller, speed, finance, whiz. All were a bunch of unremarkable entries, not even enough to serve tea at the Cloud Summit mansion. Lin Zhe grew somewhat impatient, preparing to increase the search stakes when a peculiar glowing that suddenly flickered at the edge of the map. Half of it was a glaring dark gold and half was dripping blood red. The two extreme colors intertwined, continuously flashing on the screen. Lin Zhe clicked to view the coordinate. Target name: Sun Lisan. Financial genius, possesses an extremely terrifying capital intuition and trading sense, able to precisely capture trends from massive data. A good find. A talent worthy of a dark gold level is simply irreplaceable in the entire Jiang City business sector. Lin Zhe's gaze shifted down to the dark red entry. Black Swan. When a large position is opened, a Black Swan event of irresistible force occurs, ultimately leading to a margin call. Lin Zhe was stunned, nearly bursting into laughter. Having these two entries on the same person was simply a cosmic joke. Possessing the world's top trading skills and intuition, yet encountering mishaps with every buy. Buying too much led to an explosion in the production area, while shorting encountered an emergency interest rate cut by the Federal Reserve. This was no longer a technical issue, it was pure misfortune. Who would dare entrust their money to such a person? Lin Zhe turned off the radar function, having only spent a little over 100,000. He took the car keys and went downstairs, sliding into the matte black Lamborghini. To others, this person was a calamity to be avoided at all costs, but for him it was an excellent opportunity to scoop up a bargain. Black Swan. While others were helpless against it, Lin Zhe could directly spend money to buy it and store it away. What remained would only be the financial genius. The Lamborghini roared out onto the street, racing towards the Jiang City Yangtze River Bridge according to the last coordinates given by the radar. 10 minutes later, the river wind howled. Lin Zhe parked the car on the auxiliary road of the bridge. Following the concrete steps down the bridge's underpass was dark and damp. A man slumped beside a concrete pillar, several green beer bottles scattered at his feet, and he clutched a crumpled delivery slipped tightly in his hand. The system radar indicated that this man was indeed Sun Lisan. Lin Zhe approached and looked down at him. The man's hair was long enough to cover his ears, oily, and stuck to his scalp with a stubbly jaw. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, and his skin was waxy yellow. According to records, this kid was only 26 this year, having just graduated from an Ivy League business school less than 2 years ago. But with this appearance, he could easily be mistaken for 45 if thrown into the labor market. Sun Lisan. Lin Zhe spoke. The man on the ground shivered, stuffing the delivery slip into his pocket and warily lifting his head. Who are you? A debt collector? Sun Lisan's voice was hoarse, laced with the dry heaves of a hangover. He leaned against the bridge support, barely managing to stand, as he took 2 steps back, creating a safe distance. Didn't we agree to pay back next month? I haven't run away. Do you really need to chase me all the way to the bridge's underpass? Lin Zhe ignored his shouting. Shorted the Nasdaq only to have the Federal Reserve suddenly announce an overnight interest rate cut, leading to a 3 million margin call. Then turned around to go long on international crude oil, but the next day the major oil-producing countries announced a sudden increase in production by 2 million barrels, resulting in another margin call, losing 250,000. Last month, not willing to let it go, borrowed 3 million at high interest to short a pharmaceutical stock that was exposed for fraud. As a result, that afternoon the pharmaceutical company accidentally developed an effective targeted drug formula, and the stock price soared by 300% in a single day. I lost everything. Lin Zhe put his hands in his pockets, speaking in a flat tone as he directly read out the information provided by the system. Sun Lisan stood there, mouth agape and utterly stunned. All of this was confidential data from his core trading account. Besides himself, no one else knew such detail. Even those collecting debts only knew that he owed money. It was impossible for them to accurately recall every Black Swan event in his transactions. Who exactly are you? Sun Lisan retreated until he could retreat no further, his back pressed against the rough bridge pier. To know all this, you must not be an ordinary lending group. What do you want? He felt increasingly fearful. Lin Zhe kicked aside an empty bottle by his feet. Your entry, timing, position management, risk hedging. It's all textbook level operation. If we follow the normal market logic, the 3 million you borrowed should have at least multiplied tenfold by now. These few words struck at the most vulnerable part of Sun Lisan's heart. Sun Lisan squatted on the ground in pain, clutching his hair as his emotions completely collapsed. Don't talk to me about logic. This market has no logic at all. He shouted hoarsely, his voice cracking with a sob. I've calculated everything to 3 decimal places. I've reviewed all macro data and financial reports over 3 sleepless nights. A surefire way to make money, yet the moment I open a position something goes wrong. Earthquakes, locust plagues, undersea cables bitten through by sharks. Even the exchange's servers can go down because a cable was bitten through by a mouse. Sun Lisan pounded the cement ground. I'm a calamity. I don't deserve to touch finance. I give up, I really give up. Looking at the sobbing, collapsed Sun Lisan, Lin Zhe clicked his tongue inwardly. The power of this black swan entry was indeed formidable. No matter how skilled a person is, they cannot withstand the heavens playing tricks on them. Lin Zhe stepped forward. Have you cried enough? Sun Lisan lifted his head, his face a mixture of snot, tears, and dirt. What exactly are you here for? Are you here to laugh at me? If you want money, I have a worthless life. You might as well throw me into the river to drown. Drowning you holds no significance for me. Lin Zhe stood still, saying, I'm not a loan shark. I'm here to propose a business deal with you. Sun Lisan wiped the dirt off his face. A deal? I've lost everything, and all I have left are 2 kidneys. Do you want the left one or the right one? Lin Zhe raised his hand, gesturing a number. I want 10 years of your time. Sun Lisan froze for half a second before letting out a sorrowful laugh reminiscent of a wind instrument. Boss, don't joke around. Hire me, to let me manage your trades. Sun Lisan leaned against the wall. You just investigated me thoroughly. Everything I buy drops, every position I open explodes. Aren't you afraid it'll wipe out your entire fortune? Lin Zhe pointed at the nearby bridge pier. You don't need to worry about that. 3 things. Lin Zhe raised his first finger. First, I will settle the 3 million debt outside for you. Sun Lisan remained silent. 3 million is a huge sum for an ordinary person, but in the eyes of this young man driving a Lamborghini, it was indeed insignificant. Lin Zhe raised his second finger. Second, I will give you 1 billion in cash as your initial trading capital. Hearing these 3 words, Sun Lisan's breath caught, and he even forgot to retch. But he immediately shook his head frantically. No, even if you give me 100 billion, it won't help. The moment I touch it, something will definitely go wrong. Today there's a massive blackout in America. Tomorrow Middle Eastern oil wells explode. This money in my hands won't last 3 days. Sun Lisan was more aware than anyone of his own bad luck. It was a bottomless pit. Whoever tried to fill it would die. Third, Lin Zhe ignored Sun Lisan's madness and continued, I will completely remove the bad luck that causes you to lose whenever you gamble. This 1 billion, even if you trade with your eyes closed and lose every last cent, I won't make you pay a dime. The river water lapped against the bridge pier. The air became stagnant for half a minute. Sun Lisan looked at Lin Zhe before him. Help him pay off his debts. Give him 1 billion. And promised that he wouldn't have to bear responsibility if it was all lost. Even saying he would remove his bad luck. Is this person crazy? Which mental hospital did this rich second-generation escape from coming to the bottom of the bridge to mock him? Sun Lisan clutched his messy hair. Boss, if you're just bored, can you find someone else to entertain yourself with? I haven't eaten in days and really have no strength to play this domineering CEO game with you. Lin Zhe couldn't be bothered to waste words. He took out his phone and pulled up the interface of his industrial and commercial bank super VIP account, with a balance of over 30 billion. The bright light from the screen illuminated the dim bridge tunnel. Sun Lisan's gaze swept over. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. Those zeros were densely arranged on the screen, with the leading number being 3. Sun Lisan gasped sharply, his heart racing. This wasn't a fake picture, it was the real dynamic interface of a bank's checking account. The young man before him had over 30 billion in accessible cash. This person was definitely not here for entertainment. I have a bad temper and no patience to repeat myself. Lin Zhe put away his phone. Serve me for 10 years, you can spend the money as you like and trade as you see fit. Will you agree? Sun Lisan's throat rolled violently. This offer was absurdly good, like a pie falling from the sky. For a trader passionate about finance, but forced into a corner by bad luck, what could be more tempting than ample funds and absolute trust? This was too bizarre, too unreliable. But Sun Lisan's chapped lips moved uncontrollably. Deal. Detected strong trading intent from the target. Voluntary contract established. Due to this transaction involving bad luck removal and contract binding, a special settlement mechanism is triggered. Successfully remove the target's negative entry black swan. This entry has been stored in the host's available entry inventory and can be used through the entry bestowal function. The host gains an absolute effectiveness contract for 10 years. A digital voice exploded in his mind. A thick, nauseating black-red fog was forcibly drawn from the top of Sun Lisan's head. The fog struggled and rolled in midair, then merged into Lin Zhe's brow, entering the depths of the system warehouse, never to stir up a ripple again. Lin Zhe called up the panel. The Black Swan entry lay quietly in inventory. With just $100,000 thrown out, it could make any multinational group worth hundreds of billions suffer a silent loss overnight, encountering an epic disaster. This was a nuclear weapon-level strategic reserve. Looking at Sun Lisan across from him, that black-red fog had been removed, and all that remained above his head was a brilliantly shining dark gold entry, financial genius. Sun Lisan shivered, feeling an extremely peculiar change in his body. The suffocating feeling that had long weighed on him, that sixth sense of impending disaster, suddenly vanished with his mind was clearer than ever. The vast data of over 10,000 trading orders he had reviewed automatically sorted and formatted in his mind, and even his sensitivity to numbers had instantly increased several levels. Sun Lisan looked at his hands, and the trembling tips of his fingers had completely steadied. What exactly did you do to me? Sun Lisan suddenly raised his head, staring intently at Lin Zhe. Don't worry about what I've done, just know that from today onwards you will no longer suffer losses in your trades. Lin Zhe turned and walked up the stairs. Sun Lisan hurried to catch up, his steps much lighter than before. The two walked onto the auxiliary road of the Cross River Bridge. A matte black Lamborghini Aventador was parked by the roadside, attracting the attention of numerous passers-by. Lin Zhe opened the car door. Tomorrow morning go register a shell company and set up an institutional account. 1 billion in funds will be fully transferred before 3 in the afternoon. Sun Lisan stood in the wind looking at Lin Zhe. What about the trading location? I'm about to fall behind on rent for the basement I'm living in. To engage in finance you need top-tier fiber optic networks. Even a millisecond of data delay can lead to huge slippages. Lin Zhe took out his phone and dialed Richard. Sir. Richard's voice rang out from the car's Bluetooth, clear and articulate. Lin Zhe placed his hands on the steering wheel. Clear out the vacant room on the 3rd floor facing south in the mansion. Before tonight, transform it into a top-notch financial trading room. What equipment do you need, sir? Lin Zhe glanced at Sun Lisan. Sun Lisan immediately responded, speaking rapidly with the fervor of his professional field. More than 6 high-end workstations, over 12 4K iCare borderless monitors. 2 independent gigabit enterprise-grade dedicated lines must be installed with UPS for uninterrupted power supply. Did you catch all that? Lin Zhe spoke into the microphone. Absolutely clear. All equipment will be delivered and set up within 2 hours. Richard replied without a moment's pause. The call ended. Sun Lisan swallowed hard. Just a few hours ago he was a useless person who could hardly afford to sleep in a bridge arch. In the blink of an eye, not only were his debts settled, but he was also expected to handle a billion-dollar operation and even go to a mansion for work. You smell too strong. Lin Zhe rolled down the car window, glanced at Sun Lisan, and pressed a few buttons on his phone. Ding. The broken phone in Sun Lisan's pocket rang. He took it out and saw that 10,000 yuan had been transferred via Alipay. Go take a shower and change into something presentable. This 10,000 is your settling-in fee. Lin Zhe started the engine. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, meet at the Shanghai Supercar Club. Don't be late. The engine roared. The Aventador shot out of the auxiliary road, merging into the main traffic. Sun Lisan held his phone, staring at the 10,000 yuan balance on the screen, standing still in the river wind for a full 5 minutes. He suddenly turned and sprinted toward the nearest shopping mall. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Shanghai Supercar Club. Lin Zhe parked in his designated spot and got out of the car. The lobby manager had already spotted the familiar matte black Aventador. This was the club's most talked-about god of wealth in the past week, a top-tier rich kid who bought million-dollar supercars without batting an eye. As soon as Lin Zhe walked through the revolving door, Jolie, dressed in a black professional pencil skirt, approached him. The skirt was even shorter than the one she wore during their last meeting, her legs long and slender in high heels. Jolie's neckline was very low and her name tag was perfectly placed in an eye-catching position. Young Jolie's voice was sultry, her body nearly pressed against Lin Zhe's arm. You didn't give me a heads up about coming today, so I could have greeted you at the door. Last time Lin Zhe's order had allowed her to boast for a week among her peers. Seeing this esteemed client again today, she was so excited that she hadn't even bothered to eat lunch, rushing downstairs after touching up her makeup. Lin Zhe pulled his hand away and went straight to the leather sofa in the lounge area. Here to buy a few vehicles for transportation. Jolie's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly poured a cup of freshly ground coffee, placing it in front of Lin Zhe with both hands. What types of vehicles does young Master Lin want to see this time? We just received a batch of stock vehicles, including limited edition models from various brands. She introduced while bending over. The angle was skillful, not only showcasing her figure to the fullest, but not appearing overly deliberate. Lin Zhe didn't even glance at her little tricks, tapping his fingers on the marble table. No need to look. Just order what I say. Understood, young Master Lin. Jolie quickly took out her tablet, her finger hovering over the screen, ready to take notes. 2 Rolls Royces. 1 Phantom, 1 Cullinan. Lin Zhe spoke in a calm tone. Jolie's hand trembled, nearly dropping the tablet. Requesting 2 Rolls Royces directly. Is he here to stock up? No problem. Both models are in stock. Do you have any color or interior preferences? She forced herself to stabilize her voice, filled with excitement. The Cullinan should be black, and for the Phantom, choose something understated, no flashy color combinations. Lin Zhe thought for a moment. With over 100 people in the Yunding mansion, the few old cars they had did not match the occasion. Also get a few business cars. Top-spec Lexus LM, let's start with 5. Do you have any in stock? Jolie took a deep breath, feeling the air in the entire hall getting a bit thin. 5 top-spec Lexus LMs, totaling several million. What kind of godly rich person treats this like buying cabbage at a market? Yes. As long as you want it, young Master Lin. If we don't have it in stock, I will immediately go to another district to get one for you, ensuring all the paperwork is completed today. She was even breathing faster. 2 Rolls Royces and 5 top-spec business cars. If this order is signed, her commission for the day would be equivalent to what others might earn in 10 years. Alright, that's it. Lin Zhe took a sip of coffee. Isn't that LaFerrari from last time still unsold? Let's include it too. Jolie was completely stunned. Last time Lin Zhe bought a Lamborghini, and she thought he wasn't interested in the Ferrari brand. Little did she know less than a week later he was buying it directly. Including the LaFerrari, the total price for today's order was already heading straight towards $500 million. Jolie's legs felt a little weak. She usually mingled in the supercar circle and had seen countless people pretending to be rich. Those people would bring a social media influencer to buy a small sports car haggling for half the price and opting for installment payments. Yet this person in front of her was throwing tens of millions without even blinking. She looked at Lin Zhe's young and handsome face, her heart racing with excitement, almost wanting to seize the moment. If she could get close to him, even as a hidden little canary, it would be worth it for a lifetime. With boldness, Jolie walked around the coffee table and sat down right next to Lin Zhe. The distance between them was exceedingly close, with the scent of perfume blending with the aroma of coffee. Young Master Lin. Jolie lowered her voice, her fingers seemingly casually brushing against the edge of Lin Zhe's coat. We need to prepare the car purchase contract. Once the paperwork is completed, it will definitely be late tonight. Let me treat you to dinner as a thank you for taking such good care of my performance. Jolie leaned forward, her professional outfit revealing a generous neckline, the scent of perfume wafting through the lounge area. Lin Zhe leaned back against the leather sofa, creating some distance. Prepare the car and send it directly to the address. Lin Zhe provided the location, eastern suburb, Yunding Mansion. Jolie froze at the mention of those words. Just a moment ago her mind was filled with fantasies of how to seize the opportunity to ascend the ranks, but now it was completely filled with fear. Yunding Mansion. The private estate of the richest man in Jiangxing Xinchangshan, a symbol of the utmost power in the city, where even high-ranking officials had to book appointments a month in advance to visit. Now the young man in front of her, who had just casually spent tens of millions on a car, had casually mentioned this address for delivery. Jolie instantly retracted all her flirtatious demeanor, standing straight with her hands clasped in front of her abdomen. Understood. Young Master Lin, rest assured I will personally lead the team to deliver it to you once the paperwork is completed. Jolie didn't dare to breathe too heavily, fearing that her earlier careless thoughts would be remembered against her. For someone of this stature, if she were to offend him, her status as a mere salesperson would mean she wouldn't even see the sun the next morning. The automatic sliding doors opened. A man dressed in a deep blue tailored suit strode in. His hair was neatly trimmed and his shoes gleamed. It was hard to believe that just a few hours ago he was questioning his life beneath the bridge of the Jiang River. Sun Lisan stopped in front of the sofa. The dark, golden title of financial genius shone brilliantly above his head. Without the suppression of the black swan, he exuded a sharp and capable aura. Boss, Sun Lisan greeted loudly. Lin Zhe nodded, indicating for him to sit. Sun Lisan wasted no time. After sitting down, he pulled out a stack of documents from his briefcase. This is expedited. The shell company has been registered offshore structure, and the funds can't be traced back to your name at all. Sun Lisan pushed the documents forward, speaking rapidly. The institutional trading seat has also been activated. As long as the 10 billion in funds is in place, there's no need to wait until tomorrow. The full channel position can be established by 3 o'clock this afternoon. His enthusiasm for finance had been suppressed for too long. Now with this 10 billion in capital and Lin Zhe's promise of absolute victory, he just wanted to rush back into the market that had plunged him into despair. Lin Zhe casually flipped through the documents. How do you usually get around? He asked, closing the folder. By taxi or squeezing onto the subway, Sun Lisan answered honestly. Choose a car for him. Something worth 2 to 3 million must be in stock, Lin Zhe said, tapping the screen of his tablet. Jolie's heart raced, her fingers sliding quickly across the screen. Young Master Lin, this Aston Martin DB11 or this fully loaded Porsche Panamera, both are in stock and very suitable for this gentleman's business demeanor. Jolie displayed the images. Choose one, Lin Zhe said, looking at Sun Lisan. Sun Lisan stared at the luxury cars worth millions displayed on the screen. Just a few hours ago, he had to carefully calculate every penny, even for a bond. Now not only had the boss given him 10 billion to squander, but he was also casually gifting him a luxury car worth millions. They'll take the Porsche, Sun Lisan said without hesitation. I've liked this car since college. Lin Zhe pulled out a pitch-black bank card and tossed it onto the coffee table. Settle the total, charge it to the card. Jolie cradled the black card in her hands and sprinted towards the finance office faster than a sprint champion. Over 50 million in super large orders fully paid within 5 minutes. Lin Zhe took back the card along with a pile of purchase contracts and left the club with Sun Lisan. The matte black Lamborghini roared to life, carrying the two straight to Yunding Mansion. The Lamborghini drove through the main gate. Sun Lisan got out of the car, gazing at the vast private estate before him and the armed overseas security personnel patrolling his previously racing heart miraculously calmed. He was even more certain that he had encountered a supergiant crocodile that defied common sense. Richard approached. Sir, the trading room on the 3rd floor has been set up. Lin Zhe led Sun Lisan upstairs. Pushing open the double wooden doors, they entered a room transformed into the world's most elite financial fortress, over 100 square meters in size. 8 top-of-the-line Alienware workstations were lined up, and on the walls hung 1665-inch borderless high-definition screens displaying real-time market data from international financial centers, American stocks, shares, and the Hang Seng Index. 2 enterprise-level gigabit dedicated lines connected directly, and the cooling fans in the server room emitted a low rumble. Sun Lisan's breaths quickened as he rushed to the central control console, his fingers flying over the mechanical keyboard. Without the curse of the Black Swan title, his data analysis model operated faster than any computer in his mind. The candlestick charts on the screens became clear streams of wealth in his eyes. "Boss, when will the 10 billion in funds enter the market?" Sun Lisan asked without turning around. Lin Zhe took out his phone and initiated the transfer. 10 seconds later, the institutional account balance on Sun Lisan's computer screen fluctuated violently. Available funds 100,000,000 CNY. Sun Lisan stared at the number of 10 billion, his hands clenched into fists. He turned around to face Lin Zhe, who was sitting on the sofa. "Have you found the prey?" Lin Zhe asked. Sun Lisan pressed the enter key, and the largest screen on the wall instantly switched to a stock chart of an American company. This is a new energy technology giant with a market value of $60 billion. They are set to release a so-called groundbreaking financial report on Nasdaq tomorrow night. Sun Lisan pointed to the steadily rising candlestick on the screen. All Wall Street investment banks are going long, believing this report will push the stock price to an all-time high. Is there a problem? Lin Zhe looked at him. Not only is there a problem, but it's a massive hole. Sun Lisan said firmly, "I just retrieved the upstream and downstream supply chain data for the past 3 years, and their core battery technology hasn't made any breakthroughs. The profits stated in the financial report are all just illusions created through false related transactions. I'm prepared to use 5 times leverage, putting 50 billion into shorting the stocks." Sun Lisan uttered this shocking statement. Lin Zhe wasn't startled. Instead, he found it quite interesting. After completely eliminating his bad luck, Sun Lisan's vision had become razor-sharp, daring to directly challenge the bloodsuckers of Wall Street. The key was that he even dared to stake all 10 billion. "Go ahead and do it. If you profit, it counts as your achievement. If you lose, it's on me." Lin Zhe stood up and walked towards the door. "Yes, boss," Sun Lisan shouted, bowing deeply to Lin Zhe's back. Lin Zhe waved his hand and exited the trading room. 9:25 in the evening. 5 minutes until the Nasdaq opens. The trading room was illuminated by the eerie glow of 16 frameless screens. Richard pushed a small cart in, placing a cup of strong black coffee and a sandwich beside the control desk. Sun Lisan didn't even look at him, his hands hovering over the mechanical keyboard. At 9:30 the market opened. The client dominating the central screen gapped up instantly. Titan New Energy Technology, ticker TTN. A star enterprise valued at $50 billion had already hinted at the revolutionary solid-state battery technology announcement to come tonight. The entire Wall Street and domestic stock trading forums went crazy. Within 2 minutes of the market opening, the increase approached 8. Sun Lisan gulped down a large mouthful of coffee, the bitter liquid coursing down his throat, putting his brain in an extremely alert state, feeling that his thoughts were terrifyingly clear. He had spent the entire afternoon scraping all the peripheral data of Titan New Energy over the past 3 years. These guys had even been reducing their expenditure on high-purity lithium materials for experimental use year by year, and the electricity consumption of several Southeast Asian factories was as stable as an ECG. This meant there was no large-scale production initiated. The financial report was definitely fabricated. It was a complete Ponzi scheme. Sun Lisan's fingers struck the keyboard fiercely. 1 billion in capital plus 5 times leverage from the brokerage. A total of 5 billion RMB, roughly equivalent to 700 million USD. The funds were split into hundreds of independent sub-accounts by Sun Lisan's automated trading program, disguising themselves as retail investors and medium-sized institutions quietly placing bearish options. The market sentiment was too exuberant. The 50 billion in short positions were thrown into the capital pool, not even a bubble surfacing before being instantly devoured by the frenzy of buying from the bulls. At 1 in the morning, the Klein chart steadily climbed, with an increase reaching 12. The floating loss in Sun Lisan's account had already exceeded 200 million. If it were a day earlier, something would surely have happened at this time. Either some Middle Eastern tycoon would suddenly announce a 100 billion investment in Titan, or the SEC would pass some new energy exemption legislation, blowing up his position in one wave. But today nothing happened. The news interface was eerily quiet. Sun Lisan stared at the market, his breath growing heavier. 2:55 in the morning. On the eve of the financial report's release, the bulls began their final sprint, pushing the stock price to an all-time high, with floating losses nearing 400 million. Sun Lisan's palms were sweaty, rubbing his hands against his pants. At exactly 3 o'clock, Titan New Energy released its quarterly financial report on time. Net profit skyrocketed by 400 year-on-year. This absurdly fabricated data sent the stock price soaring another 2 points, directly pushing the increase to a terrifying 15. But the jubilation lasted only 3 minutes. At 3:03, the internationally renowned short-selling firm Muddy Waters suddenly released an 80-page investigation report on their official website. It explicitly accused Titan of fabricating related transactions and included on-site photos of several factories in Southeast Asia overgrown with weeds. The most fatal blow followed closely. The official social media account of the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission simultaneously announced the immediate launch of a fraud investigation against Titan's executives and froze some of their assets. The forums that had been singing praises vanished in an instant. On Titan's trading platform, there was a 10-second halt as retail investors and institutions digested this explosive news. Then the brutal sell-off began. No one was buying a sell, orders piled up like mountains. That bright red upward candlestick plummeted off a cliff. Increase of 15. Increase of 5. Decrease of 10. The Nasdaq trading system automatically triggered the first-level circuit breaker protection mechanism, and the stock was forcibly suspended for 15 minutes. Sun Lisan slumped back in his boss chair, utterly exhausted. It worked. The thrill of this precise harvest was more intoxicating than oxygen. 15 minutes later, trading resumed. Panic emotions erupted completely. Institutions began to sell off indiscriminately, and the forced liquidation of the bulls formed a snowball effect. The stock price dipped straight down. Decrease of 30. Decrease of 50. Decrease of 70. Originally high-priced stocks in the tens of dollars were ruthlessly smashed to single digits. Sun Lisan sat up abruptly, his fingers leaving a trail of afterimages on the keyboard. He withdrew the bearish options in batches, madly buying back and locking in all profits at the bottom of the consolidation zone. The last position was closed. Sun Lisan slammed the enter key forcefully. The enormous trading room was filled with the buzzing of the case fans. He covered his face with his hands, laughter erupting from his chest, repressed and wild. At 7 in the morning in the restaurant on the first floor, sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting shadows on the floor. Lin Zhe sat at the main seat of the long dining table, leisurely eating the shrimp dumplings just served by the chef. Richard stood 2 steps away, holding a pristine hot towel. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, and the double doors of the restaurant were pushed open violently. Sun Lisan rushed in. His suit jacket was already off, 3 buttons of his shirt undone, his tie crooked, and his eyes red, as if he had just run out of a casino, resembling a gambler. Richard immediately stepped forward, blocking the space between Lin Zhe and Sun Lisan, frowning. Lin Zhe raised his hand, signaling Richard to stand down. Sun Lisan quickly walked to the dining table, clutching a tablet and thrusting it in front of Lin Zhe. "Boss, I closed the positions." His voice was hoarse, breaking on several words. Titan New Energy's financial report was fraudulent, targeted by 3 circuit breakers last night, with the highest drop reaching 75. We built positions at the bottom during the consolidation and closed all contracts. After deducting various fees, leverage interests, and channel fees, net profit of $280 million. Converted to RMB, it's $1,970 million. After finishing this string of numbers, Sun Lisan's throat was dry. With $1 billion in capital, it more than doubled overnight. In his life, he had dealt with dozens of stocks, but only this one won, and won spectacularly. His admiration for Lin Zhe had reached an unparalleled level. The means of effortlessly pulling away misfortune was nothing short of miraculous. Lin Zhe swallowed the shrimp dumpling in his mouth and pulled out a tissue to wipe his hands. His gaze swept across the screen. $3 billion in available funds quietly lay in the offshore account, plus the remaining $3 billion in his card, bringing the total cash flow close to $6 billion. But there wasn't a hint of ripple on his face. $1,970 million. In any second-tier family in Jiang City, this amount would be enough to elevate them to the top tier. But for Lin Zhe, it was just a number increasing. Lin Zhe leaned back against the chair, watching Sun Lisan, who was trembling with excitement. "Very well, after this profit is credited, you can take 20 million as a bonus," Lin Zhe said. As soon as this sentence was uttered, Sun Lisan was completely stunned. "How much?" 20 million. Sun Lisan's voice split with disbelief, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Lin Zhe, who sat at the head. In this line of work, it is taken for granted that the trader receives a cut. But for a short-term short that could wipe out an account, a boss who offered 8 million as a hardship fee would already be a saint. Too little. Lin Zhe swallowed his last shrimp dumpling and wiped his hands with a napkin. No, boss, it's far too much." Sun Lisan waved his hands anxiously. "You cleared 3 million of my debts and pulled this curse of bad luck off my back. I have no face to accept such a share of profits. I'd do anything. Sweep dishes every day, pay me 10,000 a month, and I'll do it." He spoke from the heart. Without Lin Zhe had now be sleeping under a bridge or chopped into pieces by debt collectors and thrown into the river. Rules are rules. Lin Zhe tossed the napkin onto the table and rose. "I don't sugarcoat things. Profit then reward follows. You've struck out repeatedly these past years, borrowed from relatives and friends, and invited a lot of gossip, haven't you? This money will let your parents hold their heads high. Sun Lisan's eyes suddenly burned wet. A 30-year-old man who had weathered countless blows in the workplace without shedding a tear now found his eyes filled and the dam about to break. The past 3 years had been worse than a stray dog's life. Relatives skirted around him, his ex pointed at him and called him hopeless, and even buying a bowl of instant noodles required meticulous calculation. Thank you, boss. Sun Lisan suddenly stepped back and bowed 90 degrees, his voice hoarse. My life is yours this time. Lin Zhe did not change his posture in the slightest. Enough. Go to finance and collect the money. Take half a day off today and sort out your outside troubles. He wiped his hands with a napkin. Tomorrow morning at 8, I want to see a trader in the trading room who has no worries left to haunt him. Understood. Sun Lisan wiped his face hard and turned to leave. He had arrived with unsteady steps. He left with his spine straight, and each footfall heavy and resolute. Li Zhe stepped forward and topped up Lin Zhe's cup with strong coffee. Sir, he stayed up all night last night. His body may not stand it, he cautioned. All-nighters won't kill anyone. Lin Zhe lifted the cup. When there's money to be made, it beats any tonic. Li Zhe depressed the communicator at his left ear and listened for a few seconds. Sir, he said with a slight bow, interrupting Lin Zhe's sip. The main gate sent word a heavy transport convoy has arrived, led by a female salesperson from Shanghai Supercar Club named Zhou Li. They say they have come to deliver the vehicles you ordered. Lin Zhe set his cup back onto the saucer. Let them drive in and park at the Fountain Plaza. Li Zhe took out his radio and passed the order along. By the way, Lin Zhe called after Sun Lisan as he reached the restaurant door. Your car has arrived. Take it and drive off. Sun Lisan paused, turned, and nodded with heavy thanks. Outside the main gate of Yunding residence, Zhou Li sat in the navigator's seat of the lead Mercedes van, palms slick with sweat. Through the window, she watched the towering vintage iron gate and the fully armed guards on either side, each holding a riot dog on a leash. This was the fabled Yunding residence, a place that on ordinary days did not even allow a fly to pass. She had spent the night coordinating with dealerships in several neighboring cities, straining every nerve to assemble 2 Rolls-Royce, 5 top-spec Lexus LMs, a LaFerrari, and a Porsche Panamera. 9 transporters formed a long line occupying half the mountain road. The grand gates slid open slowly. Men in black suits stepped forward and drew the perimeter line. Convoy speed limited to 15. Follow the main road straight to the central plaza. No one may step out to take photos, no unnecessary horns. The deputy head of security tapped the van window, his tone curt. Zhou Li nodded so vigorously it looked like a ritual. The convoy rolled into the residence, and the deeper they went the more her heart pounded. Immaculately trimmed lawns, centennial trees whose trunks could not be embraced by a pair of arms, and in the distance a pure white building that resembled a European castle. Poverty had indeed narrowed her imagination. Who on earth lived in such a place? That young man in the shop who casually swiped tens of millions yesterday. Could he be the richest man's illegitimate son? 9 flatbeds lined up in a neat row across the broad Fountain Plaza. Zhou Li pushed open the door and stepped down, her calves beginning to cramp. 2 rows of male valets in tailcoats already stood at attention. Li Zhe, immaculate in his butler uniform, stood at the forefront. Miss Zhou, he advanced. Thank you for your trouble. Hand the paperwork to me. Zhou Li would not let such an imposing head butler run errands for her. She hurriedly took from her bag a thick stack of documents and several exquisite car key boxes. Not troublesome at all. Where is young Master Lin? Mr. Lin. Zhou Li glanced around, trying to spot Lin Zhe's figure. She had spent the morning having her hair done and slipped into what she believed to be the most flattering fitted dress, hoping to steal a word or two from young Master Lin when delivering the cars. The gentleman is having breakfast and is not receiving visitors, Li Zhe replied formally as he took the dock. A flash of disappointment crossed Zhou Li's eyes, but she masked it swiftly. Just then the villa gates opened. Lin Zhe stepped out in simple casual clothes, hands thrust into his pockets. Sun Lisan followed 2 paces behind him. Zhou Li's eyes lit up, and she took a step forward in her high. 2 burly foreign mercenaries moved laterally in unison, forming a human wall that blocked her path. Their hands rested on the tactical belts at their waists. Zhou Li skidded to a halt, face drained of color, and raised her hands in surrender. Lin Zhe did not glance her way. He walked straight to the row of heavy trucks. A black Cullinan, a pure white Phantom, a red LaFerrari, and 5 domineering Lexus LMs reflected the morning light with a metallic brilliance that drew the eye. On the last flatbed sat a black Porsche Panamera. Lin Zhe reached out his hand. Li Zhe selected the Porsche key from the tray and presented it with both hands. Lin Zhe turned and tossed the key to Sun Lisan. Go. Don't disappoint me. Sun caught the key. 20 million in dividends sat in his account. A multi-million car stood before him, and behind him loomed an enormous, boundless patron. Sun Lisan felt his blood ignite. All the humiliation of the past 3 years must be reclaimed today, principal and interest. Boss, rest assured. I will be back on time. I won't delay anything important. Sun Lisan clenched the key. Sun Lisan walked up to the flatbed truck, and several loaders quickly lowered the hydraulic tailgate. The Panamera roared to life, its exhaust emitting a low rumble as it slowly drove off the flatbed. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Lisan lowered the car window and nodded at Lin Zhe, flooring the accelerator. The tires made a light screech against the bluestone pavement as the black sports car, like a black panther, roared out of the gates of the Yunding mansion. Zhou stood in place watching the taillights disappear, swallowing hard. This Lin Xiao provided his underlings with cars worth 2 to 3 million each. Such a level of generosity was rare, not just in Jiangxing, but across the entire country. Miss Zhou, here are the final payment and the signed documents. If there is nothing else, you may take your convoy and leave, Richard said as he handed several signed documents to Zhou Li. Zhou Li snapped back to reality. But Mr. Butler, should Lin Xiao try out a car? She persisted, glancing past Richard at Lin Zhe by the fountain. She raised her voice to a flirtatious tone. Lin Zhe was busy checking the information of new internal staff on Richard's tablet, not even lifting his head. Richard's expression turned cold. Miss Zhou, our mansion does not require any additional services. Please leave, he stated, curtly issuing an eviction notice. 2 security personnel stepped forward. Zhou Li felt a shiver run down her spine and dared not entertain any further notions of flirtation. I apologize for the disturbance, I'm leaving now. She hurriedly ran in her high heels and jumped into the lead business vehicle. The entire transport convoy did not dare to adjust their vehicles in the square, but took a long detour along the mansion's circular driveway before leaving through the gates. The square was cleared. Richard waved his hand, and several professional drivers ran out from the side. Park the Phantom and Cullinan in the number 1 climate-controlled garage. Send the LaFerrari for maintenance in number 2. The remaining business vehicles are to be handed over to the security department and internal affairs for daily commutes. Richard methodically allocated resources. Cars worth tens of millions were treated as casually as distributing rags in this mansion. Lin Zhe ignored these trivial matters and turned to walk towards the villa. He now held enough leverage and needed to accelerate the acquisition of high-level terms. Those terms capable of commanding authority across various industries were the foundation for establishing absolute rules. On the other side, in the old city of Jiangxing, at the entrance of a dilapidated urban village, the black Porsche Panamera came to a steady stop in front of a row of street vendors selling breakfast. A luxury car that had only been seen in short videos suddenly appearing in such a dirty and chaotic place immediately attracted the attention of those around. Sun Lisan pushed open the car door, stepping beside a puddle of unclean vegetable washing water. He looked up at the peeling walls of the rental houses deep in the alley. There lived his distant uncle, who always called him a scammer and constantly pressured him to pay back money. Sun Lisan adjusted his collar and picked up a heavy black backpack from the passenger seat. It contained 2 million in cash freshly withdrawn from his card, filled to the brim with brand new red bills. For an ordinary person to withdraw such a sum would be fraught with difficulties, with appointments and questioning about the purpose, but Sun Lisan relied on Yunding Mansion. With a single call to the bank, the money was ready without hassle. Sun Lisan stepped up the oil-stained and waterlogged stairs to the 3rd floor of the tenement building. At the end of the hall, a rental unit with a half-fallen doorplate stood, with its security door wide open. Inside, the air was thick with smoke. For middle-aged men shirtless surrounded a folding table playing cards with piles of small change and ash scattered across the table. Sitting directly opposite the door was the bald man Lu Chong, who was Sun Lisan's distant uncle. Play A, open the cards. Lu Chong slammed his cards on the table, grinning with yellowed teeth as he reached for the money. As his hand reached halfway, his peripheral vision caught sight of Sun Lisan standing at the door. Lu Chong's smile instantly faded, and he flicked the cigarette, but to the ground, stomping on it. Oh, isn't this our family's financial was back from overseas? Lu Chong sarcastically raised his voice. So what, you made a fortune? Planning to check on your poor relatives? The other 3 card players burst into laughter. Everyone knew that this distant nephew of the Lu family was a complete wastrel who had lost even his underwear from stock trading debts. Sun Lisan did not respond, stepping into the room. Stop playing dead. Lu Chong stood up, pointing at Sun Lisan's nose. Last month we agreed on 220,000 principal and interest. If you can't produce it today, I will really send someone to break your leg. Don't think that just because we are related I will keep indulging you, Lu Chong said as he sized up Sun Lisan. Upon seeing him, he was taken aback. In the past, when Sun Lisan came over, he always kept his head down, appearing submissive and downtrodden with his collar faded from washing. But today this lad was dressed in a high-end deep blue custom suit, his leather shoes spotless, and his hair slicked back. Most importantly, his demeanor had completely transformed. Enough with the nonsense. Sun Lisan removed the black backpack from his right shoulder and walked up to the folding table. He swept his hand across the table. With a crash, the playing cards, change, and ashtray were all sent tumbling to the floor. Just as the card players were about to curse, Sun Lisan had already placed 2 bundles of cash on the table. The 220,000 you are owed principal and interest. No need for change. Lu Chong swallowed hard, glancing at the money on the table, then back at Sun Leeson, his mind blank. Sun Leeson did not spare him another glance, pulled out the IOU from the table, lit it with a lighter, and tossed it into the corner trash bin before turning to leave. 3 minutes later, the sound of the Porsche Panameра's roaring engine echoed outside the tenement. Lu Chong scrambled to the balcony to look down. The black sports car flashed a beautiful taillight, disappearing at the end of the narrow alley in the urban village. "Old Lu, has your nephew gone to rob a bank?" The voices of the other card players were drifting away. In Yunding Mansion on the second-floor study, Lin Zhe leaned back in a wide redwood boss chair, facing a virtual system light screen. The short-selling campaign against Titan New Energy was a resounding success, not only confirming the power of the financial genius title, but also causing his funds to enter a phase of expansion. With a cash reserve of 6 billion, this number was no small figure even across Jiangxing. However, at this level, merely increasing the digits held little significance. He needed to establish a set of underground rules of his own and turn Jiangxing into an impregnable fortress. Although Shen Changshan and Qin Jinhua had submitted, Lin Zhe had never considered them as his own. To truly gain omnipotence, he still lacked two crucial pieces: a top-tier intelligence network and absolute force capable of carrying out dirty work from the shadows. Lin Zhe lightly tapped the screen, opening the system's advancement function module. The item detection radar has been activated. A holographic map unfurled rapidly before him, with a pale blue ripple emanating from the cloud-top mansion at its center, spreading outward. Lin Zhe inputted the search criteria in his mind: top-tier martial talent, elite intelligence network. The balance displayed in the lower right corner began to decrease steadily at a rate of 10,000 yuan per second, and Lin Zhe couldn't even be bothered to look. A few seconds later, several scattered light points finally lit up on the map. Lin Zhe casually clicked on the nearest coordinates to check the details. Retired veteran, proficient in basic grappling combat. Amateur Sonda level 3, explosive power far exceeds that of ordinary people. Nightclub know-it-all, enjoys eavesdropping on gossip at the bar. All entries were of low quality. Lin Zhe immediately closed the panel, unable to help but shake his head. Indeed, the cloud-top mansion was built on the hillside of the eastern suburbs, and within a 10-kilometer radius apart from an artificial lake, there were only a few local tycoons' vacation estates. There wasn't even a single street vendor. In such a purely affluent area, it was impossible to randomly encounter exceptional assassins or intelligence heads. Those top-tier talents either hid in the lowest depths of the mire or concealed themselves within the bustling crowds. Looking for goods here was simply a waste of time. To harvest premium entries, one needed to go to crowded places. Lin Zhe shut down the system, grabbed his phone and car keys from the table, and headed downstairs. In the first-floor lobby, Richard was supervising several security personnel as they moved a bronze sculpture onto the display stand. Upon seeing Lin Zhe come down, he immediately waved for his subordinates to stop and quickly approached. "Are you heading out, sir?" Richard slightly bowed. "Just going to the city center." Lin Zhe tossed the key with the double R logo, which was the black Cullinan that Jolie had just delivered. "Do you need an escort convoy arranged?" Richard took out a walkie-talkie. "There are 2 fully staffed tactical teams on standby outside. They can assemble within 5 minutes. No need to go through the trouble." Lin Zhe raised his hand to interrupt him. Taking a dozen fully armed overseas mercenaries to loiter in the city center would be too conspicuous and would scare away potential prey. Arriving at Garage 1, he pressed the key and the brand new black Cullinan illuminated its daytime running lights. Lin Zhe opened the door and sat in the driver's seat, immediately stepping on the accelerator. The low rumble of the exhaust echoed as the Cullinan smoothly drove out of the mansion's gates, following the winding mountain road down toward the bustling commercial district of Jiang City. At 5 in the afternoon, in the center of Jiang City CBD, traffic was jammed on the main road, with white-collar workers spilling out from office buildings to buy coffee and wait for rides. The noise was deafening. This was the true population dense area. Lin Zhe drove into the underground parking garage of a large upscale complex, finding 2 adjacent spacious parking spots to fit the massive vehicle. Putting the car in park, he turned off the engine. Lin Zhe didn't get out but tapped his fingers on the steering wheel twice, calling up the system panel again. Item detection radar has been activated. With this underground garage as the center, the holographic radar waves surged outward, instantly encompassing several of Jiang City's most prosperous districts. The light points on the radar screen surged like boiling water, densely crowded together. The drop rate was far beyond that of the hillside. There were too many ordinary entries. The screen's light spots merged into a blur, making it impossible to see. Lin Zhe immediately adjusted the search settings. Hide all white ordinary and blue rare level entries. Only show dark gold level and above. The screen instantly cleared a large area, the colorful noise disappeared, and the holographic map became clean. A few seconds later, 4 dark gold light points leapt out sporadically on the map. Lin Zhe clicked on a coordinate 3 kilometers away. The location was at a Sonda club. Black Fist, Overlord strength and impact resistance reached the human limit, proficient in Muay Thai and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Accompanied by a red negative entry, irreversible damage to the meniscus. Lin Zhe swiped past it. Such a brute who could only fight to the death in the ring was acceptable as a gatekeeper, but was far from the top-tier talent he desired, who could infiltrate and assassinate. Continuing to the next one. The coordinates were towards the city police dormitory. Criminal profiler reconstructs crime scenes from extremely minute clues with meticulous thinking. Accompanied by an entry severe depression. The identity of someone within the system was too sensitive, leading to potential complications, so he skipped it. Lin Zhe's gaze swiftly scanned the map, and at that moment an extremely glaring light point suddenly appeared on an old street at the edge of the radar. This light point was not only dark gold in color, but also enveloped in a thick layer of deathly energy flickering at an irregular frequency, as if it could extinguish at any moment. A bright red warning box popped up on the right side of the system interface. Warning: extremely rare mutated entry detected. Target's life signs are rapidly deteriorating. Lin Zhe quickly sat up straight, maximizing the coordinate display. The location was shown as Chongfeng Street, back alley, abandoned hardware factory. Target name: A Gue, real name unknown, dark gold mutated entry, shadow. Possesses absolute stealth and counter-surveillance abilities, a natural night walker. Deadly negative entry, penetrating injury. Multiple organs damaged accompanied by severe blood loss, shock. Willingness to sell. Target's consciousness is vague, unable to accurately assess trading willingness. Lin Zhe stared at the word shadow. Isn't this the tailor-made night assassin for him? Absolute stealth and counter-surveillance. This would be 100 times more useful than those retired mercenaries who could only stand in the open blocking bullets. Whether dealing with competitors or gathering intelligence, a person empowered by this entry would simply be a knife that kills without bloodshed. But the problem is this person is on the verge of death. The crimson entry of penetrating injury is frantically consuming the target's vitality. The light point was dimming rapidly. At this rate of blood loss, it wouldn't last more than 20 minutes. Once the target breathes their last, the dark gold mutated entry will collapse instantly. Lin Zhe pushed open the car door. Now it was the evening rush hour, and although Chongfeng Street was only over 3 kilometers away, the ground was so congested that even electric bikes couldn't get through. Taking the Cullinan, there would be too late. Lin Zhe hurried out of the underground garage, scanning for a shared bike along the roadside, and with a powerful push of his right foot, he stepped down on the pedal. This body, enhanced by the entries of Master of 8 Extremes Fist and Super Reaction, exhibited stamina and speed that far exceeded ordinary comprehension. A dilapidated shared bike was ridden by him with the intensity of a professional off-road racer. The bike swiftly weaved through the crowded traffic, prompting gasps from passers-by and curses from drivers. 10 minutes later, in the back alley of Chongfeng Street, Lin Zhe tossed the shared bicycle into a pile of weeds by the roadside. In front of him, a row of rusty metal barriers stood marked with red paint, declaring demolition area, no entry. Crossing over the barriers, he found a landscape of broken walls and construction debris, with a brick house in the deepest part, its roof half collapsed. The system radar indicated that the flickering light point was located inside the brick house. Lin Zhe did not rush and recklessly. He quieted his footsteps and circled around to the windowsill at the side of the brick house. In the air, along with the intense stench of sewage, wafted a very fresh scent of blood, accompanied by hushed voices engaged in deliberate low conversation. "Be quick with your hands and feet," the boss ordered. "That if we see a person, we must see their corpse. That thing isn't on him, it must be hidden around here somewhere." A raspy male voice responded, filled with palpable impatience. "This kid is like a cockroach. Even after being stabbed with 3 bloody holes in his belly, he can still run this far." Another slightly younger voice chimed in, accompanied by the sound of rummaging through items. "Stop talking nonsense, go search him, and be quick about it, so we don't draw out the night." Lin Zhe leaned against the window frame, which had no glass, and slightly tilted his head to look inside. The light in the brick house was dim, with only a bit of moonlight filtering through the roof. The 2 men had their backs to the window. One held a bloody triangular bayonet, while the other crouched on the ground, searching a blood-soaked person. The person lying on the ground was motionless, his black bodysuit completely soaked in blood, his face obscured by unkempt hair. Above him, the dark gold label representing shadow now emitted only a faint spark, ready to dissipate at any moment. They were here to destroy the evidence. Lin Zhe didn't care what these people were looking for. He cared about the exquisite labels on the person lying on the ground. Once a person dies, he would have to start searching for such rare items all over again. Suddenly, the young man crouching on the ground cursed. "Damn, we found nothing. Brother just slit his throat. Oh, let's not complicate things." "Get it done," the man with the bayonet said coldly. The young man pulled a dagger from his tactical boots, reversing his grip, aiming it at the throat of the man on the ground. Just as the dagger was within 10 centimeters of the neck, a half-muddy red brick flew in from the window, striking the young man's wrist with precision. Crack! With the sound of bones breaking, the young man let out a scream, and the dagger flew from his hand, hitting a nearby abandoned iron barrel. "Who?" The man with the bayonet reacted quickly, turning to face the window, his weapon horizontally positioned across his chest, muscles tensed. Lin Zhe stepped over a ground full of broken glass and swaggered through the entrance that had no door. He glanced at the barely breathing Ague on the ground, and then at the two brutish killers before him. The system panel automatically unfolded above the two men. Professional thug, cold-blooded dagger mastery. Low-tier skill labels that didn't even qualify to be stored in the warehouse. Which side are you on? The boss is working you outsiders should keep their distance. The man with the bayonet fixed his gaze on Lin Zhe, not daring to rush forward. The power and precision displayed by that half-brick earlier indicated he was a trained fighter. I'm not interested in. Lin Zhe pointed at the lying Ague. This person is under my protection. The young man across holding his swollen wrist stood up laughing out of anger, pulling out a spring knife from his lower back. Brother, does this kid have a screw loose? He comes here alone to snatch someone from us. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Lin Zhe. Let's just take him out too. The man with the bayonet squinted, stopped talking nonsense, and suddenly launched forward with a burst of power, charging at Lin Zhe like a cheetah. The triangular bayonet aimed directly at Lin Zhe's heart, devoid of any flair, all lethal moves. Lin Zhe stood still, unaffected, bolstered by extraordinary reflexes. The opponent's movements, which appeared lightning fast to an ordinary person, seemed to him like a slow-motion replay. As the bayonet lunged toward him, Lin Zhe merely tilted his body slightly. The blade grazed his clothing and slid past. In the next moment, he didn't give the opponent a chance to retract his attack. With a close-range strike of the 8 Extremes fist, he slammed into the man's chest. Bang! A sound that made one's teeth ache erupted in the abandoned factory. The bayonet-wielding man didn't even have time to scream as he was propelled 3 to 4 meters away, his back colliding hard against the graffiti-covered brick wall, causing the lime to crumble down. He slid down to the ground, the bayonet clattering away from his hand. His chest visibly caved in, and he spewed out a mouthful of black blood mixed with internal organs, fainting on the spot. The young brother holding the spring knife swallowed hard. He glanced at his unconscious older brother, then at Lin Zhe, who stood still, without even a hint of disarray, and felt warmth in his pants as he urinated in fear. Dropping the knife, he turned to run. Lin Zhe kicked up a piece of broken brick from the ground, exerting force through his right leg, and kicked it out. The broken brick cut through the air, striking the back of the young brother's knee with precision. With a crisp crack, the young brother screamed as he fell to the ground, clutching his deformed leg and rolling around in agony. Lin Zhe approached, raised his foot, and stamped down hard on the young man's already fractured wrist. The sound of wailing like a slaughtered pig filled the abandoned factory. Lin Zhe found it annoying and kicked the young man under the chin. The wailing abruptly ceased, the young man's jaw shattered, his eyes rolling back, and he fainted completely. After dealing with the two unskilled thugs, Lin Zhe turned and walked to the corner. The smell of blood was overwhelming. Ague lay on the ground, mixed with mud and weeds. A horrifying wound in his abdomen was oozing dark red blood, soaking even his tactical vest. The system panel flickered madly above Ague's head. The scarlet label for penetrating wound was deepening in color, frantically consuming the target's vital signs. Nearby, the dark gold label shadow that Lin Zhe coveted was dimming to its limits, on the verge of collapsing. This person wouldn't last 3 minutes. Lin Zhe squatted down and gently patted Ague's bloodied cheek. Wake up! Ague's cracked lips parted slightly, and his heavy eyelids opened a narrow slit. His vision was unfocused from blood loss, allowing him to see only a blurry figure squatting in front of him. I can make you live. Lin Zhe wasted no words, his voice steady. The price is that you belong to me. Ague's consciousness was slipping into endless darkness, yet his instinct for survival was driving him to cling to his last breath. He couldn't clearly hear what was said, but the word live stimulated his dying nerves. He didn't want to die. No matter the cost, he didn't wish to die in this filthy ditch. With his last ounce of strength, Ague squeezed out a weak syllable from his throat. Okay. Target detected, exhibiting an extreme desire for survival trait. A voluntary contract has been established. The target's negative attribute, piercing injury, is being stripped away. 100,000 in cash deducted. This attribute has been stored in the host's available attribute inventory and can be used through the attribute bestowed. The host has acquired the target's absolute efficacy contract. Several electronic beeps echoed in his mind. Lin Zhe's account instantly showed a deduction of 100,000. At the same time, a thick scarlet light was forcibly drawn from Ague's abdomen. The blood light twisted and struggled in midair for a moment before directly entering Lin Zhe's brow, sealed in the deepest part of the system's warehouse. Lin Zhe called up the panel and glanced at it. The attribute piercing injury lay quietly in the inventory. This was a good thing, even simpler and more brutal than Black Swan. It could create a blood hole in the opponent's belly out of thin air, making it utterly unpredictable. As he withdrew his gaze, Lin Zhe looked at Ague on the ground. Without the continuous damage from piercing injury, the horrific blood hole in Ague's abdomen visibly stopped. Though the ruptured organs and muscle fibers had not completely healed instantly, the feeling of deadly exhaustion had completely vanished. Ague gasped for air, his eyes widening suddenly. He propped himself up with both hands on the muddy ground and sat up forcefully, looking down. The wound that had once pained him to the brink of insanity now only bore a thin layer of blood scab. Aside from the weakness from significant blood loss, the feeling of life slipping away had entirely disappeared. Ague touched his abdomen, his hands covered in dried blood clots, yet he felt no pain. This surpassed his understanding. In one moment he was struggling to breathe, in the next his fatal injury had vanished. Ague suddenly looked up, fixing his gaze on Lin Zhe, who was squatting in front of him. The young man before him was dressed in casual attire, not a single drop of blood splattered on him. "Who exactly are you?" Agui's voice was hoarse, laden with extreme vigilance and lingering shock. "Your boss." Lin Zhe stood up, looking down at him. Above Agui's head, the dark golden attribute representing shadow shone with a dazzling luster once more. This kid had salvaged a life, and the foundation of a top-tier infiltrator was all intact. Ague fell silent for a few seconds. As someone who walked the edge of a knife, he had the least faith in gods and Buddhas, but only in strength. Just now he had heard the commotion of a fight. The two pursuers had been incapacitated without even getting a chance to fight back. Coupled with the miraculous ability to heal fatal injuries out of thin air, his opponent was definitely a deep and unfathomable crocodile. Most importantly, he had agreed to the trade. In this business one could lose their life, but debt could not be owed. Ague pushed himself off the ground, kneeling in the muddy water, lowering his head. "Boss, my name is Ague." Lin Zhe nodded and turned to walk outside the factory. "Clean this place up, we'll give you 15 minutes. "Understood." Ague stood up. He walked over to the two unconscious assassins, picked up the triangular military dagger on the ground, and without hesitation plunged it directly into their throats. Lin Zhe ignored Agui's astonishment. With 60 billion in funds, it was absolutely not a problem to arm Ague with high-level battle attributes. However, before that, Lin Zhe had a crucial idea that needed verification. Ague would have to do the dirtiest work for him, and the secrets he held would only increase. Even though they had already established the absolute efficacy contract, human hearts are not easily tested. It was necessary to add absolute physical constraints that could not be violated. Lin Zhe found the contract management module on the system panel and opened Agui's detail interface. Detected that the host is attempting to perform advanced intervention on subordinate contracts. Tip: you can increase absolute restriction clauses through the contract restructuring function with a deduction of 1 million cash for each operation. 1 million. For Lin Zhe now that amount was barely a trifle. He directly chose to confirm the deduction. "Please enter the restriction conditions and punishment mechanisms." Lin Zhe stared at the virtual keyboard in front of him, quickly inputting restriction conditions to disclose the employer's identity, characteristics, and related abilities to any third party using any language, text, gesture, or electronic device. Punishment mechanism: the heart's aorta will rupture instantly, placing the subject in a state of extreme heart-wrenching pain. Automatic repair will occur after 10 seconds, but if there is a second violation, all vital signs will be directly stripped away. Input complete. Generating clauses. Contract restructuring successful. The restriction clause has been secretly inscribed into the target's life mark. The night wind swept through the vacant lot of the unfinished building. Lin Zhe looked at Ague. "Ague, close your eyes and think about who your employer is in your mind, and imagine how much benefit you could gain if you sold my matters to the police or your enemies." Lin Zhe ordered in a calm tone. Ague was completely bewildered, but he complied. He closed his eyes, and as Lin Zhe's face just appeared in his mind, he tentatively thought, what if he sold today's miraculous healing to an overseas biological laboratory? This thought was barely taking shape. Ugh! Agui's eyes widened suddenly, and red veins instantly appeared in his eyeballs. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest tightly. Pain. An indescribable agony. It felt as if a barbed steel saw had pierced directly into his chest, gripping every blood vessel of his heart and pulling outward with force. Ague, a tough man who had endured countless tortures and could remain silent even while having his nails pulled, was now rolling wildly on the ground covered with rubble. He opened his mouth wide, emitting a mournful howl akin to a dying beast, with saliva uncontrollably spilling out. Every second stretched into centuries. Lin Zhe leaned against the car door coldly, watching Ague roll on the ground. 10, 9, 8. As the 10 seconds elapsed, the excruciating pain disappeared. Ague lay on the ground, his body drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. He gasped for air, his chest violently rising and falling while his limbs twitched uncontrollably. Those were the most terrifying 10 seconds of his life, truly feeling the despair of death looming over his heart. "Do you understand now?" Lin Zhe approached, looking down at him. Ague struggled to turn over and get up. This time he did not kneel on one knee, but instead knelt heavily on both knees on the rubble-strewn ground, not daring to lift his head. "I understand the boss rules. It's buried in my gut." Agui's voice was hoarse, even carrying an uncontainable tremor. That was fear etched deep into his soul. Lin Zhe was very satisfied with this effect. With this insurance, Ague was truly a perfect weapon. "Get up." Lin Zhe turned around and opened the door of the colonnade. Ague steadied himself against the wheel, struggling to control his trembling legs. Did you have a target for what I asked you earlier? Lin Zhe sat inside the car and rolled down the window. Ague wiped the cold sweat from his face with his sleeve, his mind racing. There's one person. Ague spoke quickly, fearing Lin Zhe would grow impatient. People on the street call him Old Mo. Be more detailed. This old guy is over 60. 30 years ago, he was a top cleaner under a warlord in the Golden Triangle. It is said that one man with a knife can eliminate an entire armed checkpoint in the tropical rainforest. He is proficient in all cold weapon assassinations and hand-to-hand combat. Later, when the warlord fell, he escaped back to the country and hid his identity in Jianshan. Ague revealed all the information he had. Where is he based? Lin Zhe became interested. For a person capable of eliminating an entire regiment alone, he would definitely possess several dark gold-level superb battle attributes. Once extracted and given to Ague, combined with the stealth of Shadow, Ague could instantly transform from a scout who only knows how to hide into an ultimate killing machine. At the old city's agricultural market, he has a stall there selling fish every day. Ague provided an address. This person has a terrible temper, and no one knows what he did before. I accidentally saw him act once while following leads for a private job a few years ago. The Cullinan drove steadily on the national highway out of the city with the window down halfway, letting the night wind fill the car. Lin Zhe turned the steering wheel to avoid a pothole on the road. Just now in that broken factory, what were those two with knives searching on you? Lin Zhe casually asked, looking at the road. Ague sat in the passenger seat, his body tense. Upon hearing the question, he hurriedly took out a blood-stained brass key from the inner pocket of his tactical jacket and placed it on the center console. The key to locker 16 on the second floor of the train station. Ague honestly explained, the items are stored in there. What's inside? Ague rubbed his palm, which was clammy with sweat. Half a month ago, I got a job in the black market. Someone offered 300,000 for me to go to the chairman's office of the Wanhao Group to obtain the bid price for the Cross-Sea Bridge project. Wanhao Group. Lin Zhe remembered this name. A large enterprise in Jiangcheng that started with earthworks and building materials owned by Wang Jianshu, who was notorious for his ruthlessness in his early years. In recent years, he has cleaned up his act and become a star entrepreneur in the city worth tens of billions. I infiltrated the office. Ague continued, I didn't find the bidding document, but I discovered a hidden compartment in the wall behind the boss chair. There was $100,000 in cash along with that book. I took everything out. Lin Zhe shot him a glance. Did you see the contents of the book? I did. Ague swallowed hard. It contained all the illicit accounts of the Wanhao Group over the past 6 years, including how to use overseas shell companies for money laundering and how to funnel benefits to those in power. Most importantly, it recorded the payment details of 3 homicides, all orchestrated by Wang Jianshu, to seize land using cleaners from the underworld. Lin Zhe tapped on the steering wheel. With this thing in hand, if a single page leaks out, Wang Jianshu, that big boss, will have to eat peanuts. So you used this notebook to blackmail him, huh? Lin Zhe spoke in a flat tone. Ague chuckled awkwardly, looking extremely embarrassed. I thought after this big score I could wash my hands of it and leave the country. I asked for 10 million. Wang Jianshu agreed quite readily over the phone, saying he would prepare cash. But when I showed up, all I was met with were armed men waiting for me. For the past 2 weeks I've been chased like a dog by his men. Today I was really at my limit, which is why I was forced into that abandoned factory. Ague paused. Boss, that ledger is a hot potato. Wang Jianshu is acting like a mad dog now. He's put out a bounty of 20 million for whoever gets that book, no matter the cost. Lin Zhe smiled. A bounty of 20 million. This shows just how anxious Wang Jianshu has become. Such a cornered prey, if handled properly, could yield far more than 20 million. Moreover, a group boss who has mixed in both the underworld and the legitimate world for years will definitely have valuable connections. Tomorrow you go to the train station, retrieve the notebook, and drop it off at Yunding Mansion. Lin Zhe stepped on the gas. As for Wang Jianshu, let him bounce around for a few days. I have other plans. Ague didn't dare to ask further and nodded in agreement. At 10:30 at night, the Cullinan entered the outskirts of the old district of Jiang City. The streets here were narrow, flanked by haphazardly built shantytowns and various night stalls open all night. The road was pitted, filled with puddles and oil stains. This over 5-meter-long luxury SUV felt out of place in such an area. People drinking on the roadside paused to point and stare. Lin Zhe found a relatively spacious spot to park the car 2 streets away from the farmer's market. He turned off the engine and got out. The air was thick with a strong, fishy smell mixed with the sour stench of sewage. Let's go meet the ace cleaner you mentioned. Lin Zhe set off toward the farmer's market, with Ague closely following behind. The farmer's market at night was very quiet, most stalls already closed with rolling shutters, and only a few lights remained on in the seafood section, where some vendors were unloading dead fish and shrimp for sale the next morning. Ague led Lin Zhe through a pathway littered with fish scales, stopping in front of a stall in the far corner. The stall had no sign, just a dusty incandescent light hanging down. The bulb emitted a dim yellow light, illuminating several large plastic basins filled with murky water. An old man squatted by the edge of the basin. He was thin and slightly hunched over, his messy gray hair hanging down as he focused on gutting fish on a wooden cutting board marked with knife scars. In his hand was a simple fish filleting knife. With his left hand, he grabbed a still flopping black fish from the basin. Slap! The black fish hit the cutting board and the knife in the old man's right hand glinted coldly. The blade precisely entered just below the fish's gills, sliding down the spine to the tail, and with a flick of his wrist the entire fish skeleton was extracted. Next, with a flick of the knife's tip, the fish meat was split into 2 pieces. The entire process took less than 2 seconds, executed with such precision that it seemed as if the fish had willingly disassembled itself. Lin Zhe stood 3 meters away, quietly observing the old man's movements. The control over his strength and familiarity with the texture of muscles and bones was not something a mere seafood vendor could possess. The system panel automatically unfolded before Lin Zhe's eyes. Target name Lao Mo. Target identity retired overseas mercenary top cleaner. Along with the personal information floating above Lao Mo's head were descriptors. Master Assassin, Dark Gold, proficient in all fatal weaknesses of the human body, adept in various cold and hot weapons. Close combat skills reached the human limit. Beast Instinct, Dark Gold, a sixth sense honed through countless life and death battles, able to predict danger half a second in advance. Lin Zhe's heartbeat quickened slightly. 2 Dark Gold descriptors. This old fellow is practically a walking arsenal. If these 2 descriptors could be transferred to a Gui who in Jiang City could stop him. Just then a red warning box suddenly popped up on the system interface. Above Lao Mo's head, in addition to those 2 Dark Gold descriptors, a swirling mass of dense black energy was spreading rapidly toward his brain along his neck. Estimated survival time, 72 hours. Only 3 days left. Lin Zhe raised an eyebrow. No wonder a man capable of single-handedly taking down a whole squad would be. Estimated survival time, 72 hours. Only 3 days left. Lin Zhe raised an eyebrow. No wonder a man capable of single-handedly taking down a whole squad would be hiding in this stench-filled market waiting to die. This toxin has completely destroyed his nervous system. The only reason he can still fillet fish steadily is due to his terrifying willpower holding him together. Lao Mo finished gutting the last fish and casually tossed the knife onto the cutting board. He picked up a nearby enamel mug and took a sip of water without even raising his head, his voice hoarse. Come by seafood tomorrow at 6. We're out of stock today. A Gui stepped forward. Lao Mo, do you remember me? Lao Mo paused in his drinking, slowly raising his head. It was a face weathered with frost and scars, with a long diagonal scar cutting through his left eyebrow. His eyes were yellowed, yet they emanated a chilling ferocity. His gaze swept over a Gui, finally landing on Lin Zhe behind him. I remember. 3 years ago, I helped that Zhang from the south of the city collect debts, nearly getting killed by a mob of enemies. Lao Mo put down the enamel mug and wiped his hands with a dirty towel around his neck. What are you planning bringing a soft-skinned young lad here today? Lin Zhe directly stepped up to the cutting board. He didn't beat around the bush and stated plainly, I want to buy your killing skills. Name your price. Lao Mo paused in his movements. He suddenly squinted and a fierce killing intent erupted from his frail body, causing the air in the entire seafood section to drop several degrees. A Gui beside him even instinctively took half a step back, his hand reaching toward his waist. Lao Mo stared at Lin Zhe for a full 10 seconds, then suddenly cracked a dry smile. By my killing skills. Lao Mo grabbed the fish filleting knife from the cutting board. You little brat who hasn't even grown hair, yet do you know how to write the word death? As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted force with his right hand. Whoosh! The bloodied fish filleting knife turned into a blur, flying past Lin Zhe's ear and embedding itself deep into the red brick wall behind him. The knife handle was still vibrating violently, producing a buzzing sound. Lin Zhe didn't even blink, standing firm in place. With super reaction activated, he could easily tell that the knife's trajectory was not aimed at him. Save the theatrics for someone else, Lin Zhe said, looking at Lao Mo. The poison has already taken root in your heart. In 3 days you will breathe your last in agony. Lin Zhe leaned down, placing his hands on the water-stained stall before him, staring directly into Lao Mo's eyes. Are you really willing to rot in this pile of fish entrails? The smile on Lao Mo's face vanished in an instant, his pupils contracting sharply. His right hand clenched into a fist, the veins on the back of his hand bulging out. Even the best hospital in Jiangxing couldn't uncover his true condition. How could this young man who he had never even met see through him so easily? Lin Zhe didn't give Lao Mo a moment to catch his breath, throwing out his final card. Sell me your skills. In exchange, I can extract all the toxins from your body. You'll live another 30 years. Lao Mo suddenly stood up. He accidentally kicked over a water basin, black sludge splattering everywhere. Who exactly are you? Lin Zhe stood straight, his tone calm. Your buyer. Just then a screeching sound of brakes pierced the air outside the farmer's market. Following that, the doors of 4 or 5 vans were flung open. Over 20 thugs wielding steel pipes and machetes surged in, blocking the aisle completely. One bald man at the front raised a machete, pointing towards a Gui and shouting, That's the kid. Boss Wong said to catch him alive for a reward of 5 million. Bring back a dead one for 2 million. Agui's expression changed drastically. Lin Zhe glanced back at the chaotic crowd, not panicking, but instead turning to look at Lao Mo. You have 10 minutes. Clean up this trash. Lao Mo looked at the oncoming crowd, a layer of crimson light slowly igniting in his yellowed eyes. 10 minutes. You underestimate me too much. Lao Mo ripped off his apron. 3 minutes will be enough. As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man, his face contorted with rage, raised his machete and charged forward. Old man, you're asking for it. I'm going to take you down too. Lao Mo didn't grab the fish-slicing knife. Instead, his arms hung down his back, straightening suddenly. The hunched old fishmonger vanished in an instant, replaced by a precision killing machine. The first strike aimed at Lao Mo's face. Lao Mo didn't evade. Instead, he leaned slightly forward, his shoulder crashing into the bald man's chest. His right hand clawed out, accurately grabbing the wrist holding the knife and twisting it violently in the opposite direction. Crack! The machete fell to the ground before the bald man could even scream, Lao Mo's left elbow smashing heavily into his chin. The sound of a shattered jawbone echoed painfully through the empty corridor, and the bald man flew back like a broken sack, knocking over 3 thugs rushing in behind him. This was just the beginning. Lao Mo dove into the crowd, his movements devoid of any unnecessary flair. Every punch and kick targeted the throat, joints, and ribs, the most vulnerable parts of the human body. The thugs at the front couldn't even touch the hem of Lao Mo's clothes. Either their kneecaps were crushed or their shoulders were dislocated. In less than a minute, 7 or 8 men lay writhing on the ground. Agui stood slightly behind Lin Zhe, holding his breath. He considered himself skilled, but in the face of this pure killing technique honed from rolling in piles of corpses, he realized that if he faced Lao Mo, he wouldn't last 3 rounds. Those moves were purely muscle memory, devoid of any time for thought, all instinctive reactions. The remaining dozen thugs were intimidated by Lao Mo's ferocity, their hands shaking as they gripped their steel pipes, none daring to take another step forward. Lao Mo had no intention of stopping. He picked up a solid steel pipe from the ground, gripping it in the middle, and charged. The sounds of strikes mixed with the dull echoes of breaking bones. 2.5 minutes passed. The aquatic section of the farmer's market was left with nothing but whales. Not a single thug remained standing. Lao Mo threw the deformed steel pipe to the ground and turned to look at Lin Zhe. Let's go. He ignored the aftermath on the ground and turned to walk towards the back door of the farmer's market. Lin Zhe shoved his hands into his pockets, following behind with Agui close behind. Outside the back door was a deadened alley without even a streetlight. Lao Mo reached the end of the alley and pushed open a dilapidated wooden door covered with iron sheets, revealing a narrow staircase leading down. As they descended the stairs, the air grew exceptionally damp and cold. Pushing open the basement door, the space was, besides a military bed, the corner was piled high with boxes of medical analgesics and various 4 bags, and there was a safe against the wall. Lao Mo approached the military bed, sitting down. He pulled out a disposable syringe from under the bed, skillfully drew a tube of clear liquid, rolled up his sleeve, and injected it directly into his arm, which was covered in needle marks. As the clear liquid entered his veins, Lao Mo exhaled a heavy breath of turbid air. His face, which had been slightly gray from intense exertion, relaxed a little. Those little ruffians were after that kid behind you. Lao Mo tossed the syringe into the trash can. I took the hit for you, or we can't stay here. You said you wanted to buy my skills and could extract the toxins from my body. He lifted his eyelids to look at Lin Zhe. Tell me, what cards do you have up your sleeve? Lin Zhe pulled over a plastic chair missing a leg and sat down. You already heard my cards earlier. Lin Zhe began. I can remove the latest neurotoxin from your body and give you 10 million in cash as a retirement fund. The condition is to hand over your killing skills. Lao Mo pinched his brow, the migraine from the neurotoxin's onset, making his temper flare. Why should I trust you? This toxin has already invaded my spinal nerves. Even the best surgeon in Jiangxing wouldn't dare to look at it. You say you can extract it just like that? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Lin Zhe didn't rush to refute. He glanced at Agui. Agui understood, took a couple of steps forward, and directly unzipped his black tactical jacket, lifting up his short sleeve. At the position of his lower abdomen, a recently healed puncture wound, still not fully scabbed over, appeared before Lao Mo's eyes. Half an hour ago, my intestines were still spilling out. Agui's voice was devoid of any emotion. The boss took a liking to me, and within 10 minutes I was standing here alive and kicking. Lao Mo stared at the wound. With his countless killing experiences, he could tell at a glance that this was definitely a penetrating wound caused by some large-caliber cold weapon. Such an injury left untreated on the outside wouldn't last even 30 minutes before succumbing. Yet now the wound had miraculously scabbed over. Lao Mo's fingers unconsciously tapped on the iron frame of the military bed. My killing skills are ingrained in my bones. How can you buy them? Lao Mo asked the crucial question. That's my business. Lin Zhe looked at him. You just need to decide if you want to make this deal or not. Hand over your skills, take the money, and walk away. If not, you'll wait to die here. Old Mo fell silent. This skill was the foundation of his existence in the underground world. Even though he was now just an old man selling fish, as long as he held the fish knife, he feared no one who might seek trouble. Once he handed it over, he would become a frail, old man of waste who could be trampled by a few petty thugs at any moment. However, the torment of the neurotoxin was truly life-threatening. Every night he rolled on the ground in pain, barely able to close his eyes with high doses of painkillers. He was truly exhausted and afraid. Having earned a lifetime of dirty money, now he had no life left to spend it. 10 million isn't enough. Old Emo suddenly looked up. Without the ability to protect myself, I need to go abroad and change my identity. I have to ensure that no one can find me for the rest of my life. We won't leak a single piece of information about you, Lin Zhe said smoothly. This is a condition of our transaction. Likewise, everything that happens tonight must not be spoken of by you. If you violate this, I will make your death 100 times worse than the onset of the neurotoxin. Old Emo let out a hoarse laugh. I've lived most of my life, I know best how to keep my mouth shut. Old Emo stood up and walked to the wall-mounted safe, entering the password to open it. He took out a waterproof bag containing a forged passport and several anonymous overseas bank cards. Transfer the funds. Old Emo slapped a Swiss bank's anonymous account card on the plastic chair in front of Lin Zhe. He had made his decision to survive and retire in a place without enemies. Lin Zhe took out his phone and operated the offshore account. A light ding sounded as Old Emo's special phone received a funds arrival notification. Old Emo looked at the numbers in the text message and let out a long sigh. The murderous aura that had been taut along his spine instantly vanished without a trace. Good. Old Emo sat back down on the army bed. Where is your skill? I want to see how you take away my killing tech. Transaction intent detected. Voluntary contract established. Lin Zhe focused his thoughts and immediately activated the contract function in the system panel. He could not allow a former mercenary to take the money and leave without any restrictions. 1 million in cash was deducted instantly. Absolute restriction clause has been written into the target's life imprint. Clause content: no disclosure of transaction details or employer identity to any third-party violators will trigger cardiogenic sudden death. Lin Zhe then chose to extract the terms. Starting to strip dark gold level term master assassin. Starting to strip dark gold level term beast instinct. Starting to strip red fatal term late stage neurotoxin. 3 beams of light rose simultaneously from Old Mo's head. 2 dazzling dark gold beams and a cloud of foul-smelling black mist. At the moment the 3 beams left his body, Old Emo trembled violently. He stared wide-eyed in horror, pressing his hands against his throat and gasping for breath. The deep, piercing pain that had long oppressed his nerves vanished completely in that instant. Moreover, his previously stiff spine suddenly felt relaxed. But following that was an unprecedented sense of emptiness. Old Emo instinctively reached for the fish knife he had placed by the bed. The knife handle felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds in his grip. The sensation of being one with the knife was gone, and the once clear mental pathways for muscle exertion and instinctive predictions of human weaknesses were completely erased. The way he now held the knife was no different from that of a true fish-selling old man. Clang. The fish knife. Old Emo stared blankly at his hands, then let out a self-deprecating laugh. This is what you call buying it. Old Emo shook his head. Who exactly are you? Lin Zhe did not answer him. The 2 beams of dark gold light and the cloud of black mist quietly lay in the system's term warehouse. Lin Zhe stood up and pushed the Swiss bank card back in front of Old Emo. Transaction complete. Leave Jiang City before dawn, Lin Zhe said, and turned to walk towards the basement door. A Gue followed behind, glancing at Old Emo before exiting. The killing god who had sent shivers down his spine a half-hour ago now looked like an ordinary, slightly hunched old man. The 2 made their way back down the stairs into the dead end. A breeze blew and a Gue felt a chill on his back. Boss, where are we going now? A Gue asked in a low voice. Lin Zhe opened the door of the Cullinan and sat in the driver's seat. He looked at a Gue in the passenger seat pulling the door handle. I told you I will directly implant that old guy skills into your brain. Lin Zhe tapped his fingers on the steering wheel to bring up the system panel. A Gui's pupils shrank suddenly, and even his breathing stopped. Lin Zhe looked at the 2 gleaming dark gold terms in the system warehouse, and directly clicked on term bestowal. Target: A Gue. Confirm bestowal master assassin beast instinct. Close your eyes and feel it. Well, a Gue instinctively closed his eyes, and then his brain felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. A massive and complex flow of information surged violently into his nervous system. Countless scenes of slaughter, techniques of exerting force with cold weapons, disassembling and assembling firearms, various instincts for escaping in desperate situations. A Gue let out a painful low roar, clutching his head as cold sweat instantly soaked his tactical jacket. Lin Zhe stepped on the accelerator. The black Cullinan sped away from the old city, racing towards the Yunding mansion. Half an hour later, the Cullinan came to a steady stop in front of the main building of Yunding mansion. A Gue slumped in the passenger seat, his whole body exuding white steam, his clothes completely soaked with sweat. The excruciating pain in his head had subsided, replaced by an extremely terrifying sense of clarity. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. The flesh was still the same flesh, but just by moving a thought 100 ways to break someone else's neck with a finger sprang to mind. As long as he slightly concentrated, he could hear even the faintest sound of leaves falling 30 meters outside the car crystal clear. He stiffly turned his neck and looked at Lin Zhe beside him. This method, which broke all common sense, completely shattered the worldview that Ague had built over more than 20 years. Lin Zhe opened the driver's door and got out of the car. Ague hurriedly followed and pushed open the car door. The moment his feet touched the ground, a breeze blew past. Almost instinctively, Agui's back arched up sharply and his body shifted sideways. In the instant he dodged, two beams of strong light from flashlights illuminated the spot where he had just been standing from different angles. Two fully armed security personnel stepped out from the shadows of the main building steps, hands resting on their tactical vest holsters. Richard, dressed in a well-tailored butler uniform, followed behind the two security personnel. What was initially a routine security check transformed drastically when Richard caught sight of Ague. Richard raised his right hand and made a tactical gesture. The crisp sound of bullets being chambered immediately echoed from the shadows around them, as at least 6 submachine guns locked onto Agui's head. "Sir," Richard took a step forward, positioning himself in front of Lin Zhe, his gaze fixed intently on Ague. "This person is extremely dangerous." Ague remained motionless. The number of people around him, their positions, and the weapons they wielded, all this information automatically generated in his mind. In the past, faced with this level of armed security, he would have had only one choice: to escape under the cover of night. And even then the chances of success would be slim. But now the combat experience in his mind told him that he could eliminate Richard's neck before the surrounding mercenaries fired, then use Richard's body as cover to take down the 6 gunmen within 5 seconds. "Put it away." Lin Zhe casually tossed the car keys to Richard. "This is Ague, my new recruit. He will work at the mansion from now on." Richard caught the keys, and his gaze lingered on Ague for a few seconds. He sensed the lethal threat emanating from the man before him, the kind of unmasked murderous skill that was far beyond that of an ordinary street thug. Richard lowered his right hand, and the sounds of weapons in the shadows immediately ceased. "Welcome to the Cloudtop Mansion," he said, slightly bowing. Ague relaxed his tense muscles and stood obediently behind Lin Zhe. "Take him to shower and change into clean clothes. Also go to the security department's armory and let him pick out a few suitable weapons," Lin Zhe said as he walked. "You have half an hour to tend to your wounds and personal hygiene. Meet me in the study on the first floor in half an hour." "Yes, boss." Ague bowed his head in acknowledgement. Cloudtop Mansion Security Department, Underground Level 2. Pure white cold light illuminated the silver-gray blast door. Richard stepped forward, placing his finger on the fingerprint lock, followed immediately by a faint blue iris scan beam sweeping across his eyes. With a soft whoosh, the heavy steel door slowly slid into the wall. Ague changed into a black tactical uniform exclusive to the mansion's internal staff and followed Richard inside. Behind the door was a temperature-controlled armory, close to 400 square meters. Rows of blast-proof glass cabinets displayed various models of firearms, tactical accessories, and bulletproof gear, all neatly arranged like shelves in a high-end supermarket, with the air thick with the pungent scent of gun oil that sent adrenaline soaring. Ague couldn't help but inhale sharply. Having survived for so many years in lawless territories abroad, he had seen his fair share of grand spectacles. However, the scale of this armed stash could only be matched by those mid-sized warlords who wielded power across Southeast Asia. And now all of this was stashed away in the basement of a villa on the eastern outskirts of Jiang City. Choose for yourself. All equipment is of the latest batch and requires no acclimatization. Richard stood by the door, his hands clasped behind his back. Ague remained silent and strode toward the melee weapons section. The moment his fingers touched the cold metallic surface, the dark gold-level experience of assassination master belonging to old M.O. surged in his mind. Countless muscle memories of slaughter, dissection, and instant kills coursed through his body like electricity. He casually picked up an unassuming dark matte trident dagger, the muscles in his forearm instinctively tensing, his wrist adjusting to the perfect angle for exertion. It felt as if the knife had become a part of his hand. 2 Glock 19s were equipped with suppressors. Ague slid the trident dagger into the tactical knife sheath at his side and turned to Richard. "Also grab 2 stun grenades. Is that permissible?" "As instructed by the sir, all resources you need are fully authorized by the security department." Richard gestured invitingly. "Once you've made your selections, head to the study on the 2nd floor. The sir is waiting for you." The half hour was timed to perfection. The redwood door of the study on the 2nd floor was gently knocked on. "Come in." Ague pushed the door open and walked in the heavy tactical boots, making no sound as they stepped on the carpet. Lin Zhe sat in a wide executive chair, a tablet screen lit up in front of him, and a cup of steaming black coffee resting on the desk. "Is the gear suitable?" Lin Zhe did not lift his head. "All top-notch stuff." Thank you, boss. Ague stood straight, his hands tightly pressed against his pants seams. If previously he had bowed to Lin Zhe due to the life-threatening restrictive contract, now, after genuinely feeling the terrifying power coursing through him, his offer, Lin Zhe had deeply penetrated his very bones. To be able to implant combat experience gained from rolling through heaps of corpses into another's mind, as if copying files into a computer, was a feat attainable only by gods. Richard entered from outside and walked over to the desk presenting a briefing. Sir, the Outer Sentry reported 5 minutes ago that there are over a dozen unidentified vehicles on several access roads leading to the foot of Cloudtop Mountain. Should we dispatch the tactical team to clear the area? Richard reported in a businesslike manner. Agui's heart tightened. The group at the farmer's market had been taken down by Old Mo, but he had stood right next to Old Mo at the time. The eyes of the Marriott Group's operatives were spread across all walks of life, so they must have traced the ostentatious Cullinan that had caught attention. Wang Jianshu was a notorious local tyrant in Jiang City. For that black account that could cost him his life, he wouldn't hesitate to poke a hole in the sky. Just a few small fry, let the people below keep an eye on them. As long as they don't cross the warning line, they can roam freely. Lin Zhe picked up his coffee cup, his tone casual. No sooner had he spoken than the phone on the desk suddenly vibrated. A virtual number with no assigned area lit up on the screen. Lin Zhe leaned back in his chair and pressed the speakerphone button. Who is this? A raspy, middle-aged male voice came from the other end of the line, carrying a tone of arrogance cultivated from long-standing authority. Is this Lin Xiao? This is Wang Jianshu from the Marriott Group. Agui's leg muscles instantly tensed. Wang, boss, is quite the reach. Lin Zhe played with a pen in his hand, a faint smile on his lips. Is there something you need in the middle of the night? The Cloudtop Mansion, gifted to you by the Shun family, is a prime location in Jiang City, and I've long wished to pay a visit. Wang Jianshu spoke in a bureaucratic tone over the phone. The purpose of today's call is simply to ask for a favor from Lin Xiao. I've heard that a thief named Ague has sneaked into your courtyard. Wang Jianshu paused, his tone turning cold. This kid has sticky fingers and has stolen things he shouldn't have. If Lin Xiao could facilitate and hand him over to me, the 20 million bounty released outside will be directly credited to Lin Xiao's account. Consider it a token of friendship from Wang to you. Lin just stared at the black coffee on the table. On the phone, Wang Jianshu's voice carried a distinct tone of condescension. Young Master Lin, I believe in courtesy before aggression. Ague stole my things, hand him over, and 20 million will be in your account within 10 minutes. Let's be friends in the future. If you encounter any troubles with construction approvals in Jiangxing, I will help you out. Lin Zhe chuckled. He leaned back against the leather chair and tapped the rosewood table twice with his fingers. Boss Wang, do you really think so highly of yourself? The breathing on the other end of the phone clearly paused for a moment. What do you mean by that, young Master Lin? Wang Jianshu's voice deepened, carrying the hardened tone of someone who has long been in the underworld. I can understand a young person being a bit arrogant upon arriving in a new place. But I, Wang Jianshu, have been in Jiangxing for 30 years, consuming more salt than you have rice. You cannot wade through this murky water. Is that so? Lin Zhe replied, his tone flat, without a hint of fluctuation. What if I want to wade through it? The breathing across the line became hurried. Are you messing with me? Wang Jianshu finally tore off his pretentious facade, cursing furiously. You don't eat the toast and go for the punishment drink. Do you think hiding in the Cloudtop Mansion means everything is peaceful? Tonight, I will level that mountain for you. You'll never leave Jiangxing in your lifetime. Lin Zhe couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense any longer. He directly pressed the hang-up button and swiftly added the number to his blacklist. Ague, standing nearby, was tense all over. Boss, he's cornered and desperate. He'll go down and deal with the people at the foot of the mountain right away. Ague pressed his hand against the blade of his triangular dagger at his side. Lin Zhe took a sip of coffee and nodded. Go ahead. Warm up. Richard pressed down on his earpiece and instructed the patrol team from the security department withdraw from the first defensive line and let them in. Ague turned and left, his footsteps silent. The moment the door closed, he seemed to vanish into the shadows. Richard pushed a tablet computer in front of Lin Zhe. Sir, do you need to activate the mansion's heavy defense system? If the other side is equipped with heavy firepower, relying solely on Ague could be risky. He isn't as weak as you think. Lin Zhe looked at the blinking dots on the screen. If he can't even handle this little trouble, there's no need for him to stay here. Richard was left speechless. To be honest, the situation was not small at all. Even if the mansion's security was deployed, resolving it wouldn't be easy. Yet Lin Zhe's attention was not on those cannon fodder at the foot of the mountain. With a thought, the system panel unfolded before his retina. Activate the entry detection radar scanning at maximum power. Target Wang Jianshu. Ding. Holographic radar waves have been emitted. Currently consuming 10,000 yuan per second. The map rapidly unfolded before his eyes. 3 seconds later, a glaring red marker lit up in a standalone villa in the affluent district of the city center. Lin Zhe clicked on the marker. Wang Jianshu's personal information panel popped up directly. Name: Wang Jianshu, identity: chairman of the Marriott Group, holding entries: cunning, ruthless, blood, and chi depletion, severe, kidney deficiency, no advanced defensive entries. Lin Zhe let out a cold laugh. 30 years as a local bully. In the face of the system's dimensional strike, he was less than an ant. Lin Zhe opened the system inventory, his gaze falling on the shiny black entry. Black Swan dark gold level negative when encountering a significant project advancement or major capital outlay, an irresistible Black Swan event will occur, ultimately leading to total collapse. Assign entry. Please select to forcibly assign to the target. Lin Zhe didn't hesitate and clicked on Wang Jianshu's name. Detecting target's willpower intensity, calculating resistance. Target's resistance is weak, entry compatibility is high. This forced assignment will consume 500,000 yuan. Do you confirm? Lin Zhe didn't even blink, directly clicking confirm. 500,000 for the obliteration of a multi-billion-dollar group. This deal is quite worthwhile. Ding. Deduction successful. Black Swan entry has been successfully implanted into the target's destiny trajectory. It will automatically trigger the next time the target makes a significant decision. Lin Zhe closed the panel and stretched. Isn't the Marriott Group participating in the landfill bidding for the Cross-Sea Bridge? It will automatically trigger the next time the target makes a significant decision. Lin Zhe closed the panel and stretched. Isn't the Marriott... 6 vans with altered plates and 3 black SUVs thundered through the landing gear at the foot of the mountain, racing up the winding road. The headlights flashed erratically through the pitch-black forest. In the front passenger seat of the Toyota Land Cruiser sat a burly man with a scarred face. His name was Sango, the top henchman under Wang Jianshu with a history of blood on his hands. Get your weapons ready. Sango shouted into the walkie-talkie. The boss has spoken. Whoever can chop off that Agui's head tonight will earn. If anyone dares to stop inside this villa, open fire immediately. The walkie-talkie erupted with excited howls. A 5 million bounty was enough for these desperate men to bring down even the King of Heaven. The convoy slowed down at a sharp bend. Suddenly the front van exploded with a loud bang, without warning. The right front tire blew out, and the out-of-control van spun sideways, crashing heavily against the mountain wall on the inner side of the road. The vehicles behind it couldn't stop in time, leading to a series of rear-end collisions, the shrill sounds of scraping and metal clashing shattering the night's tranquility. The entire convoy was forced to a halt. Damn, what happened? Sango kicked open the car door, brandishing a 5-shot shotgun as he jumped out. Dozens of henchmen swore as they opened their doors, holding machetes and homemade shotguns, looking around in the glaring beam of the headlights. In the mountains, aside from the rustling of leaves in the wind, there was nothing. Brother Go, someone has scattered spike strips on the road ahead. They're all specialized armor-piercing nails. A younger brother ran over to report, his voice trembling. Sango's expression darkened. We've encountered tough opponents. Everyone get your act together. Turn on all the flashlights and search the mountain. Dozens of bright flashlight beams instantly lit up the surrounding woods. Just then, a barely audible sound of air being pierced rang overhead. A henchman standing on the outskirts had yet to react when a blood hole appeared in his throat. He couldn't even scream, futilely clutching his neck as blood gushed through his fingers, and he collapsed limply to the ground. Immediately following, in the blind spot of the flashlight beams, a shadow silently descended from the treetops, swiftly approaching another lone henchman. The triangular combat dagger traced a dark trajectory in the air. Without any flashy movements, it precisely sliced in from the side, severing the vertebrae and cutting off the central nervous system. The henchman instantly collapsed, and Agui even gently cradled the falling body, slowly placing it on the ground, all within 2 seconds. This was the terror of the master assassin combined with shadow. In the darkness, every movement of Agui blended seamlessly with the night. He was no longer the petty thief chased down the street, but a top-tier hunter who dominated life and death. In the left woods, open fire. The Mang dog finally saw the fallen body on the ground, his scalp instantly tingling. Bang, bang, bang. A dozen or so rustic muskets and pistols unleashed a furious barrage into the thicket on the left, sending bark shards and leaves flying wildly. After the volleys ceased, an eerie silence settled over the woods. No sound of any body hitting the ground. Stop, stop, stop. Mang dog raised his hand. Where are they? Did we hit anyone? Just as he finished speaking, with a crisp clang, a cylindrical black metal sphere rolled out from beneath the chassis of the van on the right, coming to rest precisely where the crowd was densest. Mang Dog's pupils contracted sharply as he caught sight of the object in the car's headlights. A stun grenade. Get down. Mang Dog managed to shout only 2 words. Boom. A deafening blast of 170 decibels exploded on the mountain road, accompanied by a blinding flash that could momentarily blind anyone. Dozens of thugs were instantaneously stripped of their sight and hearing, writhing on the ground in agony, clutching their eyes as sharp ringing filled their ears. Agui crawled out from under the off-road vehicle's chassis. Without drawing his gun, he gripped a trident dagger in reverse and charged into the crowd with inhuman speed. The true one-sided massacre began. 3 minutes passed. The blinding light gradually faded. Mang Dog shook his head, struggling to focus his blurred vision. He tried to pick up the shotgun lying on the ground. Suddenly, a heavy foot crushed down on the back of his hand, the anti-slip pattern on the tactical boot sole shattering his finger bones. Mang Dog screamed in pain and looked up. Standing before him was the man clad in black tactical gear. Around them lay his subordinates sprawled in disarray. Not a single one remained standing. The acrid stench of blood was nauseatingly thick. A Gue crouched down and tapped Mang Dog's face with a trident dagger, its cold blade still moist with warm, fresh blood. You are a Gue. Mang Dog finally recognized the face, but no matter how he tried, he could not reconcile the bloodthirsty killing god, who had slaughtered dozens in a minute, with the petty thief they had chased like a drowning dog just hours ago. This was nothing short of seeing a ghost. A Gue wasted no words and delivered a kick to Mang Dog's side neck. Mang Dog's eyes rolled back as he fainted instantly. Yunding Mansion's second-floor study. A voice crackled through the walkie-talkie, "Boss, it's all cleared. We left a few alive to spread the word, the rest were handled by security. No traces will remain." "Well done." Lin Zhe turned off the tablet on the rosewood desk. "That concludes today's matters. Go get some." Morning 8 o'clock. Marriott Group Headquarters Chairman's office on the top floor. Wang Jianshu grabbed the custom purple clay teapot on the desk and smashed it hard onto the floor. The fine clay shattered into shards, brown tea splashing onto the handmade carpet. Dozens of men, armed, didn't even get close to the mid-mountain villa gate. Wang Jianshu pointed furiously at his subordinate standing before him, his face swelling with rage. The subordinate shrank, his neck trembling all over, his voice completely altered. "Boss." Mang Dog and his men were all taken down on the mountain road, not a single one escaped. "The area has been sealed off, and the men we left on the outskirts cannot gather any information." Wang Jianshu kicked over the solid wood tea table, his chest heaving violently. He had been in the game for 30 years, having seen every tough guy on Jiang City streets. But eliminating dozens of fully armed thugs silently overnight was beyond the capability of any ordinary tycoon. Who exactly was Lin Zhe, the man now residing in Yunding Mansion? Wang Jianshu walked behind his desk, picked up the landline handset, and pressed the shortcut key for the encrypted hotline. He had to contact his connections at the top immediately. Beep, beep. No one answered the call. Just as Wang Jianshu was about to redial, the heavy double wooden doors of the office were forcefully pushed open. The chief financial officer stumbled in his suit, completely drenched, and his tie askew. "Chairman, a huge problem has arisen." The chief financial officer collapsed onto the desk, panting heavily. Wang Jianshu suppressed his anger. "The sky won't fall. Speak calmly. Our offshore accounts overseas have been cut off." The chief financial officer shouted. "The partners in Southeast Asia suddenly betrayed us half an hour ago and absconded with the $3 billion deposit we prepared for the cross-sea bridge bid. The International Anti-Money Laundering Organization has frozen all our remaining shell companies." Wang Jianshu stood stunned, the handset clattering onto the desk. The overseas funding was his lifeline. Once frozen, Marriott Group would be nothing but an empty shell. Before he could recover, the urgent sound of high heels echoed outside. The chairman's secretary stormed in, pale-faced and forgetting to knock. "Mr. Wang, the stock market just opened, and our group shares have hit the limit, down and locked. Media are wildly spreading rumors that the resettlement housing project we delivered last month used substandard materials with load-bearing walls made entirely of discarded cement. The City Quality Supervision Bureau's vehicles are already blocking the building downstairs. 3 fatal events capable of destroying a group erupted simultaneously within 10 minutes. There was no warning, no room for mitigation. This was the terror of the Black Swan phenomenon. Once a target is locked, the system triggers all vulnerabilities on the target at the level of causality, causing an irreversible chain reaction." A piercing siren wailed outside. Wang Jianshu mechanically turned his head toward the vast floor-to-ceiling. Dozens of law enforcement vehicles flashing red and blue lights crashed through the electronic barriers of the Marriott Group building, with numerous uniformed officers rushing into the lobby. The chaotic sounds of footsteps and security guard shouts came from the corridor. 5 economic crime investigation agents strode into the office brandishing arrest warrants. "Wang Jianshu, you are suspected of multiple major economic crimes, transnational money laundering, and orchestrating violent criminal acts. You are hereby summoned according to law." Cold handcuffs were snapped onto Wang Jianshu's wrists. The local tyrant who had ruled Jiang City for 30 years suddenly went weak-kneed and collapsed. 2 agents grabbed his arms and forcibly dragged him out. The Marriott Group, worth billions, was reduced to ashes within an hour. Jiang City Center Qin family estate. Qin Tianming sat in the dining room, his knife and fork suspended midair as the tablet on the table played an urgent morning news bulletin. Breaking news: the chairman of the renowned local enterprise Marriott Group, Wang Jianshu, has been detained by the police. It is reported that Marriott Group is involved in multiple serious illegal operations, and its assets have been comprehensively frozen. Qin Tianming placed the knife and fork on the plate and wiped his hands with a napkin. Qin Hai hurriedly entered from outside, his forehead drenched in sweat. "Elder brother, I found out. Qin Hai lowered his voice last night. The dogs under Wang Jianshu's command brought about 60 or 70 people to the Yunding mansion in the eastern suburb with loudspeakers. Qin Tianming turned to look at Qin Hai. What was the outcome? They all fell. Qin Hai swallowed hard. When the city bureau came to clean up, there were bodies all over the ground. All severely injured and broken bones. Not a single person could stand and speak. The one Wang Jianshu wanted to capture, known as a Gue, remained unharmed in the mansion. Qin Tianming stood up and picked up the suit jacket draped over the back of a chair. Last night Wang Jianshu had just sent someone to provoke the Yunding mansion, and this morning the Wanhao group faced a catastrophe. Such a method of dimensionality reduction made his awe for Lin Zhe rise to another level. Granting a year of life to revive someone at will, or with just a flick of his finger making a multi-billion group evaporate instantly. Prepare the car. Qin Tianming put on his suit. Let's go to the Yunding mansion. At the same time, on the expressway leading to the eastern suburb, Shen Yinwei sat in the back of a Maybach looking at the notification on her phone about the bankruptcy of the Wanhao group, her fingers unconsciously clenched. 5 minutes ago, the head of the Shun family personally called her. Yinwei, you've seen the situation with Wanhao. The voice of the old man Shun was extremely serious. This is definitely the work of Mr. Lin. No one in Jiangsheng can withstand such a capability of turning the world upside down. You must hurry over, and regardless of what Mr. Lin requests, the Shun family will agree to all. Remember, we must become friends with Mr. Lin. Shen Yinwei instructed the driver, drive faster. Yunding mansion. The morning sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows into the dining room. Lin Zhe, dressed in loose casual loungewear, sat at the head of the long dining table, holding a cup of warm milk. A Gue clad in a pure black tactical uniform stood upright at Lin Zhe's right rear. Just a moment ago, a Gue had retrieved the black leather ledger from the train station's locker and placed it neatly on the dining table. Boss, I've brought back the items. A Gue reported. The tumultuous waves in his heart were no less than those of Qin Tianming. Last night Lin Zhe didn't even step out of this door, and by the next day Wang Jianshu had completely collapsed. A Gue now had a deep-seated sense of submission to Lin Zhe beyond the constraints of their contract. Lin Zhe took a sip of milk, not even glancing at the ledger. Just a dog of a fallen family. His territory has been vacated, and naturally someone will rush to seize it. Lin Zhe set down the cup. Richard walked over from the end of the corridor and stopped 3 meters away from the dining table, slightly bowing. Sir, Mr. Qin Tianming from the Qin family and Miss Shen Yinwei from the Shen family are waiting at the main entrance. Should I let them in? Let them in. Lin Zhe leaned back in his chair. 3 minutes later, Qin Tianming and Shen Yinwei walked into the dining room, one after the other. The moment they entered, their gazes fell on a Gue who stood behind Lin Zhe. The unabashedly sharp, killing intent emanating from a Gue made these two longtime leaders of prestigious families instinctively pause in their steps. This was the person who single-handedly overturned more than 70 armed thugs last night. Mr. Lin. Qin Tianming retracted his gaze and respectfully bowed to greet him. Shen Yinwei also lowered her head to greet him. Lin Zhe gestured to the black leather ledger on the table. Wang Jianshu left behind some interesting things. Take a look. Qin Tianming stepped forward and picked up the ledger to flip through it. Shen Yinwei leaned in. It clearly recorded the funds flow of the Wanhao group over the years, including land grabs, bribery, and even hired killings, with each entry corresponding to some unsavory secrets in Jiangxing. After finishing, both felt a chill down their spines. With this item in hand, even if Wang Jianshu had the ability of a heavenly being, he couldn't overturn the case. Mr. Lin commands. Qin Tianming closed the ledger and directly expressed his stance. Wanhao has fallen, and the plate cannot remain empty. Lin Zhe said in a flat tone. The Qin family will take over all the land and unfinished projects from Wanhao. The Shun family will take over the earth transportation and logistics ports under Wanhao. Lin Zhe tapped his fingers on the table twice. Within 3 days, completely liquidate Wanhao's assets. I want 50% of the cash flow generated to be deposited into my account. With a single sentence, he directly divided the inheritance of a multi-billion group. Qin Tianming immediately agreed. The Shun family will be responsible for taking over the logistics business to ensure the port operates normally. Shen Yinwei. Qin Tianming immediately agreed. The Shun family will be responsible for taking over the logistics business to ensure the port operates normally. Shen Yinwei quickly followed suit. Such massive assets, 50% of the cash flow, would definitely be an astronomical figure. However, they both understood that this was Lin Zhe's ticket for entry. Once the task is completed, they would become Lin Zhe's agents in this city. Just then, a low rumble of exhaust sounded from the spacious circular driveway outside the dining room. A black Porsche Panamera glided past the fountain square and smoothly parked at the steps below. The car door swung open and Sun Lisan strode up the steps, passing through the corridor and directly entering the dining room. He was still holding the black backpack that had contained cash. His deep blue bespoke suit free of wrinkles and his polished leather shoes shone brightly, a stark contrast to the impoverished gambler who who had considered jumping into the river before. As soon as Sun Lisan entered, he immediately spotted Qin Tianming and Shun Yinwei sitting at the dining table. These two were figures often seen on the financial news channels in Jiangxing. In the past, Sun Lisan wouldn't even have had the right to hand them his business card. However, now, he didn't even spare them a glance, walking straight up to Lin Zhe and stopping. "Boss, everything has been handled cleanly." Sun Lisan casually tossed the backpack onto a nearby chair, his voice revealing an unmistakable excitement. "The debts have been repaid in full, both principal and interest. With the remaining money, I bought my parents a house and hired a nanny. From now on, I will work with all my might without any distractions." Lin Zhe picked up a tissue to wipe his hands. "Good. The computers in the trading room upstairs are still on. Go keep an eye on the market." Lin Zhe didn't say much more. Sun Lisan nodded heavily and turned to walk out. "Wait!" Shun Yinwei suddenly called out to stop him. Shun Yinwei stared at Sun Lisan's face for several seconds, her elegant brows slightly furrowing as she tentatively asked, "Are you the trader from Yuanfeng Capital, Sun Lisan?" Sun Lisan halted, turned to look at Shun Yinwei, and readily admitted, "That's me." As Shun Yinwei's words echoed the air in the restaurant, suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. She was usually in charge of a portion of the financial sector of the Shun family, and had an incredibly detailed roster of operators both big and small across the country. One page was dedicated to the blacklist of the industry that must never be touched. Sun Lisan's name was right at the top of that blacklist. "Am I mistaken?" Shun Yinwei stepped forward slightly in her high heels, her gaze scrutinizing Sun Lisan from head to toe. 3 years ago, he led Yuanfeng Capital, and within a year, he blew up 7 major positions, leaving investors with nothing. Later, he went to a private equity fund and went long on a stock that hit 10 consecutive limit-ups. The next day, the chairman of that company was exposed for scandal and jumped off a building, causing the stock to be suspended, and all loans were wiped out. The more Shun Yinwei spoke, the more incredulous her tone became. She turned to look at Lin Zhe, who was seated at the head of the table, unable to comprehend the situation. Why would Mr. Lin, who could turn clouds into rain with a flick of his hand, bring such a well-known financial calamity into his circle? "You even remember events from over 3 years ago so clearly." Sun Lisan adjusted the zipper of his backpack. "But that's all in the past." "You even remember events from over 3 years ago so clearly." Sun Lisan adjusted the zipper of his backpack. "But that's all in the past." Shun Yinwei frowned. Qin Tianming, who was beside her, also caught on to the meaning behind it. In the business world, those who believed in feng shui and luck regarded someone like Sun Lisan, who encountered losses in everything he touched, as a calamity star. Whoever got close to him would meet misfortune. Since we are in this industry, if we aren't discussing the past, let's talk about recent performance. Sun Lisan looked directly into Shun Yinwei's eyes. "The day before yesterday, Nasdaq opened, and my boss gave me 1 billion in capital." Qin Tianming's heart skipped a beat. 1 billion in cash, given to a calamity star to invest in the U.S. stock market. What kind of person could undertake such a risk? "I chose Titan New Energy." Sun Lisan's tone was calm, yet he dropped a bombshell. Shun Yinwei's expression changed instantly upon hearing that name. As a wealthy heiress who had to review global financial news daily, she would certainly not overlook such a significant event regarding Titan New Energy. The company's performance was severely falsified, experiencing 3 trading halts during the day, with a decline exceeding 75%, resulting in hundreds of billions of dollars in market value evaporating overnight. "With 5 times leverage, I went all in on short positions worth 5 billion. Sun Lisan continued, "I hit the short selling point of the Muddy Waters organization." Sun Lisan paused, observing the expressions of Shun Yinwei and Qin Tianming as they gradually froze, and uttered the final words. "After deducting fees, I netted 2 billion. In the restaurant, the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Only a Gui stood behind Lin Zhe, maintaining a perfectly still military posture. Qin Tianming felt a chill run down his spine. To earn 2 billion in one night. What does that even mean? Many large companies in the real economy work hard for an entire year, and their net profit barely reaches that amount. Shun Yinwei was utterly speechless. She looked at Sun Lisan, her mind racing with various thoughts. How could a calamity star who had been banned by the entire industry suddenly possess such terrifying market intuition and luck? Not only was he bold enough to short the market completely, but he also managed to lock in profits perfectly. Given Titan New Energy's soaring trend at the time, even breaking through 5 times leverage would have been a matter of minutes. The only explanation was the young man seated at the head of the table. Shun Yinwei and Qin Tianming turned their heads in unison to look at Lin Zhe. To extend the lives of Old Master Shun and Old Master Qin, that was a miraculous technique capable of reviving the dead. To eliminate the tens of billions of Wang Jianshu's Marriott Group overnight was a decisive act beyond comprehension. Now he could even forcibly alter a person's luck and fate. This was already beyond the realm of ordinary understanding. "Alright, stop showing off here." Lin Zhe put down the glass in his hand, breaking the silence in the restaurant. "Go upstairs and rest for a bit and consolidate the remaining funds. Earning 2 billion is just the beginning, not the end." "Yes." Boss. Sun Lisan stopped talking, straightened his back, grabbed his backpack, and walked out of the restaurant. His footsteps gradually faded away. Qin Tianming and Shen Yinwei remained standing in place, their breathing becoming cautious. Facing someone who could casually manipulate their lives and fortunes, any small thoughts would be a path to self-destruction. They certainly didn't want to become the second Marriott Group. Mr. Lin. Qin Tianming was the first to break the silence, bowing even lower. The 50% cash flow of the Marriott Group will take at least 10 days to liquidate due to its large size and the need for safe overseas channels. During these 10 days, the Qin family will do everything in their power to handle this matter. Lin Zhe nodded non-committal. He didn't care about the few days' time. After all, the tens of billions in his hands were enough to create chaos. Mr. Lin, then we will return to start the asset transfer of Marriott. The first batch of liquidated funds will definitely reach your account within 3 days at the latest. Qin Tianming bowed. Shen Yinwei followed suit, saying the logistics port will be fully taken over by the Shun family this afternoon, and it will not delay your business, sir. Go ahead. Be efficient in your work. Lin Zhe waved his hand. The two exited the restaurant. It wasn't until they walked out of the main entrance of the Yunding mansion and got into the waiting Maybach outside that their taut nerves finally relaxed. Shun family manor. In the traditional courtyard's main hall, the doors and windows were tightly shut. Old Master Shen, dressed in a tang suit, sat in a grandmaster chair playing with a pair of priceless walnuts. After hearing his granddaughter's report, the walnuts in his hand fell directly to the blue brick floor. With a crisp sound, the walnuts split in two. Old Master Shen didn't care about the pain. He suddenly stood up. Grandpa. Shen Yinwei hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Are you sure the traitor is that Sun Lisan, who previously blew up 7 major positions? Old Master Shen's voice trembled. Absolutely certain. Shen Yinwei helped him sit down. And he also went Allen short on Titan New Energy. Not only was he not trapped, but he also cashed out 20 billion overnight. Old Master Shen inhaled sharply, his chest heaving violently. At his age and status, the thing he feared most was fate. In prestigious families, no matter how deep the foundation, they could not escape the decline of fortune. Lin Zhe could easily strip Wang Jianshu of his luck, leaving him with nothing in half a day. Yet he could also forcibly push a desperate calamity star to the pinnacle of wealth. We cannot provoke him, absolutely cannot provoke him. Old Master Shen slammed his palm on the rosewood coffee table, making the teacups rattle. Xiao Wei, remember this. From today on, the Shen family must not be enemies with Mr. Lin. At the same time, in the Qin family estate, the study on the 2nd floor, Qin Tianming pushed open the heavy solid wood door and locked it behind him. He quickly walked to the tea table, poured 3 cups of cold water down his throat, yet he could not suppress the violent beating of his heart. Qin Jinhua sat behind a large rosewood desk, holding a copy of the group's quarterly report. Upon seeing his eldest son looking lost and disheveled, the old man set the report down. Did you lose your mind at the Yunding mansion? Qin Jinhua's tone was heavy. Qin Tianming placed both hands on the table, gasping for air. Dad, something big has happened. Qin Tianming suppressed his voice and recounted everything he had heard in the restaurant at Yunding mansion, word for word. From the brief discussions about the vast assets of the Wanhao Group being divided to Sun Lisan's shocking 100 billion short position. Qin Jinhua maintained his seated posture for a full half-minute. Then suddenly his age-spotted hands tightened around the edge of the table, the veins on the back of his hands throbbing. That Sun Lisan has blown up 7 major positions in 3 years, and everyone in Jiangcheng's financial circles treats him like a plague. Mr. Lin offered him 10 billion in cash to go short on the U.S. stock market. Qin Jinhua's voice changed completely. Yes. Qin Tianming nodded heavily. Qin Jinhua took a deep breath, leaning back in his chair. Having lived more than half a life, he had seen all kinds of storms, but this matter completely surpassed reason. The foundation of the Wanhao Group, for 30 years the connections above, are deeply intertwined. Wang Jianshu sent someone to the mansion last night. This morning the person was taken away from the office and all assets were sealed. Qin Jinhua mumbled to himself, his fingers tapping irregularly on the table. Sun Lisan, laden with misfortune, went to the merciless U.S. stock market. Not only did he not blow up his positions, but he also accurately stepped on the short nodes of foreign institutions soaring to great heights. The old man slammed the table, standing up. This is not a mere business maneuver. Qin Jinhua paced back and forth, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. To strip Wang Jianshu of decades of foundational fortune and transfer it to that cursed traitor. Mr. Lin is setting rules for us. Qin Tianming's legs felt a bit weak. Dad, Mr. Lin wants 50% of Wanhao's assets liquidated. We agreed to complete the transaction within 10 days. Qin Tianming quickly reminded him. 10 days is... Qin Jinhua turned and glared at his eldest son. You need to go to the group's finance department immediately and withdraw all the liquid funds from the Qin family's accounts. Gather 500 million in cash. No, don't take cash, take gold. It must be loaded and sent to Yunding mansion before sunset. Qin Tianming was taken aback. Dad, that gold is our family's fallback. Short-sighted. Qin Jinhua pointed at his nose, scolding, can't you see? If we anger Mr. Lin, what good will all the fallback plans do? Conversely, as long as Mr. Lin is willing to look after our Qin family, that is the biggest fallback. Qin Tianming was enlightened and turned to leave. Knock knock. The study door was knocked on. Butler Oldley stood outside reporting through the door. Sir, young master. The heads of the Chu, Zhao and Song families have arrived. Their cars have entered the courtyard. The father and son inside paused their actions simultaneously. What are those three old geezers doing coming to see me? Qin Jinhua asked. Butler Lee lowered his voice. They brought a lot of precious herbs, saying they heard you are in good health and came to visit. However, they brought a lot of unfamiliar bodyguards, which doesn't seem like a simple tea visit. Qin Jinhua let out a cold laugh. A few days ago, he had issued 3 critical illness notices from the intensive care unit, and these old geezers didn't even send a flower basket. Now that he was alive and kicking, having left the hospital, the Wanhao group was collapsing at this critical moment. This pack of dogs, sniffing the scent of blood, all gathered around. Make sure to take care of your matters quickly, don't delay. Qin Jinhua instructed Qin Tianming, I'll meet these old foxes. Remember, anything about Mr. Lin and Yunding Mansion must stay buried. If you dare to leak even a word, even if you are my son, I won't show any mercy. Qin Tianming nodded repeatedly and went directly to the underground garage via the small stairs at the side of the study. In the first-floor reception hall, 3 middle-aged men in tang suits sat on the redwood sofa. These 3 men could shake the ground in Jiangsheng with a stomp of their feet. Sitting in the center, Chu Changfeng held a covered bowl, leisurely scraping the tea leaves. Hearing footsteps coming from the stairs, the 3 men looked up simultaneously. Qin Jinhua walked down the stairs, his back straight, unsupported, not even carrying the purple sandalwood cane he usually never left without. His complexion was rosy and he walked with vigor. Old Qin, your health. Chu Changfeng stood up, looking up and down at Qin Jinhua with disbelief on his face. Just a few days ago, an old acquaintance told me you might not last through this week. How come now you look more spirited than me? The heads of the Zhao and Song families also stood up, their eyes scanning Qin Jinhua back and forth. Qin Jinhua walked over and sat down in the main seat, waving his hand. I went to the gates of hell, and the king of hell sent me back for having a bad temper. Qin Jinhua pointed to the tea set on the table. You all gathered here today, surely not just to visit my old bones. Chu Changfeng sat down again, placing the covered bowl on the table. Let's not beat around the bush. Chu Changfeng leaned forward, lowering his voice. Old Qin, our families are branches of the same tree in Jiangxing. Where did you get this miraculous medicine for revival? Name your price. The old man from the Zhao family interjected. Yes, you're being a bit selfish with this. Qin Jinhua leaned back on the sofa. Indeed, they had come for the matter of longevity. It's a clinical agent from a foreign laboratory that hasn't been made public yet. Qin Jinhua casually told a lie, not batting an eyelash. Tianming spent a large sum of money to obtain it through private channels. It has significant side effects, and currently there is only this one. Chu Changfeng stared at Qin Jinhua's face for a few seconds, clearly not believing him. Significant side effects. This old fellow speaks without turning a hair. There's no side effect at all. Seeing that Qin Jinhua was unwilling to divulge, Chu Changfeng changed the subject. Let's set aside the matter of the medicine for now. Chu Changfeng tapped the redwood armrest with his fingers. The Wanhao group collapsed this morning. Old Qin, you should have received the news. I heard. Those who engage in wicked deeds will surely perish. Qin Jinhua picked up his teacup and took a sip. Although Wang Jianshu is a shady character, his connections are very strong. Chu Changfeng leaned in a bit closer, and just like that it collapsed without any warning, and there hasn't been a whisper outside. This situation feels suspicious. Chu Changfeng held a covered bowl, his fingers gently rubbing the porcelain rim. Old Qin, the situation with Wanhao has been widely discussed outside. Chu Changfeng lowered his voice. In just one night, all the elite under Wang Jianshu fell in the eastern suburbs. The next morning, the funding chain broke, the stock market crashed, and the economic investigation team came directly to arrest people. This method is too ruthless. The head of the Zhao family agreed. This is definitely not a typical commercial competition. There must be a dragon crossing the river that has come to Jiangxing wanting to establish its authority through Wanhao. The head of the Song family nodded in agreement. Although Wang Jianshu is rough, he is extremely cautious. To reveal his trump cards overnight, this force is absolutely not to be underestimated. Qin Jinhua leaned back against the sofa, calm and composed. Listening to the analysis of these 3 old fellows, he couldn't help but feel amused. What dragon crossing the river? That is a god living in the clouds. What do the 3 of you want to discuss today? Qin Jinhua picked up the teacup in front of him, blowing on the steam. Chu Changfeng put down the covered bowl and leaned forward. Jiangsheng is our territory. Chu Changfeng's voice was sharp. No matter how capable this dragon crossing the river is, if it eats meat, we must at least drink a bit of the soup. The land, buildings, and the newly built logistics port under Wanhao are all golden geese. The head of the Zhao family took over the conversation. Exactly. Old Qin, let's join forces among the 4 families. Before that dragon crossing the river gets indigestion, let's cut off Wanhao's assets. By then we can divide it evenly among the 4 families, and no one can pick out any faults. As long as we act quickly, even if the opponent reacts, the raw rice will have already been cooked into cooked rice. A strong dragon cannot suppress the local snake. Can it really get rid of all four of us? Qin Jinhua slammed the teacup heavily on the rosewood table, the sound of collision echoing sharply in the reception room. Chu Changfeng frowned. Old Qin, what do you mean by that? My meaning is very clear. Qin Jinhua's face turned serious. The matter with Wanhao, the Qin family will not get involved. Not only will we not intervene, we won't even ask about it. Chu Changfeng was taken aback. The heads of the Zhao and Song families exchanged glances. Old Qin, have you been lying in the hospital for too long and lost your courage? The head of the Zhao family looked displeased. With such a big piece of fat meat falling right in front of you, you want to eat. I have a poor appetite, I'm afraid of breaking a tooth. Qin Jinhua refused to back down. Chu Changfeng stared at Qin Jinhua's face for a full 10 seconds. After years of experience in the business world, he considered himself quite adept at reading people's hearts. Qin Jinhua has never been a good-natured person. When it comes to interests, he seizes them more fiercely than anyone else. Today's unusual behavior is definitely a problem. Old Qin, let's not beat around the bush. Chu Changfeng's tone turned cold. Have you secretly contacted that dragon crossing the river behind our backs, trying to cut us off and swallow Wanhao's meat alone? Chu Changfeng, Qin Jinhua called out his full name. We have known each other for nearly 40 years. Today I lay down the law. Whether you listen or not is up to you. Qin Jinhua pointed towards the door. The murky waters of Wanhao are unfathomable. Whoever reaches in will have their hand chopped off. If you think your family's foundation is thicker than Wang Jianchu's, go ahead and try. Don't blame me, Qin Jinhua, for not warning you. These words were heavy. Chu Changfeng's face turned ashen as he suddenly stood up. Old Qin, since you say that, then we have nothing more to talk about. Chu Changfeng waved his sleeves. I want to see who in Jianshan can chop off my hand. The heads of the Zhao and Song families also stood up, their faces darkened. Farewell. The three of them left the Qin family's manor in a huff without even finishing their tea, accompanied by their bodyguards. Qin Tianming quickly walked to the window, watching the three luxury cars drive out of the gate. Dad, they are determined to collide with Mr. Lin's plate. Qin Tianming turned back into the living room. It's hard to advise a dead man. Qin Jinhua snorted coldly. They are seeking their own death, and no one can stop them. How is the gold gathering going? All packed and ready to go. Qin Tianming immediately reported. 500 kilograms of gold bars, all taken directly from our family's vault with no serial numbers or markings, ready to depart at any time. You go personally with the car. Qin Jinhua stood up. Remember, once you arrive at Yunding Pavilion, be on your best behavior. If Mr. Lin accepts it, that will be our Qin family's fortune. If he does not accept it, don't push him, bring it back the same way. Understood. Qin Tianming nodded heavily and quickly walked towards the door. The tires rolled over the smooth road in front of Yunding Pavilion, and three black armored Land Rovers came to a stop. The car doors opened and Qin Tianming hurriedly got out, not even bothering to button his suit, turning to signal his bodyguards behind him. 8 bodyguards dressed in black suits immediately stepped forward, working together to lift out 6 specially made black alloy briefcases from the trunk. Richard stood on the steps, his gaze sweeping over the cases. Qin Tianming stepped forward a couple of paces. Butler Richard, I have come to meet Mr. Lin. Qin Tianming kept his attitude very humble. Richard stepped aside and made a gesture for him to enter. In the spacious reception room, the air conditioning was set very low. Lin Zhe was sitting on the sofa holding a tablet and casually flipping through international news. Agui stood silently at the side and back of the sofa. Qin Tianming stepped forward, not daring to breathe. Mr. Lin. Qin Tianming bowed deeply. The bodyguards neatly arranged the 6 briefcases in front of the coffee table and then quickly retreated. Qin Tianming stepped forward and pressed the locks of the briefcases one by one. With a few crisp sounds, the lids popped open. The golden glow spread across half of the reception room. Each box was neatly stacked with palm-sized gold bars without a hint of impurities and no bank or vault. 500 kilograms of unmarked gold, based on the current market price, is worth about 500 million. Mr. Lin. Qin Tianming lowered his head. This is the first batch of assets converted. I took the liberty to change it into gold. Please do not blame me. Lin just shifted his gaze from the tablet, pausing for 2 seconds on those gold bars. To an ordinary person, these boxes of gold would be mesmerizing. But to Lin Zhe, this was just a pile of metal lumps. Sun Lisan could earn 10 times that with just a few keystrokes in the American stock market upstairs. However, the Qin family's attitude was indeed quite humble. Please sit down. Lin Zhe gestured towards the single sofa beside him. Qin Tianming felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, sitting down at the edge of the sofa with his back straight. Agui walked over securely, closing the gold briefcases one in each hand, easily carrying them to the storage room behind. Qin Tianming watched with wide eyes. This skill was definitely from someone trained. In such a hurry to come here, it can't just be to deliver something. Lin Zhe lifted his teacup. Qin Tianming quickly recounted everything that had happened at the Qin family estate. The Chu family, the Zhao family, and the Song family are all old established wealthy families in Jiangxing. Qin Tianming rubbed the seam of his pants on his knee. They see the collapse of the Wanhao Group as a prime opportunity to swallow up all the core land and logistics ports in Wanhao's possession. Qin Tianming paused for a moment, observing Lin Zhe's reaction. Lin Zhe didn't even change his action of drinking tea, quietly listening. Qin Tianming swallowed hard and continued, "My father has already firmly refused them. But these three old geezers driven by greed definitely won't give up easily. During the process of the Qin and Shun families taking over Wanhao's assets, they will surely throw obstacles in secret, even resorting to coercion." Lin Zhe put down his teacup, the porcelain clinking softly against the glass coffee table. "Qin Tianming." Lin Zhe called out his full name. Qin Tianming reflexively stood up. "I want 50% of the cash once Wanhao is liquidated." Lin Zhe leaned back against the sofa. "As for how this cash comes about, the troubles you two families encounter during this process are your concern. Do I really need to teach you how to handle this small matter?" Sweat broke out on Qin Tianming's forehead. He initially had some small thoughts wanting to use Lin Zhe's influence to crush the Chu, Zhao, and Song families. But Lin Zhe's words completely blocked off his escape route. This was Mr. Lin setting the rules. To be Mr. Lin's representative in Jiangxing, merely being obedient is not enough. One must also possess the ability to help Mr. Lin resolve issues. If you can't even deal with a few local wealthy families, the Qin family loses its value. "I understand." Qin Tianming nodded, earnestly bending at the waist to 90 degrees. "Mr. Lin, rest assured Wanhao's affairs will be absolutely clean. Whoever dares to reach out the Qin family will not hold back." Lin Zhe waved his hand, not wanting to waste more words. Qin Tianming quietly retreated, holding his breath until he walked out the main entrance, finally daring to take a deep breath. The heat wave hit him as Qin Tianming stepped outside, feeling his shirt already soaked and sticking to his back. He hurried down the steps and jumped into the back seat of the Land Rover. "Drive back to the group," Qin Tianming instructed the driver. As the car exited the winding mountain road, Qin Tianming took out his phone and directly dialed Shen Nianwai's private number. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. President Qin, Shen Nianwai's voice was drowned out by the noisy background where people were arguing. "Miss Shen, how is the situation on your end?" Qin Tianming pinched the bridge of his nose. Shen Nianwai scoffed, her voice coming through the receiver. "Chu Changfeng's reach is quite long. I just brought people to the port for the handover today, and the Chu family members are inciting a worker strike at the dock. The Zhao family somehow got their hands on a pile of old Wanhao invoices blocking the office building and demanding payment." Qin Tianming snorted coldly. These three old geezers truly believe they still call the shots in Jiangxing. "I just want to see Mr. Lin." The noise on the other end of the call was immediately cut off, and Shen Nianwei clearly moved to a quieter place. "What did he say?" "Mr. Lin's attitude is very clear." Qin Tianming lowered his voice. "He doesn't care about the process, only the result. As for the obstacles, those are our problems to solve." Shen Nianwei was silent for 2 seconds on the phone, her breathing noticeably quickening. "This is a test, and also a delegation of power. As long as we can handle things beautifully, the weight of the Qin and Shun families before Lin Zhe will be entirely different." President Qin, Shen Nianwai's voice regained its steadiness, revealing an unmasked calculation. "Since Mr. Lin only wants results, let's be swift and decisive." Qin Tianming sat in the back of the Land Rover, gripping his phone. "Do you have any ideas?" "I just reviewed the asset details of Wanhao." Shen Nianwei spoke rapidly. "The commercial center project that Wang Jianshu set up in the Western District looks like a golden goose on paper. But underneath it involves the money laundering lines of 2 offshore underground banks. The economic investigation is currently too busy with Wanhao's superficial accounts and hasn't dug down to that level yet." Qin Tianming immediately understood, his eyes lighting up. "Are you suggesting we hand this over to Chu Changfeng? Not just the Western District Commercial Center?" Shen Nianwei slammed the documents on the table. "Also that environmental technology park in the eastern suburbs that has been stalled for half a year. There are thousands of tons of toxic industrial waste buried there, and Wang Jianshu has been suppressing it without daring to move. As long as we do a little trick and bundle these 2 assets into premium stocks and let some rumors leak out." Qin Tianming replied. "Those 3 old foxes of Chu Changfeng are very wary. If we offer it to them for free, they definitely won't dare to take it. We have to pretend to hold on tightly, making them come to snatch it themselves." "Exactly," Shen Nianwei chuckled. "Once they spend a fortune to take the assets, sign the documents, and seal the deal, we can then immediately submit the money laundering evidence and the toxic waste reports. Those 3 old geezers will be in deep trouble." Qin Tianming hung up the phone and ordered the driver in front, "Back to the group. Call the heads of the legal and investment departments to my office immediately." The 2 wealthy families had quietly cast a large net aimed at the Chu, Zhao, and Song families. At the same time, at the Yunding mansion, for Lin Zhe, the matter of the Wanhao Group was over. Wang Jianshu had gone in, and the remaining scraps would be harvested by the Qin and Shen families. Whether it be 5 billion or 1 billion, they are just numbers. The 5 billion in gold sent by the Qin family is merely a token of allegiance. What Lin Zhe is considering now is another matter. There are still too few usable people under him. Ague is the fastest blade in his hand, and Sun Lisan is crazily making money in the US stock market. But that is still far from enough. Lin Zhe, who comes from a programming background, knows the importance of information security and immediately called up the system panel. Activate the keyword detection radar. Please set the detection conditions. Lin Zhe input keywords on the virtual screen computer technology hacker information network independent operation. Search conditions locked. Holographic radar scan has been initiated. Current consumption 10,000 yuan per second. The moment the system prompt sounded, Lin Zhe's personal account balance began to fluctuate rapidly. The virtual screen unfolded a bird's-eye view map of Jiangqing, a green light circle centered on the Yunding mansion rapidly expanding outward, with faint white and blue lights beginning to flicker on the map. Namely how? Holds keywords advanced programming, severe hair loss, lumbar muscle strain. Name Zhangchang. Holds keywords network engineering expert, midlife crisis, henpecked husband. A series of ordinary information flooded the screen. The holographic map was filled with blue and white keywords like advanced programming and code proficiency. These technical backbones from major companies may have earned $1 million last year, but they are completely insufficient in his eyes. What Lin Zhe needs are talents who can infiltrate underground networks and unearth all those unsightly invoices and secrets. This kind of work cannot be done by programmers who work a regular job. To capture truly exceptional talent waiting passively halfway up the hill is simply a waste of money. Radar off. Lin Zhe severed the system scan with a thought and rose. Ague stepped out from the corner, standing rigid and upright. Fetch the car from the garage, Lin Zhe ordered. Take a drive through the city. Without a superfluous word, Ague turned and walked out. Minutes later, the black Kalinin descended from Yunding Mountain. Lin Zhe settled into the boss seat, adjusted the backrest, and eased into a comfortable posture. Boss, where are we headed? Ague kept his hands on the wheel. No fixed destination. Cruise Jiangqing's Ring Road, and stick to the crowded, chaotic districts. Lin Zhe issued the instruction casually. The car entered the city's main artery, and Lin Zhe summoned the system again. Activate the entry detection radar. Filter out blue-level entries, and below. Holographic radar scan activated. Current consumption 10,000 yuan per second. The car passed through the Jiangcheng High-Tech Development Zone. 70% of the city's internet firms clustered here. The radar screen instantly filled with a cascade of filtered prompts. Even the highest-ranking technical directors amounted at best to violet-level entries, entirely beneath Lin Zhe's notice. Half an hour passed, and 18 million yuan had evaporated. Lin Zhe leaned into the leather brow, tightening. Jiangcheng was after all a new first-tier city. How could it produce not a single top-tier hacker? Go to the old city, Lin Zhe ordered. Those urban villages, abandoned factories, and the clusters of underground cybercafes. Cruise through there. Ague immediately executed a U-turn at the intersection. The car pushed into a demolition-bound shantytown where lanes narrowed and the road was pocked and rutted. The Kalinins' massive frame looked absurdly ungainly here, drawing stares from barbershop and noodle house windows. The radar swept the area again and again. 10 minutes passed. Another 6 million drained from the account. All told, 24 million had been spent without even the shadow of a high-level entry. Lin Zhe rested his hand on the window, considering whether to scour another city. At that moment, the system emitted a piercing, alert tone. Warning: dark gold, mutated entry detected. Target distance from host 2. 6 kilometers. Lin Zhe sat bolt upright and enlarged the holographic map. On the coordinates burned a blinding dark golden glow wrapped in a thick black-red mist that ravenously devoured the central dark gold core. Target name: Zhou Yi. Holder of the dark gold mutated entry Cybwa, Zhuzai, Cyber Dominator. Entry description: possesses absolute computational intuition and network penetration capability. Wherever there is network coverage, he is a true god. Red lethal negative entry: multiple comminuted fractures accompanied by multiple organ failure. Estimated survival time under 12 hours. The Kalinin idled outside the emergency wing of Jiangqing Third People's Hospital. The old district hospital was run down, a large swathe of white tiles had fallen from the facade, and 2 characters on the neon sign were dead. Ague opened the front passenger door. Boss, I'll go check it out. Lin Zhe leaned back in the leather chin, tilted, signaling him to go. He kept watching the dark golden glow flickering on his retinal display. Mutated entry. Those 2 words represented value far beyond the radar's 24 million expenditure. In the network age, a hacker with absolute computational intuition could do far too many things. As long as the man still drew breath, they had to secure him. In less than 10 minutes, Ague opened the car door, and the hospital's bitter disinfectant air rushed in. Checked it out. Ague spoke low from the passenger seat. He's in the inpatient department's ICU on the 3rd floor. Doctors have issued the critical condition notice 3 times. They say he won't last through the night. Lin Zhe tapped his fingers on the wheel. What caused this? Forced demolition, Ague said, turning his head. The Chengnan Old Town redevelopment project. The developer rushing the schedule sent bulldozers in at night and flattened Zhou Ye's old cottage. His parents were crushed to death beneath the rubble. When they dug Zhou Ye out, 70% of his bones were shattered and his organs were hemorrhaging. Now a ventilator keeps the last of his breaths alive. Ague reported every detail without omission. Lin Zhe sank back into the leather fingers drumming on his knee. Forced demolition, rushing a schedule and burying people under ruins in the dead of night. Such methods in Jiangcheng amounted to brazen lawlessness. Boss Ague turned want me to drag out that developer's manager. Not yet, Lin Zhe said, eyes on the broken neon sign outside. First find out whose plate this is. Call Shen Yinwei. Ague immediately pulled out his phone and dialed. After 2 rings she picked up, and he handed the phone to Lin Zhe. Sir, Shen Yinwei's voice came through the handset steeped in deference. Who is responsible for the Chengnan redevelopment project? Lin Zhe asked directly. The sharp clatter of keys sounded on the other end. Found it, Shen Yinwei replied quickly. It's Longxing Real Estate under the Chu family. The person in charge is Chu Chongfeng's younger son Chu Xiaojie. Shen Yinwei paused, then added, that brat has a rotten reputation in Jiangxing circles. He operates with no scruples. So long as there is money to be made, he will use any dirty trick. The Chengnan project had been stalled 6 months. He'd been in charge less than a month when a life was lost. Lin Zhe's tapping stopped. Sir, Shen Yinwei continued, I was about to report to you. Chu Chongfeng and the old men of the Zhao and Song families went to Qin Manor, hoping to rope old Qin into sharing Wanhao's assets, but old Qin sent them away with curses. They're now scouring the world for connections, trying to muscle in. Qin Tianming and I conferred, we're going to say. Shen Yinwei recited verbatim the money laundering case at the Western District Commercial Center and the toxic waste incident at the East Suburb Environmental Tech Park. If those 3 old scoundrels dare to take the fall, sign, seal, and pledge, we'll hand the evidence over. Shen Yinwei laughed softly. Those 3 won't walk away unscathed. Lin Zhe listened, his gaze fixed on the flickering dark gold mutated entry on the system panel. Let the Zhao and Song families fight it out as they please. But Lin Zhe added, do not destroy the Chu family outright. Shen Yinwei was plainly taken aback. By her understanding, he was a man who eradicated threats completely and left no loose ends. Wanhao Group was proof of that. What does the sir mean? Shen Yinwei probed. Absorb as much of the Chu family's businesses as you can. Lin Zhe's tone was even. But leave Chu Chongfeng, that old dog, and his son Chu Xiaojie alive. I will keep them, they will be useful. Understood, sir. Shen Yinwei answered without any wasted words, agreeing immediately. Lin Zhe tossed the phone back to Ague and pushed open the car door. Night winds swept past, carrying the distinctive sewer stench of the old city district. Let's go, meet our new employee. Lin Zhe strode toward the main entrance of the emergency building. Ague followed closely behind and slightly to his right. 3rd floor, outside the intensive care unit. The fluorescent lights in the corridor flickered erratically, emitting a low, persistent buzz of electric current. 3 hooligans with dyed blonde hair sat slouched on a plastic bench, huddled together as they smoked. Thick smoke hung stagnant in the enclosed hallway, acrid and suffocating, enough to trigger violent coughing fits. This kid's got 9 lives, crushed like that, and still breathing. One of the blondes exhaled a smoke ring, his face twisted in impatience. The doctor said he won't last past tonight. The boss, Chu Xiao, gave the order. The overweight one crushed his cigarette, but underfoot with a slow, deliberate grind. If he's still drawing breath by dawn, we go in and pull his tubes. We can't let him survive tomorrow, not if the media catches wind. Longxing Real Estate won't be able to contain the fallout. I'll handle the tube pulling. Let me do it. The wiry 3rd man rubbed his palms together. After this job, Chu Xiao promised us 100,000 each. Ague halted mid-step and turned to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe tilted his chin upward, just slightly. In an instant, Ague vanished from sight, reappearing mere inches from the trio. The 3 thugs didn't even register the movement, only a blur before their eyes. Ague seized the thin man's throat with one hand and slammed him backward into the wall, a heavy hollow thud echoing sharply down the corridor. The man crumpled, instantly unconscious. The fat one opened his mouth to scream, but Ague struck his carotid artery with a precise surgical chop. His eyes rolled white, and he collapsed without a sound. The remaining blonde froze, legs trembling, then spun around to flee. Ague raised his tactical boot and drove it hard into the back of the blonde's knee. He dropped with a sickening thud, and before he could even hit the floor, Ague gripped his hair and drove his knee upward into the man's face. Blood erupted from his nose in a violent spray. The blonde went limp, utterly still. The entire sequence lasted less than 5 seconds. Ague dragged all 3 men into the adjacent stairwell and quietly closed the fire door behind him. Lin Zhe approached the ICU door and pushed it open. It clicked shut behind him, sealing out the erratic flicker and electric hum of the corridor lights. Ague locked the door with a quiet twist of his wrist, then leaned back against it, arms crossed deep within the pockets of his tactical uniform. Vigilant silence scanning the hallway beyond. Lin Zhe walked to the bedside and pulled up a white plastic stool, settling onto it with calm, commanding authority. The patient lay swaddled head-to-toe in sterile gauze. Only mouth, nose, and 2 hollow eyes visible. Condensation fogged the respirator mask, gathering and dispersing rhythmically with each shallow, labored breath. On the adjacent monitor, the green heartbeat waveform pulsed with eerie, terrifying flatness, hovering stubbornly between 30 and 40 beats per minute, teetering perpetually on the edge of collapse. Lin Zhe gazed at the shimmering system interface projected across his retinas. The dark gold mutation label Cyber Sovereign glowed faintly, but its core was nearly consumed by encroaching black and crimson lethality fog. Time was slipping away. Zhou Yi. His voice cut cleanly through the antiseptic silence of the room. The figure on the bed remained motionless. No blink, no twitch, no shift of gaze. Lin Zhe leaned forward, elbows braced on his knees. South City's old district redevelopment. Longsheng Real Estate's bulldozers rolled in after midnight. His tone was detached, merely stating fact. When the brick wall collapsed, did your parents even have time to cry for help? Or were they crushed instantly, bone, flesh, breath, all obliterated in one silent final impact? Beep, beep, beep. An urgent alarm shrieked from the cardiac monitor. The placid green waveform convulsed violently, the heart rate rocketing from 30-something to 120 in seconds. Zhou Ye's eyes flew open, bloodshot wide, unblinking, as he stared rigidly at the ceiling. His chest heaved in ragged, desperate surges, coarse, wheezing gasps tore from his throat like a broken bellows. Every tube tethering him to life trembled with the force of his involuntary spasms. He was furious. He was unraveling. Yet he couldn't lift a single finger, not even a twitch of defiance. Lin Zhe settled back into the stool, observing Zhou Ye's futile, agonized struggle with cold, unwavering stillness. Don't waste energy, Lin Zhe said, folding his hands over his lower abdomen. 70% of your bones are fractured. Your spleen is ruptured. Both lungs are contused. You're alive only because of this machine. Zhou Ye's eyes strained sideways, slow, painful rotation, locking onto Lin Zhe's face. In that gaze burned raw suspicion, bottomless despair. Right now there's only one thought in your mind. Lin Zhe held his stare. You want to die? Zhou Ye's breath hitched, froze, for one full second. Your entire family is gone. Your home reduced to rubble. And you won't live past tonight. Lin Zhe pierced his final psychological barrier with surgical precision. Longsheng Real Estate answers to the Chu family. Chu Xiaojie can toss a few million in Jiangxing and hire thugs to yank your life support at midnight. What do you have to fight him with? Your coding skills. Your hacker expertise. Lin Zhe shook his head. Useless. Against absolute power and wealth you won't even glimpse Chu Xiaojie's face before you're swept into the gutter like refuse, forgotten without a trace. Zhou Ye's temple muscles spasmed wildly. 2 thick murky tears carved paths down his temples, soaking into the bandages framing his hairline. The monitor's heart rate began dropping again. This wasn't calm, it was surrender. Total, irreversible resignation. He'd stopped fighting, not just his body but the very will to feel anything at all. He only wanted the torment to end. But I can offer you a path back from death. At those words, Zhou Ye's plummeting heart rate stuttered, halted mid. I'll pull you back from the threshold. Not just keep you breathing but restore you whole. You'll walk out of this wretched hospital limbs intact, spine, straight, breath steady. Lin Zhe raised a single finger. In return, you must swear me one condition. Zhou Ye's Adam's apple bobbed. Through the respirator mask a faint rasping whisper escaped. Wah. What do you want? I want you. Lin Zhe lowered his hand. I want every moment of your life. Loyalty, absolute service, unwavering devotion, total. Zhou Yi closed his eyes. To him the man beside the bed was insane. He knew his own body better than any physician. No god could resurrect him now. And even if he lived, what then? One man versus the Chu family's empire. Impossible. He refused to become another man's dog. Refused to drag himself through life chained to hatred and helplessness. Lin Zhe read his thoughts like open script. Think I'm offering empty promises? Lin Zhe tapped the metal railing of the bed, sharp metallic echo. You haven't seen today's news yet. Wang Jianshu, of Wanhao Group, was erased from existence today. Zhou Ye's eyes widened, wide, disbelieving. As a top-tier hacker, he mapped Jiangxing's power structure like cartography. Wang Jianshu wasn't just influential, he was Jiangxing's de facto emperor. How could such a titan vanish overnight? He offended me last night, Lin Zhe said, voice casual, almost bored. So this morning, Wanhao's liquidity evaporated. Its stock imploded. Wang Jianshu was taken into custody by economic crime investigation. His empire is now being dismantled, piece by piece, by my people. Zhou Ye's breathing quickened, shallow, rapid. The Chu family holds real sway in Jiangxing. Lin Zhe rose slowly, palms planted on either side of the bed, towering, imposing, casting Zhou Yi in shadow. But to me, Chu Changfeng and Wang Jianshu are identical. Both nothing more than insects I crush between thumb and forefinger. Sell me your life. I'll give you vengeance. I swear. I'll deliver Chu Xiaojie to you bound and helpless. You decide his fate. Zhou Yi stared at Lin Zhe, breathing heavily with a raspy sound from his throat, while the numbers representing his heart rate on the monitor fluctuated wildly. He wanted to laugh, but his facial muscles were completely out of control. To take revenge for him. To bring Chu Xiaojie before him. If someone had said this by his bedside half an hour ago, Zhou Yi would have thought that person was insane. But now he didn't even have the strength to curse. I don't have time to waste with you. Lin Zhe raised his wrist to check the time. If you agree, just blink twice. If you don't agree, I will leave right now. Zhou Yi fixed his gaze on Lin Zhe. 2 seconds later, he blinked vigorously twice. He didn't want to die. And he certainly didn't want to die in this filthy hospital room, crushed by the hatred of his entire family. Even if the person before him was a devil demanding his soul, he would give it. Detected strong willingness to trade with the target. Voluntary contract established. A system notification echoed in Lin Zhe's mind. Without any hesitation, Lin Zhe directly opened the contract management panel to reshape the contract with Zhou Yi, deducting 1 million yuan in cash. Absolute restriction clause has been written into the target's life imprint. The employer's identity and related abilities cannot be disclosed to any third party, and no intention of betrayal may arise. Violators will trigger an instantaneous explosion of blood vessels in the brainstem. Insurance has been added. Lin Zhe stood up and opened the system's operation interface. Beginning to strip the red fatal negative entry, multiple comminuted fractures accompanied by multiple organs. A thick nauseating black-red mist was forcefully extracted from Zhou Yi's chest, twisting and struggling in midair before being sucked directly into Lin Zhe's system warehouse. At the moment the mist left his body, Zhou Yi's body twitched violently. The excruciating pain, as if thousands of steel needles were stirring within his organs, vanished into thin air. But he still couldn't move. The shattered bones were being reshaped, but it would take time for them to fully heal. Coupled with the loss of organs, Zhou Yi now felt like a deflated sack. Lin Zhe opened the warehouse again, his gaze falling on the entry labeled 10 years of lifespan that radiated a rich golden light. System split the lifespan entry. Command confirmed. 10 years of lifespan has been split into 2 5 years of lifespan. Target Zhou Yi. Confirmed, grant 5 years of lifespan. A dazzling golden light burst forth from Lin Zhe's fingertips and directly entered Zhou Yi's forehead. A miracle occurred. Zhou Yi's previously pallid complexion visibly flushed with color. The room was filled with an extremely dense sound of bones cracking like dry branches being forcibly connected. Beep, beep, beep. The monitor beside him exploded with readings, with the heart rate soaring from 30 to 101 and blood pressure and blood oxygen levels returning to the peak levels of a healthy young person. Zhou Yi raised his right hand and ripped off the breathing mask from his face. Next were the gastric tube, urinary catheter, and 4 needle. He rolled off the hospital bed and planted his feet on the hospital's tiled floor. There was no pain, no weakness, just an abundance of strength coursing through him. Zhou Yi stared blankly at his hands, and then touched the chest cavity that should have been completely sunken. It was intact, not even a scar remained. He suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Zhe, who was standing by the bed. You? Are you a human, or a ghost? Zhou Yi's voice trembled as he took 2 steps back, hitting the wall with his back. I am your boss, Lin Zhe replied, hands in pockets. From now on your life is mine. Zhou Yi's knees buckled, and with a thud he knelt on the ground. If agreeing to the trade earlier was out of desperation, now facing Lin Zhe all that remained was fear and reverence from the depths of his soul. To bring someone who had been crushed by a bulldozer, declared dead by doctors, back to life in minutes without a scratch. This was not medicine. This was a miracle. Boss, Zhou Yi knocked his head heavily against the tiles. This life of Zhou Yi will be at your disposal from now on. As long as you can kill Chu Xiaojie, I will do anything. Lin Zhe was quite pleased with this outcome. Get up, Lin Zhe turned toward the hospital door. Get dressed, and come with me. A Gue opened the hospital door. In the corridor outside, the group of thugs was still trapped in the stairwell, unaware. 10 minutes later, the black Cullinan drove away from the Third People's Hospital. Zhou Yi sat in the back seat, dressed in a clean outfit that a Gue had taken from the doctor's duty room. He watched the fleeting night scenery outside the car window, still in a state of extreme excitement. Boss, where are we going now? Zhou Yi couldn't help but ask. When will we take revenge on the Chu family? Back to the Yunding mansion. I will help you take revenge, but not now. You need to complete the task I assigned to you first, Lin Zhe said, looking at the road ahead. The Cullinan smoothly drove along the winding mountain road, finally stopping in front of the main steps of the Yunding mansion. The car door swung open. Zhou Yi stepped onto the flat stone pavement, the night breeze blowing through the trees halfway up the mountain, bringing a refreshing chill. He looked up at the extravagant mansion that occupied an exaggerated area. Fully armed security personnel patrolled at various points, with high-definition cameras covering every angle, and the lights of the main building shone brightly in the darkness. Just half an hour ago, he had been lying in the dilapidated Third People's Hospital waiting to die. Now he stood in front of the most powerful mansion in Jiang City, every cell in his body filled with vitality. A Gue led the way ahead. Zhou Yi hurried to catch up, passing through the high-ceilinged hall, stepping on the thick carpet, and arriving at the spacious study on the second floor. Lin Zhe had changed into loose home clothes, leaning on a genuine leather sofa, holding a glass of water. Butler Richard stood beside him, holding a tablet ready at any moment. Sit. Lin Zhe pointed to the single sofa opposite. Zhou Yi dared not really sit, only half his, but touching the edge of the sofa, his back straight with hands resting on his knees, his posture extremely tense. Before this man who could grant life with a mere gesture, he didn't even dare to breathe. You don't need to be so nervous. Lin Zhe set down his water cup and got straight to the point. Now to discuss business, I want you to build the world's top cyber fortress here. Zhou Yi was taken aback for a moment, then his professional instincts quickly took over his brain. With the entry of Cyber Sovereign, his understanding of networks and computing power had reached the limits of human capability. Boss, what do you mean by top tier? Zhou Yi asked tentatively. It should allow you to hack into any country's financial system anytime and anywhere, intercept any level of encrypted communications, and be absolutely invisible in the cyber world. Lin Zhe leaned back against the sofa. I want you to face no obstacles in this field. Zhou Yi swallowed his Adam's apple, bobbing. This is not a mere server room. It's being designed like a cyber nuclear missile launch silo. If we build to that standard. Zhou Yi's mind raced, top-tier hardware specifications intertwining in his head. I need 16 sets of the latest liquid-cooled supercomputer arrays to serve as the core compute pool. 3 military-grade quantum encryption machines to construct an absolutely secure firewall. Zhou Yi spoke faster and faster, his hands unconsciously sketching the layout in the air. The network bandwidth can't run over ordinary civilian lines. We must lay 3 independent backbone fiber optic cables directly to Yunding to guarantee microsecond-level latency. There must also be a standalone backup power system, even a compact diesel generator set to guard against Richard sat nearby, tapping rapidly on his tablet and recording every term Zhou Yi rattled off. The chips for the compute arrays aren't available on the market. We'll have to sweep the black market for them. The motherboards and server racks will need to be custom-made. Zhou Yi paused, glancing at Lin Zhe with some trepidation. Boss, putting this together will burn through a fortune. How much? Lin Zhe asked without even frowning. Starting 1 billion, Zhou Yi reported, his voice trembling slightly. 1 billion, and all for a single network base. To any major internet conglomerate, such an expenditure bordered on madness. Lin Zhe turned to Richard. Is the list complete? Sir, everything has been recorded, Richard replied with a slight bow. Lin Zhe lifted his chin. Send it to Shen Yinwei. Tell her money is no object. They'll transfer the funds to the Shun family's account immediately. Within 3 days, I want to see all that equipment assembled at Yunding. Understood. Richard turned and left the study to make the calls. Zhou Yi sat on the sofa, stunned. 1 billion approved without a second's hesitation. And by the sound of it, those embargoed items that don't even appear on the market would be ready in 3 days. Just how terrifying was this boss reach? At the same time, at the Shun family estate, Shen Yinwei sat at her desk, the table piled with asset transfer documents for the Wanhao Group. Her personal phone vibrated. Seeing Richard on the caller ID, Shen Yinwei immediately set down her pen and, Butler Richard, any instructions? Shen Yinwei asked with utmost courtesy. Miss Shen, the gentleman has sent a procurement list to your encrypted mailbox, Richard said in a calm, gentlemanly tone. He requires that all items on the list be delivered to Yunding and assembled within 3 days, Richard continued. He will fund the purchase in full. Please rest assured I will handle it at once. After ending the call, Shen Yinwei opened the email on her computer. Her eyes swept the configuration list, and her breath instantly caught liquid-cooled supercomputer arrays, military-grade quantum encryption machines, backbone fiber optic direct links. Shen Yinwei was no stranger to high society, and the Shun family did own technology firms. But the items on this list were not intended for ordinary corporate use. The specifications could sustain the defense network of a mid-sized nation, especially those quantum encryption devices, utterly controlled equipment that cannot be purchased even with money. What was Mr. Lin planning? A cold sweat formed on Shen Yinwei's brow. Oh, she dared not let her thoughts wander too far. She knew only one thing: this was a task assigned by Lin Zhe. If she failed, the Shun family's value in his eyes would collapse. Shen Yinwei immediately picked up the landline and pressed a series of hotkeys. Notify the head of the group's overseas procurement within 10 minutes and convene a meeting. Mobilize all Shun family clandestine channels in Southeast Asia and Europe. Spare no expense and sweep every item on that list for me. Route them into Jiangxing via special logistics channels. After hanging up, Shen Yinwei leaned back, her chest heaving. 1 billion to buy equipment ordinary companies would never use. What storm did Mr. Lin intend to raise in Jiangxing? Yunding second-floor study. Richard pushed open the door and entered. Sir, Miss Shen has already begun full operations. The Shen family has mobilized all overseas channels. At the latest by the night after tomorrow, every piece of equipment will be in place. Lin Zhe nodded. Zhou Yi sat in the single armchair, unsettled. The boss had spent 1 billion to outfit him, and had even saved his life to do nothing, and simply wait felt worse than being killed. Boss. Zhou Yi stood. The equipment will still take time to arrive. Could you give me an ordinary computer for now? The sooner the better. Lin Zhe glanced at Richard. Richard immediately took a brand new top-spec MacBook from a cabinet, placed it on the coffee table, and stepped back. Zhou Yi dragged the laptop toward him and flipped open the lid. The instant the startup screen illuminated, his entire aura changed. The entry cyber sovereign activated in that moment. The timid survivor who had been perched at the edge of the sofa breathing carefully vanished, replaced by an absolute ruler seated upon his throne. Zhou Yi did not touch the trackpad. His hands hovered above the keyboard. Lin Zhe reclined against the sofa back, tapping his fingers twice against his knee. Your first task, Lin Zhe said, evenly, is to let yourself die utterly in terms of social identity. Zhou Yi froze for half a beat before his mind turned to the implication. Understood. Zhou Yi nodded. The third people's hospital system, right? Lin Zhe said, nothing effectively consenting. Then the furious tapping began. A dense barrage of keystrokes detonated through the study, forming a continuous thunder. Zhou Yi's fingers moved so fast they left only afterimages. No ordinary browser or software interface appeared on the screen. A black terminal control console sprang up and lines of green code cascaded like a waterfall. A Gue stood slightly behind and to the side of the sofa watching the scene with a faint lift of his brow. He had seen many hackers abroad, but those attackers needed multiple jump hosts and a suite of scanning tools to infiltrate a municipal hospital's intranet. Zhou Yi used none of that. He didn't even look up the hospital's IP. He tore open the firewall of Jiangxing Third People's Hospital by forcing a breach through Yunding Gongwan's broadband. It took less than 10 seconds. We're in. Zhou Yi said, eyes fixed on the screen. The ICU's electronic medical record database. Found. Zhou Yi mailed 24. Delete it all. Zhou Yi asked. No. Lin Zhe raised his glass. Erasing everything would leave a data gap. It would look fake. Alter your vital signs data curve. Make it red heart failure and unsuccessful resuscitation. All right. Zhou Yi's fingers tapped again. The time of death is set for 11:45 p.m. The attending physician's electronic signature has been forged. The record of emergency medication has been completed. While Zhou Yi typed, he reported, by the way, this death certificate has been simultaneously pushed to the death registry of the Jiang City Health Bureau. I also accessed the household registration system. Zhou Yi's speed remained unyielding. I am submitting the application for household deregistration along with an automatic approval instruction from the hospital system. Done. In less than 3 minutes from booting up, a living person had turned into a corpse in all of Jiang City's official systems. Boss, there's one more thing. Zhou Yi suddenly stopped typing and turned to Lin Zhe. I casually hacked into the monitoring system of the hospital's inpatient department. Go on. Just now in the corridor on the 3rd floor, one of the 3 thugs that brother A. Gue knocked out has woken up. Zhou Yi tapped on the keyboard, splitting the screen in two. On the left is the surveillance footage. The yellow-haired guy whose nose was broken by a Gue was holding his bloody face leaning against the stairwell door, making a phone call. On the right is an audio waveform analysis interface. I intercepted his mobile phone signal. Zhou Yi explained. Following the base station's bandwidth, I reverse-located the person he was talking to. Zhou Yi pressed the enter key again. A cacophony of heavy bass dance music erupted from the computer speakers, accompanied by the sound of women's laughter and clinking glasses. Clearly the person on the phone was indulging in pleasure at a high-end nightclub. Young Master Chu. The yellow-haired guy's voice came through the speaker, tinged with a cry. This is bad. We were just smoking in the corridor when someone hit us from behind. When we came to the ICU, it was empty. That Zhou, useless. An angry curse came from the other end of the line, followed by the sound of a bottle smashing against the wall. 3 living people couldn't keep track of a completely shattered waste of a person. Chu Xiaojia's voice was filled with extreme agitation and arrogance. Damn it, his bones are shattered. Can he just grow wings and fly? Go check the morgue. Search the body storage room. If he's alive, we want to see him. If he's dead, we want to see the corpse. The study was very quiet. Lin Zhe listened to Chu Xiaoji's roar, his expression unchanged. Zhou Yi sat at the computer, his hands clenched into fists, his knuckles turning white from the strain. This voice. This man ordered a bulldozer to crush his parents to death under the rubble in the dead of night. Boss. Zhou Yi turned his head, his eyes red. He is at the Night Color Club in the southern district of Jiang City in a top VIP box. There are 4 bodyguards with him. A Gue took a step forward. As soon as Lin Zhe nodded, he could descend and bring back Chu Xiaoji's head to the mansion. Sit down. Lin Zhe glanced at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, and sat back down at the computer. Killing him now would be too easy for him. Lin Zhe put down his cup. The Chu family is deeply entrenched in Jiang City. The death of one Chu Xiaojia would only provoke an insane counterattack from Chu Changfeng. What I want is for the Chu family to be completely destroyed. Lin Zhe pointed at the computer screen. Since he wants a corpse, Zhou Yi immediately understood. He placed his hands back on the keyboard. I hacked into the landline system of the Third People's Hospital's morgue and created a virtual phone number. Zhou Yi operated quickly, send the previously forged death certificate screenshot directly to Chu Xiaoji's phone. Sent successfully. From the speaker, a text message notification came from Chu Shaoji's phone. A few seconds later, Chu Shaoji's voice resounded again. All right, no need to check the morgue. Chu Shaoji's tone was noticeably relaxed, even tinged with disdain. The hospital just sent word the person died half an hour ago. What a damn hassle dying and wasting my time. So young, Master Chu Wei. The yellow-haired guy asked on the phone. Get back here. Don't embarrass yourself at the hospital. The busy tone echoed in the study after the call ended. Zhou Ye's fingers hovered above the keyboard, pausing for a full 5 seconds before slowly retracting. Lin Zhe leaned back against the sofa, holding a cup of warm water. Feeling frustrated, Lin Zhe spoke. Zhou Ye shook his head vigorously, rubbing his hands on his knees. No. If it weren't for you, I would already be in line at the morgue waiting for cremation. Zhou Ye gritted his teeth, his voice low. Letting scum like Chu Shaojia live a few more days is too lenient. Having you keep him around is useful, though I can wait. As long as I can personally butcher him in the end, I can wait as long as it takes. Lin Zhe put down his cup, the glass base clashing with the coffee table, producing a crisp sound. As long as you have that kind of determination. Lin Zhe leaned forward. For now, don't worry about the Chu family. They won't focus their attention on a dead person. Next, there are many things you need to do. Zhou Ye immediately sat up straight, placing his hands back on the keyboard. As you command, boss. Lin Zhe pointed at himself, and then at a Gue standing behind him. The second task. Erase all traces of me and him from the internet. I don't want anyone to be able to track my current whereabouts and background through the internet. Zhou Ye's expression stiffened. This is a test. Erasing the social identity of an ordinary person and erasing the traces of a powerful figure are completely different concepts. A person like Mr. Lin, who can casually pull out 10 billion in cash to build a server room and decide life and death with a single word, has an unimaginable web of power behind him. Existences of this level must be documented in the classified archives of various countries. To tamper with this core data, even a slight misstep could trigger a national-level network alarm. Understood. Zhou Ye's hands rapidly tapped on the keyboard. I'll first handle your file. It will take a few minutes. I need to understand where your data is distributed across which levels of databases. The screen once again displayed a black control panel. Green code cascaded down like a furious waterfall. Zhou Ye bypassed the municipal and provincial firewalls, forcefully cutting into the National Population Information Core database. He pressed enter. Search term Lin Zhe. A few seconds later, an extremely detailed personal resume appeared. From the birth certificate, academic records, and social security payment records to bank statements, and even orders from food delivery platforms, everything was compiled before Zhou Ye. Zhou Ye stared at the information on the screen, his hands suddenly stopping on the keyboard. He blinked, leaning closer to the screen to look twice. 25 years old. Graduated from an ordinary undergraduate institution. A programmer at a medium-sized internet company in Jiang City. Just 3 days ago, he was optimized and laid off by the company. No house, no car under his name. Zhou Ye turned his head and glanced at Lin Zhe, who was sitting leisurely on the sofa. How could this be possible? A man who could mobilize 10 billion in funds, make the Marriott Group evaporate overnight, and possess the miracle of resurrection, has such an ordinary resume. Not even an offshore account abroad. Zhou Ye's mind whirled. Seconds later, enlightenment struck. An elaborate disguise. This was undoubtedly the boss' low-level facade meant to mislead prying eyes. Those truly transcendent methods and vast flows of capital were surely concealed by more advanced techniques buried at the deepest layers of the deep web or dark web. Even national-level databases had been deceived by this flawless, ordinary person veneer. To fabricate the identity of a mere programmer so seamlessly, down to matching social security records and food delivery receipts, the magnitude of the power behind the boss sent a chill across his skin. Zhou Ye drew a deep breath, his reverence for Lin Zhe rising another degree. Boss, he turned to report. I've pulled up all your basic files. But to erase them completely now would be difficult. Lin Zhe raised an eyebrow. It's not a technical problem, it's a question of insufficient computational power. Zhou Ye tapped the MacBook before him. Today's network data are cross-verified. If I wipe your records outright, the data chains linking banking, social security, and transportation systems will fracture. Such large-scale logical gaps would immediately draw the attention of cyber monitoring authorities and thereby expose you. To accomplish a trace-free deletion, I would need to erect a vast virtual logical web to fill those voids. Even if this machine's CPU started smoking, it still wouldn't be enough. Lin Zhe nodded. This was an objective limitation. What's the backup plan? Lin Zhe asked. An information fog. Zhou Ye replied, a glint of excitement in his eyes. If we can't delete it, we want deleted. Well, muddy the waters. He placed his hands back on the keyboard. There are tens of thousands of people named Lin Zhe across the country. I'll write a crawler to harvest the data of 1,000 of them, whose ages match yours. Keystrokes fell in a frantic staccato. I'll fragment your biometric signatures, spinning patterns and movement trajectories, and randomly intersperse them among those 1,000 profiles. Then I'll fabricate tens of thousands of additional false records out of thin air. Fake surveillance feeds and forged purchase statements began to flood the screen. From now on, within network surveillance, you may simultaneously appear playing games in an internet cafe in Jiangxing, buying instant noodles at a supermarket in Yinjing, and swiping into the subway in Shunshi. Zhou Yi hit the final enter. Done. Now anyone attempting to trace your location through big data will have their system overwhelmed within 3 seconds by these tens of thousands of conflicting false trajectories. Unless they dispatch teams to physically inspect those thousands of locations online, you will be in untouchable fog. Lin Zhe watched Zhou Yi's operation with evident satisfaction. Those dark gold entries purchased for 20 million. What a bargain. When the billion-yuan server farm is up, he'll deploy a supercomputing array to perform a truly trace-free purge for you. Zhou Yi added the remark. Agreed. Lin Zhe lifted his chin slightly and signaled to a Gui standing nearby, look him up. Zhou Yi immediately turned his attention and began probing a Gui's records. Soon the clatter of keys paused for a few seconds. Zhou Yi shifted his gaze from the screen and looked toward a Gui who stood just behind the sofa. Brother Gui, Zhou Yi pointed to the flickering search box on the screen. Are you basically invisible within the country's systems? I ran your facial feature data through the National Household Registry and the core databases of the 3 major carriers. Apart from activity in the past 3 years, everything before that is a blank. A Gui glanced at Lin Zhe, who nodded slightly. Don't bother with domestic systems, a Gui said in a muffled voice. I only smuggled myself back from the Dianan border 5 years ago. I had been surviving overseas before that. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up as his fingers returned to the keyboard. You should have said so earlier. The overseas networks are my backyard. The interface shifted instantly. The waterfall of green code yielded to a pitch-black, low-level console laced with unreadable gibberish. Zhou Yi's hands hovered over the keyboard as the Cybwa Zhuzai Cyber Dominator module ran at full capacity. Found it, he said, pressing enter. A fragmented file popped up on the screen written in a mixture of English and the script of a Southeast Asian country. Brother Gui, you kept a low profile abroad. Zhou Yi skimmed and translated aloud. Codename, Yi and Night Crow, primary area of operation along the Thai-Myanmar border and the Golden Triangle. 80% of the jobs were intelligence gathering, targeted eliminations, and poison assassinations. But there's an interesting datum here, Zhou Yi said, pointing to a combat damage assessment. During your years abroad, you took part in 47 missions, recorded instances of direct firefights, number only 3. Moreover, in those 3 engagements, you escaped by relying on terrain and stealth. Never once did you annihilate the opposition in a straight-up fight. A Gui stood motionless, his expression barely changed. I'm a scout, a Gui explained. My rule: if a strike fails, withdraw immediately. Lin Zhe sat on the sofa and took a sip of water. This matched the system's entry perfectly. Extreme stealth had been traded for a lack of frontal combat prowess. Against a true master once drawn into close quarters, fighting a Gui's survival odds would plummet. Of course that was the past. Now, after integrating Lao Mo's Ansha Zongshi assassination grandmaster and Yesho Jiju at Beast's intuition, his frontal combat ability had increased markedly. Fits your style indeed. Zhou Yi continued flipping through files. Your resume may not be flashy, but you've provoked a formidable enemy. Zhou Yi slid his finger across the trackpad, and a conspicuous red pop-up burst into the center of the screen. It bore a skull emblem above a long block of Thai script and a severely blurred profile photo. The person in the photo wore black tactical gear, half his face swallowed by shadow, yet he bore a 7 or 8-inch resemblance to a Gui. What is this? Lin Zhe set down his glass. An 11 bounty on the dark web. Zhou Yi rapidly parsed the information. Issued by a major warlord in northern Myanmar named Songpa. Reward $5 million. Zhou Yi turned to a Gui. Brother Gui, what did you do? This old warlord doesn't even know your real name yet. With a single blurred profile shot, he's been hunting you for 5 years. Seeing the skull emblem, a Gui's breathing grew noticeably heavier. That was 5 years ago. A Gui's voice was raw. I infiltrated Songpa camp for half a month. I was there to obtain an arms. During the withdrawal, I happened upon Songpa, favorite youngest son, tormenting several kidnapped domestic tourists. A Gui paused, his fist clenching slightly. I couldn't stand it. I snapped his son's neck and then released those people. After recounting how he had snapped Songpa's son's neck 5 years ago, a silence lingered in the study for several seconds. Zhou Yi sat before his computer, hands lifted from the keyboard, and gave a Gui a thumbs up. Brother Gui, you're ruthless, Zhou Yi remarked sincerely. A Gui remained silent, standing at rigid attention behind Lin Zhe's right shoulder. Lin Zhe leaned back against the sofa, tapping twice with his fingers on the edge of the coffee table. A $5 million bounty hangs on the dark web. Though you're currently in China, you remain a liability. He turned to Zhou Yi. Can you handle it? Child's play. Zhou Yi straightened instantly, hands returning to the keyboard. On the dark web, money speaks louder than identity. Once they believe the target is dead, the bounty vanishes. You'll forge a Gui's death certificate. Lin Zhe asked. Not just a certificate, Zhou Yi replied, fingers flying across the keys as lines of dense code scrolled anew across the black terminal screen. Dealing with a paranoid warlord like Songpa demands more than paper. It demands irrefutable proof. With a few keystrokes, Zhou Yi pulled up recent news images of armed clashes in northern Myanmar mud-choked terrain, a shattered pickup truck, and corpses of militants strewn haphazardly across the ground. Brother Gui, mind lending me some facial data? As he spoke, Zhou Yi launched a compact image process. He extracted the skeletal contours from a Gui's blurred profile shot, then applied advanced 3D modeling algorithms to perform deepfake synthesis on the news photographs. In under 2 minutes, 3 high-resolution images appeared on screen, each set against the backdrop of a tropical rainforest battlefield. A body clad in black tactical gear lay face down in the mud. Half its face had been obliterated by shrapnel, flesh torn beyond recognition. Yet the remaining half, the arch of the browbone, the curve of the jawline, matched a Gui's features precisely. Even the faint scar along a Gui's neck was flawlessly replicated. A Gui stepped forward, eyes locked. "That's a grim way to die," a Gui muttered, voice low and unreadable. "Might as well go all the way with the performance." Zhou Yi grinned. "I've rewritten the underlying EXIF metadata entirely, setting the timestamp to yesterday afternoon and geolocating it within the Karen State conflict zone along the Thai-Myanmar border. Even top-tier forensic analysts would detect no trace of digital manipulation." Lin Zhe studied the images, gaining visceral insight into Zhou Yi's formidable capabilities. A $2 million investment had yielded an evolutionary leap, a true dimension-hopping advantage. In cyberspace, Zhou Yi held absolute dominion. He decided who lived, who died. Now that we have the photos, what next? Lin Zhe took a sip from his water glass. Sending them directly to Songpa would raise suspicion. Zhou Yi switched to a dark web login interface. Time to muddy the waters. He activated several pre-configured botnet proxy IPs, routing connections through servers in Europe, South America, and Southeast Asia. "I've already registered 3 distinct assassin accounts on the dark web," Zhou Yi explained while typing. "Each bears different registration origins and behavioral footprints. Now I'll use all 3 to submit mission completion reports to Songpa's bounty inbox." The rhythmic clatter of keystrokes echoed through the study. The first email transmitted successfully, its IP traced to Colombia. Its content was terse: target eliminated during border skirmish. Attached long-range corpse photo. Transfer $5 million to the designated anonymous crypto wallet. The second followed. IP origin Ukraine. Its tone brash and arrogant. "The Night Raven's head is mine. Remaining photos will be sent upon receipt of half the deposit." The third originated from Bangkok, attached the clearest close-up of the facial wound, and claimed the target had fallen victim to a betrayal among mercenaries, demanding immediate payout from Songpa. Once all 3 emails were dispatched, Zhou Yi leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply. Done. He rubbed his palms together. Songpa's intelligence officer must be utterly bewildered right now. 3 separate teams operating from disparate continents, each submitting identical corpse imagery, and each insisting they'd carried out the kill, each demanding payment. A Gui watched the sequence unfold, then uncharacteristically posed a question: won't they verify on site? "They can't." Zhou Yi turned his head. "The coordinates I selected were blanketed by Myanmar government artillery fire yesterday afternoon. Not even an intact tree stump remains. This is what we call no body, no proof." Lin Zhe set down his glass. "Can you claim this $5 million bounty yourself?" Zhou Yi paused. "Then, boss, you've got genius-level instincts." He pivoted back to the screen. "I'd only planned to sabotage the bounty, but since you've spoken, why leave free money on the table?" He re-entered the dark web and breached the third-party escrow platform where Songpa had posted the bounty. The $5 million sits in escrow on the dark web platform, governed by an automated arbitration system. His fingers danced across the keyboard. "I'm rewriting the platform's core logic, elevating all 3 kill reports to maximum validation priority." A green progress bar surged across the screen. "System detects logical conflict." Zhou Yi observed, eyes fixed on the display. "The platform now confirms the target's death, but cannot determine which party delivered it." "And then?" Lin Zhe asked. "Then I leverage backend privileges to redirect all 3 assassin accounts' payout addresses to a single offshore money laundering transit hub." Zhou Yi pressed enter. The progress bar filled instantly. "Funds released," he snapped his fingers. "I routed the money through over 300 offshore accounts across a dozen jurisdictions, finally converting every cent into Bitcoin." He rotated the monitor toward Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe nodded. "Well done. Keep the money as your fee." Zhou Yi stared at the elongated Bitcoin wallet address scrolling across the screen, his fingers hovering above the keyboard, motionless. Then he turned, gaze settling on Lin Zhe reclining calmly on the sofa. "Boss, this is $5 million." Zhou Yi swallowed hard, voice trembling slightly. "Over 30 million. You're just handing it to me." Lin Zhe lifted his water glass again. "Too little." No, not at all." Zhou Yi shook his head vigorously. "I just feel like this sum came too easily." Lin Zhe set the glass down. "I approved a 10 billion yuan data center for you. Do you think I'd hesitate over this?" He gestured dismissively. "Take it. Now." Zhou Yi's heart suddenly jolted. Indeed, the top-tier equipment worth $1 billion was approved by the boss, to an ordinary person $5 million is an astronomical figure, but to the boss it is probably just a string of numbers. With a boss of such stature, what more could one ask for? Thank you, boss. Zhou Yi immediately stored the key to his Bitcoin wallet in his independent encrypted drive, feeling invigorated, as if he had been given a shot of adrenaline. What are your instructions next? Where you point, I strike. Lin Zhe leaned forward, crossing his hands over his knees. Investigate Chu Xiaojia. Upon hearing this name, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhou Ye's eyes. Understood. Zhou Ye's hands swiftly returned to the keyboard, his fingers moving so fast they left afterimages. I will directly access the internal servers of Chongqing Real Estate and strip this brat bare. In the study, only the sound of rapid keyboard tapping remained. Zhou Ye's entry for Cyber Overlord operated at full capacity, and the pitiful firewall of Chongqing Real Estate was no match for him, as he forced open a backdoor in just 3 seconds. Various encrypted internal ledgers, meeting records, and even private chat logs of executives were displayed on the screen like a flowing river. Found it. Zhou Yi quickly scanned the screen. This brat is truly a beast. In the project in the south of the city, not only did he forcibly demolish, but he also embezzled $300 million in relocation funds to cover his gambling debts in Macau. And here last year in the western suburbs, he had someone break his competitors' legs, forcing them to withdraw from the competition. Alright, he also has a private cloud drive containing videos of dozens of female college students, all filmed. Zhou Yi grew increasingly furious, his teeth grinding together. Boss, any one of these pieces of information, if released, would be enough for him to serve a decade or more inside. If we package everything and hand it to the Economic Investigation Unit, and the Serious Crimes Team, Chu Xiaojia would definitely never get out again. Zhou Yi turned to Lin Zhe, his face filled with excitement. Should I send it to the media and the police now? What do you want to send to the police for? Lin Zhe leaned back against the sofa, his tone flat. Zhou Yi was taken aback. Not arresting him. If he truly gets arrested, how will you personally take him down? Lin Zhe lightly tapped his fingers on the edge of the coffee table. Moreover, Chu Chongfeng, that old dog, is very... If Chu Xiaojia goes in directly, Chu Chongfeng will immediately cut off all ties, shifting all blame onto his son, and the Chu family will remain unscathed. Lin Zhe paused. What I want is for the Chu family to keep pouring money, using connections, and exhausting their network to protect this waste, until they bleed the Chu family dry. Zhou Yi felt a chill run down his spine. This was truly a heart-wrenching killing strategy. Instead of giving a quick death, one would cut them slowly, letting them watch their blood drain away. Put away the evidence that can directly lead to the death penalty or life imprisonment in a separate encrypted drive and keep it on hold. Lin Zhe issued the command. Select materials related to illegal land acquisitions, tax evasion, forced demolitions, and his fraudulent accounts. Package it a bit. Who should I send it to after packaging? Zhou Yi asked. Lin Zhe named 2 individuals. Qin Tianming, Shen Yinwei. Zhou Yi immediately created 2 encrypted email packages on the computer. Boss, do you have their email addresses? No, find it yourself. Lin Zhe stood up, stretching lazily. After you find them, send it directly. Let them know this is the first batch of chips, and they should handle it accordingly. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement and began searching for these 2 names online. A few seconds later, 2 public business encyclopedia entries popped up on the screen. Zhou Yi took a glance and his fingers froze over the keyboard. The Qin Group in Jiangxing, a colossal enterprise valued at hundreds of billions, spans across real estate, healthcare, and finance. Current leader Qin Tianming. The Shun Group in Jiangxing controls over 70% of the shipping and logistics ports in the city, a well-established family with a history of 100 years. Core leader Shen Yinwei. These 2 names represent the pinnacle of power in Jiangxing. Even the highest officials in the city would treat them with utmost respect when seen on television news. Zhou Yi mechanically turned his head to look at Lin Zhe, who was about to walk out of the study. Boss, these 2 people, are they your... Zhou Yi swallowed hard, not daring to finish the sentence. They are helping me manage some trivial matters. Lin Zhe did not look back. Just send the emails, they know what to do. The door to the study closed. Zhou Yi sat in front of the computer, feeling as if his worldview had been thoroughly ground into the floor. The heads of a 100 billion group and the daughter of a century-old family. In the boss' mouth, they were merely 2 errand boys, managing trivial matters. Zhou Yi recalled when he had just awakened, thinking that the boss plan to deal with the Chu family was a fantasy. Now it seems the Chu family is nothing. If the boss truly wants to crush the Chu family, Qin Tianming and Shen Yinwei could probably bankrupt Chu Chongfeng with just 1 word. No wonder the boss opts for a slow and deliberate approach. It's as if he is treating Jiangxing as a playground, playing a game of cat and mouse. Zhou Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. He quickly packaged the not-so-deadly blackmail against Chu Xiaojia and sent them to the private encrypted emails of Qin Tianming and Shen Yinwei. Sending completed. At the Shun family manor in the study on the 2nd floor, Shen Yinwei rubbed her sore neck. The coffee beside her had long gone cold. The asset portfolio of the Marriott Group was too vast, just clarifying the messy accounts of those logistics ports consumed most of her evening. Suddenly, an unnamed email notification popped up in the bottom right corner of her computer. Shen Yinwei clicked on it. Inside was a compressed file without any message. She casually clicked to extract it, and dozens of PDF files and several audio files filled the screen. Just a glance at the first one froze Shen Yinwei's movements. Chongqing Real Estate's Southern City Reconstruction Project, dark account details. Complete recording of the violent incident in the western suburbs, bidding. Chu Shieji's 300 million debt notes, and fund misappropriation path. Shen Nianwai's grip on the mouse tightened as she clicked on the recording about the western suburbs plot. Immediately Chu Shieji's arrogant curses and the sound of sticks smashing against bones resonated from the speakers. I want this land. If you dare submit a bid, I'll break both your legs today. The recording was exceptionally clear, even the wind in the background was audible. Shen Yinwei felt a layer of cold sweat break out on her back. Once this information is made public, it could immediately send Chu Xiaojie to prison. And that document detailing the 300 million in misappropriated public funds, which clearly lists which hall and dealer Chu Xiaojie was at in Macau, and the flow numbers for laundering the funds back into the country through underground banks. This is not something that can be obtained through a normal investigation. Who sent this information? Shen Nianwai's hand gripping the mouse was slightly tense. Even the Shen family would take considerable time to investigate this information, and they might not be able to gather such comprehensive details. As a result, the other parties sent over these top-secret documents in a package. At that moment, the private phone on the desk vibrated, and the screen displayed the words Qin Tianming. Shen Yinwei pressed the answer button and casually turned on the speaker. Miss Shen, have you checked your personal email? Qin Tianming's voice carried an unmistakable dryness. I'm looking at it now. Shen Yinwei leaned back in her chair. What did you receive on your end? On the other end of the call, the sound of a lighter was heard as Qin Tianming took a deep drag of his cigarette. The tax evasion records of Chongqing Real Estate from the past 3 years, a recording of Chu Xiaojie giving shares to several heads of planning departments, along with the transaction details of 3 shell companies under his name. Qin Tianming spoke rapidly. All of it is undeniable evidence that can seal the deal. Shen Yinwei looked at the violent debt collection recording and the IOUs from Macau on her computer screen. On my end, there is a complete chain of evidence related to the bidding irregularities in the western suburbs, as well as the proof of his embezzlement of public funds for gambling in Macau. Shen Yinwei lowered her voice. President Qin, this scale of operation. Besides Mr. Lin, who else in Jiangxing possesses such formidable means? Qin Tianming directly interrupted Shen Yinwei. The Chu family's underbelly has been thoroughly exposed. Both remained silent on the call for a few seconds. This was not merely a trap for the Chu family, it was a silent intimidation. If Mr. Lin could uncover the Chu family's secrets, he could just as easily uproot the Qin and Shen families. In the face of such an unimaginably vast intelligence network, the proud foundations of their families were utterly negligible. Ding! A notification popped up again in the bottom right corner of Shen Nianwai's computer. Qin Tianming also received the same notification sound. Another email has arrived. Shen Yinwei quickly grasped the mouse and opened the newly received encrypted email. The sender was still that elusive virtual address. The email's body contained only a short line of text. The first batch of chips. Release in batches, don't let him die, all at once, play slowly. Shen Yinwei stared at the line for a full 10 seconds before exhaling a long breath. President Qin, do you understand? Shen Yinwei asked. I understand. Qin Tianming extinguished his cigarette. Mr. Lin does not want Chu Shieji's life, what he wants is Chu Changfeng's life. If all this dirt were to be thrown out at once, Chu Xiaojie would be directly imprisoned, and Chu Changfeng could simply announce a severance of father-son relations in the newspaper. The Chu family's core interests would remain unharmed. Exactly. Shen Yinwei lightly tapped her fingers on the table. A dull knife cuts the flesh most painfully. We need to make Chu Xiaojie constantly stir up trouble outside, with Chu Changfeng trailing behind to clean up the mess. Funds, connections, official relations, we will slowly drain the Chu family's blood. The two quickly reached a consensus and began allocating the chips in their hands. I will handle the tax evasion records of Chongqing Real Estate. Qin Tianming took on the most critical part. Directly, I will find an unfamiliar face to leak the least serious account to the tax bureau. No need for much, but deficit of 100 million is enough. Once the economic investigation team enters Chongqing Real Estate to audit the Chu family's financial chain, will be immediately frozen. Then I will handle the troubles of Chu Xiaojie personally. Shen Yinwei pulled out the scanned copy of the IOU from Macau. Chu Xiaojie owes 300 million in Macau. I will ensure this becomes a trending topic. Good idea. Qin Tianming laughed on the other end of the phone. Once this gossip breaks out, the Chu family will have something to worry about. And the victim from the western suburbs. Shen Yinwei added, I will send someone to make contact. No need for him to report to the police, as long as he makes a scene at the sales department of Chongqing Real Estate and escalates the situation. I will arrange for the media to amplify it from behind. That's settled then. Qin Tianming made a decision. Tomorrow morning, we will act separately. The Chu father and son have been too comfortable for too long. It's time to give them some fun. The call ended. Shen Yinwei immediately picked up the landline, dialed the number of her trusted subordinate, and began to assign tasks. A great net targeting the Chu family quietly tightened in the night. Slap. A resounding slap echoed in the main bedroom of the Chu family's villa on the second floor. The hungover Chu Xiaojia covered his face, completely dazed. Last night he drank until 3 in the morning at the Nightshade Club, and just after falling asleep, he was abruptly jolted awake. Dad, are you crazy? Chu Xiaojia shouted at the person standing by the bed. Chu Changfeng was trembling with rage, smashing the tablet he held hard against Chu Shieji's face. Look for yourself, you incompetent fool. Chu Xiaojia fumbled to catch the tablet. The screen displayed the trending topics on Weibo, the top 3, all flashing the glaring red word exposed. Chongqing Real Estates, Chu Xiaojia owes 300 million in gambling debts in Macau. Chu Shieji's involvement in violent debt collection recordings exposed western suburbs bidding scandal. Chu Xiaojia trembled as he opened the recording, clearly hearing his own voice. I have my eyes on this land. If you dare submit a bid, I will break your legs today. Chu Shieji's face instantly turned pale. The alcohol sobered him up. Dad, what is going on? Where did this recording come from? I clearly handled the Macau issue cleanly. Handled cleanly. Chu Changfeng kicked Chu Xiaojia in the stomach, sending him crashing to the ground. They even exposed where you were playing, in which VIP hall, along with the dealer's transaction number. Is this what you call handling it cleanly? The bedroom door was suddenly pushed open, and the family butler rushed in drenched in sweat, without even knocking. Sir, there's trouble. What now? Chu Changfeng shouted. The Economic Investigation and Tax Bureau personnel are already blocking the entrance of Chongqing Real Estate's headquarters. They say they received a real-name report about significant tax issues at Chongqing Real Estate over the past 3 years, demanding a comprehensive audit. The butler's voice trembled. The financial director has already been detained, and the group's accounts have all been temporarily frozen. Chu Changfeng's vision darkened, and he staggered back 2 steps, barely managing to steady himself by holding onto the wall. What about the PR department? Are they just sitting idle? Pay them to remove the trending topics. Chu Xiaojia yelled as he got up from the ground, shouting at the butler. The PR manager just called to say they can't get in touch with anyone at Weibo. The online marketing company we hired had their account permanently banned just 1 second after going live. That trending topic seems to have been locked down by some technical means. No matter how much we pay, we can't get it removed. Chu Changfeng leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Having navigated the business world for decades, his instincts were extremely sharp. This was definitely not a coincidence. This was a meticulously planned strangulation. The other party not only grasped the Chu family's most lethal trump card, but also possessed unimaginable cyber capabilities. Prepare the car, we're going to the company. Chu Changfeng forced himself to calm down. Keep this fool locked at home. Without my order, he is not allowed to go. Yending Mansion. The morning sun poured onto the floor-to-ceiling windows of the study on the second floor. Zhou Yi sat in front of the computer, his hands flying across the keyboard, while chewing on a piece of toast. Even after a sleepless night, Zhou Yi was still full of energy. Just the thought of Chu Shieji's miserable state filled him with inexhaustible vigor. Boss, the Chu family's hired online commenters have switched to a new batch of IPs. I've taken them all down, Zhou Yi reported excitedly. Lin Zhe sat on the sofa asking, is the hype enough? Absolutely enough. Zhou Yi pressed the enter key. I've pushed the recording files and transaction records directly to the front pages of various news portals. Now netizens across the country are watching the fun unfold with Chu Xiaojia. The stock of Chongqing Real Estate plummeted at the opening with orders exceeding 2 million shares. Even a miracle wouldn't save it. At this moment, a Gue walked in from outside. Boss Qin Tianming and Xin Yinwei are making moves, a Gue reported. The Qin family has sent someone to submit the tax debts of Chongqing Real Estate. Xin Yinwei has arranged for the victim with the broken leg from the western suburbs to hold a banner outside the headquarters of Chongqing Real Estate, crying out while the media swarmed around. Lin Zhe nodded. Qin Tianming and Xin Yinwei were indeed efficient getting things done without unnecessary. Where is Chu Changfeng now? Lin Zhe asked. Zhou Yi immediately pulled up a surveillance screen. He just left the Chu family villa and is heading to the headquarters of Chongqing Real Estate. However, his Maybach is stuck in traffic. On the screen, Chu Changfeng's car was surrounded by a throng of reporters wielding cameras, unable to move an inch. The soundproofing of the Maybach was excellent, yet the noise from outside still penetrated the car. The cameras were practically pressed against the windows with flashes going off repeatedly, making it hard to open one's eyes. Chu Changfeng sat in the back seat, his face pale. He took out his phone and dialed the number. The ringing tone lasted a long time before it finally connected. Oldly, what's going on with the tax office? Chu Changfeng suppressed his anger. Didn't we have an agreement? A sigh came from the other end of the line. Old Chu, don't blame me for being unfeeling. This time the economic investigation team and the tax office are working together. Who would dare to intervene? Chu Changfeng tightened his grip on the phone. Who exactly is behind this? Give me a straight answer. I don't know, Oldly lowered his voice, but I advise you to quickly apologize if you've offended someone. I have a meeting to attend, so I'll hang up now. Beep beep beep, the busy tone rang, and Chu Changfeng slammed his phone down on the leather seat. The driver in front was sweating profusely, honking the horn. Boss, there are too many people that we can't get through at all. Honk the horn. Crash through. Chu Changfeng roared. The driver dared not actually crash, only inching forward cautiously. Chu Changfeng picked up his phone and dialed another number. President Wang of Jiangxing Commercial Bank, Changxing Real Estate, has a 2 billion loan due this month, which was supposed to be extended. Sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. He tried 3 different numbers for bank executives, all of which were either turned off or out of service. An unprecedented sense of panic surged in his heart. He had operated in Jiangxing for decades with connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world. But today this vast network of connections had suddenly collapsed. Yending Mansion's second-floor study. Zhou Yi sat in front of the computer with dozens of small windows open on the screen. One of the windows displayed the real-time recording of Chu Changfeng making a phone call in the car. Boss, this old dog is getting anxious. Zhou Yi typed on the keyboard, isolating old Li's call recording. He made 4 phone calls just now, 3 didn't connect, and the only one that did cut him off. Lin Zhe leaned back on the sofa playing with a metal lighter. Cut off his communications. Lin Zhe instructed. Zhou Yi immediately complied. Intercept all outgoing requests. No one can get through except for debt collection calls. Zhou Yi's fingers danced across the keyboard. Done. Now that old dog's phone is just a one-way receiver for debt collection notices. Lin Zhe tossed the lighter onto the coffee table. What about the bank's withdrawal arranged by Qin Tianming? Zhou Yi pulled up another surveillance screen. The director of the credit department at Jiangxing Commercial Bank, along with a legal team, has entered the lobby of Changxing Real Estate headquarters. Lin Zhe stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Tell Chu Changfeng to hurry to the company. Don't keep the guests waiting too long. Understood. Zhou Yi typed a few more commands. In front of the Maybach, the previously congested crowd of reporters suddenly received an anonymous push notification. The financial director of Changxing Real Estate has been taken away for investigation. The economic investigation team is sealing the account books. As soon as the reporters saw this news, they erupted into chaos. Quick, go inside the building and take pictures. The crowd surrounding the car dispersed and rushed towards the entrance of Changxing Real Estate. The road was suddenly clear. The driver stepped on the gas, and the Maybach finally reached the underground garage of the headquarters building. Chu Changfeng pushed open the car door and strode towards the exclusive elevator. Ding! The elevator doors opened at the chairman's office on the top floor. As Chu Changfeng stepped out of the elevator, he bumped into a group of people in uniforms. The vice president of Changxing Real Estate was sweating profusely beside him. Director Chu, you're finally here. The vice president approached, his voice trembling. The tax office has arrived saying they want to freeze all our offshore accounts and transaction records. Chu Changfeng took a deep breath, forcing a smile. Leaders, there must be some misunderstanding in this matter. Our Changxing Real Estate has always been a major taxpayer in Jiangxing. The leading tax officer didn't even acknowledge his words, directly handing over a document. Comrade Chu Changfeng, this is a notification for assistance. Please cooperate. Chu Changfeng's hands trembled slightly. Before he could take the document, several more people approached from the other end of the corridor, dressed in suits and holding briefcases. Director Chu, the leading man, adjusted his glasses. I am Wang Chang from the credit department of Jiangxing Commercial Bank. Your company has a 2 billion loan with our bank, and due to significant operational risks currently faced by your company, we have decided to terminate the loan agreement early. Chu Changfeng's mind was buzzing. Director Wang, didn't we agree on an extension? Where is your President Wang? I spoke to him personally. President Wang is currently in a meeting in the city, Wang Chang said expressionlessly. This is a payment note. Please settle the principal and interest of the loan within 48 hours, or we will apply to the court for asset preservation and freeze all land and ongoing projects under Changxing Real Estate. 2 documents were handed to Chu Changfeng, one on the left and one on the right. Chu Changfeng felt a tightness in his chest, and darkness clouded his vision. 2 billion in cash flow. Now the accounts of Changxing Real Estate are completely under the scrutiny of the economic investigation team. Where can he find 2 billion in cash? If the cash flow is cut off, all of the Chu family's projects will fail. This is pushing the Chu family to the brink. At the headquarters of Changxing Real Estate, in the chairman's office on the top floor, Chu Changfeng stared at the 2 documents in front of him, his chest heaving violently as he swept the teacup off the table, shattering it on the floor. The vice president and the financial personnel huddled in the corner, afraid to even breathe. Get out! Chu Changfeng shouted, pointing at the door. A group of people fled the office in a panic, slamming the door behind them. Only Chu Changfeng remained. He tore off his tie and collapsed into the large office chair. A cash flow gap of 2 billion, this was a death. However, Chu Changfeng was no stranger to storms. He took a deep breath to calm himself and turned to the encrypted landline in the corner of the desk. This line was a dedicated line through the internal network directly connected to several safe houses and private clubs he had set up outside. He grabbed the receiver and quickly dialed a few numbers. After 2 beeps, the call connected. Hello? Who is this? A disgruntled voice came from the other end. Old Lou, it's me. Chu Changfeng lowered his voice. Don't hang up, let me finish. There was a noticeable pause on the other end, and then the voice became extremely cautious. President Chu, you are in big trouble right now. What are you calling me for? I just want to ask you one thing. Do you still want the 3 billion loan Chongqing has with your Jinzhou Bank? Chu Changfeng got straight to the point. President Liu's voice instantly rose. What do you mean? Do you want to default? Jiangxing Commercial Bank is demanding a 20 billion withdrawal today. My accounts are all frozen. I can't produce this money at all. Chu Changfeng gritted his teeth. If I don't pay this money by 2 p.m. today, Chongqing Real Estate will face a chain collapse. The other end fell silent. Chu Changfeng continued to raise the stakes. Old Lou, if Chongqing collapses, the collateral properties you hold will all turn into bad assets. 30 billion in bad debts. Can you, the bank president, afford it? Are you threatening me? President Liu was furious. This isn't a threat, it's a fact. Chu Changfeng slammed the table. The only ones who can save Chongqing now are you. Contact Old Sun from Haifa Bank and Old Zhang from the Agricultural Bank. You 3 banks need to gather 7 billion each. Add it up to 21 billion and transfer it to my overseas unmonitored emergency fund account. You're insane. If we violate the lending regulations now, we'll be in deep trouble. If you don't lend, Chu Changfeng's voice was hoarse. Cover this 20 billion, send Jiangxing Bank away, and Changqing's situation will stabilize. They'll pay off the investigation team. Chu Changfeng's voice was hoarse. Cover this 20 billion, send Jiangxing Bank away, and Changqing's situation will stabilize. They'll pay. Send the account number. The latest should be by 1:30 p.m. Old Chu, you'd better hope you can get through this, or I won't let you off even as a ghost. A busy signal followed. Chu Changfeng put down the receiver, his shirt soaked with cold sweat. This move was extremely risky, effectively forcing the other 3 banks on a Changqing's war chariot. Even if he got through this hurdle, the 3 banks would not look at him favorably. But apart from this method, he had no other way out. At Yunding Mansion in the study on the 2nd floor, Zhou Yi sat in front of the computer with dozens of surveillance windows open on the screen, the sound of typing incessant. Boss, there's a situation. Zhou Yi stopped and turned to Lin Zhe, who was sitting on the sofa. Lin Zhe lifted his head. A secret emergency fund account for Chongqing Real Estate overseas has suddenly been activated. Zhou Yi pulled up the funds flow interface. Just now, 3 large sums of money were transferred in batches totaling exactly 21 billion. A Gue standing nearby frowned slightly. Where did this old guy get so much money? Zhou Yi pointed at the remittance information on the screen. Jinzhou Bank, Haifa Bank, Jiangxing Agricultural Bank. Are the bank presidents of these 3 banks out of their minds, still daring to lend to Chu Changfeng at this time? Don't they fear their money going down the drain? Lin Zhe leaned back against the sofa. It's not that they're out of their minds, they're being forced into a corner, Lin Zhe said flatly. Changqing's loan scale with these 3 banks must be extremely large. Chu Changfeng is using Changqing's survival to blackmail them. If they don't provide the money, everyone is doomed. Zhou Yi scratched his head. Then our 20 billion withdrawal, isn't it resolved by him? Resolved, eh? Lin Zhe chuckled lightly. Putting in 20 billion will only make Changqing's hole bigger. Chu Changfeng has exhausted his last connections and cards. Those 3 banks have become ants on a hot pan. Lin Zhe stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the distant Jiangxing scenery. But the game has just begun. Oh, if he can't even survive the first round, it would be too boring. Zhou Yi rubbed his hands together, placing them back on the keyboard. Boss, what's our next move? Should we directly expose the evidence of these 3 banks violating lending regulations to the Regulatory Commission? No need to rush to alert the authorities. Lin Zhe turned around. Where is Chu Xiaojia now? Zhou Yi immediately switched to a surveillance screen. He's locked up in a villa by Chu Changfeng. His phone and computer have all been confiscated, and there are 4 bodyguards monitoring him around the clock. That kid is currently throwing a tantrum, breaking things. Lin Zhe lightly tapped his fingers on the windowsill. Chu Xiaojia, this waste, is the greatest weakness of the Chu family. As long as he causes trouble outside, Chu Changfeng will have to keep dividing his attention to clean up the mess. Who is the creditor for the 3 billion owed by Chu Xiaojia? Lin Zhe asked. Zhou Yi quickly typed a few keys and pulled up a file. It's a guy named Sang Ju, a loan shark who has a gang of thugs under him, and his methods are very ruthless. Or are Sang just people now? A few of his underlings are in Jiangxing, probably specifically keeping an eye on Chu Xiaojia. Lin Zhe nodded slightly. Use a virtual number to send a message to Sang Ju, Lin Zhe instructed. Just say that Chongqing Real Estate is about to go bankrupt and liquidate, and if he doesn't come to collect the debt, the Chu family will be left with nothing. Zhou Yi's fingers flew over the keyboard, excitedly responding, understood. Using a knife to kill someone, this move is brilliant. A forged text message was precisely sent to Sang, just phone via the network nodes. Lin Zhe turned to Gue. Notify Qin Tianming, Lin Zhe instructed. Have him find a few unfamiliar faces. Since saying just people are in Jiangxing, they will definitely need someone to guide them, make it convenient for them. Ague nodded and turned to leave to make the call. Zhou Yi leaned back in his chair after sending the message. Boss saying, just people have no moral bottom line. Although they won't dare to go too far throwing paint, and putting up banners is inevitable. For such a lively event, we should let the onlookers have a look too, Lin Zhe said with a smile. Send the news to Shun Yinwei. Oh, she knows what to do. At 2 in the afternoon in the conference room of the Chongqing real estate headquarters, Chu Changfeng signed his name on the repayment agreement from Jiangxing Commercial Bank and stamped it with the official seal. Director Wang Chong double-checked the 20 billion yuan funding certificate from the overseas account. After confirming its accuracy, he placed the documents into his briefcase. Mr. Chu, it was a pleasure to collaborate. Now that the loan has been settled, we won't disturb you further. Wang Chong stood up and left the conference room with the legal team. Chu Changfeng watched them leave, exhaling a long breath. The death warrant had finally been lifted. Although Chongqing real estate stock had plummeted directly to the limit today, as long as the cash flow remained intact, there was still a chance to breathe. At that moment, the phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Chu Changfeng glanced at the screen. It was the villa's housekeeper calling. He answered the phone. Sir, you need to come back quickly. Something big has happened at home. Old Chin's voice trembled, and the background noise was extremely chaotic, filled with shouting from loudspeakers and various curses. Chu Changfeng frowned tightly. What's the panic? Speak clearly what happened at home. A few hundred people have shown up outside. They've blocked the villa's entrance. Old Chin shouted over the phone. Leading them are several muscular men with local accents claiming they are here to collect debts. They say the young master owes them 300 million. The rest are reporters and influencers live streaming. They are even splattering red paint on the front door. Chu Changfeng's head buzzed. 300 million. The people from the Macau gambling debt. How did they get here so quickly? And they brought so many media and influencers. This was meant to roast the Chu family alive. Chu Changfeng quickly hung up the phone and opened the short video platform on his phone. The top trending topic was glaringly marked with the red word, explosive. Chu family young master owes 300 million in gambling debt and is blocked at the door. He nervously clicked into the hottest live stream. In the footage, the Chu family's intricately carved iron gate worth millions was splattered with glaring red paint. Several shirtless men with tattooed arms were shouting frantically at the villa through loudspeakers. Chu shout, you turtle! When are you going to pay us the 300 million you owe, brother Jew? If you have the guts to borrow money, don't hide inside without saying a word. I know you're home. If you don't pay up today, we will tear down your villa. Outside the gate, there were countless streamers holding selfie sticks. Family, look closely. This is the home of Jiangxing's richest man, Chu Changfeng. Now it's being blocked for debt collection. Let's rocket this up. I'm going to climb over the wall and live stream for you all. The comment section was filled with netizens laughing at the Chu family's plight. Chu Changfeng was so furious he trembled all over, nearly crushing his phone. He had just risked defending 3 banks to gather 20 billion to stabilize the company, and now his home was. These debt collectors chose this moment to strike while attracting the attention of the entire internet. They aimed to completely ruin the Chu family's reputation. If this chaos continued, Chongqing real estate's reputation would be utterly destroyed. Tomorrow's stock market opening would surely see another drop, and those suppliers and partners who had just been pacified would undoubtedly turn against him again. The 300 million had to be resolved immediately. However, all his cash had been poured into the company's 20 billion hole. Where could he get 300 million in cash? Commercial bills were plentiful, but the issue was that brother Ju wouldn't accept them. Chu Changfeng dialed Chu Shaoji's number. As soon as the call connected, he heard Chu Shaoji's voice tinged with tears. Dad, help. Brother Just men are smashing the door. They say if they catch me, they will chop me up and feed me to the dogs. Hurry and send bodyguards to save me. Chu Changfeng cursed angrily. You beast. How dare you still make demands? Stay inside and don't go anywhere. He hung up the phone and immediately dialed the city bureau's number, requesting them to send people to maintain order at the villa. The operator's response sent a chill down his spine. Police forces have already been dispatched, but there were too many people at the scene, mainly influencers, and the crowd. They could only try to mediate and could not take coercive measures. Chu Changfeng slumped in his chair, feeling as if he could hardly breathe. At Yunding Mansion in the study on the second floor, Zhou Yi projected several live stream feeds with the best angles onto the wall. In the footage, brother Just lackeys were smashing the password lock on the Chu family's door with a large iron hammer. Boss, these people are quite professional. They're causing quite a ruckus. Zhou Yi watched with great interest. The influencers that Shen Yinwei found are also tough cookies. They even used drones for a full-scale live stream of the Chu family's misfortunes. Lin Zhe leaned back on the sofa watching the spectacle on the screen before quickly shifting his gaze. He pressed the remote, cutting off the projection on the wall, and the noise from outside the Chu family's door abruptly stopped. Boss, are we not going to do anything about the Chu family? Zhou Yi asked. They are currently too busy dealing with their own problems. Let them be chaotic for a few days. Lin Zhe tossed the remote onto the coffee table. I have new tasks for you. Zhou Yi perked up. What would you like me to do? Lin Zhe leaned back against the sofa. I want you to create a mobile application, he said calmly. Zhou Yi was taken aback. Just one app. He scratched his head. A college student could do this job. A Gue kicked Zhou Yi's swivel chair from the side. The boss asked you to do it. There must be special requirements. Don't interrupt. A Gue reminded him. Zhou Yi quickly fell silent. Lin Zhe raised a finger. First, this software doesn't need any flashy features. A user authentication interface, an internal communication channel, and a task release hall. The cleaner the interface, the better. Zhou Yi held his hands over the keyboard, nodding while listening. Second, the underlying logic must be completely isolated. It cannot use conventional public network protocols. Lin Zhe continued to specify demands. I want you to set up servers across the globe layered with multiple encryption proxies. Zhou Yi grinned. Boss, I'm familiar with this kind of work. He rubbed his hands together. I'll apply a variant protocol of the onion routing and use top-tier servers from over a dozen countries for dynamic transfers, ensuring no one can track it. Lin Zhe was very satisfied. The software will be named Extraordinary. Lin Zhe added Extraordinary Club. Zhou Yi immediately got to work. The study was once again filled with the rapid sound of keyboard typing. A Gue stood beside him, watching Zhou Yi's screen filled with rapidly scrolling lines of code, completely unable to comprehend. In less than half an hour, Zhou Yi hit the final enter key. Done. He turned the computer screen around. The screen displayed a mobile interface simulator. A pure black background with the words Extraordinary embossed in gold at the center, devoid of any extraneous lines, exuding a sense of minimalist sophistication. Only I have the backend permissions. Zhou Yi pointed at the screen and explained, there is no registration channel. To access this software, a unique invitation code must be generated in the backend. Moreover, this invitation code is tied to the user's biological characteristics, iris fingerprint, and voice print with 3-in-1 verification. If someone else took the phone, they wouldn't be able to unlock it. Lin Zhe nodded. This was exactly the effect he desired. Now send out 2 invitations. Lin Zhe announced 2 names, Shun Changshan Qin Jinhua. On the second-floor study of the cloud-top mansion, Zhou Yi pressed the last enter key. 2 strings of specially encrypted codes traversed the variant protocol of the onion routing, circling through a dozen bot servers worldwide, ultimately delivered precisely to 2 specific mobile terminals. Boss, it has been sent. Zhou Yi moved his hand away from the keyboard and took a big gulp from the cup on the table. As long as they click the link, the backend will automatically capture biometric features for binding. Besides themselves, even the supreme deity couldn't unlock this software. Lin Zhe leaned against the sofa and nodded slightly. This is just the first step. The Extraordinary Club needs an absolutely secure and completely confidential communication channel. By bringing these few people into the same framework, many matters will no longer require his direct intervention. At the same time, in the Shen family's villa in Jiangqing, Shen Changshan was sitting in the pavilion in the backyard, holding a purple clay teapot, listening to the butler report the latest developments in Jiangqing's business sector. Sir Chongqing real estate stock fell sharply right after opening today. Chu Chongfeng is anxious and has forced several banks to release 2 billion in funds to temporarily fill the gap. The butler slightly bowed. Mrs. coordinating the next steps at the company, preparing to cut off the Chu family's capital chain completely. Shen Changshan took a sip of tea. This girl Nianwei is still a bit too hasty. Chu Chongfeng has entrenched himself in Jiangsheng for so many years, it's not that easy to take him down. She should know when to stop. As soon as the words left his mouth, the personal phone placed on the stone table suddenly vibrated violently. This phone was Shun Changshan's dedicated line, and fewer than 5 people in Jiangsheng knew this number, so it rarely rang. Shen Changshan set down the purple clay teapot and picked up the phone. The screen displayed no incoming call number, only a text message notification. Upon opening the text, it contained a long string of nonsensical garbled characters with a very rudimentary download link attached at the end. Shen Changshan frowned. Given the Shun family's security level, such a suspicious spam message could never breach the firewall and reach his personal phone. Unless the person who sent this message possessed technological capabilities far beyond the Shun family's security team. A figure suddenly flashed through Shun Changshan's mind. Without any hesitation, he directly clicked on the link. The screen instantly went black. In less than a second, a pure black interface appeared with the words Extraordinary embossed in gold at the center. Immediately, a prompt box without any emotional tone popped up at the bottom of the screen. Identity verification program initiated. Please position your face in front of the front camera for iris and facial bone scanning. The butler standing beside him quickly stepped forward upon seeing this scene. Sir, this software comes from an unknown source and may pose risks. Should we have the tech department check it first? Shut up. Shen Changshan scolded, directly raising the phone and aligning his face with the screen. A faint red light flickered at the top of the screen. Iris verification passed. Please press the specified area on the screen for fingerprint and heart rate feature binding. Shen Changshan followed the instructions, placing his thumb on the screen. Please read the following numbers for voice print collection. Shen Changshan recited the numbers on the screen slowly and deliberately. All 3 verifications were completed. The golden characters on the screen slowly dispersed, entering an extremely clean internal interface. There were only 3 sections: member list, communication channel, task hall. Shen Changshan clicked on the member list. There were only 3 avatars inside. At the very top was a pure black blank avatar with no name, but the edge of the avatar was inlaid with a ring of dark golden patterns. The other 2 avatars included Shen Changshan himself and another labeled Qin Jinhua. Shen Changshan's grip on the phone tightened, and his breathing became heavy. He was right. This was indeed Mr. Lin's doing. The previous deal to buy 10 years of life for 10 billion was just a transaction. The deal was complete and both parties were settled. But this software was different. This was Mr. Lin's true ticket to bring them into the core circle. Extraordinary. Shen Changshan stared at the 2 words at the top of the screen, his lips trembling. He had lived for over half a lifetime managing assets worth hundreds of billions and had seen all kinds of storms. But at this moment he felt like a young student who had just received his university acceptance letter, his heart racing uncontrollably. Shen Changshan immediately exited the software and dialed Qin Jinhua's number. The call was almost instantly answered. Old Qin, Shen Changshan struggled to suppress the tremor in his voice. Did you receive it? On the other end, Qin Jinhua's equally excited voice could be heard. Received it. Just completed the verification. Qin Jinhua gasped. Old Shen, does this mean we are officially in the game? Yes. Shen Changshan suddenly stood up, pacing in the pavilion. Since the master has brought us into this channel, it means our previous performance was satisfactory to him. This is a tremendous fortune. I will have Tianming return immediately. Qin Jinhua spoke rapidly. The trivial matters regarding the Chu family can wait. The master's actions here are of utmost importance. After hanging up, Shen Changshan turned to the butler. Call Nianwei immediately. Tell her to drop everything she's doing and return to the villa within 10 minutes. The butler was taken aback. Sir Miss is currently in a board meeting at the Marriott headquarters, fully taking over Marriott's asset management. Isn't it inappropriate to have her come back at this time? I don't care what meeting she's in. Shen Changshan raised his voice. Even if the sky falls, she needs to come back to the villa first. Hurry up and call. In the center of Jiangxing, at the original headquarters building of the Marriott Group. In the top-level conference room, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Shen Nianwei, dressed in a sharp professional suit, sat in the main seat, slamming a stack of financial reports onto the table, scattering papers everywhere. Why have the accounts for these 3 logistics ports under Marriott not been sorted out yet? Shen Nianwei's voice was not loud, but carried great penetrating power. In 3 days you show me such shoddy stuff. The number of containers entering and exiting the ports differs by a whole 2 times from the tax declaration forms. Do you really think I'm blind? The dozen executives sitting on either side fell silent, not daring to raise their heads. They had long been accustomed to cooking the books. Who would have thought that the young lady of the Shun family would inspect the accounts so rigorously after taking over? President Shun, the accounts for these ports are indeed too chaotic and the time is too tight. A vice president in charge of finance spoke up with difficulty. I don't want to hear excuses. Shun Nianwei interrupted him directly. If the accounts are still not reconciled by midnight tonight, you all won't need to come back tomorrow. You just go report to the police station. At that moment, the personal phone placed on the table vibrated. Shen Nianwei glanced at the caller ID. It was Uncle Chun, the butler from the old residence. She frowned and pressed the answer button. Uncle Chin, am in a board meeting, Shen Nianwei said with an unfriendly tone. Miss, the master has issued a strict order. The butler's voice was urgent. He demands that you drop everything and return to the manor within 10 minutes. Shen Nianwei tightened her grip on the phone. This is the most critical time for liquidating Wanhao's assets, and the Chu family is also tightening their net. How can I leave? Shen Nianwei lowered her voice. What exactly has happened? On the other end of the line, the butler took a deep breath. The master said there are new developments from Mr. Lin. Hearing the name Mr. Lin, Shen Nianwei froze. Without any hesitation, she stood up. The meeting is adjourned. Shen Nianwei grabbed the car keys from the table. I want to see the final report by tomorrow morning. If you can't do it, submit your resignation. With that, she strode out of the conference room, leaving a group of executives exchanging bewildered glances. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Qin Group. In the president's office, Qin Tianming stood by the floor-to-ceiling window listening to his assistant's progress report on Chongqing real estate. President Qin, the Economic Investigation Department, has already frozen 3 major accounts of Chongqing. The assistant flipped through the documents in hand. However, Chu Changfeng just used his connections to pressure some banks into releasing 2 billion, temporarily plugging the funding gap. Qin Tianming sneered. A dying struggle. He turned around, continued to increase the pressure. Exposed the foundation of his shell companies to the tax bureau. Also notify our building material suppliers to completely stop supplying Changsheng's ongoing projects. I want to make sure the Chu family can't even buy a single rebar. Understood, the assistant nodded, jotting down notes. Suddenly, the dedicated phone on the table rang. Qin Tianming walked over to pick up the receiver. Dad, what's the matter? Tianming returned to the old residence immediately. Qin Jinhua's voice came through the phone laced with a hint of barely concealed excitement. Qin Tianming paused for a moment. Dad, I'm currently monitoring the Chu family, Qin Tianming explained. The hundreds of billions involved in Chongqing real estate are about to be divided. I can't leave at this time. What does the Chu family matter? Qin Jinhua directly cursed over the phone. Qin Tianming was completely confused. A plate worth hundreds of billions can't even compare with matters concerning Mr. Lin. Qin Jinhua's voice rose by 8 degrees. Get back here immediately. No matter how important the matter is, put it on hold. Qin Tianming's heart jolted. Mr. Lin. Dad, what happened with Mr. Lin? Qin Tianming quickly inquired. He has included us in the course circle. Qin Jinhua panted, stop wasting time and hurry back. The call ended. Qin Tianming gasped, throwing the receiver onto the table and grabbing his coat as he rushed out. President Qin, what about Chongqing real estate? The assistant quickly asked. Leave them for now. Qin Tianming shouted as he stormed out of the office. Let the people below keep an eye on them. No one is allowed to act without my orders. Half an hour later, in the backyard of the Shun family manor, Shen Nianwei drove at high speed, jumping out of the car before it even came to a complete stop, and hurried into the pavilion. Shen Chanshan was sitting on a stone bench, cradling the personal phone as if it were a rare treasure. Even his breathing was cautious. Grandpa, what has happened? Shen Nianwei asked, panting. Shen Chanshan looked up and handed over the phone. Shen Nianwei took the phone and looked down. On the screen was a completely black interface with the words "Extraordinary" embossed in gold at the center. What is this? Shen Nianwei asked, puzzled. Click on the member list, Shen Chanshan reminded. Shen Nianwei followed his instructions. The list only contained 3 avatars. At the top was a completely black blank avatar with no name, but the edge of the avatar was inlaid with a circle of dark golden patterns, exuding an inexplicable pressure. The 2 avatars below were one of Shen Chanshan himself, and the other labeled Qin Jinhua. Shen Nianwei's mind raced, instantly grasping the significance of this. This is the internal software just sent by Mr. Lin. Shen Chanshan stood up and paced in the pavilion. There is no public download channel, only invitations issued by Mr. Lin himself can enter, and it is bound to my iris and fingerprint. Shen Nianwei's grip on the phone tightened slightly. Previously, when they helped Lin Zhe, they were essentially just an outsourced team or a one-time transaction. Although Shen Chanshan had spent 10 billion to buy a 10-year lifespan, it was merely a transactional exchange. Lin Zhe could replace them at any time and find others to do the work. But now it was different. Lin Zhe had truly brought them into his circle. The Qin family is in it too? Shen Nianwei asked. Yes. Currently, it is just the 2 of us. Shen Chanshan rubbed his hands. Nianwei, you must understand. The Wanhao group and the Chu family are merely ants that Mr. Lin can crush at will. The future of our Shun family rests entirely within this software. Shen Nianwei nodded heavily. She was acutely aware of Lin Zhe's capabilities. The kind of means that could bring people back from the dead made worldly wealth utterly insignificant. No matter how rich you are or how capable modern medicine is in prolonging life, if you're destined to die, you will still die. Grandpa, did Mr. Lin give any tasks when he sent this software? Shen Nianwei asked. Not yet. Shen Chanshan took back the phone. But I estimate it will be soon. Meanwhile, at the Qin family's old residence, Qin Tianming looked at the interface on Qin Jinhua's phone and swallowed hard. Dad, is this software just for us and the Shen family? Qin Tianming pointed at the member list on the screen. For now, yes, Qin Jinhua replied, sitting in the grandmaster chair and taking a sip of tea to suppress his excitement. Tianming, this is a tremendous opportunity. Mr. Lin is about to build a circle that surpasses all rules. Qin Tianming, who had been navigating the business world for many years, had an acute sensitivity to such matters. Mr. Lin is going to completely stir the waters of Jiang City and then redefine the rules, Qin Tianming sighed. Jiang City? Qin Jinhua sneered. You underestimate Mr. Lin's vision. This place, a Jiang City, is not even worth Mr. Lin's attention. If we can establish a foothold in this circle, the Qin family's industries will definitely extend beyond Jiang City and even reach the world. Qin Tianming felt a surge of excitement. The hundreds of billions in the Chu family's hands compared to this kind of celestial opportunity truly amounted to nothing. So what should we do now? Qin Tianming asked. Wait, Qin Jinhua placed the phone on the table. Since Mr. Lin has brought us in, there will surely be significant movements. On the second floor of the cloud-top mansion in the study, Zhou Yi removed his hands from the keyboard and turned to look at Lin Zhe, who was seated on the sofa. Boss, the authority transfer is complete. Zhou Yi pointed to the phone placed on the coffee table in front of Lin Zhe. From now on, you are the sole master of this system. Whether it's monitoring the members' activities or directly destroying their devices, it all lies within your command. Lin Zhe picked up the phone. The screen lit up with a pure black background with the words "Extraordinary" flickering in dark gold at the center. The page smoothly unfolded, dividing into a management backend and a front-end interface. The management backend displayed the current number of online users too. Xin Changshan Xin Jinhua. Boss, this system uses decentralized physical nodes. Zhou Yi spoke with absolute confidence. Unless someone can simultaneously invade the top servers of over 70 countries worldwide, the source will never be traced. Lin Zhe nodded slightly, sliding his finger across the screen to open the Settings tab. A newly established platform needs its own rules. Lin Zhe tapped on the virtual keyboard, inputting the club's first foundational principle. Extraordinary people do what ordinary people cannot. No lengthy discourse was needed. The fewer words, the greater the deterrent power. Lin Zhe's core objective in designing this software was to bind the top elites of Jiangxing and even the entire country to his chariot. To achieve this, it was essential to show these people hope. Hope named extraordinary or even eternal life. Lin Zhe could trade entries, buying longevity from others with just a thought or bestow it upon them. Theoretically, as long as Lin Zhe wished, he could grant a dying elder decades or even a century of life once, and this was not even Lin Zhe's limit. Whether he himself acquired the entries for mastery of Baji Quan and extraordinary reflexes, or Gui obtained master assassin and beast instinct entries, they all indicated one thing. That is, by stacking entries, ordinary people could possess extraordinary strength. Focusing his mind, Lin Zhe pressed the send button for the principle extraordinary people do what ordinary people cannot. The system backend displayed a successful release message. Then Lin Zhe decisively locked the phone screen and tossed the phone onto the coffee table. Zhou Yi sat in front of the computer, stretching his neck to peer at the surveillance secondary screen for a long time, only to find that besides that line of text, Lin Zhe had not sent anything else. Boss, is that it? Zhou Yi scratched his head, looking confused. Lin Zhe leaned back against the sofa and took a sip from his water cup. What else? Should I send them a beginner's tutorial? Zhou Yi turned his chair, pointing at the screen. The app has just launched. At least send a specific task, like having them take out Chu Changfeng or something. Just sending a principle, do they even understand it? Gui, standing nearby, reprimanded without reservation. You talk too much. How the boss operates is not for you to teach. Zhou Yi shrank his neck, not daring to speak. Lin Zhe set down his water cup, his tone calm. A truly clever dog does not need its master to whip it forward. As long as you give it a look, it will know to bite the prey and drag it back. Lin Zhe stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, leaving Zhou Yi and Gui with an enigmatic silhouette. If I have to teach them everything by hand, what's the point of bringing them in? At the same time, in the Shun family's estate, in the backyard pavilion, it was quiet enough to only hear the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. Xin Changshan held the specially made phone with both hands, his eyes fixed on the line of dark gold text rolling at the top of the screen. Extraordinary people do what ordinary people cannot. 11 short characters with no extra explanation. Publisher blank avatar highest authority. Xin Changshan suddenly stood up, and due to the suddenness of it, his vision darkened slightly, and his body swayed. Xin Yanwei hurriedly reached out to support him. Grandfather. Xin Changshan waved his hand, pushing away his granddaughter's hand, his gaze still locked on the phone screen. His chest heaved violently, and his breathing became rapid. Nianwei, take a close look at this sentence. Xin Changshan handed the phone over. Xin Nianwei took the phone, staring at the 11 characters on the screen. After just one glance, her heart involuntarily began to race. Grandfather, what does this mean? This is the rule, and also the threshold. Xin Changshan paced back and forth in the pavilion, his tone revealing an uncontrollable excitement. What is it that ordinary people cannot do? Breaking the rules, transcending the laws of the mundane, that is what is extraordinary. Xin Changshan stopped, turning to look at Xin Yanwei. The gentleman is telling us that in this club there is nothing that cannot be accomplished. Even resurrecting the dead or changing a family's fate is merely a routine operation. Xin Yanwei understood very well the weight of this statement. The Marriott Group was the best example. In just one day, without any prior news or wind, the vast 100 billion group collapsed. Having operated in Jiangxing for many years, Wang Jianshu, with his complex web of relationships, was even directly taken away, and those behind him had no reaction at all. But Mr. Lin did not issue any specific tasks. Xin Yanwei reminded in a lowered voice, if Mr. Lin expects us to do something, even if he doesn't explain it clearly, he should at least give us a target. Xin Changshan listened to his granddaughter's words, but did not respond immediately. He locked the phone screen, laid it flat on the stone table, leaned back in his chair, and slowly closed his eyes. The pavilion fell silent, only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves could be heard. Xin Yanwei did not urge him. She was very clear about the old man's habits. Every time he encountered significant decisions, the old man would always organize his thoughts this way. After several minutes, Xin Changshan finally reopened his eyes. Nianwei, you have only seen the first layer. Xin Changshan picked up the purple clay teapot and poured himself a cup of lukewarm tea. Do you think the gentleman established this club to conveniently assign us tasks? Xin Nianwei instinctively retorted, isn't that so? We are nothing of consequence worthy of Mr. Lin creating a software just to assign us tasks. Xin Changshan's tone was calm, yet contained a lucid understanding. The Marriott collapsed just like that. Did you receive any wind of it? No. Absolutely none. But the Marriott still collapsed. Nianwei, answer me a question. Shin Changshan suddenly shifted the topic. In our mundane business world, what is the significance of those top tycoons striving to establish and join clubs? Shin Nianwei was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected the old man to throw out such an unrelated question, but quickly sorted through her thoughts. A club, as it is referred to, is merely a circle of mutual benefit, Shin Nianwei replied succinctly. Everyone shares the resources, connections, and capital they possess. When good projects arise, we invest together to share the risks. When troubles occur, we leverage our respective networks to resolve them. In simpler terms, it's about banding together for warmth and establishing a protective barrier. Shin Changshan took a sip of tea and set down the purple clay teapot. Indeed, that is the logic of ordinary people, he said, lightly tapping his fingers on the stone table. Now think again. With Mr. Lin's ability to manipulate life and death, does he lack money? No, he does not, Shin Nianwei shook her head. Does he lack the hundreds of billions worth of resources from our Shun family or the Qin family? He does not lack those either, Shin Nianwei replied confidently. She had personally witnessed the act of purchasing 10 years of life. Compared to such methods, mundane wealth is indeed meaningless. Since he lacks money and resources, Shin Changshan leaned forward, fixing his gaze on his granddaughter. What is he up to with this extraordinary club? Shin Nianwei was momentarily speechless. She rapidly considered various business models in her mind, only to find that none of them applied to Lin Zhe. Is it to find someone to help him handle some inconvenient mundane matters? Shin Nianwei ventured hesitantly. If it were just to deal with mundane affairs, he could simply give us a call. Why go through the trouble of creating a dedicated software and implement multi-factor authentication with facial and iris recognition? Shin Changshan's tone grew heavier, infused with a fervor that pierced through to the essence of the matter. Nianwei, expand your perspective. He gestured towards the smartphone on the table, combining the 11 words sent by the gentleman. Extraordinary ones perform acts that ordinary people cannot. This is the embryonic form of a new order. Shin Changshan suddenly stood up, pacing back and forth in the pavilion with a vigor that belied his age. The gentleman stands at the pinnacle of the pyramid, overlooking all living beings. He despises personally engaging with those mundane beings in competition. He established this club to select. We have been drawn into this software, and currently the entire list contains only me and Qin Jinhua, 2 old fellows. Do you understand what this means? This signifies that we are the elders. We are among the first chosen by the gentleman. Shin Nianwei felt a chill run down her spine. Following the old man's line of thought, the value of this club was terrifyingly immense. An organization that transcends worldly laws, controlling the lifelines of all lives. And now the Shin family has secured a front row seat. At the same time, in the main hall of the Qin family's old residence, Qin Jinhua sat in a grandmaster chair, gripping his smartphone tightly. Qin Tianming stood beside him, watching his father's chest rise and fall violently with excitement, not daring to speak. 1 year. The lifespan he purchased from Lin Zhe was a mere year. For someone who had once stood on the brink of the underworld, a year was far too short. The fear of lying in a hospital bed, listening to the increasingly slow beeping of the heart monitor, feeling vitality gradually leaving the body, was something he dreaded even in his dreams. The collapse of the Marriott Group overnight shattered Qin Jinhua's resolve to investigate Lin Zhe's background. He dared not gamble or play any clever tricks. Receiving the invitation to the extraordinary club today was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought for Qin Jinhua. It was his only avenue for obtaining more lifespan. Qin Jinhua placed the smartphone flat on the square table. You have seen many tactics in the business world. Analyze what is the gentleman trying to achieve with this club. Qin Tianming pulled over a mahogany chair and sat down. I believe the gentleman is looking for a white glove, he said, choosing his words carefully. The gentleman possesses extraordinary means, but there are always some dirty jobs in the mundane world that are inconvenient for him to handle personally. Having a fixed circle would increase efficiency. Qin Jinhua picked up the covered bowl and scraped the tea leaves. You are half right. The gentleman indeed needs people to handle matters. However, for someone who can control life and death, if he truly wanted to find a white glove, there are plenty of people in Jiangxing lining up to bow and seek to serve. Why bother setting up a heavily encrypted system and personally drafting the overarching principles? Qin Jinhua slammed the covered bowl on the table, the porcelain clashing with a crisp sound. Tianming, in this world, the rules that can prompt top-tier individuals to invest their efforts in establishing them are never meant to restrict themselves, but to elevate their own people. Qin Tianming was stunned, a string in his mind suddenly plucked. Think about it. Qin Jinhua leaned forward, lowering his voice. If the gentleman stands above the rules, able to snatch people from the hands of the king of hell, what kind of identity would those who qualify to serve him and run errands have? Qin Tianming blurted out, surely they cannot be commoners. The moment the words fell, both father and son held their breath. The main hall was terrifyingly quiet. A storm surged within Qin Tianming's chest as he finally understood why his father was so agitated. It was akin to an ancient emperor selecting close ministers. Once selected, it was a true elevation of status. Mr. Lin bringing them into this club was to bestow upon them the possibility of being extraordinary. It could be a longer lifespan, unimaginable health, or even some means that transcends common reasoning. Just as Qin Jinhua envisioned the future, his smartphone suddenly emitted a brief vibration. Qin Tianming instinctively looked down. On the originally pure black interface, the section labeled member list suddenly flickered. From 2, it changed to 7. Dad, look quickly, Qin Tianming exclaimed. However, there was no need for him to remind. Qin Jinhua had been staring at the phone all along. Don't speak. Qin Jinhua extended his slightly trembling finger and tapped on the member list. The previously empty list had mysteriously gained 5 new avatars. These avatars likewise did not have real names, all being short code names. Cleaner, Shepherd, Red, Queen, Blacksmith, Stargazer. The ranking of these 5 code names was all above Qin Jinhua and Shin Changshan. The edges of the avatars were inlaid with silver-gray patterns, though not as luxurious as the dark golden empty avatar at the very top. They were certainly of a higher grade compared to the bare default avatars of Qin and Shun. Immediately after, a red dot lit up in the communication channel at the bottom. Qin Jinhua's heart skipped a beat, instinctively tapping into the communication channel. Lines of text refreshed on the screen like a flowing stream. Cleaner, after 10 years the channel has finally reopened. Shepherd, grateful to the Supreme Master. These 10 years have been too long. The sheep herds here in South America are becoming increasingly unruly. If it weren't for the means bestowed by the gentleman back then, I would have been unable to contain those drug lords. Red Queen, that's because you are useless. The ancient families over in Europe are quite compliant. Mister, if I may ask, when will you bestow some good things again? Those old fellows are eagerly hoping for continued longevity. Looking at the dialogue on the screen, Qin Tianming felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. 10 years to reopen. South American drug lord warlords. Ancient European families. Qin Tianming turned to look at his father. At that moment, Qin Jinhua's face had turned ashen, his forehead covered in a fine sheen of cold sweat. Just moments ago, they had been smug, believing themselves to be among the first elders chosen by Mr. Lin, the core backbone of this club. But the truth was, there was already a massive foundation in place. Moreover, the influence of these people extended far beyond the mere Jiang city. It was global. Even those lofty consortiums and warlords were merely seen as sheep to be easily manipulated by these few code names. At the same time, in the back garden pavilion of the Shun family manor, Shin Changshan slumped on a stone bench, the veins on the back of his hand bulging as he held his phone. Shin Yinwei stood beside him, shocked into silence as she looked at the scrolling chat records on the screen. Grandpa. Shin Yinwei swallowed hard, her voice dry. We were wrong. Shin Changshan stared intently at the screen, his voice trembling. Wrong to a ridiculous. I should have anticipated this. How could someone of Mr. Lin's caliber randomly select a few individuals as elders in such a small pond like Jiang City? The dialogue on the screen continued. Blacksmith, stop complaining here. Since the gentleman has opened the channel, there must be new directives. Star Observer, did you notice? There are 2 new members added to the list. Given their rough permission levels, they must have just been brought in. Cleaner, and looking at the registration location, it seems to be in the Xia country region. Is the gentleman finally going to establish a presence in Xia country? Red Queen, why aren't the newcomers speaking? Have they been scared silly, or are they mute? Hey, you 2 below, state your response. How to respond? Should I announce the name of the Shun family's trillion-dollar consortium? In front of these monsters who control South American drug lords and European consortiums, a trillion assets is nothing. Shin Changshan gritted his teeth, suppressing the impulse to reply. He knew very well that without knowing the other party's details, and before Lin Zhe had spoken, it was better to stay silent. On the other side, Qin Jinhua shared the same thoughts, staring at the screen, not daring to breathe. At the Yunding mansion on the 2nd floor study, Zhou Yi sat cross-legged on a swivel chair. In front of him were 3 massive displays filled with dense back-end codes and data streams. Boss Qin Jinhua and Shin Changshan have both gone mute. They don't dare say a word. Zhou Yi turned the screen towards Lin Zhe, a smug smile on his face. Lin Zhe leaned back on the sofa, toying with a metal lighter, his gaze sweeping over the chat records on the screen. The AIs you set up do sound quite convincing. Of course. Zhou Yi tossed some chips onto the table, energetically explaining these are not the kind of dumb robots that only chat according to a script. I have harvested chat records from hundreds of top hackers, assassin leaders, and consortium aides from the dark web for deep learning. Zhou Yi pointed at the code names on the screen. For example, this cleaner, I designed his underlying character as an extremely rational and ruthless mercenary leader. Therefore, his statements are brief and focused on execution. Red Queen is set up as a European noblewoman controlling vast wealth with a somewhat manic personality. She looks down on everyone except for you. Most importantly, these 5 individuals also have established internal factions and minor conflicts. Such interactions, laden with competition and rivalry, make it easier for people to believe they are real living beings. Ague stood by watching the realistic dialogue on the screen, unable to help but shake his head. If he hadn't witnessed Zhou Yi create these accounts in 10 minutes, he would almost believe that such terrifying individuals truly existed in the world. In the realm of the internet, Zhou Yi's abilities were indeed uncanny. Lin Zhe gently stroked his fingers. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Once people feel that something is exclusively theirs over time, they will develop a sense of arrogance. The Qin and Shen families have dominated Jiang City for too long. Even if they hold a deep respect for Lin Zhe, their innate arrogance is hard to completely erase. Only by creating a few rivals with higher levels, greater power, and equally fervent loyalty to Lin Zhe can their ridiculous sense of superiority be thoroughly shattered. The 5 AI accounts, each marked with identifiers from different global regions, continued to engage in heated discussions. Lin Zhe picked up the phone on the coffee table and accessed the management backend of the extraordinary club. Boss, is it about time? Zhou Yi paused his actions. Lin Zhe remained silent, typing 2 characters on the virtual keyboard and pressing send. Quiet. The moment the message was sent, Zhou Yi's fingers flew across the keyboard, directly locking the speaking permissions of those 5 AI accounts. The entire communication channel was cleared with only the 2 characters from the highest authority hanging at the very top. At the same time, Shen Changshan stared at the screen, his thumb hovering over the virtual keyboard, hesitant to press down. The dialog box already had several characters typed out. Greetings, esteemed seniors, I am from the Xia country region. He originally planned to take this opportunity to connect with those terrifying beings controlling South America and Europe. Even just to get acquainted would be advantageous. But now the 2 dark golden characters at the top of the screen made him break into a cold sweat. Quiet. Just those 2 simple characters with no additional punctuation. The moment it was sent, the entire communication channel was forcibly cleared, and all the lively discussions disappeared, leaving only these 2 characters hanging high. Shen Changshan felt an indescribable pressure emanating from the screen, and he immediately frantically hit the backspace key, erasing the words he had just typed. Grandpa, what's wrong? Shen Yinwei asked beside him, having not seen what Shen Changshan had intended to input. I almost made a grave mistake. Is the gentleman angry? Shen Yinwei understood the weight of those 2 characters. The gentleman is reprimanding us. Shen Changshan lowered his voice, afraid of alarming anyone, not only reprimanding those old members, but also warning us, the 2 newcomers. Those codenames were too reckless in their previous chat. They dared to mention South American sheep and European families so brazenly in front of the gentleman. The gentleman dislikes noise. Shen Changshan deduced an extremely important piece of information. He picked up his phone again, holding it with both hands. Nianwei passed the message down. Everyone in the Shen family must act low-key and absolutely cannot draw attention. Especially regarding the Chu family matter, we can only make arrangements in the dark and must not cause any commotion on the surface. Shen Nianwei nodded, taking note. She was also well aware that in the circle of the extraordinary club, the Shen family's trillion-dollar consortium was merely a small fry at the bottom. Meanwhile, in the old Qin residence, Qin Tianming stared at his father's phone. Those 2 dark golden characters pressed on his chest like a weight, stealing his breath. Dad, have those bigwigs been silenced? Qin Tianming asked. Do you still need to ask? Qin Jinhua raised his teacup, though his hand shook and tea slopped onto the table. He simply set the cup down. That was close. Qin Jinhua exhaled heavily. I was about to ask that Hongtao Q about the rights for extending life in Europe. Good thing I typed slowly. Qin Jinhua murmured, overcome with emotion. Qin Tianming rubbed his hands apprehensively. In circles of that caliber, a single misstep could mean irrevocable ruin. If Mr. Lin can grant lifespan, he can certainly reclaim it. If he displeased the benefactor, a mere thought could erase the year of life Qin Jinhua had so painfully purchased. Tianming, remember this, Qin Jinhua said, his face hardening. In the club, we are only permitted to observe. If the benefactor forbids us to speak, not a single punctuation mark is to be posted. Qin Tianming nodded repeatedly. And do not press the Chu family too hard. The materials the benefactor provided are insufficient to annihilate them. He wants to play this slowly, so we must follow his tempo. Yunding Mansion's second-floor study. Zhou Yi sat before a computer watching the back-end statistics. Boss, those 2 houses have gone completely quiet, Zhou Yi chuckled. Shen Changshan even deleted half the draft he was typing a moment ago. Ague stood beside him, puzzled. Boss, since you opened the channel, why not let them speak? Lin Zhe leaned back on the sofa and sipped water. When a circle is newly formed, the greatest taboo is its members clustering together. If they probe each other's backgrounds and begin exchanging favors, how can I ever ensure their undivided loyalty? He continued, setting the cup on the tea table. He needed an absolute single line of control, every member orbiting only him. Zhou Yi gave a thumbs up. Ingenious. With this move, you not only cowed the Shun and Qin families, you permanently fixed the image of those 5 AIs in their minds, Zhou Yi said. 5 overlords of global influence, all silenced by 2 words from you. Lin Zhe ignored the praise and opened the administration console on his phone again. Having suppressed them, it was time to offer a sweetener. He tapped open the Fifen Club's task release module, a stark black editor window appeared. Without hesitation, his fingers flew across the virtual keyboard. He entered the directive after the Chu family collapses: secretly bring back Chu Xiaojia. Requirement: sever all social ties of the target, avoid alerting any authorities, leave no trace. After typing those lines, his movements paused as his gaze fell to the reward settings at the bottom. Zhou Yi slid his chair closer and peered at the screen, rubbing his chin. Boss, what should we give these two old men as a reward to make them do the job? A stake in Chongqing real estate? Or a few $100 million in cash? Ague stood aside and slapped the back of Zhou Yi's head. What do you know? The rewards our boss offers are never such vulgar money, Ague snapped. Zhou Yi rubbed his head and could only stare helplessly. Lin Zhe did not heed them. He typed 4 characters on the screen: 1 year of life. Then he pressed publish. A crisp chime sounded in the quiet study. At that same second, every terminal of the Fifen Club members popped up a blood-red pinned banner. Shin Changshan held his phone with both hands, his gaze locked on that red task notice. A breeze ruffled the pavilion, but he felt a feverish heat. Even his breathing lost its rhythm. Nianwei. Shin Changshan's voice was raw. His hands trembled as he turned the phone toward her. Look at the reward for this task. Shin Nianwei read the 4 characters and froze. For an instant her mind went blank. 1 year of life. It was truly lifespan itself. She had imagined countless possibilities, guessing Lin Zhe might wager some rare resource. After all, everyone in the club trafficked in extraordinary means. Ordinary commodities were worthless to them. But when 1 year of life materialized in the task hall, the impact was beyond any mundane language. Grandfather, if we wreck the Chu family and bring Chu Xiaojia to them, we can gain an extra year. Shin Nianwei's breaths came quick and shallow, her chest heaving. Gain? Do you call this gaining? Shin Changshan sprang up, his wide sleeve sweeping across the stone table. The purple clay teapot shattered on the ground. This is a benediction. A titanic favor. I once spent 1 billion to buy 10 years, and that old Qin Jinhua spent 3 billion for a single year. Shin Changshan paced across the pavilion's stone tiles in large strides, his composure gone. Did you read the task requirement? After the Chu family collapses. He turned and hammered his finger against the phone screen. The benefactor demands results. By any means necessary, Chongqing real estate must be utterly annihilated. Only once the Chu family is finished can we seize Chu Xiaojia without inviting future trouble. Shin Nianwei immediately took out her everyday phone and began ringing several key executives. I will mobilize all the Shun family's liquid assets and short Chongqing real estate across the market right away, she instructed over the call. Notify the ports and logistics parks to cut off all transportation of the Chu family's building materials. Seal off their exits from Jiangxing. Not enough. Shin Changshan raised his voice and interrupted. Blocking their routes is insufficient. Contact the Qin family. At this moment we must join forces to smash the whole plate. Anyone who dares defend Chongqing is our mortal enemy. Kill gods when you meet them. At the same time, in the main hall of the Qin family's old residence. Bang! A dull crack echoed as Qin Jinhua slammed the wooden armrest of the grand chair until it broke. Qin Tianming was startled and hurried forward. Dad, take it easy, the doctor said. You mustn't get too agitated. To hell with the doctor. Qin Jinhua's eyes brimmed with bloodshot veins. The veins on the back of his hand bulged as he shoved the phone into his son's face. Tianming, look at the task the benefactor posted. Qin Tianming stepped closer and read his face draining of color. 1 year of life. What does the Qin family lack most now? It is Qin Jinhua's life. The 30 billion had bought 1 year. Each day ticking away left him sleepless each. Now the chance to extend his life lay plainly before them. Boss, now that this mission has been posted, we need at least a few supporting players to lend it authenticity. Zhou Yi sat in his swivel chair, rubbing his palms together. Lin Zhe sat on the sofa silent. With tacit approval, Zhou Yi's fingers flew across the keyboard. Moments earlier, the Fifen Club's communication channel, forcibly cleared, lit up once more as several avatars reappeared online. Queen of Hearts, wipe out a minor local enterprise and keep survivors alive for capture. Is the master handing out favors? Scavenger, a job of this caliber. I could dispatch an external field team. Half a day and their entire family would be reduced to dust and ash. Shepherd, a reward of 1 year's lifespan. Truly tempting. Alas, the Xia region falls outside my jurisdiction. Crossing regional boundaries violates protocol. Blacksmith, clearly this is an initiation trial for the 2 newcomers in the Xia region. Gentlemen, let us not covet this morsel. Should they fail such a simple task, immediate dismissal would be warranted. Upon reading these messages, Shin Changshan's breath froze for several seconds. Nianwei, look. He thrust his phone toward his granddaughter. Shin Nianwei scanned the lines swiftly. Her heartbeat skipped half a beat. These shadowed masters hidden behind the scenes exuded unshakable confidence with every word. To them, the Chu family, valued at hundreds of billions, was no more significant than a puddle. These overseas members simply don't deem this task worthy of their attention, Shin Nianwei whispered. It's not about worthiness. Shin Changshan slammed his palm onto the stone table. This is the master bestowing fortune upon us. He paced back and forth inside the pavilion, strides rapid and urgent. Blacksmith is right. It's both our initiation trial and a beginner's boon. By confining the mission's scope to Jiangxing, the master has made his intent unmistakable. He is granting us the opportunity. 1 year of lifespan. If we miss this chance, I Xin Changshan might as well dash my head against a block of tofu. Xin Nianwei grasped the logic fully. Indeed, if Master Lin truly wished the Chu family eradicated, he could merely assign scavenger, or dispatch a mercenary squad, or even act himself as he had done with the Wanhao group, leaving no trace detectable by mortal eyes. Yet he chose instead to post it openly in the mission hall. Grandfather, I understand now. Our sole rival in this examination is the Qin family, Xin Nianwei realized instantly. Exactly. Only one reward slot exists. Xin Changshan halted mid-stride. Immediately notify finance. Every available cent on our books must be mobilized. Xin Nianwei seized her phone without delay. I'll deploy our traders. First thing tomorrow at market open, we'll short Chongqing real estate relentlessly regardless of cost. Shorting alone won't suffice, Xin Changshan added. Send agents to riot at every Chuan sales office. Escalate the chaos. I want the Chu family left gasping for air, not a single breath spared. At the same moment in the main hall of the Qin ancestral residence, Qin Jinhua stared at the chat log on screen. Laughing so hard, he broke into violent coughs. Qin Tianming hurried forward to pat his back. Father, please take care. I'm fine. Qin Jinhua brushed aside his son's hand. Tianming, study closely. This is the master's magnanimity. Qin Tianming leaned in and drew a sharp breath. These monsters consider the task too trivial to compete over. This is a privilege exclusively designed for us. Qin Jinhua rose, pacing animatedly through the hall, his bearing suddenly decades younger. 1 year of lifespan. Topple the Chu family. Capture Chu Xiaojia, and gain another year of life. He'd previously spent 30 billion yuan just to purchase 1 year's extension. Now, with barely a gesture, targeting a dying Chu family, he could claim that same year as pure windfall. Such fortune was rarer than moonlight on water. Qin Jinhua's face flushed with excitement. Tianming, that old fox from the Shin family, has surely seen this too. They'll strike with lethal intent. We cannot yield to them. This reward must bear the Qin name. I'll arrange it immediately, Qin Tianming declared, pulling out his phone. I'll have underworld contacts stake out Chu Xiaojia's villa, ready to seize him the moment the Chu family collapses and loses its protective shield. Staking out is useless. Qin Jinhua cut him off. Chu Chanfeng borrowed 20 billion today to stay afloat. Find out which banks lent it. And then, leverage the Qin family's reputation to pressure those bank presidents. Force them to recall the loans prematurely. Anyone who dares sustain the Chu family defies the Qin family outright. Qin Jinhua slammed his fist onto the square table. That will enrage those branch managers beyond repair. Qin Tianming hesitated. Let them rage. If the Qin family ascends the master's mountain, what are a few branch managers? Only the central bank president would merit our concern. Qin Jinhua's eyes blazed. You have 24 hours. Expose every last secret the Chu family holds. Fail, and your presidency ends here. In the study on the second floor of Yunding Mansion, Lin Zhe reclined on the sofa sipping water. Zhou Yi pulled up multiple windows. The screens displayed real-time capital flows across companies owned by both the Shun and Qin families. Boss, they've gone mad. The transaction volumes are staggering, all flooding into securities accounts. Even suppliers previously partnered with the Chu family have received ironclad orders from both sides. Zhou Yi pointed at the data. The Chu family stands utterly encircled. Lin Zhe set down his cup. This was the advantage of building a club. He need never lift a finger against Chu Changfeng. Merely cast a lure, and countless hands would eagerly tear the Chu family apart. 930 M. Top floor office of Chongqing Real Estate. Chu Changfeng braced both hands on his desk, eyes locked on the stock market ticker mounted on the wall. Within 30 seconds of market opening, Chongqing Real Estate's green downward candle plunged straight to its limit down floor. The volume of sell orders stacked at the floor surged from 1 million to 8 million contracts in an instant. Hundreds of billions in market capitalization evaporated. 10% vanished in under a minute. The office door burst open. The vice president didn't knock. He stumbled in, tripping over the carpet in his haste. Chairman Chu, disaster. He scrambled upright, clutching a stack of documents, face drained of blood. All 8 of our ongoing projects in Jiangcheng have halted construction. Chu Changfeng snapped his head up. Who authorized the halt? Veins bulged on his forehead as he seized the VP's collar. Weren't the material suppliers pacified yesterday? Not the suppliers, the VP swallowed hard, voice trembling. Sand and cement supplies have been severed. Jiangxing's 3 largest logistics parks issued simultaneous notices this morning, all vehicles undergoing mandatory maintenance. Chongqing's dedicated freight routes suspended indefinitely. Every truck hauling construction materials lies stranded inside those parks, unable even to exit. Chu Changfeng released his grip, and the vice president collapsed to the ground. Cutting off logistics was akin to strangling the lifeblood of real estate. In Jiang City, only one company had the capability to seal off the 3 major logistics parks overnight. The Shun family. Before Chu Changfeng could collect himself, the internal line on his desk rang frantically. He grabbed the receiver. It was the finance director calling with background noise filled with the clattering of keyboards and ringing phones. Chairman Chu, our company's liquidity has been completely targeted. The finance director shouted hoarsely. Several unidentified funds have appeared on the market aggressively shorting our stock with outrageous force. And furthermore. And what? Speak. President Liu of Jianzhou Bank, President Sun of Haifa Bank, and President Zhang of the Agricultural Commercial Bank have jointly sent a lawyer's letter demanding that we return the 20 billion bridge funds released yesterday by 5 o'clock this afternoon, or they will immediately seek a court order to freeze all our overseas accounts. Bang! The receiver slipped from Chu Changfeng's hand and crashed onto the desk. His mind buzzed, and he quickly grabbed his personal phone to dial President Liu of Jianzhou Bank. This time the call connected swiftly. Before Chu Changfeng could speak, the other end exploded. Old Chu. President Liu roared on the phone. I risked going to jail yesterday to approve that 20 billion for you, and today you put me in such a dire situation. Chu Changfeng suppressed his anger. Old Liu, what do you mean? We agreed yesterday. Agreed my ass. President Liu interrupted directly. Qin Jinhua just called me personally. He explicitly ordered me to pull back the funds from Chongqing today. Not only did he call me, but he also sent someone with proof of the funds flow to the Insurance Regulatory Commission. President Liu hung up the phone, and the busy signal sounded in his ear. Chu Changfeng felt cold. The words Qin Jinhua said 2 days ago at the Qin family estate echoed in his ears unchanged as he leaned against the sofa pointing towards the door. This murky water of Wanhao is bottomless. Whoever reaches into it will have their hand chopped off. Chu Changfeng shivered all over and sat up straight. At that time he thought Qin Jinhua was just timid, scared by Wanhao's affairs. Now recalling it, Qin Jinhua had long since figured out the underlying details. The downfall of Wanhao was not merely a passing dragon, but rather the 2 local giants in Jiang City, and even the terrifying forces behind them were reshuffling the deck. The Qin family and the Shun family have joined forces. No wonder the logistics were cut off overnight. No wonder several enormous and unreasonable funds suddenly appeared in the stock market. This was to take down the Chu family. Chu Changfeng hurriedly grabbed the landline and dialed the number of Zhao Jiangwo, the head of the Zhao family. Beep. Beep. The phone rang a dozen times before automatically hanging up. Chu Changfeng, not willing to give up, called Song Mingli, the head of the Song family. This time it connected. Old Song. Something has happened over here at Chongqing. You need to help me. Chu Changfeng's voice changed pitch with urgency. The voice on the other end, Song Mingli, sounded extremely restrained. Old Chu, do you still have the face to call me? Song Mingli shouted on the other end. Do you know that because I went to the Qin family with you, several chemical factories under my family's name were all sealed by the Environmental Protection Bureau this morning? Chu Changfeng was stunned. Zhao Jingwo is worst. His son was running an underground casino outside, and half an hour ago it was raided, and he is still sitting in jail. Song Mingli gasped for breath. The Qin family and the Shin family have gone mad. They are clearing the field. Chu Changfeng swallowed, feeling his throat dry. Old Song, we should join forces. Join forces my ass. Song Mingli cursed directly. Old Chu, I don't care which god you have offended, don't drag us down with you. From now on, all our cooperation is terminated. Clap. The phone hung up. Chu Changfeng held the receiver, staring blankly at the white wall opposite his desk. It's over. Completely over. The bank has withdrawn funds, the stock market is being targeted, logistics are cut off, and allies have turned against him. The giant of Chongqing real estate, a worth hundreds of billions, could not even last half a day. The funding chain has completely broken. At most it would hold until the afternoon closing. Chongqing real estate would enter bankruptcy liquidation due to an inability to cash large commercial bills and bank loans. But Chu Changfeng, having been through thick and thin for decades, forced himself to calm down after a brief moment of panic. Since the company could not be saved, then he must protect the people. Protect the money. He pulled open the drawer, took out 3 overseas passports he had prepared years ago, and tossed them onto the table, then pressed the internal line button on his desk. Have the head of security come to see me immediately. 2 minutes later, a burly man with a scarred face pushed the door in. Chairman Chu. Xiangzi, take your most elite team of over 10 people in 2 cars. Chu Changfeng pushed the passports on the table. Go to the villa in the southern district and bring Xiaojie out for me. No matter how those debt collectors outside cause a scene, force your way out. The scarred man Zhang Chong picked up the passport. And then, directly go to the airport. Chu Changfeng spoke rapidly. I have already arranged for a private jet. Get Xiaojie on the plane and fly to New Island. Once I finish dealing with the last bit of company accounts, I will join you immediately. Zhang Chong nodded and turned to leave. Chu Changfeng collapsed into his chair, opened his computer, and began to transfer the last bit of liquidity remaining on the company's books. As long as he reached New Island relying on the funds in the overseas accounts, he could still make a comeback. In the backyard of the Shun family estate, Shun Yinwei hung up the phone and turned to look at Shun Changshan, who was sitting on a stone bench. Grandpa, the stock market has completely crushed Chongqing. The Chu family stocks have become worthless. Shin Yinwei reported the Progress logistics have also been locked down, not a fly can get out. Shin Changshan closed his eyes to rest, rolling 2 walnuts in his hands. What movements has Chu Changfeng made? Shin Changshan asked. According to our informants within Chongqing, Chu Changfeng has sent head of security Zhang Chong to the southern villa. Shin Yinwei pulled up the map on her phone, looking at the route. It seems he wants to take Chu Xiaojie to the airport to escape. Shin Changshan's eyes snapped open. The walnuts in his hand stopped moving. Escape? Shin Changshan scoffed coldly. The person the master specifically named, can he really escape? Shin Yinwei put away her phone. I have already dispatched 4 cars with dozens of people to block the only route. As soon as Zhang Chang's car appears, we will act. Not secure enough. Shin Changshan shook his head, his brows furrowing together. What's the situation with the Qin family? Qin Tianming has also moved. Shin Yinwei spoke rapidly. The Qin family has gone directly to the periphery of the southern villa. The debt collectors are all information provided secretly by Qin Tianming. Now the entire southern district is in chaos, and the Qin family is just waiting for Zhang Chong to break through, then take advantage of the confusion to intercept Chu Xiaojie. Shin Changshan coldly snorted and paced back and forth in the pavilion. That old fox Qin Jinhua has calculated quite well. He wants to use the knife to kill someone and sit back and reap the benefits. We absolutely cannot let the reward for a year of longevity go to the Qin family. Shin Changshan stopped walking. Yinwei, you personally take people. Bring the elites from the Shun family's secret hall. No matter who blocks you first, snatch Chu Xiaojie back, and then we can talk. All right. Shin Yinwei replied decisively and turned to walk out. This was the first battle for the Shun family after joining the extraordinary club, and it must be won beautifully. Just as the Qin and Shun families were preparing to completely subdue the Chu family in the Yunding mansion, Zhou Yi stared at the screen, the blood-red task notification still lingering. The reward of 1 year of lifespan hung there. He knew better than anyone that with just a word from Lin Zhe could infiltrate the southern villa and bring back Chu Xiaojie's head. But the boss did not do so. After going through such a big circle, he dangled the bait of a year of lifespan, inciting the Qin and Shun families to tear into the Chu family like rabid dogs. To force the Chu family worth hundreds of billions to the brink of ruin, to strip that arrogant Chu Xiaojie of all his cards and bring him back like a stray dog. This was not only to establish rules for the extraordinary club. It was also for him, Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's chest heaved violently, his eyes brimmed with tears, and he stood up from his swivel chair about to kneel down. No need. Lin Zhe waved his hand while sitting on the sofa. I don't entertain this kind of thing. Zhou Yi's knee bent halfway, but he stopped abruptly, straightened his body, and wiped his face with his sleeve. Boss, my life. Your life is already mine. No need to pledge loyalty. I have my own judgments. Lin Zhe took a sip from the cup on the coffee table, interrupting Zhou Yi's sentimentality. Lin Zhe set down the cup and looked at Zhou Yi. The person will be sent over soon. Have you thought about how to deal with him? This question was direct. Zhou Yi clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. Get a bulldozer. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. Tie him to the ground and start grinding from his toes little by little upward. I want him to hear the sound of his bones shattering, watching himself turn into a puddle of mud. His parents were crushed to death by a bulldozer, and he himself suffered from multiple fractures. This blood debt must be repaid in blood. Ague stood aside and commented, it's too much trouble, and it's easy to get too messy. Cleaning up afterward is quite cumbersome. After a pause, Ague added, allowing such filth to taint the master's eyes is a great disrespect. Boss. Zhou Yi turned to look at Lin Zhe. The method is right. I also support you, an eye for an eye, blood for blood, because this is my promise to you. Lin Zhe leaned forward, his hands crossed over his knees. But the means are too crude. A semi-transparent system panel appeared before Lin Zhe. Multiple fractures accompanied by multiple organ. This was a red fatal negative attribute that had been stripped from Zhou Yi when he was rescued in the intensive care unit, now quietly lying in the attribute warehouse. Using a bulldozer is likely to trigger the brain's protective mechanism. If Chu Xiaojie dies from the pain, wouldn't that be letting him off easy? Lin Zhe's tone was calm, yet it sent a chill down Agui's spine. I have a better method that will allow him to experience the pain you once felt. Every bone in his body will shatter simultaneously, and his internal organs will decay bit by bit. Moreover, I guarantee he will remain fully conscious, not even having the chance to faint. If that still doesn't relieve your anger, it won't be too late to personally take his life. Zhou Yi felt goosebumps all over. He had personally experienced that kind of pain. That despair of lying on a hospital bed with thousands of steel needles stirring in his internal organs, if he could return that unchanged to Chu Xiaojie. Zhou Yi nodded vigorously. They'll leave it all to the boss arrangement. Meanwhile, on the elevated bridge at Jiangxing Airport, 3 black SUVs lined up, speeding down the lane, the speed nearing 140. Chu Xiaojie huddled in the back seat of the middle car, trembling all over, gripping his overseas passport. He still couldn't understand how he went from being Jiangcheng's #1 dandy yesterday, surrounded by followers, to a rat crossing the street today. The door at home had been smashed, red paint splattered everywhere, and his father Chu Chongfeng called him to tell him to flee immediately. Chonggu, there are no paparazzi following us, right? Chu Xiaojie swallowed hard and asked Zhang Chong, who was in the passenger seat. Zhang Chong glanced at the rearview mirror. Young master, rest assured we've shaken them off. We have 5 kilometers left to the airport, and the private jet arranged by the boss has already applied for its flight path. Once we get on the plane, not even a god can keep us here. Just as he finished speaking, squeak, a piercing screech of brakes exploded on the elevated bridge. The leading SUV abruptly turned the steering wheel, the entire vehicle skidding sideways, crashing violently into the concrete barrier. The driver of Zhang Chong's vehicle reacted swiftly, flooring the accelerator narrowly, avoiding the rear of the front car, coming to a stop in the middle of the road. What happened? Zhang Chong pulled out his pistol, unlocking the safety. Through the windshield, he saw the 3 lanes ahead completely. 2 heavy dump trucks were blocking the road like 2 steel fortresses. In front of the dump trucks, 4 black Mercedes-Benz G-Wagons were parked. The doors swung open, and dozens of muscular men in black suits surged out, each wielding identical batons and steel pipes. The aura of these men was completely different from the street thugs. Their steps were synchronized, their demeanor fierce, all elite, trained by the Shun family's dark hall since childhood. A white Panamera slowly drove out from behind the convoy of Mercedes, stopping in the middle of the road. The window rolled down, and Shin Yinwei opened the door, stepping out in high heels. Today she wore a sharp professional outfit draped with a beige trench coat, the night wind blowing through her hair, exuding an impressive presence. Get out of the car. Shin Yinwei stood still, saying only 2 words. Dozens of experts from the Shun family's dark hall immediately spread out, surrounding the 3 SUVs. Zhang Chong was sweating profusely. He recognized that woman. The eldest daughter of the Shun family, Shun Yinwei. After Shin Changshan's miraculous recovery, Shin Yinwei, with his support, completely cleansed the Shun family's internal affairs, becoming the true helmsman. Chonggu, what should we do? What do they want? Chu Xiaojie screamed in fear from the back seat, curling up under the leather seat. Zhang Chong gritted his teeth, pushed open the car door, and walked out with his hands raised. Miss Shun, Zhang Chong shouted, we are from Chongqing Real Estate. What do you mean by this? Chairman Chu will be here soon, and we'll see each other again. What are you? You think you can negotiate terms with me? Shin Yinwei didn't even look at him, merely raising her chin. 2 dark hall experts rushed forward, and just as Zhang Chong tried to resist, a heavy baton struck his bent knee, causing him to kneel on the ground with a thud. The remaining dozens of men directly surrounded the middle vehicle, raising steel pipes and violently smashing against the car windows. Crash! The bulletproof glass shattered into pieces. Chu Xiaojie screamed like a pig being slaughtered, dragged out of the car by his hair and thrown onto the asphalt in front of Shin Yinwei. Miss Shun, General Manager Shun, I was wrong. I didn't offend you. Chu Xiaojie knelt on the ground, his face smeared with tears and snot. We have money, just name your price. Shin Yinwei looked down at this well-known wastrel of Jiangxing, her eyes filled with disdain. Chu Xiaojie probably didn't even know the kind of existence he had provoked. Chu Xiaojie lay on the rough asphalt road, clutching Shun Nianwei's high heels with both hands. President Shun, Ancestor Shun, please spare me. I'll have my dad send you whatever amount you want. Chu Xiaojie cried, snot and tears flowing, completely devoid of the arrogance he once had as the most notorious playboy in Jiangxing. Shin Yinwei frowned in disgust, raising her leg and kicking Chu Xiaojie's shoulder. Get lost. Shin Yinwei adjusted the hem of her trench coat. 2 burly men from the Shun family's dark hall immediately stepped forward, each taking one of Chu Xiaojie's arms and dragging him away like a dead dog toward the trunk. At that moment, several blinding high beams suddenly lit up at the other end of the overpass. The shrill sound of tires screeching against the ground broke the night. 5 black Audi A8s lined up in a row, flooring the accelerator, speeding toward the Shun family's convoy, finally coming to a steady stop several dozen meters away, completely sealing off the exit at the other end of the overpass. The car doors swung open in unison. Qin Tianming stepped out of the middle vehicle clad in a black coat. Behind him followed dozens of bodyguards from the Qin family, all dressed in black suits. President Shun, it's quite cold out here at this late hour. Aren't you afraid of catching a chill? Qin Tianming approached, glancing at the struggling Chu Xiaojie on the ground. Shin Yinwei turned around, her expression turning icy. Qin, you move quickly. She stepped forward in her high heel. Qin Tianming chuckled, pointing at the ground where Chu Xiaojie lay. I need to take this kid with me. Shin Yinwei flatly refused. On what grounds? He was intercepted by our Shin family. Are you planning to pick peaches on the way, Qin? Qin Tianming's smile faded, his tone becoming serious. President Shun, let's speak plainly. I don't know how much longevity your old man has gained, but my dad only has a year left, and every day counts. This task must be completed by the Qin family today. Qin Tianming paused for a moment, throwing out a bargaining chip. If President Shun agrees the deal with Chongqing Real Estate, the Qin family won't take a single cent, it's all yours. Shen Yinwei looked at Qin Tianming as if he were a fool. Qin, do you think our Shun family lacks this money? Qin Tianming's expression darkened. Chu Xiaojie was left confused. A year of longevity. Who is that? What on earth is going on here? However, he understood one thing: Chongqing Real Estate was being used as a bargaining chip. Uncle Qin, Miss Shen, please don't let this affect your relationship because of me. Chu Xiaojie struggled to shout. My dad will bring the money to Xindao soon. If you let me go, I'll take charge of the Chongqing deal and split it between your two families. Qin Tianming walked over and slapped Chu Xiaojie hard across the face. Smack! Chu Xiaojie was struck, causing his lip to split and blood to mix with saliva. Chongqing. Qin Tianming shook his hand. That worthless scrap doesn't deserve to be tossed around at this time. Shut up. Qin Tianming turned back to Shen Yinwei. President Shun, I must take this person today. He raised his hand. The Qin family's bodyguards immediately stepped forward, reaching into their suit jackets. The people from the Shun family's dark hall were not willing to back down, gripping their batons and knives tightly. Tension filled the air. Shen Yinwei would not yield. Qin Tianming, try moving and see what happens. If we fight here today, it will get out of hand. When that person comes to blame, can the Qin family bear the consequences? Qin Tianming hesitated. He indeed did not dare to gamble with this. Mr. Lin wanted someone who could get the job done. If a fight broke out here and attracted unnecessary attention, it would violate the bottom line of the extraordinary club. Qin Tianming took a deep breath. Since this person was first intercepted by you, President Shun, I can let it go. He pointed at Chu Xiaojie, but the task clearly states it must be brought back after the Chu family is destroyed. Now that Chu Changfeng is still transferring assets at the company and Changsheng is not yet dead, do you plan to submit the report early? Shen Nianwei's brows furrowed tightly. This was indeed a loophole. The task issued by Mr. Lin's primary prerequisite was the destruction of the Chu family. Of course, to an existence like Mr. Lin, a Chu family was nothing at all. He might have just mentioned it casually when issuing the task without caring about the fate of the Chu family. But the important thing is that what Mr. Lin thinks doesn't matter. What matters is that they must fully comply with the task requirements. If Mr. Lin truly wants the Chu family to perish and they end up with a half-dead Chu family, that would be incompetence. If that happens, being kicked out of the club would be the least of their worries. If they end up with the same fate as Wang Jianshu and the Chu family, it would be too late for regrets. Just when the two were at a standstill, Shen Yinwei listened closely to something and then took out her phone to switch to speaker mode. Tianming, it's your Uncle Shun. On the other end of the phone, Shun Changshan spoke directly. Qin Tianming snorted coldly. Old Master Shen, I hope you are well. What advice do you have? There's no advice to give. However, the Shen family cannot let this person go. Shen Changshan stated directly. Who would complain about an extra year of longevity? However, Tianming, you were right earlier. Chu Changfeng is not yet dead, and taking the person to Mr. Lin now is indeed against the rules. Shen Changshan proposed, how about this? The person will be taken away by Nianwei first and kept under lock. Our two families will rely on our abilities, and whoever makes Chu Changfeng reach a dead end first will claim the task. Whoever accomplishes it will take the person to collect the reward. What do you think? Qin Tianming quickly calculated in his mind. Taking action now to grab the person is too risky. Following Shen Changshan's proposal to compete over who kills Chu Changfeng first gives the Qin family a chance. Alright, let's do it, as Old Master Shen suggests. Qin Tianming agreed. Chu Xiaojie will stay with your Shen family for now. If anything goes wrong along the way, I will hold you accountable. Shen Yinwei hung up the phone directly. Take him away. Two strong men from the dark hall used tape to seal Chu Xiaojie's mouth and shoved him into the trunk, slamming the car door shut. The Shun family's convoy quickly started bypassing the Qin family's vehicles and heading toward the Shun family estate. Qin Tianming watched the taillights of the Shun family's convoy disappear into the night before opening the car door and sitting in the back seat. President Qin, where are we going now? The driver asked, turning back. To the headquarters of Chongqing Real Estate. Qin Tianming replied urgently, quick. We must hurry there at full speed. We cannot let Chu Changfeng escape. At the same time, in the study on the second floor of Yunding Mansion, Zhou Yi sat at the computer watching the high-definition surveillance footage from the overpass, stroking his chin. Boss, these two families are quite coordinated. They didn't end up fighting after all. Zhou Yi said, somewhat surprised. If they had fought, it would have been troublesome. It seems Shen Nianwei and Qin Tianming are not that foolish yet. Lin Zhe leaned back on the sofa casually, saying, what's going on with Chu Changfeng? Zhou Yi's fingers flew across the keyboard. The security system and internal network of Chongqing headquarters have already been taken over by me. This old man is hiding in the top-floor office, planning to transfer the remaining hundreds of millions in cash to an account in the Cayman Islands. Intercepted. Lin Zhe said with just 3 words. Understood. At the headquarters of Chongqing Real Estate, In the top-floor office, Chu Changfeng stared at the loading bar on the computer screen, his eyes bloodshot, and sweat dripping down his forehead. Transfer progress 99. As long as this money goes through, he can continue to live as a wealthy man on the new island. As for the mess left behind in Jiangqing, whoever wants to clean it up can do so. Suddenly, the computer screen flickered, and the progress bar froze. Immediately, a red warning box popped up. Funds transfer failed, channel has been locked. Chu Changfeng felt his blood boil, a wave of dizziness hitting him. Frantically clicking the mouse, he tried to initiate the transfer again, but the entire system had completely crashed, leaving only that glaring red warning box on the screen. At that moment, the office door was kicked open with a heavy thud. The solid wood door slammed against the wall, creating a loud noise. Chu Changfeng shuddered and looked up. Qin Tianming strode in with a dozen bodyguards in black suits, directly locking the office door behind him. Qin Tianming. Chu Changfeng jumped up, bracing himself on the desk. What do you want? The stock market, banks, logistics. Your Qin family and the Shun family have joined forces to wipe me out, and now you want to block my last channel of funds. Qin Tianming approached the desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down, tapping the tabletop. Chu Changfeng, you have only yourself to blame for provoking the wrong person. Qin Tianming spoke with a calm tone. Chu Changfeng's hands trembled as he rapidly recalled his recent actions. The wrong person. I, Chu Changfeng, have been doing business in Jiangqing, always within the rules. Aside from benefiting a bit when the Wanhao group collapsed, I haven't offended any significant figures. Chu Changfeng shouted hoarsely. After hearing him proclaim that he had not offended any significant figures, Qin Tianming pulled over a chair, sat down comfortably, and casually took out a cigar box from his coat pocket. The bodyguard next to him immediately stepped forward to light it. The grayish smoke spread throughout the office, carrying a strong smell of tobacco. Within the rules. Qin Tianming seemed to have heard the greatest joke, pointing at Chu Changfeng with his cigar in hand. At this point, do you still think this is just competition in the business world? Chu Changfeng stared intensely at Qin Tianming, his chest heaving violently. Otherwise, my Chu family has no grievances with your Qin and Shun families, neither in the past nor present. You want to wipe me out, isn't it? Because you covet the hundreds of billions of Changsheng's assets. Chu Changfeng slammed his hands on the desk, gritting his teeth as he laid out his cards. Qin Tianming, leave a way out. I still have 800 million in my Cayman Islands account. As long as you pretend you didn't see me today, I'll immediately transfer half of it to you. 400 million in cash would have definitely caught the attention of any big boss in Jiangqing. But Qin Tianming merely exhaled a smoke ring, not even lifting an eyelid. 400 million. Chu Changfeng, you think too highly of yourself. Qin Tianming leaned back in his chair. This little amount used to matter to me, but now it's worth nothing at all. What I want is your Chu family to be utterly destroyed. Chu Changfeng was taken aback. He saw the true intent to kill in Qin Tianming's eyes. It wasn't the ruthless kind of business rivalry that seeks to bankrupt someone, but a cold intent to take his life. You're insane. Chu Changfeng took 2 steps back, his back hitting the leather sofa. Do you dare kill me? This is the headquarters of Chongqing. Even if you mess with the surveillance, there are security guards downstairs. If I lose a single hair, none of you will walk out. Downstairs. Qin Tianming chuckled while biting his cigar. Who were you trying to transfer money to just now? Isn't the system down? Chu Changfeng turned sharply to look at the computer screen, where that red warning box was still glowing. Did you think that was a system malfunction? Qin Tianming flicked the ash off his cigar. Your Chu family's internal network, including all the surveillance and security in this building, has long been completely taken over by someone else. As for your security guards, they're probably busy dealing with the suppliers and workers downstairs who are here to collect debts. Who has time for you? Chu Changfeng's legs went weak, and he slid down onto the carpet from the sofa. The commercial empire he was proud of was not even as strong as a layer of tissue paper easily pierced by others. Qin Tianming. Who are you really working for? Chu Changfeng shouted in despair. Who is trying to kill me? Qin Tianming stood up, walked to the desk, and looked down at Chu Changfeng from a high vantage point. You don't deserve to know. Qin Tianming raised his hand and made a gesture. 2 burly bodyguards standing by the door immediately stepped forward, one on each side, and grabbed Chu Changfeng's arms, dragging him toward the window. Let go of me. What are you doing? Qin Tianming, this is murder. It's against the law. Chu Changfeng struggled desperately, his feet kicking wildly on the expensive carpet. Qin Tianming walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the night scene outside. Chongqing Real Estate's financial chain has collapsed. Chairman Chu Changfeng, unable to bear the burden, attempted to transfer assets in the office, and fearing punishment, committed suicide by jumping from the building. What do you think of this script? Qin Tianming seemed to be reading from a pre-written press release. Chu Changfeng trembled in fear, a foul smell surging from his pants, and he wet himself. No. Tianming. President Qin. Grandpa Qin. He'll give you all my money. He'll give you all the shares of Chongqing. Spare my life, and he'll leave the country immediately, never to return to Jiangqing again. Chu Changfeng shouted until his throat was hoarse. It's too late. Qin Tianming turned around. You can only blame yourself for having a good son, and you can only blame That year the temptation of longevity was too great. After finishing his last sentence, Qin Tianming waved his hand. One bodyguard lifted his leg and kicked hard at the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window. The tempered glass emitted a dull sound, shattering into countless spiderweb-like cracks, and then with a crash it completely collapsed. From the 12th floor the biting night wind rushed into the office, causing the documents on the desk to fly everywhere. No! Chu Changfeng let out a desperate scream. Without any hesitation the two bodyguards pushed him out the window. His screams faded quickly as he fell, and moments later a dull thud echoed from below. The world fell silent. Qin Tianming walked to the broken window and leaned out to look down. Chu Changfeng had crashed onto the terrace of the 4th floor, his body twisted in a strange position, blood quickly spreading on the ground. President Qin, clean and neat. The lead bodyguard stepped forward, handing over a wet tissue. Qin Tianming took the tissue, wiped his hands, and casually tossed it into the wastebasket. Set this place up a bit, make it messy, and create the illusion that he was in a desperate situation. Qin Tianming directed his subordinates, clean the fingerprints thoroughly and don't leave any trace of us being here. Understood. Hurry up. Qin Tianming whispered tersely, directing his bodyguards. They moved with practiced efficiency to stage the scene. Qin Tianming pulled out his phone, preparing to deliver the triumphant news to the patriarch. With the Chu family's annihilation now inevitable, the Qin family had seized the decisive advantage. Once Chu Changfeng was dead, Chongqing real estate would collapse entirely by tomorrow. As for Chu Xiaojia, keeping that useless heir served no purpose for the Shun family. The mission reward would inevitably fall to the Qins. Just as he unlocked his screen, an anonymous text message appeared. No sender number, only an embedded video file. Qin Tianming's pulse spiked. He tapped it open. The footage was captured from a surveillance camera tucked into the office corner, high definition, crystal clear audio included. In the video, Qin Tianming sat arrogantly in his chair, puffing a cigar. What I demand is the utter, irrevocable extinction of your entire Chu clan. His own voice echoed coldly from the recording. Then two bodyguards seized Chu Changfeng. A boot shattered the window pane, and Chu Changfeng was hurled downward. Every second unfolded with chilling clarity, every angle unobstructed. A wave of icy dread surged up Qin Tianming's spine, freezing his breath. He jerked his head upward, toward the very surveillance camera whose indicator light was unmistakably dark. He had personally ordered his men to cut power and sever the intranet on this floor before entering. Ding! Another message arrived. You made too much noise ascending the stairs. The suppliers clamoring for death downstairs, and the low-level security guards, both saw your black-suited entourage enter the building. Your suicide script is flimsy. It won't hold up. You need a plausible explanation. Leave no loose ends. Qin Tianming stared at those words, his breathing thickening. This wasn't mere reprimand. It was meticulous damage control. Before the master's self-congratulatory cleverness vanished like mist. If he returned today bearing such an exposed thread, he wouldn't just forfeit his year of extended lifespan. He might drag the entire Qin family into ruin. Though Chu Changfeng had fallen, he remained a billionaire tycoon. His death would reverberate through municipal authorities. Should police trace evidence back to the Qin family, official scrutiny would follow, a consequence the extraordinary club could never tolerate. That 11-character maxim, transcend the rules, meant precisely this: one must stand above regulation, never be consumed by it. Qin Tianming pocketed his phone and surveyed the room. The bodyguards had finished staging the scene and stood motionless awaiting his command. Qin Tianming approached their leader, a man named A Biao who had served him for 7 years and handled countless unspeakable tasks. Without speaking, Qin Tianming unlocked his phone, reopened the incriminating video, and held it before Biao's eyes. On screen, A Biao himself raised shattering glass, then thrusting Chu Changfeng over the ledge. When the video ended, Qin Tianming withdrew his phone. A Biao, he said, patting the man's shoulder. A Biao lifted his gaze, met Qin Tianming's, and understood everything. For a case of this magnitude with so many witnesses present, Qin Tianming, the future helmsman of the Qin family, could not be implicated. Nor could the Qin family itself draw official attention. Someone had to take the fall, and do so flawlessly. Mr. Qin, I understand, A Biao replied calmly, reaching inside his suit jacket for his own phone. Your elderly parents will receive the highest tier care and dignified final rights under the Qin family's auspices. Your brother's gambling debts will be settled tomorrow, and he'll be given a legitimate livelihood. Yes, it was me. The dispatcher clearly panicked. Why did you push him? A Biao glanced at Qin Tianming, then improvised into the receiver. Chu Changfeng owed my employer a... The call connected instantly. Hello? Is this 110? I'm turning myself in, A Biao declared, voice devoid of tremor. Just now on the 12th floor of Chongqing Real Estate's headquarters. I pushed Chu Changfeng off the ledge. Yes, it was me. The dispatcher clearly panicked. Why did you push him? A Biao glanced at Qin Tianming, then improvised into the receiver. Chu Changfeng owed my employer a massive construction payment. I came to collect. He refused, and insulted me. Enraged, I confronted him, and accidentally shoved him over. Yes, I'm alone here. Come quickly, I'll wait. He ended the call, strode to the desk, seized a heavy ashtray, and brought it crashing down onto his own forehead. Blood gushed, instantly staining half his face crimson. He dropped the ashtray, then tore jagged rents in his suit jacket to simulate violent struggle. Mr. Qin, take the fire escape. Avoid the main lobby below. I'll buy you time, Abiao said, smearing blood across his cheek. Qin Tianming held his gaze a beat longer, then gave a single sharp nod. Go. With a flick of his wrist, the remaining bodyguards fell into step behind him, vanishing into the pitch-black fire corridor. 10 minutes later, piercing sirens wailed beneath Chongqing Tower. At Yunding Mansion's second-floor study, Zhou Yi watched the split-screen feed. One panel showed Abiao being cuffed and led into a police cruiser. The other captured Qin Tianming's group, scaling the rear wall of the tower silhouetted against the night. Qin Tianming moves with ruthless precision. Even his most trusted lieutenant, he discards without blinking. Zhou Yi murmured, clicking his tongue. Lin Zhe sat in a leather armchair, idly flicking a metallic lighter, the flame dancing across his fingertips. Anyone who climbs that high possesses the courage to sever limbs to save the body. And Abiao wasn't loyalty. He was merely a well-honed instrument. Lin Zhe snapped the lighter shut. Had he hesitated, the Qin family would face official investigation, a complication I cannot afford. Zhou Yi swiveled his chair. Boss Chu Chongfeng's death has sealed Chongqing's fate. The precondition, the Chu family's eradication, has been fulfilled. I've already overwritten the office surveillance footage. No trace of tampering remains. The trail terminates cleanly at the bodyguard. No link leads back to Qin Tianming. Lin Zhe gave a slight approving nod. The first phase was complete. Through this assignment, both the Qin and Shun families had revealed astonishing operational discipline. This was the very purpose of the extraordinary club. With sufficient stakes, even the most aloof financial dynasties would become razor-edged blades at its command. Now came the netting. What of the Shun family? Lin Zhe asked. Ague stepped forward, handing him a tablet. Boss Shin Yanwei has just escorted Chu Xiaojie to a secluded Shin family estate. And after exiting Chongqing Tower, Qin Tianming headed straight there as well. These two families are now poised to settle supremacy. Who shall deliver the final task? The Chu family's drama nears its finale. Lin Zhe tossed the lighter onto the coffee table with a crisp metallic chime. At those words, Zhou Yi instinctively clenched his fist. It had finally arrived. After such elaborate orchestration, the monster who shattered his family would soon be dragged before him, groveling like a dog. In the Shun family manor, the main hall. Shun Yanwei strode in her high heels, clicking crisply against the bluestone floor. Two burly men from the dark hall followed behind, dragging the tightly bound Chu Xiaojie. Bang! Chu Xiaojie was heavily thrown onto the floor with packing tape still stuck to his mouth, leaving him only able to emit muffled whimpers. Shin Changshan sat in the main seat, sipping from his teacup. Grandfather, I've brought him back. Shin Yanwei adjusted the hem of her trench coat. Shin Changshan nodded, his gaze falling on the Chu Xiaojie on the floor. There were no issues on the way, right? No, everything is fine, Shin Yanwei replied. Shin Changshan set down his teacup and raised his hand to signal his men to tear the tape off Chu Xiaojie's mouth. Rip! Aunt! Chu Xiaojie let out a miserable scream, his skin on the face torn red. Ignoring the pain, he desperately squirmed on the ground, bowing his head towards Shin Changshan. Old Master Shun, you are magnanimous, please let me go. I haven't offended you at all. Chu Xiaojie cried, his snot and tears mixing together. Shin Changshan didn't even spare him a glance, turning to Shin Yanwei. Immediately arranged for someone to go to the Chongqing headquarters. Since Qin Tianming dared to establish this rule, he must have already taken action on the way. We cannot delay. Shin Changshan's speech quickened. Call old Lu from the Jianzhou Bank and have him immediately freeze Chu Changfeng's personal account. We must not let Chu Changfeng transfer his money. Shin Yanwei took out her phone to dial. Before she could press the call button, the phone screen suddenly lit up with an urgent incoming call. The caller ID was an informant placed by the Shin family in the city bureau. Shin Yanwei's heart skipped a beat as she answered the phone. President Shin, something big has happened. The voice on the other end was low, laced with unmistakable panic. Speak. 10 minutes ago at the Chongqing real estate headquarters, Chu Changfeng fell from the 12th floor office and died on the spot. After a pause, the voice added, the report was made by a bodyguard from the Qin family, who said he went to collect a debt and had a dispute during which he accidentally pushed Chu Changfeng out of the window. The surveillance footage from the scene has already been reviewed, and it indeed matches what the bodyguard said. Snap! Shin Yanwei's phone slipped from her grasp and fell onto the carpet. What happened? Shin Changshan immediately inquired. He knew his granddaughter's temperament well. She feared nothing, yet now she was so flustered, indicating that something serious had occurred. Shin Yanwei bent down to pick up her phone, took a deep breath, and forced herself to calm down. Grandfather Chu Changfeng is dead. Shin Yanwei lowered her voice and quickly recounted the situation reported by the informant from the city bureau. He fell from the 12th floor of the Chongqing building and died on the spot. The report was made by a bodyguard from the Qin family. Shin Changshan's hands, which had been toying with walnuts, suddenly froze, the two walnuts clashing crisply in his palm. That little bastard Qin Tianming is ruthless. Shin Changshan's face turned ashen. He forced someone to jump off a building and even found a scapegoat to take the blame at the police station. Such methods are truly ruthless. Shun Nianwai's brows furrowed tightly. The premise of the task is the destruction of the Chu family. Now that Chu Changfeng is dead, Chongqing real estate will be devoured by the banks and creditors at dawn tomorrow. The Qin family has completed the first step. So what if they've completed the first step, eh? Shin Changshan snorted coldly, his cane striking heavily against the bluestone floor. The person is still in our hands. Without Chu Xiaojie, the Qin family won't be able to deliver. Go send more people to keep a close watch on this kid. Qin Tianming is likely coming to smash the door any moment now. As soon as he finished speaking, the butler rushed through the courtyard into the main hall. Sir, miss. Young Master Tianming from the Qin family has stormed in with dozens of people. The doorman couldn't stop them at all. Let him in. Shin Changshan leaned back in his seat, picking up his teacup to scrape the tea leaves. Moments later, Qin Tianming strode into the main hall, followed by a dozen bodyguards in black suits, exuding an imposing aura. Old Master Shun, President Shun, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. Qin Tianming smiled with a hint of mockery as he clasped his hands. Shin Changshan didn't even lift his eyelids, leisurely sipping his tea. Tianming, bringing so many people to my Shin family in the middle of the night makes quite a stir. What didn't Qin Jinhua teach you any manners? Qin Tianming casually pulled over a chair and sat down. It's an emergency etiquette or not, Old Master Shun, please be understanding. I just heard that Chu Changfeng from Chongqing Real Estate jumped off a building. Is that so? Shin Changshan feigned ignorance. That's quite a surprise, old man. Chu is too careless. Chu Changfeng has done many wrongs and owes construction fees to the people below. Being pushed to the edge by the debt collectors and jumping off a building is quite deserved. Qin Tianming crossed his legs casually. Old Master, we had an agreement on the overpass. Whoever forces Chu Changfeng into a corner gets to claim the task. He pointed at the writhing Chu Xiaojie on the ground like a worm. The conditions have been met. Chongqing Real Estate will go into bankruptcy liquidation first thing tomorrow morning. Now it's time to hand him over to me. As soon as Qin Tianming's words fell, the atmosphere in the Shun family hall tightened. Suddenly, dozens of Qin family bodyguards stepped forward in unison. The burly men from the Shun family's dark hall did not yield, pulling out their batons. Shin Nianwei stood in front of Chu Xiaojie, not moving an inch. President Qin, do you really think that killing Chu Changfeng will settle everything? Shin Nianwei countered. Qin Tianming leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. He's dead, and Chongqing will open for trading tomorrow and get liquidated. Isn't that the end? You are indeed ruthless, even pushing your own bodyguard out to take the blame. Shin Nianwei took out her phone and opened the report sent by the informant from the city bureau. He was pushed down from the 12th floor and died on the spot, disguised as an economic dispute with the bodyguard turning himself in. The script is well written, and I bet you've cleaned up the surveillance footage too. Qin Tianming frowned. Since President Shun is already aware, what more is there to discuss? I did it, now give me the person. Dream on. Shin Nianwei threw the phone onto the coffee table, her voice rising. Qin Tianming, you've caused a death. The criminal investigation team has already taken over the scene. With hundreds of billions at stake for Chongqing Real Estate, the chairman fell from his office. Do you really think the authorities are blind? Can one bodyguard turning himself and cover it all up? Qin Tianming's expression changed slightly, and he was about to retort, but Shin Nianwei didn't give him the chance. Chu Changfeng borrowed money everywhere today, was cut off by Jianzhou Bank, and was cornered by the logistics park. If the authorities investigate even a little, it will all point to the Qin and Shin families who shorted Chongqing en masse this morning. Shin Nianwei pressed on. Your Qin family is now a giant powder keg being roasted on the edge of the storm. The bodyguard took the blame, and the clues are severed. Qin Tianming stubbornly rebutted. What you did is called covering up one mistake with another. Shin Changshan, who had been silent, slammed the walnuts in his hand heavily on the table. Tianming, you've been careless this time. Shin Changshan stood up from the armchair and walked in front of Qin Tianming. The authorities will investigate. Even if there is no substantial evidence, they will turn the Qin family upside down. Did you not see the security at Chongqing building? Were there no nearby surveillance cameras? Do you think you can wipe it all? Shin Changshan tapped the ground with his cane. Once the authorities follow the lead to the Qin family, if it involves the extraordinary club and relates to the respected individual. Shin Changshan deliberately paused. Veins pulsed on the back of Qin Tianming's hand, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. The anonymous message he received earlier at Chongqing building immediately flashed in his mind. The sender not only knew his every move, but also specifically warned him to leave no traces. Could it be that the respected individual was already dissatisfied with him back then, and sent someone to warn him? If that's the case, am I not walking straight into danger, bringing Chu Xiaojie to complete the task? Stirring up trouble will implicate the respected individual. Can Qin Jinhua bear this sin? Can your Qin family bear it? Shin Changshan's voice boomed like thunder. Qin Taiming's legs stiffened, and he dropped his crossed legs. The old fox was not exaggerating. The respected individual demanded a clean result, not a heap of trouble. So according to the old master Shin, we won't submit the task. Qin Tianming asked through gritted teeth, suppressing his anger. Of course the task must be submitted. Shin Changshan sat back down in the armchair. But it cannot be submitted by your Qin family. Shun Yinwei interjected. You have already borne the brunt of the Chu family's downfall. Submitting the task now would draw too much attention. This task should be submitted by our Shin family. We captured the person, so the basis is clean and has not alarmed anyone. Qin Tianming suddenly stood up. So my Qin family is left to bear the brunt, while you Shin family get to enjoy a year of good fortune. There's no such good deal in the world. Who said you would do it for free, eh? Shin Changshan picked up the teacup. Call your father and explain the current situation. Just say that the Shun family is shielding the Qin family from this risk. Naturally, the credit will be highlighted for the Qin family. When it comes to the respected individual, he will know exactly who contributed and will not treat you unfairly. Dozens of Qin family bodyguards were still waiting for his orders. As soon as he nodded, they would rush forward to seize the person. If it came to a fight, Qin Tianming was confident he could snatch the person away. But he did not dare. Shin Changshan's words had struck his Achilles heel. Chu Changfeng died too abruptly. No matter how cleanly it was handled, a life had been lost. The police would definitely intervene extensively tomorrow. Changxing Real Estate is a 100 billion scale enterprise, and this matter cannot be suppressed. At this critical juncture, if the authorities' investigation leads back to Yunding Mansion. Just thinking of the consequences made cold sweat run down Qin Taiming's back. If I offend the respected individual, not to mention rewards my father's recently extended year of life, might just end tomorrow. Old Master Shin, you are calculating indeed. Qin Tianming loosened his tightly clenched fist, his palms dripping with sweat. My Qin family has exhausted our efforts to force Chu Changfeng into a corner only to become stepping stones for your Shin family. Shin Changshan put down the teacup. Himing, you cannot say that. We are all working for the respected individual, and our ultimate goal is the same, to resolve this matter beautifully. Shin Changshan spoke calmly. Your current troubles are not yet resolved. I will take this person. It's better for you, for me, and for the respected individual. Shin Yinwei stepped forward. President Qin, now is not the time to dispute. You should quickly go back and handle the mess you left behind. That bodyguard has turned himself in, but who can guarantee he won't talk nonsense once he goes in? You need to seal his lips tightly. Shin Yinwei reminded. Qin Tianming turned to look at Shin Yinwei. He knew very well that continuing to hold out was meaningless. All right. Qin Tianming pointed at the unconscious Chu Xiaojia on the floor. You Shin family can take him away. But let me make it clear, if the respected individual inquires about the downfall of the Chu family, you had better report truthfully. If you dare to swallow my Qin family's credit, even if I have to fight to the bitter end, I will not let you Shin family have it easy. Shin Changshan chuckled lightly. The Shin family is not so greedy as to covet this little credit. Whoever it belongs to them. Yunding Mansion's second-floor study. Zhou Yi sat in front of the computer listening to the surveillance sounds. The sound recorded was from the phone Shin Yinwei placed on the coffee table. With Zhou Yi's abilities, any phone could be turned into his surveillance device, picking up surrounding sounds. Boss, those two have argued for a long time and finally reached a consensus. Zhou Yi smiled. I thought they were really going to fight in the Shun family courtyard. They won't dare to fight. Lin Zhe leaned back on the sofa. Their fear of the unknown far outweighs their greed for credit. They wouldn't dare to act recklessly. But watching this blame shifting and bickering is quite frustrating. Zhou Yi turned his chair. Should I use those overseas accounts AIs to nudge them a bit? Lin Zhe did not respond, his gaze sweeping over the screen where Chu Xiaojia was still struggling. The goal had already been achieved. Changxing Real Estate was in shambles. Chu Changfeng had jumped from the building, and Chu Xiaojia had been captured. There was no need to waste more time watching the Qin and Shun families play their palace intrigue. No need for AI. I will give the order directly. Lin Zhe took out his phone, opened the management backend of the Extraordinary Club, and quickly typed on the virtual keyboard. In the main hall of the Shin family, Qin Tianming was preparing to turn around and leave with his men to go back to Changxing building to deal with the remaining troubles. Suddenly a sound chimed. A crisp sound. Shin Changshan's phone rang. It was a sound effect that had been specially processed. Every time this sound was heard, it represented a message from the Extraordinary Club with the highest authority. Shin Changshan grabbed the phone from the coffee table. Shin Yinwei and Qin Tianming did not have the club's app on their phones and could not receive messages, so they hurriedly leaned over and the three of them looked at the screen together. On the blood-red app interface, a dark golden pinned dialog box popped up. Is it enough noise now? Only 4 words without any punctuation. Qin Tianming looked at these 4 words and felt his scalp tingle, his legs went weak, and he almost lost his balance, quickly grabbing onto the armrest of a nearby chair. Shin Changshan's hand trembled, almost dropping the phone. Then another message popped up on the screen. Shin Changshan, hand the person over to Qin Tianming. Qin Jinhua, take the person to the secret location. The message ended here with no further follow-up, but it had already completely set the tone for this event. This task is to be completed by the Qin family. The main hall of the Shin family was silent as a grave. Shin Changshan stared at the words on his phone screen, his palms slick with cold sweat. He dared not hesitate for even a moment. Nianwei, have the people from the dark hall withdraw. Shin Changshan tucked his phone into his pocket. Release him. Shin Nianwei gritted her teeth. She had exerted great effort to intercept the person, and now she was expected to hand him over willingly. It was a bitter pill for her to swallow. Grandfather. Shin Nianwei wanted to argue further. Shut up. Shin Changshan reprimanded sharply. The master's arrangements are not for you to question. Just do as the master says. Shin Nianwei could only wave her hand. Two burly men from the dark hall released their grip and took 2 steps back. Qin Tianming laughed heartily as he stepped forward and kicked Chu Xiaojie in the rear. Old Master Shin, I appreciate it. Qin Tianming waved to his subordinates. Throw this kid in the trunk, let's go. A dozen bodyguards from the Qin family immediately stepped forward, dragging Chu Xiaojie out. Qin Tianming followed behind, quickly exiting the Shun family estate. The car door slammed shut, and the convoy sped away. Shin Nianwei watched the taillights of the Qin family's convoy vanish, stomping her feet in anger. After all this hassle, we ended up making a wedding dress for the Qin family. Shin Nianwei's face was filled with resentment. Shin Changshan returned to his armchair and picked up the cup of tea that had long since gone cold. This time we lost. Shin Changshan sighed. That little bastard Qin Tianming is ruthless enough to pressure Chu Changfeng to death. This letter of commitment made the master very satisfied. Don't think about useless things anymore. Shin Changshan set down the teacup. Immediately notify the finance department to seize the shares of Changxing Real Estate first thing tomorrow morning. We didn't obtain the task reward, so we must bite off a piece of this meat. On the other side, the Qin family's convoy sped down the road. Qin Tianming sat in the back seat, dialing Qin Jinhua's number on his phone. Dad, did you see it? The master has set the tone. Qin Tianming could hardly contain his excitement. Shin Changshan obediently handed over the person. On the other end of the line, Qin Jinhua's breathing was hurried. I've seen it. I was just about to call you. Qin Jinhua spoke with equal excitement. You must take the person to the abandoned heavy machinery factory in the western suburbs immediately. It's remote enough that no outsiders will disturb us. I'm on my way there now. Understood. Qin Tianming hung up and urged the driver to speed up. Half an hour later, the abandoned machinery factory in the western suburbs. It had been shut down for years, littered with rusty metal and discarded machine tools. The Qin family's bodyguards had set up a tight security perimeter around the factory. Chu Xiaojie was bound to a load-bearing pillar, the tape over his mouth already torn off. His face was covered in blood, looking around in terror. Qin Jinhua, dressed in a thick tang suit, leaned on a cane and stood not far away with Qin Tianming by his side. Old Qin. President Qin. Chu Xiaojie shouted hoarsely. Both our families have had dealings. What exactly do you want to do? Qin Tianming walked over and slapped him again. Shut your filthy mouth. Qin Tianming shook his hand. You have no say here. Qin Tianming turned and returned to Qin Jinhua's side. Dad, when will the master arrive? Qin Tianming asked in a low voice. Wait and see. Qin Jinhua stood straight. Since the master told me to bring the person to a secret location, he will certainly send someone to take over. At that moment, 2 glaring headlights appeared outside the factory. A black Rolls-Royce slowly drove into the factory area and stopped in the open space. The car door swung open and a Gue got out first, scanning the surroundings cautiously. Following him, Zhou Yi emerged from the passenger seat. Finally, the rear door opened and Lin Zhe stepped out of the car. Qin Jinhua and Qin Tianming immediately approached, both bowing deeply, their attitudes extremely respectful. Master. Lin Zhe nodded slightly, his gaze passing over the 2 men and landing on Chu Xiaojie, bound to the pillar. Well done. Qin Jinhua was flattered, repeatedly shaking his head. It is the Qin family's fortune to serve the master. Lin Zhe made a sound of acknowledgement and fell silent. Qin Jinhua's heart was in turmoil. The task had indeed been completed. Chu Changfeng was dead and the person was brought here. But everything was uncertain in front of this master. What if the master found their method of claiming credit too unsightly, or was displeased with the handling of Changxing Tower? The silence of just a few seconds felt longer than a year to Qin Jinhua. Lin Zhe observed Qin Jinhua's reaction. The pressure of the superior lies not in speaking more, but in timely silence. Qin Jinhua gathered his courage to straighten his back and looked up at Lin Zhe. The young face showed no emotional fluctuations, making it impossible to discern his feelings. What he cared most about was the task reward posted in the group. 1 year of life. Lin Zhe was fully aware of what Qin Jinhua was thinking. The rules of the extraordinary club with clear rewards and punishments were core principles. With a thought, the system panel unfolded on his retina. Lin Zhe opened the entry warehouse. Inside lay 4 entries quietly, and he focused on 5 years of life. System split 5 years of life and extract 1 year. Lin Zhe issued the command in his heart. Command confirmed. The 5 years of life has been split into 4 years of life and 1 year of life. Current operation grant Qin Jinhua 1 year of life. Lin Zhe raised his right hand, his index and middle fingers together suspended in the air. A golden shimmer visible only to him glimmered at his fingertips. This orb of light was immensely pure, radiating vibrant vitality. Lin Zhe moved his wrist slightly and pointed forward. The golden light orb shot from his hand and directly entered Qin Jinhua's forehead. Boom! Qin Jinhua felt as if a muffled thunder had exploded in his head. Immediately after, a domineering stream of heat erupted from his forehead, surging wildly through his limbs and bones. His once withered cells due to aging rejuvenated under the wash of this heat. He heard the faint sound of bones grinding. Qin Jinhua involuntarily straightened his back, and the body that had previously needed a cane to steady itself was now filled with strength. His heart thudded powerfully in his chest, each pump of blood bringing a wave of exhilarating comfort. Huh! Qin Jinhua opened his mouth and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. He looked down at his hands. The age spots on the back of his hands had faded significantly, and the formerly loose skin now had a bit of elasticity. The oppressive feeling that had loomed over him, threatening to snuff out his life at any moment, completely dissipated. He had gained another year of life. Real, tangible longevity. Qin Jinhua's legs went weak. Thud! This master of the Qin family, who had commanded power in Jiangxing for decades, knelt heavily at Lin Zhe's feet in front of his son and dozens of bodyguards. Qin Jinhua, bowing in gratitude for the master's life-reviving grace. Qin Jinhua's voice trembled, his hands pressed against the ground, his forehead touching the rough concrete floor. Tears streamed down his face. He felt no shame at all. In the face of genuine longevity, dignity was. Qin Tianming stood by stunned. He watched as his father's once pale face turned rosy within seconds, and his breathing became deep and powerful. This simply cannot be explained by science. This is a technique only a deity possesses. Qin Tianming bent his knees and knelt down, burying his head low. Lin Zhe stood still, calmly accepting the bow. I said before, the club only cares about results. If the task is done beautifully, the rewards will be given without a shred of reduction. Lin Zhe spoke in a flat tone. Qin Jinhua raised his head, his face covered in tears. Rest assured, sir. From now on, the Qin family will follow your orders completely. We will go through fire and water for you. Qin Jinhua declared loudly. He was now completely devoted. As long as he followed the sir and continuously completed tasks, he could live on. The Qin family could thrive alongside him. Qin Tianming was equally excited. Although he didn't have to worry about dying of old age now, it didn't mean he wouldn't in the future. Moreover, Qin Tianming had another thought. That is, aside from granting longevity, could the sir bestow other? The club created by the sir is called extraordinary. If it's just about living a bit longer, how can that be called extraordinary? Lin Zhe waved his hand. Get up. Qin Jinhua nimbly scrambled to his feet, moving with a swiftness that hardly resembled an elderly man on the verge of death. Qin Tianming quickly supported him, feeling the strength in his father's arm, and his heart trembled even more. Seal off all the entrances outside the factory. Lin Zhe issued the command, have your people exit. No one is allowed to approach here without my orders. Qin Jinhua nodded repeatedly, showing no hint of a wealthy family head's demeanor. Understood. If the sir has business to attend to, we absolutely won't disturb you. Tianming, clear the area immediately. Qin Jinhua turned and instructed his son. Evacuate the factory. Set up a security line around a kilometer's radius. Not even a fly is allowed in. Qin Tianming ordered loudly. The bodyguards, well-trained, quickly turned and left. The Qin father and son walked at the back. Just before exiting, Qin Tianming grasped the heavy battered iron door handle with both hands, forcefully pulling the heavy doors shut. Accompanied by the grating sound of metal, the door was completely secured, cutting off the night wind outside. Inside the vast abandoned factory, only a few dim emergency lights flickered overhead. Lin Zhe turned around and walked toward a load-bearing pillar. A Gue stood with his arms crossed, leaning against a nearby abandoned machine, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Zhou Yi had been standing behind Lin Zhe. Since entering, he had not spoken a word, but his body trembled continuously. It was not fear, but extreme excitement and rage. He fixed his gaze on Chu Xiaojie, tied to the pillar, his eyes reddened as if they could bleed. That night, the roaring bulldozer, the collapsing brick wall, and the screams of his crushed parents replayed in his mind. Now the culprit was right before him. Chu Xiaojie had his mouth stuffed, and his eyes bulged with fear. He had just witnessed the Qin family's elder kneel and bow, and the young master of the Qin family respectfully close the door and retreat. Even if he were foolish, he understood that this young man before him was an absolutely terrifying existence he could not provoke. Chu Xiaojie twisted his body wildly. The ropes scraping against the pillar made an ear-piercing sound, and tears and mucus smeared across his face. Lin Zhe stopped half a meter in front of Chu Xiaojie. Boss. Zhou Yi took a deep breath, stepping up beside Lin Zhe, his voice hoarse. Go and remove the cloth from his mouth. Lin Zhe tilted his head. Zhou Yi stepped forward and yanked the rag from Chu Shaoji's mouth using such force that it directly tore the corners of Chu Shaoji's lips. Up! Chu Shaojia screamed, then desperately begged for mercy. Big brother. This big brother. I was wrong. I truly do not know you. If you let me go, I will give you all my money. Lin Zhe looked at him. You don't know me, that's fine. Lin Zhe pointed to Zhou Yi beside him. Take a look at him. Does he look familiar? Chu Shaojia widened his eyes, examining Zhou Yi in the dim light. After a long look, he shook his head frantically. I don't know him. I truly don't know. Big brother, is there some misunderstanding? Chu Shaojia was almost about to wet his pants in his urgency. Zhou Yi laughed in anger. Of course you don't know me. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth. During the South City renovation, you had someone bring in bulldozers at midnight to rush the progress, leveling my family's old house along with the people. You didn't even want to take a look at the site, thinking it would dirty your shoes. How could you possibly recognize someone like me? Chu Shaojia was stunned, his mind racing to recall the forced demolitions in the South City. He had too many debts under him. To him, killing a few people for the sake of advancing the project wasn't worth remembering, let alone who was who. But Chu Shaojia understood better that this was his only chance to survive. Even if that chance was extremely slim. Chu Shaojia struggled wildly against the pillar, the ropes digging into his wrists until they bled. Big brother, this really wasn't me. The forced demolitions were done by my subordinates without my knowledge. Chu Shaojia argued loudly. Those contractors would do anything to save money. You should go after them. Zhou Yi stepped forward, raised his hand, and slapped Chu Shaojia across the face, the crisp sound echoing in the empty factory. Chu Shaoji's face swelled up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Yi wanted to strike again. Zhou Yi, Lin Zhe called out to stop him. Just slapping him twice is too lenient. Do you remember what I told you? Make him experience the pain you felt back then. Zhou Yi immediately halted his actions, returning to Lin Zhe's side, nodding heavily. Then I will trouble the sir. No problem, it's an easy task. Lin Zhe waved his hand, pulling up the system panel in his mind. Target locked. Chu Shaojia. Open the entry library, selecting the entry that emitted a strong black-red mist. Multiple comminuted fractures accompanied by multiple organ failures. Lin Zhe issued the command. System forcibly assigned the target this entry. Command confirmed. Target's resistance is being judged as extremely low. This forcible assignment costs real currency 100,000 yuan. Deduction successful. Entry has been infused into the target's body. Lin Zhe raised his hand, casually snapping his fingers. Chu Shaoji's mouth, which had been screaming, suddenly froze. He widened his eyes, making a choking sound in his throat, as if his airway had been blocked. Immediately afterward, the horrifying sound of bones fracturing echoed from within Chu Shaoji's body. Crack! First the tibia of his right leg snapped in two, seemingly out of thin air. Chu Shaojia let out a scream, his whole body leaning forward, supported only by the ropes binding him to the pillar. Crack! Crack! The sounds grew increasingly frequent. His ribs broke one after another, caving inward. The ulna and radius of his arms shattered into dust, without any external force. Chu Shaojia let out a scream that resembled no human sound, his facial muscles contorted, beads of sweat the size of beans instantly soaked through his designer shirt. Crack, crack. The agonizing sound of bones fracturing echoed through the empty factory. Chu Shaojia's limbs twisted at an extremely bizarre angle. His flesh remained intact, yet the bones inside had shattered to pieces. The hemp rope tied to the load-bearing column had completely lost its purpose. Like a pile of boneless soft flesh, it slid down the column onto the cement floor. Huff! Huff! He opened his mouth wide, his chest heaving violently, yet he could hardly inhale any air, accompanied by multiple organ failures. The negative effects of the entry were ravaging his internal organs. His liver ruptured, alveoli bled, and he experienced excruciating stomach cramps. Various extreme pains intertwined, wildly stimulating the nerve endings of Chu Shaojia. What was even more terrifying was that his brain was unusually alert. The system had forcibly locked his shock protection mechanism, amplifying his pain several times over. Even fainting became a luxury. Help! Help! Chu Shaojia coughed up indistinct blood froth, his fingers unconsciously clawing at the rough ground, his nails turning outward, dragging out shocking streaks of blood. Zhou Yi took 2 steps forward, stopping in front of Chu Shaojia. He looked down at the puddle of filth on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Does it hurt? Zhou Yi squatted down, his voice hoarse. Chu Shaoji's eyes were wide open, bloodshot, and filled with pleading. Zhou Yi reached out, pressing on Chu Shaoji's twisted shoulder, and suddenly squeezed hard. The shattered bone shards pierced through the muscle tissue, breaking the skin. Chu Shaojia let out an extremely sharp scream, his whole body convulsing on the ground. Is that all you can take? Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening. When the bulldozer rolled over, my dad screamed just like that. My mom was protecting me, and her spine was cleaved by the bulldozer. Zhou Yi yanked Chu Shaoji's hair, forcing. The foreman said that it was you, young Master Chu, who complained about the slow progress and insisted that the site be leveled today regardless of whether anyone was inside. One word from you, and my family is ruined. Zhou Yi grew more agitated as he spoke, clenching his other fist and smashing it onto Chu Shaoji's already twisted face. Bang! A punch. Chu Shaoji's nasal bone collapsed completely. Bang! Another punch. A few bloodied teeth flew out of his mouth. Zhou Yi went mad, throwing punch after punch. Chu Shaojie couldn't fight back at all. His bones had long since shattered, leaving him to passively endure the beating. Ague stood quietly by, watching, not stepping in to intervene. Lin Zhe stood in place, lighting a cigarette, watching the flickering flame at his fingertips. After a dozen punches, Zhou Yi was exhausted. He released Chu Shaoji's hair and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Chu Shaoji's face was unrecognizable. He exhaled more than inhaled. His internal organs had completely failed, and his vital signs were rapidly fading. Zhou Yi looked at his bloodstained hands suddenly covering his face, his shoulders shaking violently. The hatred suppressed in his heart was finally released at that moment. In the empty factory, only Zhou Yi's repressed sobs remained alongside the gasping sounds emitted from Chu Shaoji's throat as he neared death. 2 minutes later, Chu Shaoji's convulsions ceased. He stared with bloodshot eyes, utterly motionless. He was dead amidst endless pain and despair. Lin Zhe tossed the half-burnt cigarette, but onto the ground, extinguishing it with his toe. "Are you satisfied?" Lin Zhe looked at Zhou Yi on the ground. Zhou Yi suddenly raised his head, wiping away the tears and blood on his face. Thud! Zhou Yi knelt on the ground, his knees hitting the cement floor heavily, producing a dull sound. "Boss!" Zhou Yi pressed his forehead to the ground. "For your great kindness, Zhou Yi is willing to repay it with my life. From today onwards, my life belongs to you." Zhou Yi's voice was resolute. This was not mere formalities, it was an oath carved into his bones. In his most desperate and unbearable moments, it was Lin Zhe who pulled him back from the gates of hell. Now once again it was Lin Zhe using extraordinary means to turn his family's enemies into a puddle of filth, placing them before him for him to vent. This kindness was greater than the heavens. Lin Zhe looked down at Zhou Yi, who knelt before him. "I told you we do not engage in this here." Lin Zhe reached out to help Zhou Yi up, his tone casual, revealing no emotional fluctuations. "All right, stop kneeling, the ground is cold." "Yes." Zhou Yi stood up respectfully, standing behind Lin Zhe. "Ague, clean up the scene," Lin Zhe instructed. Ague stepped forward, pulling out a small glass vial from the tactical vest. Removing the cork, Ague poured the transparent liquid onto Chu Shaoji's corpse. Hiss hiss. Accompanied by a pungent white smoke rising, Chu Shaoji's body began to dissolve at a visible rate. Flesh, bones, clothes, all eroded by the corpse dissolving fluid, turning into a pool of yellow water, emitting a foul odor. Lin Zhe turned around and walked towards the abandoned factory door. Creak. The door opened, and the cold wind from outside rushed in. Qin Jinhua and his son Qin Tianming were standing several meters away, surrounded by dozens of elite bodyguards from the Qin family. Seeing Lin Zhe come out, Qin Jinhua hurriedly approached, bending low. "Sir, has everything inside been taken care of?" Qin Jinhua asked cautiously, not daring to peek through the door gap. Lin Zhe nodded. "The matter has been handled well." Lin Zhe looked at Qin Jinhua. Qin Jinhua trembled with excitement, bowing again. "It is an honor for my Qin family to serve you, sir." Qin Tianming bowed beside him, not daring to breathe. Lin Zhe did not linger, turning and walking towards the black Rolls-Royce, with Zhou Yi and Ague following closely behind. Ague opened the rear door, helping Lin Zhe inside, then took the driver's seat himself. Zhou Yi sat in the passenger seat, casually picking up his black backpack. The Rolls-Royce's engine emitted a low rumble, the wheels kicking up dust from the ground, smoothly driving out of the abandoned machinery factory, disappearing into the night. Qin Jinhua and Qin Tianming remained bent over until the taillights were completely out of sight, and only then dared to straighten up. "Dad, is the sir leaving just like that?" Qin Tianming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling apprehensive. "Do you want to keep the sir here for a midnight snack?" Qin Jinhua glared at him. "The sir's abilities are extraordinary. It is already a great favor that he personally came here." Qin Tianming pointed at the tightly closed factory door. "What about that one inside? How should we handle it?" Qin Tianming lowered his voice. "Should I call a few people to go in and clean up? What if there are any bloodstains left behind, and someone finds out tomorrow?" Qin Jinhua pondered for a moment and nodded. "It needs to be done cleanly. Take 2 people inside and dispose of Chu Shaoji's body in a sack, sinking it in the river." Qin Tianming waved to call 2 trusted bodyguards, walking to the factory door. The heavy iron door was pushed open just a crack, and Qin Tianming stepped inside with a flashlight in hand. The beam swept across the empty factory, finally landing on a supporting column. Qin Tianming froze in place as if he had seen a ghost. "Where is he?" Qin Tianming shouted in disbelief. Outside, Qin Jinhua heard the commotion and stepped inside. "What are you shouting about?" Qin Jinhua approached and was also stunned. The rope that had bound Chu Shaojie hung loosely from the supporting column, with a few drops of blood still on it. But Chu Shaojie was gone. "Dad, this is impossible." Qin Tianming waved the flashlight wildly. "When we went in just now, Chu Shaojie was tied up tight. There were no other exits in this factory. How could a living person just vanish into thin air?" Qin Jinhua did not respond, but crouched down carefully examining the ground with the flashlight's light. On the cement floor beneath the supporting column was a puddle of dark yellow liquid emitting an extremely pungent odor. In the center of the liquid there were still a few bits of fabric fibers that had not completely dissolved. The color of the fabric matched exactly with the designer shirt that Chu Xiaojia was wearing tonight. As Qin Jinhua stared at the puddle, a terrifying thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Chu Xiaojia did not escape, he was dissolved. In just a few minutes, even his skin and bones along with his clothes had turned into a puddle of water. Qin Jinhua felt his heart race as a chill shot straight up from his feet. Stop looking. Qin Jinhua stood up, his voice trembling. Qin Tianming turned his head confused. Dad, we just let him go like this. What if the sir blames us? Qin Jinhua interrupted sharply, pointing at the puddle of yellow liquid on the ground. Chu Xiaojia is already dead. Qin Tianming followed his father's finger and stared at the puddle for a long time before finally reacting, gasping in horror. Is this Chu Xiaojia? Qin Tianming took 2 steps back, nearly collapsing to the ground. He considered himself a ruthless figure in Jiangqing. He had forced Chu Changfeng to jump off a building without flinching. But now, witnessing this scene before him, he truly understood what cruelty meant. Killing without shedding blood, disposing of a corpse without leaving a trace. Qin Jinhua turned and strode out of the factory, standing before dozens of bodyguards. Forget about what happened tonight. All of you keep it to yourselves. Qin Jinhua scanned the crowd, his tone chilling. If anyone dares to leak a word outside, I, Qin Jinhua, guarantee that their entire family will meet the same fate as Chu Xiaojia. The bodyguards all bowed their heads in unison. Understood. Tianming, call someone to bring over a few barrels of gasoline and burn this place down for me. Qin Jinhua turned and instructed, burn it thoroughly and don't leave that stench behind. Got it, it'll take care of it right away. Meanwhile, on the other side, the night was deep and the streetlights on both sides of the road flew by rapidly. The black Rolls-Royce glided smoothly along the elevated highway. The car was very quiet. Zhou Yi sat in the passenger seat, his hands tapping on the laptop resting on his lap, the keyboard making a delicate clicking sound. After avenging the blood feud, he felt the heavy stone weighing down on his chest had finally been lifted. Now he was full of energy. Boss. Zhou Yi turned to look at Lin Zhe in the back seat. Lin Zhe leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, resting. Speak. The task of annihilating the Chu family has been deemed a success for the Qin family, and the reward for a year's lifespan has already been distributed. Zhou Yi reported, the Shen family is probably seething with anger right now. It's better if they're angrier. Lin Zhe did not open his eyes. With competition, they will fight harder. Zhou Yi chuckled. Of course, these 2 old fellows probably consider you a living god right now. But this play must continue. We can't have a lull in the performance. Lin Zhe nodded slightly as a sign of approval. With the boss' permission, Zhou Yi immediately perked up. He quickly typed on the keyboard, activating the 5 overseas AI accounts he had previously set up. A grand group chat drama, prepared specifically for the Qin and Shun families, was about to commence. Jiangqing Shun Family Manor. Shen Changshan sat in the main hall, his face dark enough to drip water. The Chu family's annihilation was overshadowed by the Qin family's achievement. A year's lifespan had slipped away right under his nose. Shen Nianwei stood to the side, not daring to make a sound. At that moment, ding! Shen Changshan's phone vibrated, and he quickly picked it up. In the previously silent Extraordinary Club communication channel, a new message popped up. Cleaner, interesting, that little mouse called Chu from the Xia country district was dealt with so quickly. Shen Changshan stared at the screen, holding his breath. Heart Q, they do have some skill. Although he's just a local tycoon who can't even make it onto the stage, he's barely passable for a newcomer. Shepard, it's a pity about that year's lifespan. If I had known, I would have sent my mercenary leaders to Jiangsheng just as a way to make extra money. Shen Changshan looked at these 3 messages, feeling quite uncomfortable. In the eyes of the people of Jiangqing, the Chu family, worth hundreds of billions, was a behemoth. But in the eyes of these overseas big shots, they were only worthy of being called little mice and local tycoons. The most critical point was that these big shots did not take the reward for the year's lifespan seriously at all. Blacksmith, enough idle chatter. Since the newcomer has completed the trial and the master's reward has been distributed, shouldn't we get down to some serious business? Stargazer, I agree. The last time the master granted me the energized gift, I have already used it up. Lately, this old body of mine is starting to feel overwhelmed. I need to ask the master for something new. Shen Changshan's eyes widened in shock. Energized? What is that? Could it be that the master can grant more than just lifespan? Shen Changshan's fingers trembled as he quickly typed on the screen, then cautiously pressed the send button. Shen Changshan, greetings, esteemed seniors. I dare to ask, besides lifespan, can the master grant other things? Once the message was sent, the channel fell silent for a few seconds. Then a series of mockeries came flooding in. Heart Q, what a bumpkin who has never seen the world. Cleaner, a newcomer from the Xia country district, and he hasn't even grasped the club's details. What is lifespan? That is merely the most basic bargaining chip. Shepard, it's okay to tell you. As long as you can offer something that satisfies the master, whether it's invulnerability to illness and eidetic memory, or even the luck of a sovereign, the master can grant it to you. Boom. Shen Changshan's mind exploded like a spring thunder. Health, talent, luck, they could even be traded. He had originally thought that being able to buy a decade of lifespan was already a tremendous fortune. Now it seemed he had merely glimpsed a corner of this celestial palace. At the same time, the Qin family's convoy was on its way back to the manor. Qin Jinhua sat in the back seat holding his phone and looking at the chat records on the channel. The expression on his face shifted from shock to extreme fervor. Just moments ago, he had been delighting in the fact that he had lived another year. But now the words of these overseas bigwigs had completely opened the door to a new world for him. Tianming, did you see that? Qin Jinhua shoved his phone in front of his son. Lifespan is just a basic bargaining chip. There are even better things in the hands of the master. Qin Tianming looked at the conversation on the screen and swallowed hard. Dad, is this all real? How could it be fake? Didn't you see the master rejuvenate me with just a gesture? Qin Jinhua breathed rapidly. The Qin family must firmly grasp this golden opportunity. We absolutely cannot allow the Shun family to take the lead. Qin Tianming nodded repeatedly. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Zhou Yi watched the back-end data monitoring the reactions of Qin Jinhua and Shen Changshan. Boss, the fish has completely taken the bait. Zhou Yi grinned slyly. Lin Zhe still had his eyes closed. Just keep their appetite up, no need to make too many promises. Starve them, and they will obediently work. Zhou Yi typed the final command on the keyboard. System notification communication channel temporarily closed, awaiting the next mission to begin. The entire channel cleared again, restoring its pure black mystery. Qin Jinhua and Shen Changshan both looked at the gray chat box, their hearts feeling like they were being scratched by a cat's paw. So fast. They hadn't even had the chance to ask more questions when the bigwigs all logged off simultaneously. This feeling of anxiety made them intensely eager for the next mission. Lin Zhe did not inquire further about the aftermath of the Chu family's division. Meanwhile, the Shun and Qin families demonstrated the profound heritage of the old aristocracy of Jiangqing, handling matters thoroughly. As for the case of Chu Changfeng's fall, it was not linked to the Qin family. 2 days passed like this. In the underground third level of the Cloud Top Mansion, several heavy-duty fully enclosed transport trucks, without any logos or license plates, used a private dedicated ramp to transport huge alloy cargo containers inside. Shen Yinwei, wearing a pair of extremely flat non-slip boots, rushed into the main control room of the underground, holding a thick stack of customs clearance documents. Mr. Lin, Shen Yinwei bent slightly. The list includes 16 sets of liquid-cooled supercomputing arrays, as well as 3 non-civilian-grade encryption machines, all delivered. Lin Zhe responded with a sound, shifting to the side. Unload it. Ague said nothing, picking up a pry bar with one hand and decisively prying open the outer layer of special shockproof insulation strips. Zhou Yi, who was following behind, stretched his neck to see. The moment the box was pried open, Zhou Yi's eyes went wide, and he lunged forward 2 steps. If it weren't for Ague pulling up the back of his collar, his face would have crashed into the heat dissipation fan of the outer cabinet. The 7th-generation custom liquid-cooled array from Obsidian. Zhou Yi's hands trembled as he wanted to touch it, but dared not lay a finger on the metal backplate. Which top research institute in Europe was drained for this? He turned his head, his voice cracking. And these encryption machines can't even pass through regular customs. How were they transported? Shen Yinwei listened to this, her heart racing. Transported. For these dozens of tons of forbidden items, the Shun family had spent a whole 8 years establishing 3 core shell companies along the Southeast Asia route, completely going bankrupt. Just the cost of negotiating smuggling channels and hiring special security forces had exceeded the value of the goods by 2-fold. Yet Shen Yinwei didn't dare to complain even a single word. The bigwigs in the overseas chat channel, who looked down on her as a local tycoon and little mouse, had completely shattered any remaining pride she held. If she wanted to rise in the extraordinary club, aside from demonstrating execution capability, there was nothing else to discuss. Set it up. Lin Zhe placed his teacup down. The underground third level was originally constructed to the standards of a vault, so the overall blast-proof layer and isolation spaces did not need to be reconfigured. Zhou Yi squatted on the floor, yanked over his black backpack, and various tools scattered everywhere. Give me Zhou Yi didn't even hear Lin Zhe's response, diving into the pile of just unpacked supercomputing arrays like a mad dog. The sound of fiber optic connectors snapping into place. The sound of the liquid cooling circuit pressurization. The slight vibration of the independent diesel generator set starting its grid trial operation. These sounds layered in the enclosed underground space, making one's heart pound. Shen Yinwei stood upright, motionless. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. The originally dimly lit underground third level illuminated suddenly by a burst of rich azure light. This was the super strong pulse flow indication generated by 16 top processing clusters operating. Zhou Yi sat directly at the black metal control console in the middle, his face covered in ashes from the heat dissipation pipes, but his eyes shone frighteningly bright. It's online. Zhou Ye's keystrokes were even different from usual. What used to be a swift blur of 10 fingers now had his entire body's muscles in a strangely tense state. Cyber-sovereign entry under the support of this supercomputer capable of sustaining a medium-sized nation's lower-level defense matrix completely broke through all physical computational limits. Boss, Zhou Yi didn't turn back. The total computational power here is over 300 times that of my previous laptop. What can it do? Lin Zhe walked to the screen. Now, Zhou Yi pressed the enter key, chuckling twice. I can view all the conventional network surveillance in Jiangxing internal database, and even the cross-regional collaborative processing logic among the military, police, and civilian systems. I see them like a pencil drawing on glass. I can erase at will, modify at will. Xin Yinwei, listening from behind, instinctively tensed up. Erase, modify at will. Does this not mean that with just a few keystrokes from this seemingly disheveled tech madman, the hundreds of billions of assets under the Shun family's name could instantly turn into zero? Lin Zhe's face remained unchanged. 10 billion. Achieving this effect was just passing. Is the testing complete? It's done. It's extremely stable. The liquid cooling held up, and it ran at full load for 10 minutes without exceeding 45 degrees. Zhou Yi emerged from a tangle of cables. Lin Zhe nodded. Familiarize yourself with this equipment. Also take over the entire network surveillance of Jiangxing, leaving no traces. Zhou Yi didn't even turn his head, his hands flying over the keyboard. Boss, don't worry. With this thing no one will be able to trace it back to us. Lin Zhe did not linger, turning to walk towards the elevator. Agui and Xin Yinwei closely followed behind. The elevator doors closed, and the numbers continued to flicker. Xin Yinwei lagged a step behind, secretly glancing at Lin Zhe's back. 16 sets of supercomputers along with 3 military-grade encryption machines. To get these into Jiang City, the Shun family had to invest heavily this time. For the time being, let's not mention the arrangements at customs. Just the smuggling route in Southeast Asia, which had been running for 8 years, had completely ruined 3 core shell companies. But she knew very well that all of this was worth it. Complaining in front of Lin Zhe was meaningless. The extraordinary club only cared about results. The elevator stopped on the 2nd floor, and the doors opened. The 3 walked into the study one after the other. Lin Zhe sat down in front of the leather sofa, while Agui skillfully walked to the tea set, starting to boil water for tea, the bubbling sound of boiling water resonating clearly in the quiet study. The efficiency this time is quite good, Lin Zhe spoke. I am very satisfied with the equipment. Xin Yinwei slightly lowered her head, her attitude respectful. As long as the sir is satisfied, this is what the Shun family should do. I do not like hearing formalities, Lin Zhe interrupted her, taking the teacup handed by Agui. With investment comes return. Regarding the Chu family's matters, along with this batch of equipment, the Shun family has put in considerable effort. The Qin family took a year of lifespan. What do you want? Shen Nianwai's heart raced suddenly. She had been waiting for this question. Flashes of Shen Changshan's previous instructions raced through her mind, recalling the chat records she had seen that night in the Extraordinary Club's internal channel. Lifespan to someone like Qin Jinhua or Shen Changshan, who were both close to the grave, was indeed invaluable. But she was only in her 30s, her body still strong, and she had no use for lifespan. She wanted to take a gamble. Sir, I do not currently need lifespan. Xin Yinwei took a deep breath, boldly speaking. Lin Zhe looked at her, not responding. Xin Yinwei continued. As a junior, I daringly saw the chat records in the club's channel. That Elder Star observer mentioned abundant energy. She lowered her stance significantly. I have not been managing the Shun family's affairs for long, and there are too many matters to handle every day. I have been relying on medication and black coffee for years. Now my migraines are getting worse, and often I find myself unable to cope. If the sir allows it, I would like to request a portion of energy. Lin Zhe leaned back against the sofa. This woman was not greedy. Her goal was very clear, knowing exactly what she needed most at this stage. To make money, and even to rise within the Extraordinary Club, merely relying on the little funds at hand was insufficient. One also needed a clear mind and boundless energy. Lin Zhe called up the system panel. The negative traits in the library were temporarily useless. To win people's hearts, one needed to look at the enhancement traits. Abundant energy belongs to the basic state traits. There are plenty of strong and healthy young people on the market. Extracting this trait from those college students who stay up late playing games, yet are still vibrant, is very low cost, not even requiring thousands of dollars. Just a portion of energy. Lin Zhe raised the teacup, blowing away the floating tea leaves on top. Yes, Xin Yinwei lowered her head even deeper. I request the sir's approval. Come to the mansion tomorrow, and you will get what you desire. Lin Zhe set down the teacup, the porcelain bottom clinking against the wooden table with a clear sound. Xin Yinwei exited the study, and Agui led the way ahead, escorting her to the entrance of the Yunding mansion. As the night breeze blew, Xin Yinwei realized that her back was already drenched in cold sweat. Her high heels clicked on the bluestone as she walked quickly, pulling open the car door and sitting in the back seat. Back to the manor. Hurry. The driver stepped on the gas, and the car drove into the night. Shun Yinwei leaned against the leather seat, her heart racing, as if it would leap out of her throat. Tomorrow at the mansion, she would get abundant energy. If she could truly have boundless energy like that big shot in the group said. Shun Yinwei clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. Half an hour later at the Shun family manor. The main hall was lit by several wall lamps, the light dim. Shun Changshan, dressed in a button cloth shirt, sat in a grand armchair, his two walnuts making a crackling sound as he played with them. Upon seeing Shun Yinwei cross the threshold, the sound of the walnuts stopped. Were the items delivered, eh? Shun Changshan asked in a hushed voice. All delivered. Shun Yinwei walked over and poured herself a glass of cold tea, downing it in one gulp. Shun Changshan nodded. Is that person named Zhou Yi reliable? Very scary. Shun Yinwei recalled the scene from 3 floors down. He completed the network testing in less than 10 minutes. When I left, I heard him tell the sir in person that all the surveillance intranet, and even the military and civilian system data in Jiang City, are transparent to him. Snap! Shun Changshan dropped one walnut which fell to the ground and rolled far away. The old man had no intention of picking it up, staring in shock at his granddaughter. Complete takeover. Yes, Shun Yinwei affirmed, at any time it can be modified and it can be wiped. The sir now holds the biggest heavenly eye in Jiang City. Shun Changshan swallowed hard. The Qin family was responsible for doing the dirty work, while the Shun family provided the heavenly eye equipment. The layout of the extraordinary club in Jiang City had already begun to take shape. This method is too shocking. Is the sir still satisfied with this batch of equipment? Shun Changshan hurriedly asked about the business. Satisfied, Shun Yinwei set down her teacup. The sir called me into the study and said one thing. With investment comes return. Shun Changshan suddenly stood up, almost losing his balance due to the suddenness. Is the sir going to reward you? The old man's breathing quickened. What did you say? Shun Yinwei adjusted her posture. I did not ask for money, nor did I ask for lifespan. Shun Yinwei looked at her grandfather. I asked the sir for a portion of abundant energy. As soon as these 4 words came out, Shun Changshan was rooted to the spot. After a full half-minute, he finally regained his composure. The sir agreed. Shun Changshan's voice trembled. The sir said to let me go to the mansion tomorrow. I will get what I want. Shun Yinwei replied. Good, good, good. Shun Changshan exclaimed 3 times in a row, excitedly pacing back and forth in the main hall. What the star observer in the group said is true. Lifespan is just a basic bargaining chip. Even something as ethereal as energy the sir can bestow it easily. Shun Changshan grew more and more exhilarated. You made the right choice. You are only in your 30s. Asking for lifespan is simply wasteful. If you can solve the problem of insufficient energy, you can take the helm of the Shun family ship completely. Although our Shun family spent billions this time and sacrificed 3 smuggling routes, we profited greatly. Shun Yinwei felt relieved seeing her grandfather so excited. Grandpa, what's the current movement from the Qin family? Shun Yinwei asked. Upon mentioning the Qin family, Shun Changshan snorted coldly. That old bastard Qin Jinhua gained a year of lifespan and is now very spirited. As soon as Chu Changfeng died, he immediately pounced on it. Our Shin family cannot fall behind. We must fully swallow them up. Lin Zhe leaned back on the genuine leather sofa, finishing the last sip of tea in his cup. He placed the teacup on the solid wood table, producing a crisp sound. Agui, let's go. Lin Zhe stood up and walked towards the door. Agui said nothing and immediately followed. The two entered the elevator at the end of the corridor, the numbers jumping until it stopped at the 3rd basement level. The metal elevator doors slid open, revealing a flickering blue light in the spacious machine room. 16 specially designed liquid-cooled supercomputing arrays were operating at full speed, massive data streams flowing through the pipelines, filling the entire space with a low hum. Zhou Yi was hunched over the main control panel in the center, holding a can of Red Bull in his left hand, while his right hand flew across the keyboard. Hearing footsteps behind him, Zhou Yi turned his head. Boss. Zhou Yi's face was full of excitement, sporting 2 large dark circles under his eyes, yet he was extremely energetic. This array is amazing. I just casually sorted out the underlying logic of the Jiangxing traffic system. In the future, whenever we go out, as long as there is surveillance, we will have a green light all the way, and even the surveillance footage will automatically be replaced with static. Lin Zhe pulled over a wheeled swivel chair and sat down. We'll talk about those little tricks later. Lin Zhe tapped the edge of the metal control panel. First, let's wrap up the unfinished business from before. My file and the information fog you created. Zhou Yi immediately sat up straight. Previously in the study on the 2nd floor, due to the limited computing power of a laptop, forcibly erasing the files would cause the data chains of major national systems to break, inevitably attracting the scrutiny of the Internet Monitoring Department. Therefore, Zhou Yi could only stir the waters, fabricating tens of thousands of false tracks. Understood. Zhou Yi threw the Red Bull can into the nearby trash can, his hands hovering above the keyboard again. With sufficient computing power, I can perform a thorough underlying cleanup for you right now. The entry for Cyber Overlord was fully activated. Zhou Yi's entire aura changed instantly, The usual playful hacker vanished, replaced by an absolute tyrant of the digital world. His fingers flew across the keyboard, leaving traces as the crisp keystrokes formed a chorus. On the main screen, black terminal windows popped up, green code scrolling rapidly. I bypassed the firewall at the hardware level. Zhou Yi spoke rapidly, reporting his progress to Lin Zhe. First, let's consolidate those tens of thousands of false tracks. Then we'll extract your real biological data from the traffic management bank's social security and the data pools of the 3 major telecom operators. Data extraction requires an extremely large amount of computation, and any slight misstep could trigger a system error. But the 16 liquid-cooled supercomputers were as steady as a mountain, easily diverting all data verification pressure. 3 minutes later, Zhou Yi pressed the enter key heavily. Done with the extraction, Zhou Yi let out a breath, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Boss, you have now physically become a black household. The official system shows no record of you. Is the disguise identity ready? Lin Zhe asked. I prepared 3. Zhou Yi brought up 3 interfaces to display side by side on the large screen. The first identity is that of an ordinary programmer who was laid off. I made the details more realistic, even filling in where you used to go online in middle school and your phone number. Anyone checking will find an ordinary person. The second identity is that of a speculator living overseas. It only has a code name, no physical presence, and the flow of funds is completely legitimate, specifically designed for handling large transactions and receiving overseas funds. The third identity is that of a second-generation rich kid from Yanjing. He owns several properties and usually spends time in high-end clubs. It is specifically designed to confuse observers. Lin Zhe was very satisfied with this cunning approach. Put these 3 identities up. Lin Zhe leaned forward and add a safeguard. Create a trigger trap. As long as someone digs too deep into these 3 identities attempting to obtain underlying data through special channels, their location will be instantly locked in reverse. This is my forte. Zhou Yi chuckled, the sounds of typing on the keyboard becoming dense again. I used those 3 military-grade quantum encryption machines to set up a shell. To outsiders, everything appears normal for these 3 identities. But as soon as they use deep web tools or attempt cross-system verification, Zhou Yi pressed the enter key heavily. The trap will be activated. They won't need to download any malware. As long as their devices send requests to these data packets, I can trace back through the baseband, even finding out what color underwear they wore today. At this point, Lin Zhe had a true golden shield in the digital realm. Anyone attempting to investigate the master behind the extraordinary club would fall into this meticulously designed trap. Lin Zhe pulled over a wheeled chair and sat down, tapping the edge of the metal control panel. Once the file matter is settled, let's set it aside. Now help me filter out a group of people. Zhou Yi accurately tossed the empty Red Bull can into the trash can, positioning his hands on the keyboard. What kind of people does the boss want to find? Adding a few filtering tags is a second's job. Lin Zhe leaned back in his chair, stating the criteria. Ages between 20 and 30. No bad habits, health status rated excellent, preferably with a long-standing habit of exercise. Secondly, urgently in need of a large sum of money in the range of 100,000 to 500,000. Focus on checking the student loan and high-interest online loan overdue records from major universities, cross-referencing with the fundraising lists of critically ill patients' families at city hospitals. Lin Zhe had his own plans. Tomorrow Xin Yinwei would come to take Energized, and he currently only had the negative tags and lifespan left in the system, so he needed to acquire some new goods. Moreover, Gue and Zhou Yi were working with him, and their physical qualities also needed improvement. Besides lifespan, these basic attributes of physical fitness, vision, and reaction could all be used to arm his people. Acquiring supplies required a large number of quality blood packs. Zhou Yi's fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard, lines of code scrolling wildly on the screen. Such people are plentiful at the bottom of society. Zhou Yi stared at the screen, and for money they can give up. The supercomputing array showcased its computational power at this moment. The data walls of Jiangcheng's police, civil affairs, and medical systems became insignificant before Zhou Yi. 5 seconds later, a preliminary list containing over 200 people popped up on the screen, narrowing the range, targeting those who can be accessed within half an hour's drive in Jiangcheng. Lin Zhe ordered. The list was instantly trimmed down to just 13 individuals. Lin Zhe scrolled the mouse, his gaze stopping on the top file. Lu Feng, 21 years old, a star athlete in the track and field team of Jiangcheng Sports Academy. Zhou Yi's fingers typed a few keys, and Lu Feng's file instantly magnified on the main screen. Boss, I've clarified the details. Zhou Yi pointed at the information on the screen. This kid has a tough life. He comes from a single-parent family, growing up with his mother. He is a promising talent specializing in the 100-meter sprint, an elite student at Jiangcheng Sports Academy, and just qualified for the provincial selection competition a few days ago with a great chance of entering the national team. Lin Zhe gazed silently at the photograph on the screen, a young man with sun-darkened skin and a bright radiance. A week ago, his mother was diagnosed with end-stage uremia at City First People's Hospital. Zhou Yi shook his head. Conservative treatment followed by waiting for a kidney transplant and surgery will cost roughly 500,000 yuan. To raise the money, the young man had borrowed from every relative he could approach, and taken out over 100,000 yuan in loans from several online lending platforms. His repayments were now overdue. Debt collectors were likely already flooding his contact list. 500,000 yuan, less than a fraction of Lin Zhe's current fortune, was to this ordinary college student from a modest background an insurmountable mountain capable of crushing him alive. Where is he now? Lin Zhe asked. Outside room 1307, Ward 13, City First People's Hospital. Zhou Yi replied, switching to a live surveillance feed. On-screen, Lu Feng crouched in a corner of the corridor, head buried in his knees, gripping his phone tightly in trembling hands. Lin Zhe rose to his feet. Ague, prepare the car. To City First People's Hospital. Yes, sir. Ague turned and strode away. 30 minutes later, a black Rolls-Royce glided to a halt beneath the hospital's inpatient tower. Lin Zhe stepped out of the vehicle. Ague followed closely behind. 13th floor, intensive care unit. The sharp, acrid scent of disinfectant stung the nostrils. The corridor lay hushed, broken only by the occasional tap-tap of keyboards from the nurse's station. Lin Zhe spotted Lu Feng instantly, hunched in that same corner. The young man appeared markedly thinner than in his photo, clad in a faded athletic training uniform from his sports academy, his hair unkempt and wild. His phone screen glowed brightly, each notification a fresh wave of collection messages. Lu Feng stared blankly at the screen, eyes bloodshot and raw fingers raking through his tangled hair. He stood abruptly, walked to the glass window of the ward, and gazed inside, at his mother lying motionless on the bed, tubes snaking across her frail body. Tears fell steadily unbidden. Lin Zhe approached and stopped beside him. Lu Feng sensed the presence, hastily wiped his face with his sleeve, and shifted aside instinctively. Is 500,000 yuan enough for your mother's surgery? Lin Zhe spoke directly, no preamble, no pretense. Lu Feng froze, then slowly turned his gaze toward him. Before him stood a man dressed in impeccably tailored casual suiting, commanding, poised, radiating quiet authority, flanked by a lean, expressionless man whose stillness felt like stone. What did you say? Lu Feng's voice was hoarse-cracked. I'm asking whether 500,000 yuan would cover both your outstanding online loans and your mother's full surgical expenses. Lin Zhe held his gaze, tone calm and level. Lu Feng took half a step back, instinctively wary. Who are you? A debt collector? Let me be clear, I'll repay every cent. Don't cause trouble here in the hospital. Lu Feng bared his teeth like a wolf guarding its den. Lin Zhe ignored him entirely, instead summoning his system interface within his mind and locking onto Lu Feng. A series of descriptors shimmered into view above the young man. Optimal physical health, swift as the wind. Athletic prodigy, blue tier, exceptional explosive power and muscular endurance. Extraordinary potential in sprint disciplines. These traits were the very foundation of his excellence at the sports academy. I'm not a collector. I've come to propose a transaction. Lin Zhe withdrew a bank card, pinching it between two fingers as he extended it toward Lu Feng. 50,000 yuan. Password is 6 zeros. Lu Feng stared at the card, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. But he didn't reach for it. No windfall falls from the sky. What do you want from me? Lu Feng demanded. Sell a kidney. Take the fall for someone else. Far simpler, Lin Zhe said, slipping the card into Lu Feng's shirt pocket. I'm buying one thing from you. Your physical constitution. Lin Zhe met his eyes steadily. This 50,000 is yours, but the price is that you'll never again qualify as a competitive athlete. Your explosive power, stamina, and overall physical capacity will all regress to baseline human levels. Your dream of joining the national team ends here, shattered, irrevocable. Lu Feng stood frozen. Seconds passed, then a bitter, hollow laugh escaped him. Dude, are you seriously trolling me at midnight in a hospital? He pulled the card from his pocket, offering it back. Is this some kind of sick joke? How do you sell physical fitness? You think it's blood donation? Lin Zhe didn't take it. The card is genuine. The funds are verified. Check the balance now, via mobile banking. Lu Feng studied Lin Zhe's impassive face, and almost against his will retrieved his phone and entered the card number. A long string of digits bloomed across the screen. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s. Exactly 500,000 yuan. Lu Feng's hands began to tremble. He had begged, knee-deep in shame. For this sum, borrowed at exorbitant interest, sacrificed dignity, pride, everything, yet still fallen short. Now this life-saving fortune rested tangible and undeniable in his own pocket. You truly intend to buy my physical constitution? Lu Feng still couldn't believe it. That's impossible. Whether it's possible is my concern. Lin Zhe cut him off. You need only answer yes or no. Lu Feng fell silent. He turned back, toward the ward, toward his mother. His dream had always been to race into the national team, to stand atop the podium with gold gleaming around his neck, for her. For that goal he'd risen at 4 each morning, trained relentlessly, his legs scarred with the marks of relentless sacrifice. Running was his life. But now, his mother's life hung by a thread. Before survival, dreams meant nothing, not even a whisper. I'll sell. Lu Feng whirled back, eyes blazing crimson. If this money is real, If it saves my mother's life, take my physical constitution. Take my leg. I'll sever it myself right now. Lin Zhe nodded once. Oral contract ratified. He murmured inwardly, system. Purchase target's athletic prodigy blue tier and swift as the wind attributes. Command confirmed. Target consent fully voluntary. Transaction amount 50000 yuan paid. Attribute extraction in progress. Lu Feng staggered, suddenly lightheaded. An overwhelming wave of weakness surged up from his marrow, deep and visceral. His once-thought powerful muscles, forged by years of rigorous training, seemed to slacken instantly. His knees buckled, he barely caught himself against the wall. Gasping, he felt his heartbeat slow to an ordinary, unremarkable rhythm. No longer the steady, resilient cadence of an elite athlete who could run 5 kilometers without drawing breath. His body had truly reverted to that of an ordinary man. Lu Feng leaned heavily against the wall, staring at Lin Zhe in stunned disbelief. Not a single touch, yet his defining gifts had vanished. How? What manner of power was this? Had he just bargained with a god? Thud. His legs gave way entirely. He slid down the wall onto the cold tile floor, clutching the bank card, laughing, sobbing, utterly undone. His dream was gone, but his mother would live. Thank you, sir. Lin Zhe didn't glance back. He walked toward the elevator. A Gue followed, exactly 1 pace behind. The black Rolls-Royce departed from the First People's Hospital of the city, and the interior of the car was very quiet. Boss heading back to the mansion? A Gue asked, gripping the steering wheel while glancing at the rearview mirror. Lin Zhe glanced at his watch. It was 1:30 in the morning. Go to the university town. Understood. A Gue did not inquire further about the purpose of going to the university town at this hour. Jiangqing University Town Feiyue Internet Cafe. Inside, the air was thick with smoke, and the sounds of keyboard and mouse clicks blended into a chorus. Lin Zhe pushed the door open, with a Gue following closely behind. The internet cafe was filled with college students pulling all-nighters, each one fixated on their screens, shouting and cheering. Lin Zhe summoned the system panel in his mind, and a myriad of entries flickered on his retina. Subhealth, sleep deprivation, extreme fatigue. Most of the all-nighters had negative statuses hovering above them. Lin Zhe walked through the aisle, his gaze sweeping over the numerous booths. He stopped in his tracks at the farthest corner. A boy with a messy hairstyle was frantically typing on the keyboard, the screen displaying the results of a ranked match from a popular game. This boy's eyes were bloodshot, yet his spirits were surprisingly high. Lin Zhe looked at the status above his head. Energized blue, a privilege of youth, allowing one to maintain a high level of activity even after consecutive all-nighters with quick recovery. Gaming pro, white, faster adaptation to games. Super enthusiast, gray, unconditionally seeks to please the opposite sex, self-absorbed. Next to the boy were 3 empty buckets of instant noodles and a pile of empty Red Bull cans. Howsy, you've been up for 4 consecutive nights. Are you trying to kill yourself? A nearby chubby guy took off his headphones and said, even if you're making money by boosting accounts, you shouldn't push yourself like this. Chenhao stared at the amount displayed on the screen, rubbing his face. I'm just 3,000 short. Chenhao took a swig from a half-empty bottle of mineral water. Tingting's birthday is next week. I've set my eyes on a Chanel bag, 25,000. Once I finish this order, I'll have enough money. The chubby guy sighed. You're obsessed. Zhang Tingting usually won't even let you hold her hand. You've been scrimping for a month eating instant noodles, and now you're staying up 4 nights to buy her a bag. The chubby guy continued typing irritably. I saw her get into a Porsche yesterday. What do you know? Chenhao retorted. Tingting said that was just convenient for her. Once I give her the bag, she'll definitely be touched. The chubby guy rolled his eyes and stopped trying to persuade him. Lin Zhe, listening from behind, shook his head. Such a person was just right for a transaction. Lin Zhe stepped forward and tapped on Chenhao's keyboard. Chenhao was about to accept the next order when he was abruptly interrupted, turning his head with irritation. Dude, what's up? Lin Zhe pulled out his phone, opened the WeChat payment code. Buying something from you, 30,000. Straight to the point, Lin Zhe said. Chenhao was taken aback, and the chubby guy took off his headphones and looked over. 30,000. Chenhao glanced at Lin Zhe, then at a Gue who was as tall as a tower. What are you buying? Big brother, I'm just a poor student. Apart from the gear in this account, I have nothing else. I don't want your account, Lin Zhe pointed at Chenhao. I'm buying your spirit, the very energy that keeps you lively after 4 nights of no sleep. Chenhao looked at Lin Zhe as if he were insane. Big brother, it's late at night, don't joke around. I still need to. Chenhao turned back, preparing to put on his headphones. Lin Zhe didn't waste words. Adding the 22,000 you have in hand, you can buy that 25,000 bag, and still have 27,000 left to take your goddess out for a nice meal. I'll offer you 3,000 for the boost. You'll need to stay up for at least 1 more night. If something happens during that time, and you're gone, who will buy the bag for her? Chenhao paused with his hand holding the headphones in midair. 30,000, transfer it now. This was real money. Although the request was absurd, what he needed most right now was money. Do you really give 30,000? Chenhao swallowed hard. Scan the code. Lin Zhe nudged his phone forward. Chenhao gritted his teeth and took out his cracked phone, scanning the payment code. Ding. WeChat payment 30,000. The crisp notification sound was inconspicuous amidst the clamor of the internet cafe, but both Chun Hao and the chubby guy heard it clearly. He really did it. Chun Hao stared at the extra 30,000 in his account, his hands trembling with excitement. Bro, you're my real brother. Chun Hao quickly stood up. How do you plan to take that energy away? Transaction completed. Lin Zhe issued the command in his mind. System purchased, the target entry energized. Command confirmed. Target detected as voluntary. Entry being stripped. Chun Hao, who was still flushed with excitement a moment ago, suddenly swayed violently. An overwhelming sense of fatigue surged from his limbs, the drowsiness accumulated from 4 nights of all-nighters completely engulfing him, like an avalanche. The moment he lost energized, his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. Why am I so tired? Chun Hao mumbled, his legs giving way as he slumped onto the keyboard. Instant snores erupted. The chubby guy was startled and quickly nudged him. Howsy? Are you okay? Chun Hao was deeply asleep and did not respond to any nudging. Lin Zhe looked at the newly acquired energized in the system's entry library and turned to leave the internet cafe. A good sleep will do the trick, Lin Zhe tossed out as he left with a gui. With this, he would be sufficiently prepared to face Shen Yinwei tomorrow. As for what would happen to Chun Hao upon waking, that was no longer Lin Zhe's concern. A person who has pulled 4 all-nighters without the vigorous energy to support him would likely need to sleep for a whole day and night. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Yunding Mansion. A black Mercedes-Benz G-Class was parked in front of the mansion. Shen Yinwei was not dressed in professional attire today. Instead, she wore an extremely form-fitting black sports outfit, her hair tied back in a high ponytail, lacking the sharpness of a businesswoman, but exuding a sense of competence. She quickly got out of the car holding a silver briefcase. A gui stood at the door, nodded at her, and led her into the villa. In the study on the second floor, Lin Zhe sat behind a solid wood desk reviewing an analysis report on the Jiangxing real estate industry. Sir, Shen Yinwei entered the study, placing the silver briefcase on the table. Have a seat. Lin Zhe closed the document. Shen Yinwei did not sit, but took a half step back and opened the briefcase. Inside were neatly stacked transfer documents and notarization papers. Sir, these are the 3 most critical parcels of land under Chongqing Real Estate, along with 30% equity in Chongqing Commercial Management, Shen Yinwei reported. The Shen family completed the transfer and division overnight. Now these assets are completely clean and registered under 3 offshore companies valued at approximately 1.5 billion. Lin Zhe glanced at the documents in the box, but did not open them. The Chu family had collapsed and the Shun and Qin families rushed in to divide the spoils. The Shun family was clever, cutting off the choicest piece of meat and presenting it cleanly before him as a bargaining chip for vitality. You are quite generous, Lin Zhe remarked. Compared to what you can bestow, these are merely mundane items, Shen Yinwei posed with great poise. This 1.5 billion was also a significant cash flow for the Shen family, but Shen Changshan had declared that they would spare no effort to satisfy him. Lin Zhe brought up the system panel. Shen Yinwei, I am here. Lin Zhe raised his right hand, flicking his index finger slightly. A barely perceptible white light point leaped from his fingertip and instantly entered Shen Nianwei's brow. Your migraine will not trouble you again. Lin Zhe retracted his hand. Shen Yinwei felt a bang in her head. It felt as if, after spending hours in an extremely hot sauna, she suddenly jumped into a cold mountain spring. The needle-like migraine that had tormented her for years vanished completely in that instant. Not only that, she felt every cell in her body rejoicing. Unlike the false alertness sustained by caffeine, she was now filled with an inexhaustible energy from within. Her mind was clearer than ever before, and the anxiety that usually arose when handling the Shun family's vast business was all suppressed by this surge of vitality. She even felt that she could work for 3 days and nights straight without any signs of fatigue. Shen Yinwei widened her eyes, staring at her hands, and then touched her forehead. This is a miracle. A true miracle. Hearing Zhou Ye's words and her grandfather's descriptions yesterday paled in comparison to experiencing it herself. Thud. Shen Yinwei bent her knees and knelt before the solid wood table without hesitation. This daughter of the Shun family, who usually stood high above, adored by countless elites of Jiang City, now had only fervent worship in her eyes. Yinwei, thank you for your bestowal. Shen Nianwei's voice trembled as her forehead touched the carpet. Lin Zhe sat in the chair looking down at her. In this world, power and money are certainly effective. But the ability to control the birth, aging, illness, and death of others, to bestow talent, is the true ultimate trump card that transcends all rules. 1.5 billion secured such a healthy body. This transaction was extraordinarily worthwhile. Get up, Lin Zhe said in a plain tone. Shen Yinwei stood up, unable to hide the fervor in her gaze. Sir, I will arrange for someone to handle the transfer procedures for this batch of assets with Mr. Zhou. Just leave it there, Wei Gui will take care of it. Lin Zhe pointed to the safe. Shen Yinwei nodded in agreement. After sending Shen Yinwei off, A Gui turned back to the study on the second floor. The silver safe remained on the solid wood table. Boss, the guest has left. Give the box to Zhou Yi. Lin Zhe pointed to the table and have him launder the land and equity inside into those. Move quickly and leave no traces. Agoué picked up the box and turned to head downstairs. Only Lin Zhe remained in the study, leaning back in his chair as he accessed the system panel. Currently, the Extraordinary Club had the Qin and Shun families preliminarily involved working for him on the surface. With funding secured, the intelligence network was also being established with Zhou Yi's supercomputing support, but his own abilities still needed enhancement. Mastering Bagua Fist and Extraordinary Reaction are more than enough to deal with ordinary people, but when facing true experts or hidden snipers, they are still insufficient. Life is only one. System Lin Zhe commanded inwardly activate the entry detection radar. Entry detection radar ready. Current maximum scanning radius 10 kilometers. Please set retrieval. Lin Zhe pondered for a moment. Tag setting defensive perceptive special physique. Minimum quality requirement purple. Retrieval conditions locked. Radar activated. Billing started. $100 per second. The account balance in the upper right of the panel began to plummet at a frantic pace. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. Such a burning rate of money would likely cause an ordinary person's heart to stop. 100,000 evaporated in 10 seconds faster than burning paper. Lin Zhe didn't even blink. On his retina, a holographic map of Jiang City, centered on the cloud-top mansion, rapidly unfolded. Circles of light blue ripples expanded outward at an astonishing speed. In the center of Jiang City, with a population of 2 million, massive data was being frantically filtered in the system's background. 10 seconds passed. 20 seconds passed. The map was blank. The drop rate for high-quality special entries was simply too low. Most ordinary people carry only white or gray ordinary entries throughout their lives. 35 seconds. Ding. Target matching the conditions detected. 3 light points suddenly lit up on the map. 2 purple, 1 gold. Stop scanning, Lin Zhe immediately said. Radar has been shut down. This scan took a total of 36 seconds, deducting $360,000. Lin Zhe directed his gaze to the 3 light points on the map, clicking to view the details in order. The first purple light point was located in a 5-star hotel in the eastern district of Jiang City. Iron Stomach Purple possesses an extremely robust digestive system, immune to most conventional toxins, and even able to digest some inorganic materials. Lin Zhe shook his head. This ability would be superb for participating in an eating competition, but was of little use to him. The second purple light point was near the Jiang City Sports Center. Dynamic Vision Purple. The crystalline lens of the eyeball is unlike that of ordinary people, allowing for extremely precise tracking of fast-moving objects. This was quite good. Combined with Extraordinary Reaction, it could significantly enhance the margin of error in close combat. However, Lin Zhe's gaze ultimately locked onto the southernmost gold light point on the map. This was the first time the system radar had detected a gold-quality entry. The flashing light point was located in the suburbs. Death Sense Gold. The ultimate sixth sense honed through repeated brushes with life and death. 3 seconds before a life-threatening danger arrives, it can produce an absolutely accurate crisis warning. Lin Zhe sat up straight. 3 seconds of warning. This was simply a god-level entry for survival. With this 3-second head start, even when facing an assassination from a sniper rifle, he would have enough time to evade. No matter the cost, this entry must be secured. Lin Zhe zoomed in on the map to check the exact coordinates of the gold light point. Jiang City South District, the city's first detention center. This place surprised Lin Zhe. A person with such a top-tier life-saving entry would undoubtedly be a ruthless character who had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. How could they be locked up in a detention center? In the study, Lin Zhe stared at the flickering golden dot on the holographic map. Jiangqing South District, the city's first detention center. Death God's Intuition Gold. The ultimate sixth sense honed through repeated brushes with life and death. 3 seconds before lethal danger strikes, it produces an absolutely precise crisis alert. This thing feels completely out of place on a suspect in a detention center. He picked up the intercom on the table. Zhou Yi, come to the second floor. In less than half a minute, Zhou Yi ran into the study in his slippers, his clothes still dusty from the underground machine room. Boss, is there new work? Zhou Yi rubbed his hands together. Lin Zhe turned the computer screen towards him, displaying the location of the city's first detention center. I need to meet someone. Inside, Lin Zhe tapped on the table. Go arrange a legal identity to get in. We can't disturb the Shun family and the Qin family. Zhou Yi glanced at the address and smiled broadly. What's this? Boss, wait for me for 5 minutes. Zhou Yi directly pulled over a spare laptop from the study connected to the supercomputing array on the underground 3rd floor, and the sound of rapid keystrokes filled the air. Going through the normal process will definitely take too long, and is easy to leave traces. Zhou Yi reported while typing code. I'll give you the identity of a senior partner at a top law firm in Yinjing with a document number directly linked to the judicial systems database. Then I'll force an emergency meeting arrangement into the detention center's intranet schedule. Lin Zhe watched him operate. Want it trigger an alarm? Don't worry. Zhou Yi pressed the enter key. This array's computing power is too powerful. Once I'm in, it'll be like returning home with the data link perfectly sealed. 10 minutes later, a black Rolls-Royce drove out of Yunding Mansion. A Gue was driving in front while Lin Zhe sat in the back holding a dossier printed by Zhou Yi. The dossier belonged to Jiang Yin, a 20-year-old sophomore at Jiangxing University of Science and Technology. The file was clean with no criminal record, not even a traffic violation. 3 days ago, Jiang Yin was having a late-night snack with his girlfriend at a food stall behind the school when a few drunken delinquents at the neighboring table approached and harassed his girlfriend. Jiang Yin grabbed a beer bottle and started fighting back. Unfortunately, he was outnumbered and ended up getting beaten up. To make matters worse, the leader among the delinquents, Wang Biao, had an older brother who was a notorious local bully in the South District. Wang Biao used his connections to turn the tables. Now the case was classified as Jiang Yin provoking trouble plus wielding a weapon to injure others, leading to immediate criminal detention, facing a minimum of 3 years in prison. Lin Zhe finished reading these pages and tossed them aside. Such mundane brawling incidents happened every day, but how did that golden attribute on Jiang Yin come to be? At the city's first detention center, the Rolls-Royce stopped outside the main gate. Lin Zhe was dressed in a well-tailored black suit with a Gue carrying a briefcase following behind. The guard checked their identity. Yanjing Juanhe Law Firm Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe handed over the fake electronic documents created by Zhou Yi. The guard scanned the document on a handheld terminal, and the system immediately displayed green verification information, including the appointment time, without a single error. The gate opened. After passing through security and registration, Lin Zhe was taken to a separate lawyer meeting room. Behind the bulletproof glass sat an iron table fixed to an iron chair. A few minutes later, the iron door opened. 2 guards escorted a young man inside. The young man wore a blue detention center vest, his hands handcuffed, his right eye swollen and bruised with dark marks all over his face. Jiang Yin sat down on the iron chair, his handcuffs locked to a metal ring on the table. The guards withdrew and closed the door. Lin Zhe leaned back in his chair, scrutinizing Jiang Yin. Ding. Target locked. On his retina, several attributes appeared above Jiang Yin's head. Subhealth gray, caused by long nights and lack of exercise. Impulsive and irritable, white, emotions, prone to losing control, not considering consequences. Moving his gaze downward, the glaring golden light finally revealed itself. Death God's intuition, gold. However, following the attribute was a line of red commentary. Status not activated. Activation conditions: experience a real life and death crisis, or undergo an equivalent mental stimulus forcibly breaking the genetic lock. Lin Zhe nodded in understanding. No wonder this kid is just an ordinary university student. This top-tier life-saving attribute has been lurking in his genes, never awakening. If he continued to study, graduate, and work in a conventional way, this golden attribute might never see the light of day. Who are you? Jiang Yin spoke first, his voice hoarse. Is my lawyer sent by my parents? Lin Zhe didn't respond, just looked. Jiang Yin irritably twisted his wrist, the handcuffs clinking against the metal ring. Go back and tell my parents not to waste their money. The opponent is a local bully in the South District, and they are determined to ruin me. I've accepted my fate. Accepted your fate. Lin Zhe pulled the microphone towards himself, facing a minimum of 3 years. Once you come out, your academic status will be gone, and you'll carry a criminal record for life. Jiang Yin gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening. What can I do? They were the ones who started it. Why am I being arrested? Jiang Yin slammed the iron table. Those bastards touched my girlfriend, and I can't fight back. Lin Zhe quietly listened to his outburst. After Jiang Yin was tired of shouting, Lin Zhe took out half a pack of cigarettes from his suit pocket, pulled one out, and pushed it towards him. Do you smoke? Jiang Yin was momentarily stunned, staring intensely at the cigarette. His throat bobbed, and he finally reached out his hand. Due to the handcuffs, his movement to take the cigarette appeared clumsy. Lin Zhe picked up the lighter on the table, flicked it open with a snap, and leaned in. Jiang Yin took a hard drag. The pungent smoke choked his lungs, causing him to cough violently, nearly bringing him to tears. You just said you accepted your fate. Facing a minimum of 3 years, and once you come out, your record will be stained. Lin Zhe leaned back in his chair, his tone calm. Your parents have been running a breakfast stall for 10 years to support your studies at the university. If you go in for 3 years, they will probably be begging outside, exhaust all their savings to bail you out. Jiang Yan's hand holding the cigarette shook violently. You checked on me. Jiang Yin looked up, his face full of vigilance. Who exactly are you? Did Wang Biao send you to mess with me? Wang Biao is not even worthy to command me. Lin Zhe tapped the iron table. The opponent is a local bully in the South District named Wang Chong, and Wang Biao is his younger brother. They are wealthy and powerful. What can a poor student from outside do against them? All the statements are against you, and the surveillance footage from the food stall next to the school just happened to be broken. Jiang Yin took a deep drag from the cigarette, his eyes turning redder. So what? No matter how good you are as a lawyer, can you turn black into white? Can you conjure up evidence? I didn't come to educate you about the law, oh, I came to make a deal. Lin Zhe looked into Jiang Yan's eyes. As long as you nod, I guarantee that before 10 a.m. tomorrow you will walk out of this door safe and sound. Your record will be cleared and your academic status preserved. Jiang Yin looked at Lin Zhe as if he were a madman. Why would he come to the detention center in the middle of the night just to boast? Not only that, but Wang Chong and his brother will personally go to the school to bow and apologize to you. Lin Zhe added. Jiang Yin was completely thrown off guard, abruptly extinguishing his cigarette on the table. Are you out of your mind? Do you know how arrogant Wang Chong is in the South District? Bowing and apologizing. Dream on. Jiang Yin was visibly irritated. What's the condition? How much do you want? Let me be clear, my family has no money. No money required. Lin Zhe pointed at Jiang Yin. I want something from you. Jiang Yin instinctively shrank back. An organ. I tell you, I'd rather go to jail than sell my kidney. Not an organ. It's a talent or gift. This thing won't affect your current life at all. You will still go to school and date as usual, and there won't even be a scar. Jiang Yin was confused. A talent? How do I give that? Do I copy it onto a USB drive? The things this person was saying were becoming increasingly absurd, almost like a charlatan. The golden death god's intuition would only break the genetic lock and activate during a true life and death crisis. Jiang Yin had no idea he had such potential, and Lin Zhe had no intention of helping him activate it, as the variables were too great. He just needed to extract this thing and claim it for himself. You don't need to understand, just agree. Lin Zhe glanced at his watch. I'm giving you 1 minute. In 1 minute I will walk out this door, and you should be prepared to stay in jail forever. Jiang Yin gritted his teeth, staring intently at Lin Zhe. This man was dressed in a high-end suit, and his tone was so confident it didn't feel like he was joking at all. Most importantly, he was indeed at the end of his rope. Who else could he rely on besides this inexplicable lawyer? Rely on fair treatment. Fine. Jiang Yin suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. As long as you can get me out clean, I'll give you whatever talent and gift you want. Oral contract established. Lin Zhe silently recited to himself. Command confirmed. Initial transaction intention reached, contract generation in progress. Current mode delayed transaction. Conditions: the target Jiang Yin shall be released without charges and the record shall be expunged. The moment the conditions are met, the system will automatically strip the target of the death god's intuition gold. A notification chime from the system echoed in his mind. Transaction completed, but there's an additional condition. Lin Zhe stood up, adjusting the hem of his suit. This transaction, including everything you've seen today, you must not breathe a word about it to anyone. Not to anyone. Once leaked, you will immediately experience what it means to wish you were dead. Jiang Yin felt a chill run down his spine. I understand. I won't say a word. Lin Zhe turned and walked towards the iron door, knocking on the glass. 2 guards entered swiftly and promptly removed the handcuffs fixed to Jiang Yin's table. Lin Zhe left the visitation room with his briefcase, not looking back, leaving Jiang Yin standing in place, gazing at the small pile of ash on the table, feeling anxious. Outside the detention center, the night breeze was cool. A Rolls-Royce stopped by the roadside, and Ague opened the back door, while Lin Zhe bent down and got in. Boss, did you reach an agreement? Ague started the engine and smoothly drove onto the main road. Agreed. Lin Zhe took out his phone and dialed Zhou Yi. The phone rang once before being answered. Boss, what's your order? Zhou Yi's keyboard was clacking rapidly, and the background was filled with the deep hum of supercomputing arrays. Send a message to Qin Tianming. Lin Zhe rolled down a small gap in the car window and lit a cigarette. Tell him to find Wang Biao and Wang Chong and withdraw the case against Jiang Yin. Since I promised Jiang Yin I'd get him out by tomorrow morning, the problem needs to be solved at the source. Having Wang Chong and his brother voluntarily go to the police station to withdraw the case is the fastest method. And to deal with such local bullies, there's no need to use the club's real strength. Having the Qin family, the local tyrants of Jiang City, step in is the most appropriate. Qin family mansion, 3rd floor bedroom. Qin Tianming leaned against the headboard, holding a Cuban cigar, while financial reports played on his tablet. Suddenly the phone on the bedside cabinet vibrated violently. Qin Tianming's hand trembled, and the cigar fell onto the blanket, burning a black hole. He didn't care about the expensive silk quilt as he scrambled to grab his phone. The screen displayed only a brief line of text. South District Detention Center, Jiang Yin. Have Wang Chong and Wang Biao withdraw the case and apologize at Jiang City University of Technology before 10 a.m. tomorrow. Get it done before dawn. No signature. Qin Tianming stared at the message 3 times, his mind completely not processing. Jiang Yin, Wang Chong, Wang Biao. He could recite the names of prominent figures in Jiang City with his eyes closed, but he had never even heard of these 3 names. He immediately dialed the phone number of one of his informants. I'll give you 3 minutes to find out about someone named Wang Chong in the South District and another named Wang Biao, plus Jiang Yin. What's their background? Get back to me immediately. After shouting into the phone, Qin Tianming hung up. 2.5 minutes later, the phone. Mingyi, I found out. Jiang Yin is a student at the university, detained for fighting, currently held in the South District 1st Detention Center. Wang Chong is a small-time thug from the South District market, controlling 2 underground gambling houses and collecting protection fees from several streets. Wang Biao is Wang Chong's younger brother, and Jiang Yin injured him. Wang Chong is looking for connections to deal with that university student harshly. Qin Tianming was stunned for several seconds after hearing this. A university student getting into a fight. A local thug seeking revenge. How could such a trivial matter attract the attention of the illustrious Mr. Lin, who could grant life out of thin air? All right, I understand, Qin Tianming replied, hanging up the phone. He threw off the blanket and got out of bed, not even changing out of his pajamas, throwing on a coat as he walked out the door. The situation felt sinister, and he was unsure. The lights in the main building's study were still on. Qin Tianming didn't bother knocking, bursting through the double doors made of red sandalwood. Qin Jinhua was sitting in a grand master chair holding a bowl of bird's nest. Hearing the noise, the old man frowned. How old are you still so rash in your actions? What happened? Qin Jinhua set the porcelain bowl down on the table. Qin Tianming hurried to the desk, handing over his phone with both hands. Dad, I received instructions from Mr. Lin. Qin Jinhua's face instantly turned extremely serious as he quickly put on his reading glasses, taking the phone with both hands and scrutinizing the message on the screen word by word. After reading, Qin Jinhua remained silent, staring at the screen. Dad, I just had someone investigate. Qin Tianming lowered his voice. Wang Chong is just a low-level thug controlling 2 streets in the South District. That Jiang Yan is just an ordinary university student. I just can't understand why someone like Mr. Lin, who lives in the heavens, would care about such trivial matters. If you ask me, there's no need for us to make a big fuss about this. I could make a phone call, and with 100 of Wang Chong's courage, he wouldn't dare to disrespect the Qin family. This could be settled in 10 minutes. Smack! Qin Jinhua slammed his palm down hard on the rosewood table, causing the bowl of bird's nest to spill half of its contents. Foolish child. Qin Jinhua pointed an accusing finger at Qin Tianming, berating. Is your head filled with mush? Qin Tianming jolted upright at the sharp rebuke, snapping his posture straight and lowering his crossed legs. Father, what did I say wrong this time? Carefully examine the channel through which this message arrived. Qin Jinhua slammed his phone down onto the desk with a heavy thud. This is a private text sent directly to your personal mobile, not a bounty assignment posted in the all-black Fiefin Club's main group chat. Qin Tianming still failed to grasp the distinction. Does it truly matter? After all, it's still a task assigned by the master. The difference is monumental. Qin Jinhua puffed with rising anger. The main group chat is official business. Filled with North American tycoons and European assassins, it's the entire club's proving ground. But this message was sent to you privately, meaning the master is entrusting us with a confidential personal assignment. Rising to his feet, Qin Jinhua paced back and forth across the study, hands clasped behind his back. What extraordinary prowess does the master possess? He erased Chu Xiaojie so utterly that not even bone fragments remained. He altered Jiangxing's network data without triggering a single alarm. To eliminate the Wang brothers would be as effortless as crushing an ant beneath his thumb. Then why specifically assign you this task? Qin Tianming shook his head in bewilderment. The master is testing our family's loyalty. Qin Jinhua halted mid-stride. Having just established his authority, the master requires obedient, reliable, and instantly deployable hounds. Tasks like this, dirty, arduous, seemingly minor, are precisely our golden opportunity to demonstrate unwavering allegiance. You'd even delegate it to a home master. You truly wish to hasten your own demise. Only then did Qin Tianming comprehend the gravity, cold sweat breaking across his brow, yet a faint resentment still flickered within him. Father, I understand the principle. Qin Tianming rubbed his nose, muttering softly. Yet Shin family delivered land parcels worth over 1 billion yuan today. And Shin Yinwei, that girl, clearly reaped some unseen advantage as she now strides as if borne upon the wind. Whereas we receive no reward whatsoever. Before the sentence could fully fade, slap, a thunderous stinging blow landed squarely on Qin Tianming's right cheek. The force was staggering. He staggered backward 2 full steps, his face instantly swelling crimson. Qin Jinhua withdrew his hand, chest heaving violently. How could I have sired such a shallow, witless fool? Qin Jinhua's voice reverberated through the vast study. Dare you bargain with the master? Qin Tianming clutched his burning cheek, head bowed, low breath held in terrified silence. The Shun family offered 1,500 million yuan in hard assets for a single favor. That is fair exchange. To be entrusted by the master is a blessing accrued over lifetimes. Qin Jinhua's fury mounted. Have you forgotten how Chu Chongfeng leapt from that rooftop? Have you forgotten the pool of yellow sludge in that underground factory? Do you truly believe the Qin family's dominance in Jiangxing makes us noteworthy in the master's eyes? Qin Jinhua stepped forward until he stood directly before his son, jabbing a finger into Qin Tianming's forehead. Let me make this clear with a single word: the master can grant us 1 more year of life, or with another reduce the entire Qin family to ash and dust. When serving the master, expect no reward. Not even if he commands you to sacrifice your life, you must go smiling. Qin Tianming nodded frantically, cold sweat streaming down his temples. Father, I was wrong. I truly was. I'll depart immediately, leading men myself to the South District. Clutching his swollen cheek, Qin Tianming retreated through the carved rosewood double doors. A chill wind swept down the corridor, clearing his mind entirely. His father was right. When serving him, there was no place for demands or pretense. To serve was itself the highest value. Qin Tianming drew out his phone and dialed a number. Tell Ah Biao to assemble every hall member, armed and ready, within 10 minutes at the estate gate. We're heading to the South District. The other end hung up without a word, already moving to execute the order. At 2 o'clock in the dead of night, the Qin family estate gates swung wide open. 30 black Toyota SUVs formed a silent serpentine column, gliding noiselessly onto the main avenue, bound for Jiangqing's South District. South District 0 o'clock bar, luxurious second-floor private suite. Bottles of imported liquor sat scattered across the table. Wang Chong lounged deep in the sofa, an extravagantly made-up woman cradled in his arms. Wang Biao sat beside him, thick bandages swathing his head, cursing under his breath. Brother, we can't let this slide. That scrawny brat Jiang Yin cracked my skull open with a liquor bottle. 3 years inside is far too lenient. Get someone inside the detention center to break his bones every night. Make him wish he were dead. Wang Chong exhaled a languid smoke ring and patted the woman's thigh. Relax. I've already greased the wheels. The lesson begins tomorrow night. A penniless out-of-town student dares challenge his elder brother here in the South District. Before the words had fully left his lips, a deafening explosion rocked the suite. Screams, shattering glass, and crashing furniture erupted in violent succession, surging upward from the first-floor lobby. Wang Chong shot upright, shoving the woman aside. Fuck! Who dares raid my turf in the South District? His hand darted toward the modified shotgun hidden in the sofa crevice. But before his fingers brushed it, the suite's heavy soundproof door exploded inward, ripped clean from its frame by sheer brute force. The splintered door slammed into the massive crystal coffee table, sending shards flying. 2 blood-soaked bouncers were hurled inside, writhing helplessly on the floor. Dozens of men in black high-collared jackets flooded the room, expressionless, disciplined, instantly seizing absolute control. No cleavers or steel pipes graced their hands, only compact tactical batons uniformly drawn. Wang Chong, a veteran of the underworld, recognized them instantly. These were no common thugs. They were the private enforcers of Jiangqing's true apex power. Qin Tianming entered slowly, draped in a black overcoat, the oppressive aura of a Jiangqing titan filling the suite like suffocating fog. Wang Chong glimpsed his face, and his mind went blank, knees buckling as if severed from his body. And Master Ming. With no thought for local pride, he dropped to the floor with a thud. Master Ming, what grievance could my humble establishment possibly have incurred? Say the word, and I'll smash it to rubble myself. Wang Biao stood frozen, utterly petrified. His brother, who strode unchallenged across the South District, now lacked even the courage to stand before this man. Qin Tianming pulled forward an undamaged chair and seated himself calmly. You are Wang Chong. Yes, I am, your honor. And the one with bandages, Wang Biao. He is my younger brother. Wang Chong whirled and barked at Wang Biao. Get down, kneel, and kowtow to Master Ming now. Wang Biao tumbled off the sofa and collapsed beside his brother. Qin Tianming lit a cigar and drew a slow, deliberate puff. You have until dawn. By 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, withdraw the case against Jiang Yin from the first detention center. By 10 o'clock you both will kneel and kowtow to Jiang Yin at the main gate of Jiangqing University of Technology. Smoke curled from his lips, his voice devoid of inflection, utterly calm. The private room was silent save for the sound of the air conditioning. Wang Chong suddenly raised his head, his face filled with disbelief. Jiang Yin, the prince of the Qin family, in the middle of the night brought 30 trucks of elite men to smash his venue to pieces just for a poor student from another place. Master Ming, you're not joking, are you? That Jiang Yin, what is he worth for you two? Bang! A bodyguard behind Qin Tianming kicked Wang Chong in the chest. Wang Chong's 200-pound frame was sent flying, crashing into the wall, the sound of his ribs breaking crisp and clear. Qin Tianming stood up and walked to Wang Chong, stepping on his wrist adorned with a gold watch, pressing down hard. I'm not here to discuss this with you. This is a notification. Qin Tianming leaned down, looking at Wang Chong's face twisted in pain. Tomorrow at 10:01 in the morning. If you two aren't kneeling at the entrance of the Polytechnic University bowing to Jiang Yin, there won't be any more of you brothers left in the South District. I'll make sure your entire family is taken care of clearly and thoroughly. Qin Tianming withdrew his foot and turned to leave. Withdraw. A dozen men in black swiftly exited the private room. Wang Chong lay on the ground, clutching his broken ribs, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. Brother, are you okay? Wang Biao rushed over to help him. Don't touch me. Wang Chong winced in pain, slapping Wang Biao across the face. What the hell did you provoke? The prince of the Qin family personally comes to back that college student. Are you trying to kill me? Wang Biao covered his face, trembling all over. I don't know. He's just an ordinary student. Tomorrow morning at 8 prepare the car, we're going to the police station to withdraw the case. Wang Chong gritted his teeth and pushed himself up. 10 o'clock we'll go to the Polytechnic to bow down. If you miss one I'll kill you first. The next morning, outside the main gate of Jiangcheng's first detention center, the heavy iron gate slowly opened. Jiang Yin stood at the doorway wearing his own clothes looking utterly bewildered. He actually came out. Last night, 2 guards hurriedly brought him out telling him that the victim had voluntarily withdrawn the case, no longer pursuing any responsibility, and the police after verification determined it was mutual fighting with the other party's injuries being light, thus giving up on compensation. After the whole process was completed, he was released early this morning. That man who claimed to be a lawyer was not exaggerating. Jiang Yin was still in shock when a black Mercedes-Benz pulled up at the roadside. The car door opened and Wang Chong with thick bandages wrapped around his chest got out with the help of his younger brother followed by Wang Biao, who also had his head wrapped in bandages. Jiang Yin instinctively took half a step back thinking they were here to block him. Unexpectedly, the Wang brothers quickly approached Jiang Yin without any hesitation. Thud! The 2 of them knelt straight on the cement floor at the entrance of the detention center. Brother Yin, it's all our fault, every bit of it. It's our mistake for not recognizing a great figure. We've offended you, Brother Yin. Please have mercy, let us go. Wang Chong shouted with all his might, even ignoring his broken ribs banging his head against the ground. Wang Biao followed suit, his forehead hitting the cement ground, even the bandage on his head began to bleed. Jiang Yin stood frozen in place, his heart racing as if it would burst from his chest. This was the big snakehead of the South District. Who would dare provoke him? Now he was kneeling before him like 2 dead dogs admitting their mistakes. Who was that man in the expensive suit last night? Just a single understated sentence from the other party had completely subdued this once mighty local tyrant. Such power that could reach the heavens had utterly overturned Jiang Yin's understanding of the past 20 years. At the same time, in the study on the 2nd floor of Yunding Mansion, Lin Zhe held a cup of black coffee, standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the lush scenery of the half-mountain outside. On the retina, a pale blue interface suddenly popped up. Ding! Detected that the conditions for delayed trading have been met. Target Jiang Yin has been released without charge and has cleared his record. The system is automatically executing the stripping procedure. Stripping successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Death God's Instinct Gold. Lin Zhe put down the coffee cup in his hand and returned to sit at the solid wood desk. He opened the system entry library and the entry that radiated dazzling golden light lay quietly in the grid. Lin Zhe did not hesitate at all. Merge. Command confirmed. Death God's Instinct Gold merging. A faint current rose from the back of his head, quickly spreading along his spine to every limb. There was no pain, but rather an indescribable sense of clarity. Lin Zhe closed his eyes. He felt his 5 senses being infinitely amplified in that moment, the subtle sounds of the wind around him, the friction of Ague downstairs cleaning his firearms, even the flow of dust in the air could be clearly captured. This feeling lasted a full minute before gradually converging back into his body, returning to calm. Lin Zhe opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Now, even if someone were aiming at him with a silenced sniper rifle from a kilometer away, this body would instinctively react and evade in the 3 seconds before the bullet was fired. This was the real trump card. At that moment, the intercom on the desk suddenly emitted a series of urgent electrical sounds. Boss, we've got work. Zhou Ye's voice carried a hint of excitement, and something strange. I've projected the data onto the big screen in the 2nd floor study. Lin Zhe picked up the remote control and pressed the power button. The 100-inch seamless screen on the wall instantly lit up, the image directly cutting into the main control interface of the supercomputer on the underground 3rd floor. What's going on? Lin Zhe asked. You asked me to set a trigger trap for those 3 fake identities and your license plate. Zhou Ye's keyboard clicked incessantly on the other end of the intercom. 1 minute ago the trap was triggered. Someone is frantically searching for information on your matte black Lamborghini through different online channels. Lin Zhe leaned back in his chair. So soon someone came knocking. Which faction? The green code on the big screen cascaded down like a waterfall, then suddenly froze. A screenshot of a local Jiangxing forum popped up. The bold red title was extremely eye-catching. Heavy bounty of 100,000. Who in Jiangxing knows the owner of this matte black bull car with that license plate? Urgent. Lin Zhe stared at the title, momentarily stunned. This style didn't seem like those professional assassins or intelligence agencies hiding in the dark. Rather, it resembled those reward posts online looking for missing cats or dogs. I traced the IP of the post directly into his mobile terminal, stripped him clean down to his underwear. Zhou Ye chuckled. I thought it was some big fish that triggered the alarm and was ready to use 3 encrypted machines to reverse burn him. But the result was unexpected. The screen changed, popping up a very ordinary personal file. In the photo was a young man in a plaid shirt with a messy hairstyle. Xinyu. Lin Zhe looked at the familiar name on the screen and shook his head. This was the student from Jiangxing University who exchanged 20 years of life for 3 million cash. Is he looking for me? Lin Zhe found it somewhat interesting. This kid has become quite the celebrity in the Jiangxing nightclub scene these past few days. Zhou Yi had evidently checked Chen Ye's spending records. Last week he bought a Panamera outright from the Porsche Center in the city center for 180,000. Then he went to Wanxiang City and splurged on 3 Rolexes and high-end clothing worth hundreds of thousands. In the past 2 days he directly moved into the presidential suite at Shangri-La, spending tens of thousands every night at the largest casino in the South District. Zhou Yi paused before continuing. However, 10 minutes ago an alert was triggered for his bank card. Now he has less than 20,000 left in his account. After hearing this, Lin Zhe understood completely. A poor person suddenly coming into wealth lacks any concept of controlling money. 3 million cash is an astronomical figure that an ordinary person could never earn in a lifetime. Living honestly with what one has may lead to a smooth life. But if one adopts a retaliatory mindset to forcibly merge into the lifestyle of the wealthy, this amount of money will merely ring. It is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to revert from extravagance to frugality. Once one tastes the sweetness of throwing money around and becomes accustomed to the adoration of those once distant goddesses, it becomes hard to return. Now that the money is gone, he is about to be thrown back to his original state. Such fear can drive a person mad. This is why he frantically posts online hoping to find that living immortal who can purchase life with money. Now that the money is gone, he is about to be thrown back to his original state. Such fear can drive a person mad. This is why he frantically posts online hoping to find. This post can only be seen by him on his own phone. I even specifically wrote a script using hundreds of zombie accounts to bump his post and give it likes while deliberately leaving a few ambiguous clues to tease him. He is currently responding to each one on his phone. Lin Zhe stood up and adjusted his coat. This leak had been harvested twice, and he originally thought it would settle down for a few years. Unexpectedly, its growth speed exceeded expectations. Chen Ye's mutated phrase "money without life" is quite a useful thing. Locate where he is. Lin Zhe spoke. He is in the South District at the King's Box at the casino. Zhou Yi reported the location. Ague, prepare the car. Lin Zhe pressed the intercom. Let's see what this kid is up to now. And by the way, let's harvest one more time. In Jiangxing's South District at the casino. In the King's Box on the top floor, the music was deafening. The coffee table was filled with expensive foreign liquor, and the floor was littered with open champagne corks. 7 or 8 girls dressed provocatively and with exquisite makeup were squeezed onto the sofa. His ex-girlfriend Zhang Tingting, who once despised him for being poor and publicly told him to roll away, was now snuggled up to Chen Yu, her fingers painted with bright red nail polish, peeling a grape and sweetly feeding it to his mouth. Yugi, you promised me last night that you would take me to get that limited edition Hermes bag today. Zhang Tingting's voice was sickly sweet, as if she wanted to merge into Chen Ye's bones. From now on, can I be the only one in the passenger seat of your Panamera? A few days ago she had scolded Chen Yu for being a useless man who couldn't provide her a future. But upon seeing Chen Yu buy a Porsche outright and spend lavishly in the nightclub, she quickly blacklisted that rich sports major and shamelessly returned to him. Had it been just a couple of days ago, Chen Yu would have confidently thrown out a stack of cash, relishing the vanity and sense of conquest that money brings. But now he only felt a chill run through his body, unable to taste the sweetness of the grapes stuffed into his mouth. Chen Yu irritably pushed Zhang Tingting away. Get away. Stop bothering me. Zhang Tingting stumbled back from the shove, spilling the fruit platter everywhere, but she dared not lose her temper and could only curl up in a corner of the sofa looking aggrieved. To her, the current Chen Yu was nothing more than a capricious, super-rich second generation. No matter how bad his temper was, she had to endure it. Chen Yu had no time to pay her any mind as he held his phone with both hands, his eyes bloodshot fixated on that bounty post. New reply notifications kept popping up on the screen. Is the poster an idiot? There are plenty of matte black bulls in Jiangxing, and without a complete license plate number, who are you even looking for? I think I saw one in the East District today. Poster private message me, pay a deposit of 20,000 and he'll take you to catch him. It was filled with a bunch of worthless nonsense and scammers. Chen Yu was sweating profusely, his thumb constantly refreshing the page. Tonight he had ordered a 15,000 Divine Dragon suit, and just now he secretly checked his bank card in the bathroom, finding a pitiful balance of only 18,000 left. If he couldn't swipe his card when the bill came tonight, the wealthy persona he had painstakingly built over the past few days would collapse instantly. Zhang Tingting would leave him again, and that rich second generation with the Porsche would step on his face and laugh at him. Such a thing absolutely cannot happen. Money. I need money. I still have many years of life. He'll sell it all. Come on, show up. Chen Yu muttered to himself in a daze, staring at the phone screen. The box door was pushed open and a client manager in a vest walked in with a POS machine, wearing a professional fake smile. Mr. Chen, would you like to settle tonight's expenses now, or should we put it on your tab for later? Though the manager spoke politely, in a nightclub the rule is to swipe the card before serving drinks, especially for such a hefty 15,000 bill. Chen Ye's heart skipped a beat, cold sweat running down his forehead. What's the rush? Chun Yu suddenly stood up, raising his voice to cover his guilt. Do you think I'm short of this little money? Wait for my friend to come over, and we'll settle it together. The manager, accustomed to the scene, immediately saw through Chun Yu's bluster. His smile faded somewhat, and his tone grew stern. Mister Chun, we have our rules at the casino. If your card balance is insufficient, then you won't be able to continue with the Divine Dragon Suite. Who the hell do you think you are? Chun Yu's face flushed, and he shouted defiantly. At that moment, the heavy soundproof door of the box was kicked open with a bang from outside, and the immense force knocked the manager, who was standing at the door, to the ground. The music in the box came to an abrupt halt, and the girls let out a scream. Chun Yu spun around. Outside, Lin Zhe, dressed in a well-fitted casual suit, casually walked in with his hands in his pockets. Gue followed closely behind, expressionless, casually closing the door and blocking the entrance like a deity of death. Upon seeing the newcomer's face, Chun Yu froze in place, then erupted with wild joy. Upon seeing Lin Zhe, Chun Yu's face flushed instantly, and he leaped up from the sofa, rushing over with a mix of excitement and desperation. Thud! Chun Yu knelt straight in front of Lin Zhe, hugging his thigh. This scene left everyone in the private room utterly dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, the arrogant young Master Chun, who was throwing money around, was now kneeling like a dog before Zhang Tingting shrank in the corner of the sofa, her mouth slightly agape. Oh, she had never seen Chun Yu in such a state of abject humility. Big boss, you finally came. Chun Yu stammered, tears and snot covering his face. I knew you would definitely see the post. Lin Zhe looked down at the young man at his feet. 2 days ago, when he flaunted his wealth with 3 million, he was so arrogant. Now, without money, he was utterly pathetic. A poor person suddenly gaining wealth cannot handle such a windfall. It's too noisy. Lin Zhe ignored Chun Yu and simply waved his hand casually. The man beside him, Gue, immediately stepped forward. The client manager, who had been knocked to the ground, finally got up. He had worked at the Golden Sands Entertainment City for 5 years, backed by various connections, and had always been used to being domineering. He had never encountered such humiliation. Who the hell are you? The manager pointed at Lin Zhe and Gue, cursing loudly. You come to Golden Sands to make trouble without knowing whose territory this is. If tonight's 15,000 in this private room is not settled, none of you will leave here standing. No sooner had he spoken, Gue was already in front of him. Before the manager could react, a vice-like grip seized his neck. Gue exerted force with his left hand, lifting the 100+ kilogram adult man off the ground, his feet dangling. Let go. The manager's hands clawed at Gui's arm, his face turning a pig liver color, his legs thrashing in midair. Gue showed no emotional fluctuation as he forcefully flung his right hand outward. The manager flew out the door and crashed heavily against the corridor wall, sliding to the ground and falling unconscious without uttering a sound. The private room was so quiet that one could hear a needle drop. Several accompanying girls turned pale with fear, huddling together, trembling. If you don't want to lie down when you leave, then walk out yourself. Gue turned and looked at the group of girls. This statement acted like a starting gun, prompting the girls to scream and rush for the door. Zhang Tingting even lost one of her high heels, scrambling out in a panic without daring to look back. The room was instantly empty. Gue shut the dilapidated soundproof door behind him, leaning against the door to block the view from outside. Lin Zhe stepped over the shards of glass and sat down on the genuine leather sofa at the back of the private room. On the table lay a complete set of unopened Ace of Spades champagne. Open a bottle. Lin Zhe leaned back on the sofa. Chun Yu hurriedly scrambled up, flustered, pouring a glass and presented it to Lin Zhe with both hands. Big brother, please drink. Chun Yu bowed like a humble servant. Lin Zhe did not take it. Out of money in your card. Lin Zhe looked at him. These words struck at Chun Yu's sore spot. Just moments ago, he had been maintaining his facade in the private room, but now with a single remark, he deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing beside the coffee table. It's gone. Chun Yu gripped his hair tightly, bloodshot eyes filled with despair. All gone. I spent 180,000 on a car, 4 to 500,000 on watches and clothes, and these past days I've been flaunting my wealth here, even buying a bag for Zhang Tingting. I now have only 18,000 left in my card. In just a few days, 3 million had been squandered. The speed of this extravagance even surprised Lin Zhe. That 3 million was bought with 10 years of your life. You thought this transaction was worth it at the time. Now that the money is spent, that 10 years cannot be returned, Lin Zhe said calmly. I have no regrets. Chun Yu suddenly lifted his head, his face filled with a sickly fervor. These past few days have been more enjoyable than the last 20 years combined. The Porsche salespeople treated me like a god. The class flower who used to ignore me now sends me messages daily, and that wretched Zhang Tingting even knelt on the hotel carpet to change my shoes the night before. The more Chun Yu spoke, the more excited he became, waving his hands in the air. Money is truly a wonderful thing. As long as there is money, the attitude of others towards me changes completely. I never want to return to that impoverished self again. I never want to be a lackey for others for a few dozen bucks again. Chun Yu once again lunged at Lin Zhe's feet. Big brother, buy me another 10 years of life. Just give me 2 million. I'm only 22 now. Even if I lose 30 years, I can still live to 50. That's enough. Lin Zhe brought up the system panel. His gaze locked onto the top of Chun Yu's head. Lifespan 46 years, remaining status extremely excited, anxious, mutation trait desire for money over life, purple, an extreme and distorted craving for wealth, willing to give up everything for riches, including life. Extracting this trait allows it to be injected into a specific target, changing their values. Lin Zhe had no interest in his lifespan. The stock of life he had was sufficient to deal with Qin Jinhua and his gang. What he came for this time was this mutation trait. Desire for money over life is an extremely insidious. If it were implanted into a principled, incorruptible political opponent or rival, that person would undergo a drastic character change in a short period, frantically amassing wealth, ultimately leading to self-destruction. This is undoubtedly a silent dagger that kills without bloodshed. I don't need your lifespan, Lin Zhe interrupted Chun Yu's incessant chatter. Chun Yu was taken aback, followed by an overwhelming sense of despair. Then what do you want? Organs? Kidneys? Corneas? Just give me money, take whatever you want. Chun Yu had completely lost his mind. If he couldn't produce money to settle the bill tonight, everything he had built up would collapse. Zhang Tingting would leave him again, and everyone would know he was just a broke pretender. I want a concept of yours, Lin Zhe pointed at Chun Yu's head. Concept? Concept? Chun Yu's mouth dropped open, his expression extremely comical. What is that? Big brother, I'm not smart enough to understand, he said. You have spent these past few days flaunting your wealth, sacrificing your life for those illusory facades, and now you've spent all your money. This idea of giving up everything for money, this extreme greed, is what I want to buy. Lin Zhe leaned back on the genuine leather sofa, legs crossed. Chun Yu was utterly confused. An idea? Can such a thing even be sold? Big brother, don't joke with me. Chun Yu panicked, his forehead beaded with sweat, pointing outside. The manager out there is about to bring security. The drinks in this room are worth 15,000. If I can't settle it, they really will break my legs. Please just take a few years off my life. I'll give you 20 years, just give me 2 million. In Chun Yu's mind, there was only the desperate thought of selling life for money. Lin Zhe sat on the sofa watching Chun Yu, who was sweating profusely. I'll buy your notion for 1 million, Lin Zhe. 1 million to buy that reckless idea of yours for money, Lin Zhe repeated, taking out his phone to open the transfer interface. Sell it now, let's transfer the money. If you don't sell, just wait for those people outside to come in and break your legs. Chun Yu couldn't comprehend abstract concepts like notion or idea at that moment. He only understood 3 words. 1 million. Sell. I'll sell. Chun Yu shouted without hesitation. As long as there's 1 million, I'll sell anything you want. Lin Zhe silently recited the command in his mind. System purchased the target entry, want money not life. Command confirmed. Detected that the target is fully willing. Transaction amount 1 million, real currency paid. Entry is being stripped. Ding. 1 million received in Alipay. A crisp notification sound echoed in the private room. Chun Yu's body jolted, his legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the carpet. He gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat. At the moment the entry was stripped away, he felt a certain extremely fervent and dangerously obsessive thing being pulled from his mind. In these past few days he had even dreamed of how to make money and how to spend it, or as long as he could regain that feeling of spending money extravagantly, he even thought he could die right away. But now that pathological madness had vanished. Chun Yu fumbled in his pocket for his phone, looking at the long string of numbers in his Alipay balance. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. He had 1 million. He could settle the bill. He wouldn't have to worry about having his legs broken. And this time it didn't cost. Thinking about how he had almost been willing to sell an additional 20 years of life for 2 million, Chun Yu felt a wave of intense fear wash over him, cold sweat trickling down his spine. What's the point of having so much money if you've lost your life? Outside the corridor came the sound of hurried footsteps. A dozen security personnel dressed in black suits wielding rubber batons stormed in, led by a bald man. The client manager, who had been thrown out by a Gue, was clutching his neck, pointing at the private room door with gritted teeth. That's them. Get them. The manager's voice was hoarse like a duck that had its tail stepped on. The security team blocked the entrance to the private room. Chun Yu felt a jolt, the adrenaline surged once more. But this time he didn't rush in like a madman. Instead he tightened his grip on his phone and hurried to the door in a few quick steps. What are you hitting for? I'm not leaving without settling the bill. Chun Yu raised his neck, pushing the phone screen right up to the manager's nose. Look closely. How much is the balance? Is it enough for your 15,000 dragon suit? The manager's face changed instantly upon seeing the numbers on the phone screen. 1 million. Real cash. In the nightclub the rule is that as long as you have money you are the boss. The bald security captain also saw the number, and the rubber baton he had raised froze in midair. He turned to the manager, silently asking if they should still take action. The manager swallowed hard, glancing at the young man in a suit sitting in the private room, then looking at the expressionless thin man blocking the door. Settle the bill. The manager immediately switched to a smile that looked even worse than crying, pulling a POS machine from his pocket and handing it over. Young Master Chun, it's a total of 15000. Let me round it down to 15000. Yu snatched the POS machine and quickly entered the password. Beep. Transaction successful. The sound of the receipt printing echoed clearly in the corridor. Yu tore off the receipt and threw it at the manager. Take the money and get lost. The manager nodded, repeatedly disappearing quickly down the hallway with the security personnel. Yu turned around looking at Lin Zhe, who was sitting on the sofa. Based on his temperament in the past few days with money in hand, he would definitely throw another 10 or so thousand to order drinks to regain the face he had just lost. But now he actually felt that spending 15,000 on a few bottles of wine was simply robbery. It was painfully distressing. His mind was clearer than ever. With the remaining 85,000, if he bought a small house and put it in a fixed deposit, it would be enough for him to return to his hometown and live a stable life. He resolutely decided not to contact Zhang Tingting, that bottomless pit. That woman could spend more than 20,000 a day and no amount of money would be enough to fill it. As for selling years of his life, Yu glanced at Lin Zhe and quickly lowered his head. It was too terrifying. This person could casually buy lives with a single sentence. Now that he had money, he just wanted to stay as far away as possible from such an unscientific monster. Big brother, Yu stood 2 meters away, his face full of flattery. The money has been settled. If you have nothing else, I'll take my leave. I promise never to come to places like this again. Oh, I'll go back to my hometown and find a proper job. Lin Zhe looked at Yu. He keenly sensed the change in Yu. After losing the entry "want money not life," Yu hadn't transformed into a saint who saw through the world. He still valued that 85,000 greatly. When he had pushed the phone at the manager just now, the face of a newly rich person who had just achieved success hadn't changed either. But he had established a bottom line. He feared death, regretted spending that 15,000, and began to calculate his future days. These were emotions a normal person should have. Lin Zhe understood completely. What the system stripped away was that extreme attribute, which had broken the bottom line of humanity. The entry itself was merely a manifestation of a kind of energy or emotion amplifying a certain desire to the extreme. Entries are entries. Humanity is humanity. Stripping away the pathological greed left behind the mundane self. This is very interesting. Lin Zhe stood up. Let's go, he commanded Ague. Ague turned to clear the way. Lin Zhe exited the private room without casting another glance at Yu. This young man, who had been harvested twice, would likely have to live cautiously on the path of an ordinary person from now on, having lost his value. In the stairwell, Lin Zhe and Ague were heading down when they bumped into Zhang Tingting, who was huddled in the corner. Zhang Tingting hadn't run far upon hearing that Yu not only hadn't been beaten, but had also settled the 15,000 bill. Her calculation immediately sparked again. Yu actually still had money. Seeing Lin Zhe and the other descend the stairs, Zhang Tingting didn't pay attention to these two inconspicuous figures and hurried up to the private room in her high heels. Just as she reached the corridor, she saw Yu preparing to press the elevator button. You go. Zhang Tingting immediately switched to a sweet voice, rushing over to hug Yu's arm. You scared me to death just now. Those security guards were too fierce. I was afraid they would hurt you. Zhang Tingting rubbed her chest against Yu's arm, acting coy. You go about that limited edition handbag we talked about. Get away. Yu suddenly swung his arm, using enough force to slam Zhang Tingting against the wall. Zhang Tingting was stunned. In these past few days, Yu had been compliant with her every whim, not even raising his voice. Do you think I'm an ATM? Yu pointed at Zhang Tingting, cursing. I've spent over 100,000 on you in just a few days, and we haven't even held hands a few times. Do you really think I'm a fool? Stay away from me in the future. After cursing, the elevator door happened to open, and Yu rushed into the elevator, frantically pressing the close button. Zhang Tingting sat on the ground in shock, completely unable to understand how Yu had suddenly changed into a different person. Outside the main entrance of the Jinsha Entertainment Plaza, Lin Zhe and Ague stepped through the revolving doors. Behind them in the grand lobby, Zhang Tingting's shrill, desperate cries still echoed as she struggled with security guards searching frantically for Yu. Lin Zhe slid his hands into the pockets of his tailored trousers, not glancing back. Parked by the roadside was the Rolls-Royce. Ague stepped forward to open the door. Not heading home yet, Lin Zhe raised a hand lightly. Accompany me for a walk around the area. Ague immediately withdrew his hand and fell silently into step just behind and to Lin Zhe's right. This bar street in Jiangqing's southern district was the city's most concentrated hub of nocturnal life. Neon signs flickered ceaselessly, merging into a dazzling, restless tapestry, while sports cars and heavily modified vehicles lined both sides of the road. Young men and women filled the streets, dressed provocatively, faces painted in bold, dramatic hues. Lin Zhe walked along the curb, his retinas activating the system's lexical scanning mode. Here nearly every person bore one or two gray-tinted negative descriptors hovering above their heads: severe depletion, vanity-driven, ensnared by online loans. This was a gilded arena of intoxicating indulgence, a place where ambition outstripped means and youth hungered recklessly for consumption far beyond their reach. Lin Zhe's current lexicon inventory now included death's intuition and the newly extracted mutated descriptor money over life. Only one resource remained critically low: Yangshuo, lifespan. The 10 years of Yangshuo harvested earlier from Chuanyu had been entirely expended on Chu Changfeng and Elder Qin, and a substantial reserve still needed setting aside to influence those aging tycoons whose vitality was nearly exhausted. Since he was already here, he might as well harvest a fresh crop. Lin Zhe strolled forward along the avenue and halted in the alley behind a lounge named Max. The alley was pitch black. Beside a dumpster crouched a young man with dyed blonde hair, fingers flying across his phone screen in frantic desperation. At less than 5 meters distance, Lin Zhe clearly saw the descriptors floating above him. Target: Zhao Peng, age 22, lifespan 51 years, remaining status cornered white. Zhao Peng's hands trembled as he pleaded into the phone screen. Brother Long, grant me 3 more days. I'll pay the favethas and you in interest the moment my salary hits my account. A rasping, threatening voice crackled from the speaker. Stop your whining. When you borrowed those 50,000 yuan to tip that livestream hostess, did you claim poverty? If 600,000, principal plus interest, isn't delivered by noon tomorrow, your parents' workplace and your sister's university forum will be flooded with your photos. The call ended abruptly. Zhao Peng slammed his fist against the brick wall beside him, tears welling at the edges of his eyes. Lin Zhe approached. Hearing footsteps, Zhao Peng lifted his head, his face taut with suspicion as he stared at Lin Zhe and Agui. Who are you? Sent by Brother Long. I already told you. I'll figure it out by tomorrow. Zhao Peng recoiled instinctively. Lin Zhe pulled out his smartphone and illuminated the screen. The Alipay balance interface glowed, a long string of digits shimmering starkly. I don't know any Brother Long. Lin Zhe cut straight to the point. Let's make a deal. 100,000 yuan, for something of yours. Zhao Peng stared dumbfounded at the balance, seconds passing before he snapped back to reality and reflexively clutched his lower abdomen. What exactly are you buying? I'm warning you. Organ trafficking is illegal. Agui took a step forward. Lin Zhe raised a hand to halt him, his gaze calm, unwavering, fixed upon Zhao Peng. I won't touch a single hair on you. I'm buying your Yangshuo, your lifespan. Lin Zhe stated his offer plainly. 10,000 yuan per year. Cash paid instantly. So do you sell it? Zhao Peng stared at Lin Zhe like he'd just sprouted horns. Yangshuo? Could such a thing even be sold? Under normal circumstances, he'd have cursed and fled on the spot. But now, drowning in predatory loans, he stood at the edge of ruin. If he failed to repay tomorrow, his entire future would collapse. With not even 100 yuan left in his possession, what did he truly have left to fear? Even if scammed, the worst outcome would be a beating. You'll really give me 100,000? Zhao Peng gritted his teeth, eyes locked on Lin Zhe's phone. 10,000 per year. I'll sell 5 years. Zhao Peng blurted out, terrified Lin Zhe might withdraw his offer. Give me 500,000. Can you do it? 500,000 yuan. Enough to clear Brother Long's usurious debt, settle the final installment on the second-hand BMW he'd purchased via online loan, and even afford a VIP booth at an upscale nightclub for several nights of revelry. To a 22-year-old who believed he possessed decades of youth to squander, subtracting 5 years felt utterly. Subconsciously, he even suspected Lin Zhe was either mad or some eccentric rich heir staging a prank. What mattered was securing the money, right now. Scan the code. Lin Zhe tapped open the transfer interface. Zhao Peng fumbled desperately to display his payment QR code. Ding. Alipay received 5,000 yuan. The synthesized electronic chime rang out in the dim alley. Zhao Peng stared at the sudden 5,000 yuan deposit, his eyes bulging, his entire body erupting into ecstatic leaps. It's real. Holy hell. It's actually 500,000. Inside his mind, Lin Zhe issued the command system. Purchase 5 years of Target's Yangshuo. Command confirmed. Target fully consensual. Transaction complete. The instant the notification chimed, Zhao Peng's exultant laughter choked off midair. A sudden tightness gripped his chest, his vision darkened momentarily, his legs inexplicably weakened. His once plump skin seemed to lose subtle moisture. Fine lines appeared faintly at the corners of his eyes. The changes were minute, imperceptible to anyone unfamiliar with him. Zhao Peng gasped, deeply leaning against the brick wall and patting his chest. Must have been stronger than I thought, this alcohol. Zhao Peng dismissed the physical anomaly entirely, attributing it to exhaustion and excessive drinking that night. With 500,000 yuan secured, he felt invincible, capable of striding down Jiangqing's avenues unchallenged. Lin Zhe ignored him, turning and walking out of the alley. On his system interface, his Yangshuo inventory had shifted from 4 years to 9 years. Lin Zhe and Agui continued drifting along the bar street. Rarely venturing out, he intended to stockpile. Within the next hour, Lin Zhe encountered a man borrowing credit cards frantically to cover a luxury car down payment, acquiring 3 years of his Yangshuo for 300,000 yuan. He met a college student who'd lost everything in cryptocurrency trading and contemplated suicide by jumping into the river, purchasing 8 years of Yangshuo for 800,000 yuan. The entire bar street became for Lin Zhe a low-cost harvesting ground for Yangshuo, provided one was destitute. For a mere 2 million yuan, he reaped 20 years of Yangshuo. elevating his personal inventory to 24 years Yangshuo. Such a bargain would likely leave Qin Jinhua, who'd paid 3 billion yuan for a single year, incensed enough to lie awake for nights on end. The night breeze grew cooler. Lin Zhe glanced at his watch, 3:30 m. Let's go home, he said, gesturing to a gui. His Yangshuo reserves were now sufficient to execute near-term strategies. No further time needed to linger in this toxic, smoke-choked realm. The black Rolls-Royce glided steadily down the empty streets of Jiangqing. The shadows of streetlights quickly retreated across the car window. Lin Zhe sat in the back seat, casually pulling up the system panel to tally tonight's gains from the bar street. Death's intuition gold integrated. Desire for money over life, purple and extreme, and distorted craving for wealth. Recorded in the entry database. Life reserve, 24 years. Additionally, there were some miscellaneous white status entries, such as vitality and alcohol immunity, all bought cheaply on the bar street. With several million in cash he exchanged for these chips that transcended common sense. No matter how one calculated it, this deal was bound to be profitable. Boss, we've arrived. Gui parked the car in front of Yunding Mansion. Lin Zhe opened the door and stepped out, walking into the villa's hall. The lights in the living room on the first floor were on. Zhou Yi was wearing baggy shorts, squatting in front of the fridge, rummaging for frozen dumplings. Hearing the noise, Zhou Yi turned his head, still holding half a sausage in his hand. Boss, you're back, he greeted in a moment. What are you looking for at this hour? Lin Zhe walked over. It's too cold in the underground machine room. I came up to grab some. Zhou Yi tossed the frozen dumplings into a small pot beside him, lowering his voice as he pointed upstairs. Boss, you should go check on Lao San. That kid has gone a bit mad. What's going on? Didn't you give him 10 billion? Zhou Yi muttered while cooking the dumplings. This guy locked himself in the trading room, living off everything in there. With the high-speed trading channel I set up for him, he can place dozens of orders in just 1 second. I see his dark circles under his eyes, they're almost down to his chin. If this keeps up, I'm afraid he might have a sudden death. Lin Zhe recalled Sun Lisan's top-tier entry as a financial genius. Having broken free from the suppression of the Black Swan, this beast long trapped in a cage finally caught a whiff of blood. We'll go take a look. Lin Zhe said little and directly ascended to the 3rd floor. The soundproof door of the trading room was slightly pushing the door open. A rich aroma of black coffee, mixed with Red Bull, assaulted his senses. The entire room was dim, with only 6 enormous curved screens emitting a ghostly blue light. Sun Lisan was almost glued to the screen, his hands dancing frantically over 2 external keyboards, leaving a blur in their wake. The red and green candlestick charts and streams of dense data cascaded across the screens. Buy. Close position. Max out the leverage at 20 times, short him. Sun Lisan chanted to himself, completely unaware of someone standing behind him. Lin Zhe pulled over an esports chair and sat down behind him, quietly observing his operation. It was a full 10 minutes before Sun Lisan suddenly slammed the enter key. He let out a long sigh of relief. Slumping in the chair, he twisted his neck, producing a cracking sound. Just as he was about to grab the now cold can of coffee on the table, he caught a glimpse of a figure in the screen's reflection. Damn! Sun Lisan jumped up from his chair in fright, knocking over the coffee can on the table, the dark brown liquid spilling everywhere. Be boss. Sun Lisan scrambled to grab paper towels to wipe the table, standing stiffly upright. When did you come in? 10 minutes ago. Lin Zhe glanced at the messy table. What are the results? Upon hearing this question, Sun Lisan's fatigue seemed to evaporate instantly. He excitedly turned around, quickly typing a few keys on the keyboard, switching the central screen to an account summary. Boss, look at this. Sun Lisan pointed at a long string of dazzling numbers in the center of the screen, his voice trembling slightly. The 10 billion you provided as startup capital. I specifically targeted 2 pharmaceutical stocks on Nasdaq. I saw through their data fraud beforehand. I leveraged heavily to short them 3 hours before the crash, profiting fully from the drop. Then I capitalized on a fluctuation in the yen's exchange rate, using high-frequency trading for arbitrage. Sun Lisan grew more animated as he spoke, gesturing with his hands in the air. Now the net asset in the account is 5,200,000,000. 10 billion multiplied 5 times. This was a bloody path forged in the perilous and often ruinous international financial markets. Sun Lisan now possessed an almost blind confidence in his trading instincts. Those complex data had no secrets for him, and he could anticipate every fluctuation in advance. This is what it means to be a financial genius. He looked at Lin Zhe with eager anticipation, awaiting the final verdict. Lin Zhe gazed at the 50 billion on the screen, his expression remarkably calm, even failing to raise an eyebrow. Well done. Lin Zhe simply offered a forward evaluation. To him, money was truly just a number. Earlier on the bar street, he had spent less than 2 million to buy 20 years of life. This 20 years of life could easily be sold to those wealthy individuals nearing death for a price of 1 billion a year. Thus, 50 billion in funds was merely a string of numbers to Lin Zhe. Seeing Lin Zhe's calm demeanor, Sun Lisan felt an increasing sense of awe. 50 billion in cash. That could easily place him in the top 10 of the wealth rankings in Jiangqing. The boss didn't even bother to look more than once. What a terrifying level of composure and confidence. All of this is thanks to the fortune bestowed by the boss. Sun Lisan deeply bowed. If it weren't for you changing my unfortunate fate, I wouldn't be able to handle even 10 billion. I could lose 100 billion in half a day. Lin Zhe looked at him. On the system panel, a long string of gray statuses hung above Sun Lisan's head. Severe overdraft neurasthenia, increased risk of sudden death. He was nearly betting his life to make money. With your current state you might earn money, but won't be able to spend it. Lin Zhe leaned back against the chair. No worries, once this market cycle is over I plan to sleep for 2 days straight to recover. Sun Lisan scratched his head, forcing a smile. Even if you catch up on sleep, you can't recover the life you've overdrawn. Lin Zhe said as he pulled up the system entry. Earlier on the bar street, he had casually spent 200,000 to buy a vitality entry from a nightclub prince. This item was of low quality, only white, but was more than sufficient to deal with the aftereffects of staying up late. System, grant the target vitality. Lin Zhe mentally issued the command. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers in the air. With the crisp sound, an invisible energy burst forth from Lin Zhe's fingertips, instantly drilling into Sun Lisan's forehead. Sun Lisan only felt a cool sensation on his forehead. Immediately after, his heart suddenly thumped powerfully. That sensation of breathlessness and the dizziness that felt like his brain might crash at any moment vanished completely. Every cell in his body was frantically reviving, his muscles no longer ached, and his eyes no longer felt dry. Sun Lisan widened his eyes, staring at his hands. He felt as if he could run a marathon without difficulty, his mind as clear as day. What is going on? Sun Lisan knelt directly on the ground, not out of fear, but in complete submission. I told you work hard to make money for me. Lin Zhe looked down at him, saying, this machine of yours is broken, but it can be repaired at any time. In Sun Lisan's eyes, Lin Zhe's image had been elevated beyond the realm of humanity. This is a god who can rewrite fate and grant new life. Boss, don't worry. As long as I don't die, I can win back the pants of those old white guys on Wall Street for you. Sun Lisan knelt on the ground and knocked his head. All right, get up, Lin Zhe said, kicking the wheel of the office chair. Sun Lisan quickly got up, standing straight like a new recruit awaiting inspection. I do need money. Lin Zhe pointed at the 50 billion on the screen, but this is just the beginning. The capital you will manage later will be 10 times this number, or even 100 times. I don't want to reach a critical moment only to find the trader has collapsed in front of the computer screen. Sun Lisan nodded frantically. Don't worry, boss. I'm in such good shape I could kill a bull. I'm going to short the remaining pharmaceutical stocks I've been watching. With that, he turned to the keyboard. Stop, Lin Zhe interrupted. Sun Lisan's hand froze in midair. Go take a shower, then sleep in your room. Lin Zhe's tone was calm. But boss, the current market is a once-in-a-century opportunity. The market is always there. Missing out on tens of billions won't cause the sky to fall. Lin Zhe turned to leave. If I'm not here, you are not allowed to touch that computer. Watching Lin Zhe's departing figure, Sun Lisan swallowed hard. A 50 billion market just like that was not to be touched. This level of self-control was terrifying. He dared not waste any more time and obediently turned off the monitor, leaving the trading room. The next day, Yunding Mansion, first-floor European-style restaurant. The noon sunlight poured through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows onto the long dining table. Lin Zhe sat at the head of the table, leisurely cutting his Wellington steak. To his left, a Gue was devouring his food at an incredible speed, yet hardly made any sound from the clinking of cutlery. Even while eating, a Gui's peripheral vision occasionally swept across the window, and several entrances of the restaurant, his instincts deeply ingrained. On Lin Zhe's right, Zhou Yi was gnawing on a king crab leg, his face smeared with sauce. Nearby, Sun Lisan had changed into a clean, casual outfit, his hair washed, looking vibrant. He held his knife and fork, eating elegantly, but occasionally glanced at Lin Zhe at the head of the table, his face filled with admiration. Richard, dressed in a tailcoat and white gloves, silently poured wine for everyone from a bottle of decanted red wine. Are you all full? Lin Zhe put down his knife and fork, wiping his hands with a napkin. A Gue immediately put down his chopsticks and sat up straight. Zhou Yi quickly grabbed a napkin and wiped his face in a hurry. I'm full. Richard's cooking is truly unmatched, hundreds of times better than the boxed lunches I used to eat. Sun Lisan also placed his knife and fork neatly, perking up his ears. He knew very well that the boss gathering the three of them for this meal was not merely for better food. Lisan has made 50 billion in the past few days, Lin Zhe said, lightly tapping on the table. Zhou Yi was just about to take a sip of wine when he heard this, and almost spilled it. 50 billion. Zhou Yi widened his eyes, staring at Sun Lisan. Old Sun, did you rob a mint? Sun Lisan scratched his head, embarrassed. I got lucky, hit the right moment during the Nasdaq stock crash, and leverage. That's not luck, that's your talent. Lin Zhe looked at Sun Lisan. Your sharpness with numbers and intuition for timing your entry is top-notch. Receiving praise from the boss made Sun Lisan's chest involuntarily puff up. But Lin Zhe's tone shifted. In the financial market, intuition and talent can only help you survive. To truly dominate the game, it's all about absolute information disparity. Lin Zhe turned his gaze to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, if you want to investigate a public company's fundamentals, what level can you reach? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi immediately put down his wine glass, becoming animated. Boss, as long as they have a server and are connected to the internet, I can pull out everything from what color underwear their executives are wearing tonight, how many mistresses they have on the side, how much money is in their overseas private accounts, and even the fake accounting they do to evade taxes. As long as there is electronic data, I can present it to you intact. Zhou Yi grinned. Our supercomputing array in the underground third level is not just for show. Lin Zhe nodded in satisfaction, looking back at Sun Lisan. Lisan, if someone placed the opponent's whole cards, all evidence of financial fraud, upcoming bad or good news on your desk 3 days before the market reacts, or even a week in advance. Lin Zhe leaned slightly forward. If you had these whole cards to trade, how far could you go? Sun Lisan was stunned. His mind exploded, blood rushing to his head. The greatest risk in financial trading lies in the unknown. All retail investors, speculative funds, and even large institutions are guessing the opponent's intentions through various publicly available data and clients in the fog. If I could see the opponent's real whole cards in advance. If such intelligence were truly available. Sun Lisan felt his breath becoming heavier, his hands pressed on the dining table as he stared at Lin Zhe. I wouldn't need 50 billion. Even with just 5 billion in capital, I could smash those quantitative funds on Wall Street into the ground. As long as you give me enough leverage, I can drain a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions. That would be like playing with marked cards. Copying straight from the answers during an exam. Combined with Sun Lisan's extraordinary timing in entering and exiting trades. This isn't trading at all, of this is a one-sided massacre. Zhou Yi also reacted at this moment, slapping his thigh. Boss, are you asking me to team up with old Sun? Zhou, yes, I sparkled. Yes. Lin Zhe leaned back in his chair. Zhou Yi will be responsible for breaking through the target's network defenses and digging out hidden confidential documents. Lisan will take this classified intelligence to create schemes sniping and harvesting in the secondary market. One was a cyber ghost running rampant in the dark web. The other was a financial harvester with top-notch market instincts. The two of them joining forces would be like a nuclear weapon in the financial market. This deal is too exciting. Zhou Yi rubbed his hands. Boss, who is our first target? Sun Lisan also looked at Lin Zhe with bright eyes, eager to take a big institution as his first target. The 50 billion earned earlier now seemed like child's play. Boss, who should we target first? Zhou Yi casually wiped his hands with a napkin. The few elite families in Jiangxing, or the internet giants in the south. If we aim for the domestic market with a capital of 5 billion plus intelligence, I can overturn the entire sector. Sun Lisan adjusted his glasses. Lin Zhe shook his head and cut a piece of Wellington steak to put in his mouth. The domestic market is too small and the water is too shallow. Moreover, causing turmoil in one's own territory can lead to unnecessary trouble. Lin Zhe put down his knife and fork, wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin. If we are going to strike, let's target the most lucrative one. He paused and uttered 3 words. Wall Street. Upon hearing these words, Sun Lisan's fork fell from his hand onto the plate, making a crisp sound. Zhou Yi took a sharp breath. Wall Street. That is the heart of global capital, home to the world's top financial institutions, quantitative funds, and hedge fund giants. Those who navigate there are all true financial sharks. Although Sun Lisan was extremely passionate about finance, he was a professional, and he took a deep breath to calm his racing heart. Boss, the scale of Wall Street is enormous. Sun Lisan quickly explained the stakes. 5 billion RMB converts to less than 800 million USD. This amount thrown into the US stock market wouldn't even make a splash. The top market makers have funding starting at hundreds of billions of dollars. With this little money, we could easily be crushed by their sheer volume. That's why we need Zhou Yi's intelligence. Lin Zhe interrupted him. If the funds are limited, we leverage. If 10 times isn't enough, then 20 times. If 20 isn't enough, then 50 times, or even 100 times. What I want is not for you to confront them, Hedon, but to find their Achilles heel and strike decisively. Sun Lisan's eyes lit up. He certainly understood this principle. Under the mechanism of short selling in the financial market, as long as one obtains solid evidence, even a giant with $1 trillion valuation can crash overnight. Boss, which company do you want to target? Zhou Yi was already impatient. Goldman Sachs, Morgan, or those shameless hedge funds? Lin Zhe did not answer directly, but looked at Zhou Yi. What level of difficulty do you think the firewalls of those core institutions on Wall Street pose for you? Zhou Yi grinned. Difficulty? Boss, let's put it this way. The military-grade firewalls they use are, in my dictionary, equivalent to an unlocked glass door. As long as I have enough time and the computational support from our supercomputer on the underground 3rd floor, I can clean out every ledger of theirs. Lin Zhe leaned back in his chair. I will give you 3 days. Go to Wall Street and find a sufficiently fat. I want their most core and lethal internal documents. Financial fraud, insider trading, political donations, anything will do. As long as it can cause their stock price to plummet. Sun Lisan couldn't sit still. With 800 million USD as startup capital plus the intelligence that offers a complete perspective, this would definitely be the most exhilarating battle of his life. Boss, rest assured. As long as Zhou Yi's intelligence is in place, I guarantee that Wall Street's vampires will know what a true financial storm is. Lin Zhe nodded, stood up, and walked toward the study on the second floor, no longer paying attention to the two overly excited individuals below. In the following days, the underground third floor of Yunding Mansion and the trading room on the third floor operated at full capacity. Zhou Yi's supercomputer array was running around the clock. 3 days later, late at night, in the third floor trading room, Lin Zhe pushed open the door. Zhou Yi and Sun Lixin were sitting side by side in front of the computer, both appearing extremely excited, even revealing a hint of barely contained ferocity. "Boss, you're here." Zhou Yi quickly typed a few keystrokes. The fish has been selected. On 6 large screens, the logo of a company popped up simultaneously. Haiba Pharmaceutical, a biopharmaceutical giant listed on the U.S. stock market. Sun Lixin reported quickly, currently valued at $1,200 billion USD. Its main product is an anti-cancer drug called HX7. This drug just passed FDA approval last month and is about to be officially launched. Due to this positive news, their stock price surged by 40% within a month. Lin Zhe looked at the Klein chart on the large screen where the stock price was soaring. A giant with a market value of $100 billion USD. Lin Zhe pulled over an esports chair and sat down. "Where's the Achilles heel?" Zhou Yi grinned and dragged a confidential English document onto the main screen. "The Achilles heel lies in this drug." Zhou Yi pointed at the dense data in the document. "I hacked into their core laboratory server responsible for research and cross-referenced it with their review report submitted to the FDA. Boss, these guys are outrageously fraudulent." Sun Lixin added. "In the Phase 3 clinical trials, they concealed the severe, deadly side effects of HX7. More than 15% of the patients in the trial sample died from acute heart failure within 3 months of using the drug. They deleted all these death cases from the report. Not only that." Zhou Yi pulled up a transfer record. "I also found that several executives of Haiba Pharmaceutical bribed several core reviewers at the FDA with over $50 million USD through offshore accounts in the Cayman Islands." Lin Zhe looked at the screen. Fake drugs. Bribing officials. Any one of these two issues could easily cause this trillion-dollar giant to plunge into the abyss, facing astronomical lawsuits and bankruptcy liquidation, with all executives potentially going to federal prison. This drug has already been approved, and they are preparing to roll out their sales network globally. Sun Lixin rubbed his hands together. And because of the positive news, major institutions are frantically buying Haiba Pharmaceutical stock, wanting to profit from this IPO surge. If we expose these confidential documents now. Sun Lixin's voice trembled. The stock price will plummet dramatically, crashing through the floor. Lin Zhe picked up where he left off. Exactly. Sun Lixin slapped his thigh. Boss, now is the best time to short. Let's enter with 5 billion RMB, fully leverage it, and once the news breaks, conservatively estimating we could earn this amount. Sun Lixin extended 5 fingers. 50 billion. USD. Lin Zhe's fingers lightly tapped on the table. 50 billion USD is equivalent to over 300 billion RMB. For a company with only 100 billion in market value, this is indeed a big fat piece of meat. But Lin Zhe felt it was still not enough. "Who else knows about this black material besides you?" Lin Zhe asked. "Absolutely no one." Zhou Yi patted his chest and guaranteed. "I used a low-level physical vulnerability to infiltrate, and they have no way of detecting that the data has been copied." Lin Zhe stood up and looked at Sun Lixin. $50 billion is too little. Sun Lixin was taken aback. $50 billion is still not enough. This wealth has been accumulated by the old families of Jiang City over decades. Since we are going to play, let's play big. Lin Zhe fixed his gaze on the logo of Haiba Pharmaceutical on the large screen. "I want you to split into 2 teams. Lixin, use all the funds you currently have to quietly establish a short position. Remember to diversify, break it down into smaller pieces, and avoid alerting those big sharks on Wall Street. Gradually accumulate shares." Zhou Yi. Lin Zhe turned to the hacker. "Immediately send this dirt to Haiba Pharmaceutical's deadly rivals, or to the fiercest short-selling institutions on Wall Street." Zhou Yi and Sun Lixin were both stunned. "Boss, send it to others." "Isn't that feeding the meat to others?" Sun Lixin became anxious. "Once the news leaks, they will immediately rush to short it, and our profit margin will be significantly compressed." Lin Zhe smiled faintly. "What I want is for them to rush." Behind Haiba Pharmaceutical stands several major financial groups from Wall Street. Relying solely on our $8 billion, even with leverage, may not be enough to completely crush this elephant. Once they come to their senses and use massive funds to protect the market or force the stock price up, our little capital could face a liquidation at any moment. Using a borrowed knife to kill. Lin Zhe walked to the window. "Send the dirt to the greediest wolves on Wall Street, and let them bite Haiba Pharmaceutical. When they are engaged in the fiercest battle and the defenses of Haiba Pharmaceutical completely collapse, we will enter the scene to reap the rewards." Sun Lixin instantly understood Lin Zhe's intention, cold sweat instantly pouring down. The boss wants the entire Wall Street to first kill each other, then hide behind the scenes like a yellow weasel. This appetite is simply 10 times bigger than those capitalists who eat people without spitting out bones. Not only that, Lin Zhe turned around. Zhou Yi, when you send the dirt, also leave a backdoor in the document. For any institution that downloads and opens this document, I want to know their trading accounts and hidden cards. They think they are hunting Haibao Pharmaceutical, but in fact they are all our prey. Zhou Yi felt his scalp tingle. This operation is too ruthless. Not only do we have to use others' funds to short the stock, but we also want to wipe out these short-selling institutions in one go. Understood. Just watch, boss. I'm most familiar with this kind of fishing with poison. Zhou Yi cracked his knuckles and immediately pounced on the keyboard. Lin Zhe no longer lingered and turned to leave the trading room. The remaining tasks could be left to these two geniuses to handle. Across the ocean, Manhattan, New York, Wall Street, the headquarters of Muddy Waters Capital. This is a notoriously infamous short-selling institution worldwide. They excel at finding loopholes in listed companies publishing short-selling reports triggering panic selling, and Chief Analyst David had just finished a cup of espresso and was preparing to look at today's market trend. Suddenly, an anonymous email popped up in his personal inbox. The email had no subject, just a single line. The death knell of Haibao Pharmaceutical. David frowned. He received dozens of such spam emails every day and was about to delete it when his gaze swept across the name of the email attachment. Internal communication and offshore account details of the FDA Review Committee. PDF. David paused for a moment and clicked on the attachment. After reading less than 2 pages, this seasoned analyst, who had mingled on Wall Street for 20 years, dropped his coffee cup on the floor. The dark brown liquid splattered all over him, but he couldn't care less. He scrambled out of the office. Something big has happened. David pushed open the door to the fund president's office. I have obtained the dirty laundry of Haibao Pharmaceutical. They're finished. The president, an old fox with a head full of white hair, looked at David discontentedly. Calm down, David. Haibao Pharmaceutical is at its hottest right now. You say they are finished. David slammed his tablet on the desk. 10 minutes later, the hoarse and manic laughter of the old fox echoed in the president's office. Oh my God. Which fool sent this gift? The old fox took a deep puff of his cigar, immediately notified the trading department. Bring all the funds we can use. Spare no effort to short Haibao Pharmaceutical. I want them dead. The same scene unfolded simultaneously in the offices of 2 other top short-selling institutions on Wall Street. At 11 o'clock at night, there were 30 minutes until the U.S. stock market opened. The air conditioning in the trading room on the 3rd floor of Yunding Mansion was set very low, and the case fan emitted a continuous low hum. Zhou Yi had 6 empty Red Bull cans in front of him, and his fingers were tapping rapidly on the keyboard. On the 3 large screens before him, countless lines of green code were scrolling down like a waterfall. These guys are really putting in serious money. Zhou Yi bit down on a lollipop, spat. Boss, I've monitored the internal trading channels of Muddy Waters and Citron Research. They have pulled out all their reserve funds totaling at least $40 billion in short positions. It's all on Haibao Pharmaceutical. Lin Zhe sat on the leather sofa at the back, holding a glass of whiskey with ice, casually swirling it. Lin Zhe took a sip of his drink. If the hungry wolves of Wall Street don't even have the courage to take this billion-dollar dirt that's delivered to their door, they would have been eliminated long ago. Beside him, son Lin was staring at the largest curved screen in the center. He wasn't as relaxed as Zhou Yi and appeared extremely excited with $8 billion of capital lying in his account. $8 billion in the normal U.S. stock market wouldn't make a splash. But with this amount of money combined with 50 times leverage along with Zhou Yi's full view of the map, it will definitely be the sharpest harvesting knife in the impending financial tsunami. Boss, the $8 billion we have in hand is already broken down into smaller amounts and distributed across 120 offshore accounts. Son Lin rubbed his cheeks vigorously to relax his facial muscles. All of it is set to short positions. As soon as the market opens, our orders will blend in with Muddy Waters' main funds. Even the gods can't trace our origins. Follow your pace. Lin Zhe leaned back on the sofa. Tonight in this room, you have the final say. With Lin Zhe's authorization, son Lin took a deep breath, placed his hands on the keyboard, and stared intently at the time in the bottom right corner of the screen. 11:30. The U.S. stock market opened on time. It was at that very second. The official social media accounts of Muddy Waters Capital, Bloomberg, and Reuters financial columns simultaneously released a 70-page PDF document. The title was Blunt: Haibao Pharmaceutical, the grave of a $12 billion valuation. Attached were real data on cancer drug death cases, concealed clinical reports, and even details of offshore accounts where FDA review committee members accepted bribes, all laid bare. With clear evidence and every transfer record documented, this document detonated like a nuclear bomb in the U.S. stock market. It's collapsing. And Zhou Yi stared at the screen and whistled. Non-Haibao Pharmaceuticals climb chart, the stock price line plummeted vertically. No hesitation, no resistance. As soon as trading opened. $125. In USD 110. In USD 90. And within 3 minutes the stock plunged over 25%. its market capitalization evaporating by 30 billion US dollars. Retail investors and small institutions across Wall Street went into a frenzy. Panic selling cascaded like an avalanche. Countless traders placed stop-loss orders to flee, but no one was buying. Bullish heavyweights have entered the fray. Zhou Yi suddenly shouted. Goldman Sachs and Blackstone's quantitative funds have moved. They've placed a colossal buy order worth 30 billion US dollars at 85 US dollars, attempting to forcibly prop up the stock. They were Heibushan Pharmaceuticals' largest shareholders. And if the price kept falling and triggered a chain reaction of margin calls, these elite financial conglomerates would suffer catastrophic losses. So they had no choice but to defend the price at all costs. Can they hold it? Sun Lisan sneered, paying no heed to the retail investors' cries of despair. His fingers flew across the keyboard. Close the first wave of short positions. Now. At the precise moment the stock dipped to 86 US dollars, just shy of the bullish defense line, Sun Lisan decisively hit the close position button. With an initial capital of 800 million US dollars leveraged 50-fold against a drop of over $30, his account balance surged instantly, from 800 million US dollars to 2 US dollars. 5 billion. Zhou Yi, lock onto Goldman Sachs contingency capital pool. Sun Lisan roared. What's their absolute floor? And they're mobilizing bridge financing from Asia-Pacific markets. Zhou Yi's fingers danced across the keys as his eyes locked onto the fund flow chart on another monitor. Funds expected to arrive in 10 seconds. Their final red line is 70 US dollars. If the price breaches 70 US dollars, the Goldman's quant model will declare the defense a failure and trigger automatic liquidation. Excellent. Sun Lisan's eyes blazed with terrifying intensity. The market battle had reached fever pitch. In muddy waters, short-selling capital crashed downward like rabid hounds while Goldman's long positions strained upward with desperate force. The stock gyrated violently around 85 US dollars, spiking, plunging, whipsawing. And at that moment Sun Lisan unveiled the terrifying dominance of his financial prodigy top-tier trait. Second wave, full position 2 US dollars. 5 billion 50-fold leverage, short again, and rather than holding a long-term position Sun Lisan immediately activated the most brutal and perilous rolling short strategy. The moment Goldman's buy orders lifted the price to 88 US dollars, Sun Lisan maxed out his leverage and hammered down a fresh short, riding muddy waters' main shorting wave to drag the price back down to 82 US dollars. Close position. Sun Lisan withdrew with surgical precision. In under 10 seconds his account ballooned once more, surging to 4 US dollars. 8 billion. As the bulls caught their breath and the price rebounded slightly, Sun Lisan's short orders struck again, like phantoms, hitting the exact peak of the rally. Crash down close. In rebound. Reshort. Crash again. It was as if Sun Lisan wielding ever-growing capital lurked behind muddy waters' 40 billion US dollars shorting army, relentlessly shearing profits from every oscillation. He didn't need to confront the bulls he simply harvested spreads within each price swing. And damn, absolutely electrifying. Zhou Yi stared at the number swelling like a snowball and slapped his thigh. Brother Sun, you'd need 30 years of celibacy just to train reflexes like that. 5 billion US dollars. 6 billion US dollars. In cash in his account surged like boundless code, leaping wildly under Sun Lisan's rolling short strategy. Lin Zhe, seated in the rear, finished his whiskey and glanced at the time. In 1220 p.m. At that very instant atop Muddy Waters headquarters in Manhattan, across the ocean, CEO David hurled his coffee cup against the floor-to-ceiling window. The glass held, but coffee splattered everywhere. Fuck. Who the hell is doing this? David screamed hysterically at his trading team. Tell me. Who keeps beating us by half a second on every sell order? For the past 30 minutes David felt haunted. Every time they tried to close positions at support levels to lock in profits, some mysterious capital always preempted them, snatching the shares first. And whenever they attempted to reposition shorts at resistance levels, that same capital would strike the peak before them, crushing it outright. And though modest in scale initially, only a few $100 million, it behaved like a parasitic leech clinging to their elephantine momentum, feeding exclusively on the juiciest slices of the market. And its growth was unnervingly rapid. And now that covert capital had swollen to over 10 billion US dollars, beginning to disrupt Muddy Waters' own trading rhythm. Boss, the chief technology officer rushed over, drenched in sweat. We can't trace their IP. They're routing orders through hundreds of zombie accounts across global exchanges. But their execution logic is unnervingly precise, as if they're reading our cards. Useless. David seized the CTO's collar. They're not just reading our cards, they're reading Goldman's too. Find this rat. Now, or today's work vanishes into thin air. And David released him with a sharp jerk. Activate Protocol 2, immediately. Contact the hounds on the dark web. Trace this capital's ultimate origin. Whoever they are, if they dare execute a black raid on Wall Street, I'll make them vomit every cent back. In Yunding Mansion third-floor trading room. As live photos spread online, showing Heiboshan pharmaceutical executives being escorted away from headquarters by FBI agents. The last line of Goldman's price defense shattered completely. The $70 threshold breach triggering cascading margin calls among long positions and activating circuit breakers. Heiboshan stock was pinned rigidly at $45, a staggering 64% collapse. The trillion-dollar titan had been hollowed out overnight, reduced to an empty shell. Ceased trading. Sun Lisan exhaled deeply, hands leaving the keyboard, slumping into his chair like a man drained of all moisture, drenched head to toe in cold sweat. Yet as he gazed at the central monitor, his smile widened, then erupted into unrestrained, thunderous laughter. At the screen's center, the consolidated total, drawn from 120 offshore accounts, froze at a figure capable of driving any billionaire into delirium. 235,000,000,000. In 235 billion. Sun Lisan turned toward Lin Zhe, his voice hoarse. Boss. $235 billion. In roughly 1.7 trillion RMB. In fully liquid, immediately deployable cash. Exceptional work. Lin Zhe nodded, stepping forward to clap Sun Lisan firmly on the shoulder. Even Lin Zhe felt a stir in his heart as he gazed at this astronomical sum of money. With this amount, the last cornerstone for establishing the global presence of the Extraordinary Club was firmly laid. In this world, there is nothing that money and lifespan cannot buy. If there is, then double it. Lin Zhe turned to clean up the tail. This money needs to be washed back to the country immediately. Understood. Zhou Yi turned around instantly, his hands pulling out a series of afterimages on two external keyboards. Boss, $235 billion is too large of an amount. I need to split it into 100,000 portions, run it through the dark web's mixed currency pool, and then cycle it through underground casinos in Southeast Asia and dozens of shell companies. Zhou Yi reported his progress while swiftly typing on the keyboard. Suddenly, the large screen on the far left flashed with blinding red light. A piercing alarm rang out in the trading room, and a huge red warning box popped up in the center of the screen. Sun Lisan was startled, jumping up from his chair and retreating 2 steps. Agoué reacted swiftly, his right hand sliding to his lower back, drawing out a pitch-black tactical dagger. He pressed himself against the dead corner behind the door, scanning the windows and vents, his muscles tense to the extreme. Boss, there's a situation. Agoué lowered his voice, pressing the intercom. Should I notify the brothers outside to surround the mansion? Lin Zhe sat on the sofa, his expression unchanged. No need to panic. Lin Zhe raised his hand, signaling Agoué to put down the intercom. No one is coming in person. Watch Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi stared at the flashing red screen, not only unfazed, but chuckling instead. Brother Agoué, put the weapon away, it's unnecessary. Zhou Yi hovered his hands over the keyboard. They didn't come to crash the party, they came over the network. Sun Lisan breathed a sigh of relief, but he was still drenched in sweat. Have they traced us here? Sun Lisan gripped the back of the chair, his voice shaky. If we are exposed, those Wall Street folks will definitely send mercenaries to hunt us down across countries. Sun Lisan knew all too well the tactics of those capitalists. Over $200 billion is enough to buy hundreds of lives. Zhou Yi scoffed, stretching his fingers. Do they think they can trace me, Zhou Yi, with just a few insignificant fish? Zhou Yi slammed his hands down on the keyboard. Those bastards from Hunsui are desperate and have deployed the dark web's hounds to reverse trace our liquidation points. Boss, watch how I play them to death. The code on the screen rolled like a waterfall. Zhou Yi switched to an all-English tracking interface filled with a dense array of bouncing IP addresses. These hackers used over 3,000 proxy machines trying to pinpoint the location of our offshore account number 1. Quite professional. Zhou Yi hit enter, but playing network tracing in front of me is like running naked in the street. Zhou Yi's fingers flew over the keyboard, the sound of typing ringing sharply. They'll first cut off their tracking route, and then throw a decoy out. Sun Lisan leaned in to look, the screen full of garbled text making him dizzy. What kind of decoy did you throw? Sun Lisan asked. I disguised the final flow node of this fund as an encrypted address. Zhou Yi grinned slyly. And then I casually checked the ownership of this encrypted address. Whose is it? Lin Zhe asked. The private account of the president of the Morgan Consortium in the Asia-Pacific region. Zhou Yi typed in the last line of code, hitting enter heavily. Sun Lisan gasped. This move is too vicious. Hunsui Fund is shorting Highball Pharmaceutical, and Goldman Sachs is fighting desperately to defend its position. In the end, the profit of over $200 billion was traced to the pockets of executives at the Morgan Consortium. This is equivalent to telling Hunsui and Goldman Sachs, while you two are fighting each other to the death, it's actually Morgan who set the trap behind the scenes, tricking both of you. The 3 giants on Wall Street will have to bleed tomorrow. And that's not all. Zhou Yi's fingers struck the keys again. What's given is also returned. Since they dared to trace me through the network, it wouldn't be right if I didn't return the favor. Zhou Yi switched to another interface. Earlier I followed their tracking path and directly hacked into the servers of these hounds. These people are quite bold, their server stored a lot of unsavory things. Zhou Yi quickly browsed the files popping up on the screen, political donation records of several publicly traded companies on Wall Street, private videos of quid pro quo transactions. While the scale is quite large, pack it all up, Lin Zhe ordered. Got it. Zhou Yi grinned. Not only did I download everything, but I also left them a little gift. A ransomware virus named God's Hand. In 10 minutes, all the underlying logic in their servers will be complete. Without my key, they wouldn't even be able to turn on the computer. It would turn into scrap metal. Sun Lisan watched beside him, swallowing hard. One person suppressing Wall Street's top hacker team, while simultaneously stripping their entire foundation. This is a true dimensional strike. Zhou Yi settled everything and clapped his hands. Boss, the tracking has been cut off. The blame is shifted to Morgan. The virus has also been planted. Zhou Yi switched back to the money pool. Now let's start laundering the money. It will take about 2 hours. For the next 2 hours, the trading room was filled only with the buzzing sound of the chassis fan. $235 billion under Zhou Yi's supercomputing arrays controlled transformed into countless tiny streams of data, flowing into cryptocurrency markets around the globe, into underground money houses in the Middle East, and into legal casinos in Southeast Asia. After tens of thousands of splits, reorganizations, and exchanges. In the end, this money became clean and legal foreign exchange continuously flowing into the accounts set up by Zhou Yi through dozens of inconspicuous multinational trade shell companies. 169 billion, 200 million yuan. This money is clean and can be used at any time. The funds are in place. Next, it's time to use this money to pry open the doors of those truly standing at the top of the pyramid. In this world, no billionaire can resist the temptation of living a few more years. Lin Zhe stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and gazed at the sleeping Jiang city outside. He currently had a lifespan reserve of 24 years and over 100 billion in cash. It was time to initiate the second phase of the plan. Lin Zhe turned away from the floor-to-ceiling window, walked behind Zhou Yi, and tapped the back of his gaming chair. Take a 10-minute break. There's new work. Zhou Yi had just washed over 160 billion into a safe account when he heard this and almost spat everything out. Boss, it's the middle of the night, and we just robbed so much money on Wall Street. Shouldn't we lay low for a bit? Money is just a number. Lin Zhe pulled over a chair to sit down. I want to use this money to pry open something bigger. Help me find a few people. Lin Zhe got straight to the point. Who are you looking for? Name, photo, or ID number. Zhou Yi placed his hands on the keyboard, entering work mode. No name. Lin Zhe lightly tapped his finger on the table. I need you to set a few filtering conditions and conduct a wide-range scan across the country. Remember to diversify, break it down into smaller pieces, and avoid alerting those big sharks on Wall Street. Gradually accumulate shares. Second, suffering from a terminal illness. Whether it's latest-stage cancer, organ failure, or some rare genetic disease, modern medicine has declared a death sentence. Third, remaining lifespan assessment no more than 6 months. The shorter the better. Zhou Yi was stunned, his hands frozen in midair. What kind of filtering conditions are these? Looking for rich people who are about to die. Boss, the medical data of these top billionaires is highly classified. Zhou Yi ruffled his already messy hair. They don't go to public hospitals for consultations. They all have their own private medical teams and even dedicated wellness facilities overseas. This data won't be easy to obtain. Can it be done? Lin Zhe only asked for results. Yes. Zhou Yi slammed the table. As long as they have recorded their condition using electronic devices, even if it's on a non-networked local physical hard drive, I can extract the data using electromagnetic radiation. Zhou Yi's fingers began to fly across the keyboard, directly bypassing the case files of conventional hospitals. For individuals of this caliber, the medications they use must be extremely expensive or targeted drugs still in clinical trials. Zhou Yi explained his thought process while coding. I will directly hack into the supply chain systems of the world's largest pharmaceutical laboratories. I'll trace back through the supply channels of special medications. The code on the large screen rolled down like a waterfall. Lin Zhe leaned back in his chair, waiting quietly. 10 minutes later. Found it. Zhou Yi pressed the enter key forcefully. A password-protected folder popped up in the center of the screen, and Zhou Yi casually named it Death List. By cross-referencing the top 50 invisible billionaires in the country and the records of special medication deliveries from top global medical institutions, I have filtered out 7 targets that completely meet your requirements. Zhou Yi opened the folder, and the first document appeared. It was an extraordinarily detailed medical file, even containing daily blood pressure and oxygen level monitoring graphs of the target. Wang Jinlin. Zhou Yi read out the name: chairman of Northern Heavy Industries Group, 68 years old. The family's actual controlled assets exceed 300 billion. This old man is quite a character. Oh, just a stamp of his foot, and the domestic steel and shipbuilding industries would tremble. Lin Zhe looked at the candid photo on the screen. In the photo, the elderly man was emaciated, wearing a breathing apparatus with various transparent tubes inserted into him, lying in a sterile ward. Latest-stage pancreatic cancer already metastasized to the liver and lungs. Zhou Yi brought up the diagnosis report, currently residing in a top private nursing home in Switzerland. His private medical team uses the most advanced life support systems available globally. Every day, he opens his eyes, the medical costs start at 3 million RMB. What's the doctor's prognosis? Lin Zhe asked. At most 3 months. Zhou Yi glanced at the medical log. Actually, this condition is no different from a living dead. He could collapse from multi-organ failure at any moment. Lin Zhe shook his head. He's abroad but too far. Moreover, he has completely lost mobility and lacks a basis for direct communication. Let's change to another one. Zhou Yi immediately switched to the second document. Ma Huayun, actual controller of Penguin Interactive Entertainment, 55 years old. This guy is a big brother in the domestic internet circle. His assets are in the thousands of billions, no need to elaborate. However, the disease he has is a bit peculiar. Zhou Yi enlarged a brain CT scan image. A rare neurodegenerative disease. To put it simply, it's a super enhanced version of ALS. Modern medicine can't even identify the cause. His muscles have already begun to atrophy, and he can only use a wheelchair to go out. Life expectancy is roughly 6 months. Lin just stared at the middle-aged man in the wheelchair, his eyes still sharp in the photo. Penguin Interactive Entertainment controls the largest social and gaming landscape in the country, possessing a vast amount of data and terrifying public opinion control. This is a very high-quality potential member. However, 6 months isn't urgent enough. A person only truly breaks down their defenses when faced with the countdown to death. Even if there are only 1 or 2 days left, they will be willing to pay any price to gain even 1 more day of life. 6 months allows for some room to struggle. Is there anyone more urgent? Lin Zhe continued to ask. More urgent? Zhou Yi quickly flipped through the list. The mouse suddenly stopped on the second to last file. Got it. This one is not only urgent, but also has a very special identity. Absolutely to your taste. A photo of an old man with white hair and an extremely dignified appearance appeared on the screen. Even a candid photo from a hospital bed exuded an oppressive aura of someone who has long held power. Yi Dingbang. Zhou Yi's voice unconsciously lowered the head of the Yi family in the capital. Yi family. Lin Zhe had some impression of this name. Yes. The Yi family keeps a low profile. You can't find their name on any visible rich lists. However, their industries control 30% of the national energy and rare earth minerals. Zhou Yi quickly pulled up some peripheral data, the screen flooded with associated companies. Moreover, the old man, Yi used to wear military uniform in his early years, and his former subordinates are spread across various important positions. This is true hidden power. Lin Zhe sat up straight. A family that holds invisible power and core resources is the best foundation for establishing the extraordinary club. What's his current situation? Lin Zhe asked. Acute heart failure accompanied by widespread organ aging. Zhou Yi pulled up real-time monitoring data for Yi Dingbang. The old man is 82 this year. This is natural aging. The body has completely broken down, and there is no cure. Where is he now? In Jiangxing. Zhou Yi slammed his thigh. 3 days ago, the Yi family arranged a medical plane to take the old man directly from the capital to the military hospital in the eastern district of Jiangxing. I heard it's because there's a retired old Chinese medicine doctor here with a family recipe for prolonging life, and the Yi family is treating it as a last resort. What's the expected remaining lifespan? Zhou Yi glanced at the medical log at the bottom right of the screen that had just updated. Just 5 minutes ago, the expert group at the military hospital issued the 3rd critical illness notice. His heart could stop beating at any moment. The last deadline given by the doctor is 48 hours.